consciousness, how to use them to create the life you truly want, you'll discover the hidden meaning of the word God, the secret power of the number 3, and how consciousness itself is the key to your reality. We have 3 main expressions of consciousness. We think, we feel, and we act. God is 3-fold. It stands for generator, operator, destroyer. The generator is the mind. This is what thinks, generates ideas. This is the beginning of all creation. This is the first expression of consciousness. It is the first form of consciousness, not a physical form, but a spiritual form. Then we have the operator, which is emotion. When we think something, if we have care or any emotion towards it, then we take physical action. The body, the destroyer. We think, we care, we act. Thoughts and emotions are the 2 spiritual forces which merge together and give birth to actions. Think about it. Why are you watching this video? Because you had a care to watch the video. Therefore, the reality in front of you is because you had a thought, you had a care, you took action to express that reality. Everything goes through this 3-fold process. This is why we say, follow your heart, because the body does follow the heart. We think something in the mind, we feel something in the heart, and the body takes action towards it. Everything operates on the care energy of the heart. The body follows the heart. If you do not care about something, then you do not act towards it. It is the care energy that guides our actions in this world. Going back to the generator, the mind is a part of the mental plane, the infinite dimension of infinite information. There is no limitations in the mind. Everything already exists as a piece of information or a thought. This is the beginning of all creation, the spark of creation itself, thought, the mental plane. And our mind exists like a radio, our conscious mind. This is why we call it a mindset. What we set our mind onto through attention, mental attention, whatever we set it on, we receive thoughts that are very similar to what we set it on. The mind is like a radio, and whatever we tune that radio to, we receive that frequency and play that song. So if we purify our minds through ritual work, meditation, and affirmations, the mind can become a temple to receive higher thoughts, higher ideas, and better genius ideas. Going back to operator, this is the Holy Spirit. This is what we care about, our emotion. This is the feminine side of consciousness. Thoughts is masculine, the Father. Emotion is the Holy Spirit, which is feminine. And these 2 create a child, which is Jesus, the Son, which is actions. When thoughts and emotions merge together, you have a physical action, which is a masculine force, which is why it's a son. The Holy Spirit represents a purified heart, love consciousness, holding love in the heart. And when we purify our minds, we have an effect and purify our hearts. And the reason why I say that is because whatever we think in the mind directly corresponds to what we feel in the heart. As above, so below. Thoughts create emotions. If we think something and our heart tells us that is bad, we have a feeling that that is wrong, then we should not take physical action towards it. And if we do take physical action against the feeling of knowing it's bad, then you are going against the spirit. That's what the word Satan means, or Satan. The Hebrew word for Satan is Satan. It means adversary or opposer. You're opposing the Holy Spirit. You're opposing what you know is good. You're taking a sin against the Spirit, against the guidance from your soul, the knowingness of good. So when we do purify our mind, we purify our hearts. And when we cultivate love for the self and one another's in our hearts, we gain the Holy Spirit, which is love consciousness. And when we think in our mind with the love of the heart and we merge our thoughts with love, it gives birth to perfect actions. This is what the true Christ consciousness is. We think with the love of the heart and it gives birth to perfect actions. And if everyone did this in the world, we would live heaven on earth. Everyone would be balanced within themselves and the world as a whole would be balanced. So we need to gain full mastery over these 3 aspects of our consciousness, over what we give mental attention to, gaining love for ourselves and the collective in our hearts, and gaining a strong disciplined willpower for our physical actions. And if you can gain full control over these three-step process, you can gain full control over your reality. The number 3 represents this 3 aspects of creation or transformation. This is a transformative process from going invisible to the visible. This is also why Jesus dies in a cave for 3 days. It's all about transforming the self. Transformation is the number 3. Me personally, I think the Holy Spirit has been replaced for the sacred feminine aspect of consciousness. They do not want us connecting to our feminine side of consciousness, because then we will cultivate love in our hearts for the self and one another. And love is the most potent force there is in the whole universe. It is what unifies everything. It nurtures everything. It allows things to grow. Think about it. When you hold love or care for someone, you grow relationships. The sun is the perfect symbol and representation of love energy. The sun gives abundantly, expecting nothing back, and allows everything on the earth to grow. It's a caring, nurturing, feminine force that allows things to grow and unify and come together. In today's world, we mainly have thinking and acting without emotion, without care, without the judge of our hearts. It's all about gaining unity consciousness. We think, we care, true care for one another and the self, and we act. And if you align these 3 forces towards something, your business, whatever you're trying to create, you will fully create that reality, because these are the 3 forces that you can use to generate a reality. You can do ritual work to create care in your heart about something, and then you will take more action towards it. The book I'm using here is the Book of Wisdom, Volume 1. You can get this paperback or PDF on my website. So I hope this video has helped you. Please leave a like, comment, and a subscribe on the channel if you like the content. Let me know what you think about the Holy Spirit and if it is covering up the feminine side of consciousness in the comments section. How are we all doing, people? Survival Wisdom. Today we're going to be breaking down the Bible and its real, true metaphysical meaning. All of these slides within this video is taken from my book, The Book of Wisdom, so you can get all of these slides. So the Temple of Solomon, you are body, mind, and soul, which is the Holy Trinity, the moon, sun, and earth. The sun is your soul because the sun is its infinite source of energy. It is its own source of energy. And that is what your soul is. It's its own source of energy. The moon is mind. This is why you call people a lunatic. You're a lunatic. Luna means the moon. And inside of your mind, you have a specific mood. Mood is moon. And mind in German is Mond. And the word Mon means moon. And earth is your physical body because your body contains of the 4 elements, the 4 physical elements. Well, the Temple of Solomon is the temple of the soul and the mon, the soul and the mon, the soul and the mind. And it's the temple of the Holy Spirit in the Bible. Everything leads back to one singular point in the center of the brain. The brain is not the mind. It's mind over matter. Okay? The brain is the physical manifestation of the mind. The brain is the electrical computer which decodes the light waves given to it by the mind. This is why everything in the body leads back to one singular point. And we'll go over this in a minute. But this is controlling the physical body. This is the within. If you rearrange within, it spells high twin because within you is your twin, your true self. And it's just an entity in the center of the mind. And if you shut your eyes, you can feel it. Your awareness is in the center of the brain. So there's just an empty chamber in the center of the 2 cherubs, the 2 brains. They are 2 separate brains. They're 2 hemispheres. And the empty chamber, when scientists chop it up and see it's just an empty chamber, well, because you can't see
in that plane of reality. You cannot see the mind. You cannot see thoughts. It is invisible to the human eyes, to the visible light spectrum, to the two eyes. The reason why we call it the third eye in the center of the brain, it's not the third eye, it's your true self, it's the mind and soul. It's an eye because it does see. It's the all-seeing eye that you always see here. There's some Masonic artwork showing the two pillars, the two cherubs, the two hemispheres of the brain, and the inner eye. This is the eye that sees all things. What do I mean by seeing all things? Not physically. It sees the mind. It's what, because your soul is watching the mind. You can observe the mind. You are not the mind. And if you meditate deeply enough, you can go beyond the mind. It's the all-seeing eye. It sees the mind. It sees what emotions you're feeling. It sees what you're thinking. It sees what you're seeing with the two eyes. It's the all-seeing eye. It sees all things. It's omnipresent. It's everywhere. Because the mind can be anywhere. The mind can switch itself into any place it wants. There is no limitations with the mind. So there is two hemispheres in the brain. And in the Bible, there is a quote saying, the most holy place between the two cherubs. The two cherubs is the two hemispheres of the brain, and the most holy place is between them, which is what the Masonic artwork is showing. This is the all-seeing eye, the soul and the mind in the center of the brain. And you will not see this with the two eyes. So when scientists come to seeing the empty chamber in the center of the brain, they wonder because they do not understand the occult side of the world. They do not understand the layers of reality. How the two eyes, everything physical comes from the unseen. Everything seen comes from the unseen. Now, the two hemispheres of the brain play a major role in our lives. The right hemisphere is the artist. The left hemisphere is the scientist. The right hemisphere controls the left side of the body. The left hemisphere controls the right side. So there's a crossover. Now, the right hemisphere is to do with your feminine energy, creativity, unification, metaphors, visualization, intuition. The left hemisphere is to do with sequencing, facts, materialistic details, language, and logic. So they keep us normally trapped within the male aspect of our mind, which is the left hemisphere. You know, if you listen to Spotify, Apple Music, and radio, they're all tuned to 440 hertz, which shuts down the right side of the brain, makes you left brain dominant. And we learn, well, 90% of people learn to write with their right hand. They're taught to learn with their right hand, which is to do with the left brain. You see, so we are being trapped within this left side of the brain, which is all to do with logic, thinking logical, not creative. You know, very analytic. But the right side of the brain is to do with your creativity. So the right side of the brain is perceiving reality as a holistic perception. Now, what do I mean? If you're riding through a woods, for example, if you're riding through a woods, your right hemisphere is seeing the whole woods as one unified woods. The left hemisphere's job is to break down the perception given to it by the right hemisphere and break it down into individual trees. So what am I saying? The right hemisphere is seeing humans and everything in creation as one unified consciousness. The left hemisphere is seeing individual egos. This is why the left hemisphere is the place of the ego, the right hemisphere is to do with the higher self. They're both needed, though. I'm not saying one's better than the other. It's balance. Now, they don't want you to see the unified picture, perception of creation. They want you to think everything is individual, everything is doesn't come from the one, because all things come from the one. And we experience the two in this reality, dualism. In order to understand the one, we have to experience the two to advance. So, anyways, let's get away from the two hemispheres. The right hemisphere, like I said, is to do with the higher self. And this is why in John 21:6, it says, cast the net onto the right-hand side of the boat and you will find fish. Meaning, cast your energy, cast your perception into the right hemisphere of the brain, and you will find God, unification, and higher self. You will see things from a unified perspective. How we are all one, because we are all the same consciousness. The same spark that is in me is in you. This is why I am you and you are me. We are all the all-seeing eyes of God, just split up into individual bodies. We are all made up of the same essence, consciousness. And that consciousness, that mind and soul, is in the center of the brain. You are just in different avatars. And until we see this, we'll forever be divided and conquered. Until we figure this out as a collective consciousness, we will forever be divided and conquered and ruled over. This is why the Bible says, ye are gods. You are the sons of the Most High, because we are. We are the Word made flesh. We are God made flesh. Mark 16:19. So then after the Lord had spoken unto them, he was received up into heaven, head is heaven, H-E-A, and sat on the right hand of God. God is the consciousness in the center of the brain. Heaven is the head, and the right hand of God is the right hemisphere of the brain, meaning he sees things in unification, creativity, intuition, the higher mind, the higher brain. When Moses crosses the Red Sea is the corpus callosum, moving from the left to the right hemisphere of the brain to see unified perception of reality. Head, H-E-A, heaven, same root word. This is why the ancients always depict God in the center of the brain. Here you see ancient Christian artwork showing God in the center of the brain, the light. Here you see it here. Here you see Ganesh, an Indian god, which is the brain. Here you see the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit in the dome, the brain. This is the brain, because you are God made flesh. That's what consciousness is. The upper room where Jesus meets the 12 disciples. It's the upper brain on the upper room. The upper room is the chamber, the empty chamber in the center of the brain. That's the room. And the 12 disciples are the 12 cranial nerves in the brain, which pretty much rule the body, all the cranial nerves. The tree of life, the cardiovascular system. This is why in Genesis it says the tree of life was in the midst of the garden. Midst meaning middle, because the middle of the body is the cardiovascular system, which is controlling all of the systems in the body. The tree of knowledge of good and evil is the nervous system, is the spine and brain. This is what's detecting good and evil. The brain is the electrical computer with the left and the right hemisphere, decoding the dualistic world, decoding the light waves given to it by the external world. It is an electromagnetic computer. It is artificial intelligence. It is very intelligent, the brain and the nervous system, the human body as a whole. But the tree of knowledge of good and evil is the nervous system, because it is the tree that detects good and evil, makes you learn good and evil in this dualistic reality. Here you see Adam and Eve around the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Adam and Eve, male and female energies, with the serpent in the tree, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Well, this is the spine, the brain, and the serpent is the kundalini up the spine. The serpent is the S. That's why S, serpent, the letter S is the serpent. Sex and serpents make an S noise. You know, the Bible cursed the serpent. So we don't figure out the true religion. The true religion is raising the Kundalini and becoming God-man and reaching our higher states, our true God self. Because once the Kundalini is saved and hits the pineal gland, it activates 100% of the brain when we're only using around 20 to 10% as of right now without the Kundalini awakening. So when you use it, you're activating 100% of the brain. You're activating all the dormant brain cells. You're regenerating the body. And this is the serpent in the tree of knowledge of good and evil. This is the spine, brain. This is Adam, Eve, the male and female energies. The light of the body is the eye. Therefore, if thine eye be single, thy whole body should be full of light. Matthew 6:22. This is the single eye in the center of the brain. It is not the pineal gland. It is what's inside the pineal gland. You have to go beyond the physical world, and there are no words to describe things that are not physical, metaphysics. And the whole body should be full of light. Well, this light is the same pyramid that you see. You are the pyramid with the all-seeing eye on top. This is why the ancients built the pyramids with the stairs in the middle symbolizing the spine, because once you open all the chakras and balance them and raise the Kundalini, you activate all of the brain, which gives enlightenment. The word enlight in ment. Ment means mind, light in the mind. Enlighten the mind. And this is enlightenment. We are the temple. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face. Within spells high twin. Within you is the God self, which you need to manifest into the external world. And he's seen God in Peniel, the consciousness. He's seen his true self, consciousness in the pineal gland. Genesis 28:10, Jacob's ladder. Jacob, he took a rock there and laid his head on it to sleep. Jacob had a dream. He dreamed there was a ladder that was on the ground and reached up into heaven. Head is heaven. The rock he fell asleep on is the sacrum bone, because he's symbolizing the oil that comes down the spine, hits the sacrum bone and rests there, falls asleep, and it looks up and it sees the ladder to heaven. Because when you raise this oil, you become God man. You become God in heaven. You can leave the body at will. Do you not know that your body is the temple, that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit? Corinthians 16:19-20. Or do you not know that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit within you? Your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, the soul and the mind within the center of the brain, the temple of Solomon, temple of the soul and the mind. Romans 8:10. Christ is in you. It's not external. When you give where attention goes, energy flows. When you give your energy to external things, your attention, your worship to external things, you're giving energy, meaning it's draining you, and you're feeding something within the astral plane, a mental thought within the astral plane. So with you realizing that the Christ is in you, that you don't have to worship anything outside of you, this means that you're internalizing your energy. You're not giving your energy, because where attention goes, energy flows, which means you become more present. You become healthier because you're not giving off all of your special electromagnetic energy that's charging you. This is why the religions ran by the Vatican is all external. They're exoteric. Exoteric means external teachings. The esoteric is the internal, the hidden teachings. In Psalms 82, I have said, Ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High, because we are the Most High, split up into individual bodies. That's what consciousness is. Consciousness is the Most High, and we have to raise ourselves to the Most High. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Why is it always a trio? It's a trio because it symbolizes us, the soul, mind, and body. The mind is the bridge for the soul to be in the body. What is the soul? It's the life force. It's the watcher. It's the all-seeing eye. The soul sees into different realities, and it gives life to the body of every reality it goes in. This is why you always see light around the all-seeing eye, because it is the energy, the life force, the light, life, L-I. Life is light, and it's the eye because it sees into the different realities. It sees into the dream world. When you're going to sleep at night and you dream, it's not a dream, it's another reality. You're a multi-dimensional creature. We live in a multiverse. There's infinite amount of yous. And there is a version of you which is the highest self in a reality somewhere. And this I has the ability to switch realities, which is exactly what astral travel is. Astral travel is the ability to switch reality beyond the 3D construct of this world. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. The Brahma, the soul, inhabits different bodies. This is why they have different heads. Vishnu, the mind, symbolizing gnosis, meaning knowledge. This is the serpent. The serpent symbolized knowledge. Shiva, the body. Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The bird, the soul, because the bird symbolizes the soul. This is why you have here the Egyptians showing you the soul leaving the body. Here you see here with the twin head, the same head, and it's a bird. This is the soul self. This is the ego self. The Egyptians knew this. They knew all of this. Of course they did. Now the whole story of Jesus is all metaphorical for the process which goes on within your body. Your neck and head is the holy grail which the sun and the moon creates. Sorry, the sun and the moon creates the fluid within the holy grail, the brain, the skull. And the moon creates the milk. Sorry, the moon makes the milk. The sun makes the honey, the land flowing with milk and honey in the Bible. The land flowing with milk and honey is the center of the brain in the Holy Grail. Here you see the Masonic artwork showing you the sun and the moon creating the fluid in the spine. Here's the serpent. Serpent symbolizing the two Kundalini channels, the Ida Pingala up the spine. Here's the furnace raising the Kundalini, raising the oil, heating it up, and rising it to the crown. You see? So here you see more Masonic art, seeing the sun and the moon creating the holy fluid in the brain, in the cup, filling the cup. This is why it's a cup, because it's the Holy Grail. This is the holy oil in the center of the brain that gets released down the spine, which is Jesus coming down from heaven. It comes down the spine, down the River Jordan in the Bible. This is when Jesus goes from Nazareth to Jerusalem. He comes down the River Jordan, and Joseph and Mary are in Nazareth waiting for Jesus' return. Joseph and Mary symbolize the pineal and pituitary gland, which produce the two oils created by the sun and the moon. And he returns. When he returns, he gets crucified at 33, because there's 33 vertebrae at the back of the spine, and it crosses the vagus nerve. The crucifixion of the oil past 33 vertebrae creates God-man, and it creates your higher self, and it activates 100% of the brain. and you turn into spirit, you turn to your spirit self. This is why Jesus dies. He didn't physically die, it metaphorically dies and becomes his higher self. The ego self is left behind. It's the same with the whole story of Jesus. Jesus comes down from heaven, which is the oil. He dies in a cave for 3 days, which is the oil hitting the cave. Here's the cave, and resurrects after 3 days. If you resurrect the oil, comes up and gets crucified at 33 in Golgotha. Golgotha translates to a place in the skull. The 3 wise men from the east. Well, if you look at the Masonic artwork, they'll always show you a ladder up to the east. Okay? Here you see north, south, west. This would be east. Here you see east here. East here. The ladder up to the east. The east is the top, up. 3 wise men from the east. The thalamus, pituitary, and pineal gland in the center of the brain. The most important glands in the body. Here you see the Egyptians with the spine, the sun, and the 2 hemispheres of the brain. What did I say at the beginning? The sun is the soul. The sun is its own source of energy. It's the life force, which gives life to anything it inhabits. The soul is the same thing. That's why sun and soul mean the same thing. So, what I'm saying is consciousness is God. And this is why when it refers to as God in the Bible, it means your higher self, pretty much. And returning back to this higher self, because God is something that you need to manifest. Consciousness is God, and your body is a reflection of the creation by God. This is why everything in the body corresponds with the stars. The stars rule the body. We are an image of the stars. This body is an image of the whole of creation. Aries rules the head. This is the cerebrum, the ram in the brain. Is the ram, Aries. And we have something called the cerebrum, Aries, the ram. This is the Lamb of God moving to the higher mind. Taurus, which is the lower brain and neck, the cerebellum, the bull Taurus, the lower mind, and the cerebrum and the cerebellum, the ram and the bull, is what makes you ramble on. Ramble meaning walking. The higher mind and the lower mind working together makes the body ramble. Ramble is what makes you walk along. Thank you to Santos Bonacci. Gemini, the 2 twins, rules the 2 arms, the hands, and the lungs. These are the 2 twins of the body. Sagittarius, the horse, which rules the hips. Hips means hippo. Hippo means horse. Hippopotamus means water horse. Hippo means horse, and this is why we call them hips, because horses have massive hips. Capricorn, the kneecaps. Pisces, the 2 fish, the 2 feet. Then they make us swim. We are an image of the stars, people. Well, the body is anyway. Consciousness is God, and the body is the image of the whole of creation. It's a reflection of the whole creation, as above, so below. 12 systems in the body, 12 cranial nerves for the 12 constellations, 12 cell salts. The body's made out of 12 cell salts. So, this is where it gets kind of deep. This is where we get deep. And he said Jesus was known as the fisher of man. And fisher of man, meaning man does not mean man as in the male. Man means mind. He's the fisher of minds. So the Bible is not patriarchal. It's not patriarchal. Man just means mind, pretty much. So the fisher of mind, man, because he was fishing minds out of this reality into the higher realities. He was teaching people how to leave the body when he walks on water. Walking on water It's the physical, etheric, astral, and mental. These are the different planes of reality. The ether is the either because the ether is the substance that's on either side, astral and physical. It's the fifth element is ether. And the fifth element is the water, the same water at the beginning of the Bible when it says, let the firmament divide from the waters above from below. The water symbolizes the ether. It's the base of all physical matter. And the ether symbolized is known as the water. So when you're walking on water, you're walking on the ether, meaning you're leaving the physical body. So when Jesus walks on water and he's teaching Paul to walk on water, Paul becomes scared and falls back into the water. Well, when you astral travel and you become scared when you're projecting, you'll fall back into your body. So he's pretty much saying walking on water is leaving the body, and walking on the ether, because the ether is the veil between the astral, and that's what devil means. Devil has the word veil in it, because the devil is trapping you between one veil, which is this world. They're trapping you in this world, this thin layer of reality. Your dreams are different veils. The ether, the astral, the mental are different veils. Devil is the veil. The veil. You need to escape being stuck in one reality and live in between realities. And this is when you truly become a multi-dimensional being, because your soul is just the eye. That's what you are. You're just an eye, and you see into different worlds. And it also, when Jesus means the fisher of man, the fisher of minds, he is. I truly believe, because of my research, that there is other worlds. It's not just this one. There's higher worlds. There's an infinite amount of you, and you've been in them dreams you call dreams. Them dreams are other realities that you are in. That's why when you're there, you don't feel like you're in a dream. You feel like it's 100% real, because it is real. So this is why the ancients always depicted the many different heads, because there's many different versions of you. And this I, the soul, the watcher, is switching itself into different bodies at all times. Well, when you sleep, when you astral project. And this is what the ancients were doing. They understood the multiverse, and they could switch bodies at will. And this is what the seven seals are in the Bible, also known as the seven chakras. These are literally portals within us to these different worlds. We're in the heart at the moment. Earth rearranged spells heart, meaning middle. This is where good and evil exist. It's the middle point, the midpoint of realities. So I hope you all enjoyed the video. All of this knowledge that I've give you in this video is inside of my book, the Book of Wisdom. The Book of Wisdom gets updated every single month with new pages. It's a one-time payment for a lifetime worth of research and knowledge by me. So if you do want to get it, the link will be in the description. But I hope you will gain some amazing insight. Please like, comment, and share to help the algorithm, and drop a subscription. And for more lectures, every 2 days, I drop lectures and knowledge within the Patreon. If you want to support the channel, join the Patreon. Everything's in the description, because we are not monetized on YouTube. Thank you all. Have an amazing day.
Hello, everyone. Today we're going to be discussing the esoteric and occult meaning
behind the story inside of Genesis, the story of Adam and Eve. This is a widely known story, but not many people know the true esoteric meaning behind it. Okay. So today we're going to be breaking this symbolism down. Before we get into this, please leave a like and a subscribe on the channel. I would greatly appreciate it. And please comment below any lectures or anything you wish to know, and I could maybe make it in the future. The first thing we must understand about the Bible is that it is an esoteric and occult book. It is written in allegory. It is written in such a way that we understand the book compared to our level of perception. Now, what do I mean? If a child read the Bible, they would gain a standard meaning and story behind it. They would gain a normal interpretation of the book, of being good, praise God, and be a good person. However, me, who have studied the occult and esoteric and symbolism for a very long time, when I read the Bible, I see a deeper meaning. I can read between the lines of the allegories, which means the Bible is written in such a genius way that it speaks to your level of intelligence. Depending on how advanced you are mentally and with knowledge, will depend on how you decipher this book and how the parables inside the book can speak to you in your personal life. Okay. So the Bible is the greatest psychological book ever written in history. This is why it's known as the greatest story ever told. It's a story. What we must understand with the Bible is that the Bible creates on the surface a logical way of thinking, which is what we call religion. We read the Bible and if we think logically and we take that book literally, then we gain a religion. But if we look beyond the surface, this is what we call esoteric, metaphorical, symbolic. You can read between the lines using our right hemisphere of the brain in deciphering this book and what it truly means to us and the evolution of our mind, body, and soul. What this book actually reveals between the lines is instructions and stories which teach you how to level up your consciousness, how you can sync the mind, body, and spirit and soul all together so you can live like a god. This is what the esoteric is. It's the purification of consciousness. Now, when it comes to Adam and Eve, okay, what we must understand is that this is the beginning of creation. This represents the beginning of your life in an esoteric way. This is symbolic for the beginning of your incarnation into this physical world. Okay. And we have Adam, masculine, Eve representing feminine. These are the two masculine and feminine energies which create the whole material universe. Okay. And as we are born with a pure consciousness. We are born with pure consciousness. Well, now, what do I mean? As a baby, we have no knowledge. We are pure essence of the soul. You know, we don't gain the knowledge of good and evil. We are pure. Yes, we're not happy all the time as a baby, and we're not sad all the time, but we have no ego. This is what I mean. Our consciousness is not split. As a baby, you are whole. You have a whole consciousness. You are yourself. You have no false identifications, no limiting belief systems, nothing. You are pure awareness and the pure soul and the pure mind. Now, this is what Genesis is representing. As we grow older, the more experiences we gain, the more thoughts we start to think, the more knowledge we gain of this world, the more impure our mind, our heart, our soul, our spirit becomes, the more impure our body becomes. As we grow older, we're infected with negative beliefs, negative thoughts, and society norms. This is a big one. As we grow older, we are molded by society. We shut off areas of ourself and we push them away so that we fit in with society. We all know this. We all did this in school. We pushed away parts of ourselves to act cool or to fit in, whatever it may be. Whatever type of person you were in school, we all went through this because society and culture is programmed. So as we grow older, our consciousness splits. We gain a persona, an ego, and we gain a shadow self, the subconscious, and we gain an ego. Now, the ego is what you show to people. It's that character that you show, that you put on to your culture, to your family, to your friends. This is a false identification. And we also gain a shadow self. The shadow self is gained through experience. This is the subconscious. Our ego is created through experience. And so is the subconscious and the shadow self. Okay. So as we gain age in this material body, we fall from the Garden of Eden. We gain the knowledge of good and evil. This is what the symbolism represents of us leaving the garden, us eating from the fruit. Now, the fruit represents the knowledge, it represents the insight, the experience, which splits our pure consciousness. Our soul splits. Okay. We lose connection with the divine. We lose connection with our pure self through material experiences. We may lose ourselves in material experiences. We may lose ourselves in lust and material gain, wealth, and all of these lovely things that the material world offers. We lose ourselves in this. Okay. And not only that, there's another symbolic thing that we're missing with being a child. There's another symbolic meaning behind this tree in this story of Adam and Eve. And this is sexual energy. Okay. As we are a baby, we have no ability to create another human life. We have no sexual urges. We have no desire for the material things as a baby. Nothing. As we grow older, our sexual energy cultivates around the age of, it's like 10, maybe earlier for some people or later for some people. This is what we call puberty, when our sexual energy activates. This is when the masculine and feminine energies are present within the body. And we are now given the ability to create human life. We're now given the ability to bring in a soul into the material world. Now, this is what we believe and know in the esoteric world. That is what sex is. You're bringing a soul from the astral into the physical. Okay. So as you grow older, you gain this ability to use the power of creation. You gain this force within you that allows you to open a portal in the astral and bring in a soul to the material. Now, this power can be misused. This power is very powerful and should not be misused. In occult and esoteric teachings, we teach and learn sexual transmutation, how we transmute sexual energy into different areas of our life so we can grow and create. Because sexual energy is creative energy. It creates a whole new human being. So if we retain it, we can transmute it into creativity. So this energy is kind of corrupting us as well. And now I'm not saying growing up is evil, all this thing is evil. This is a natural cycle that we must go through. The soul of us must go through this cycle so that we learn, so that we overcome it, so that we gain mastery over ourselves, so that we expand ourselves. I recommend you watch the Evolution of Consciousness lecture that I did on my YouTube. An amazing lecture. Talks about the evolution of consciousness and how we're on a never-ending cycle of life and death and expansion. So leaving the Garden of Eden is symbolic. You see, Eve represents emotion. She's feminine. Adam represents action. That's why he bit the apple. You see, Eve takes the apple and tempts Adam because she's the emotion, she's the sexual desire, and Adam eats it. He releases, he misuses the power of his creation, he misuses his consciousness because of material illusions and material desires. This is natural. Okay. As we grow older in this life, our soul has to experience sin. We have to experience negativity. We have to experience evil. Okay. And we have to misuse this power within us to learn about it so we can overcome it and gain control over it. Now, this is why the Bible says in Genesis 3:6, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened. Ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. This is very, very, very symbolic. We come into this world to experience a dualistic way of reality. We come into this world to challenge ourselves so the soul can grow, because the soul comes from pure love from God. But we come into this world so the soul may know what it's like to be evil. You see, we are like a seed. Our soul's like a seed. And when that seed grows, okay, and it's planted, them roots must grow to hell in order for the top of the tree and the roots to grow to heaven. In order for the soul to reach the highest states, it must descend down into the lowest states. Good and evil. This is the story of good and evil. Okay. And this is the story, a psychological story of how the human mind has functioned in this life. This is what this story is representing of how our soul and mind is functioning, how our consciousness is splitting and growing up and evoluting. Okay. Like I said, snakes represent sexual energy. They represent, snake, when you've been snaked. This is why we say you've been snaked, because it represents a temptation of sexual energy. This is why the Kundalini is symbolized as a snake. This is the serpent within us that we can rise to activate dormant brain cells in our brain. Now that's called the Kundalini awakening. I'm not going to get into that into this video, but this is what it symbolizes, the tree and the knowledge of good and evil, because our body is the tree. Our central nervous system is the tree. The snake is our sexual urges and this false temptation that tempts us to interact with sin, the material world, okay, and go against our higher divine self. This is what it represents. Now, it's very, very symbolic. Not everyone is going to agree with this, but this is my interpretation of Genesis based on my research of occultism, symbolism, metaphors, and me studying the Bible. This is my interpretation, and I hope it resonates with you. It might not resonate with you, but this is what makes sense to me, and this is what has made sense to many other occult researchers who are in this space as well. Okay. So please leave a like, leave a comment, leave a subscribe. I'd greatly appreciate if you could, just give me some support on this channel. We're nearly at 100,000 subscribers, which is insane. I just want to say thank you all. And yeah, I will see you inside the university if you join. I'll look forward to mentoring you, connecting with you on the live calls. There's a new symbolism course which is going to be available very, very soon. And yeah, if you join the university, you also get a 30% discount on all of my products, astrology readings, one-on-one calls, all of my books. Yeah, so I hope you gain some insight on this video, and I'll see you in the next video, and I'll see you inside the university. Have an amazing day. The Pope is supposedly opening 5 portals on Christmas Day. Now, I know this video is a bit late, but I'm going to be commenting on what I think this symbolism and this ritual truly means and what they are trying to do to society with this symbolic ritual. So the first thing we must understand is that everything these people do on a mass scale, all of these major events that they take place on, are all symbolic. They're all ritual. They all have purpose. Okay? So when we look at the locations of these 5 doors that are in Rome, we actually see the sigil of Lucifer when we connect the dots of all of the 5 door locations. This is the sigil of Lucifer. Lucifer is not what you think. Lucifer, sigil of Lucifer, represents the outline of the human brain and our visual perception field. Now, the human perception field is how our brain interacts with the external reality. Our external reality is not physical. The only thing that exists outside of you is pure energy, formless, vibrational energy and light. Your brain is an energy decelerator. Your brain decelerates this light, this energy, into a material reality or perception that you can interact with. You don't look into the external world. The energy, the light enters the eye retinas, goes through the optic nerve, and travels to the back of the brain called the visual cortex. And the visual cortex is what shapes your visual screen. Now, if you are seeing the screen, this means that you are not the body, you are not the brain, you are the perception observing the screen that you are seeing. You are the eye behind that, you are the person behind that. So, what this is actually symbolizing is perception. This is a symbol of perception, of perceiving the material plane, of how spirit interacts with matter. Now, what's Lucifer? Now, the word Lucifer means the light bearer. He's known as the light bearer. The word Lucifer originates in Latin. Luci means light, and fer means to bring. It's the light bringer. The eyes, the visual perception of the light bringer to your reality. You see, everything outside of you is light. You are made of light. The word hue man means light. Hue means color, which is a form of light. And man means manifest. We're light manifested into material form. Every single one of us is Lucifer. When we fall for the material world, the external world, is an illusion. It is the false world. It can elude you. It can make you fall in love with the material things, material pleasures, lust, money, fame. These things make you fall. This is the fall of Lucifer. This is the mythological story. This is the symbolism behind Lucifer. It's you. Are you falling for material pleasure because you are a divine spiritual being from the higher planes, not from this plane? Now, if you let your divine being fall for this material plane and fall for the evil that can take place in this plane, then you are Lucifer. It represents the false light, the false reality. This symbol, the sigil of Lucifer, it symbolizes the interplay between light, consciousness, and the perceptual experience of the physical reality. The external world is truly internal. What we visually perceive is essentially light waves carrying information, which then gets processed by our brain, the central computer of our nervous system. Okay? So, how many doors are open? 5 doors. So, 5 is the number of perception as well. 5 fingers on each hand, 5 points on the human body, 5 toes on each foot. We have 5 senses. 1, 2, 3, and 4, they're spiritual numbers. 6, 7, 8, and 9, they're material numbers. 5's the gateway. 5 is the middle bridge of how our spiritual self interacts with the physical self, how spirit interacts with matter. So this ritual is symbolic of perception. This is maybe bringing in a new perception. A new event will happen after this, a new perception of the world. Or personally, I think this ritual was to obviously shape the collective consciousness, because your reality is an externalization of your inner consciousness. It's simply just a mirror. Your material life, your material world outside of you is simply a mirror reflecting with mathematical and geometric precision of your internal consciousness. Your consciousness is creating and causing the effect called reality, physical reality. Your life is a result of every thought you thought in the past. Therefore, with that being said, everyone who perceives this ritual of, the Pope's opening 5 spiritual portals, who's letting in demonic energy into the world, they're going to let demonic energies and demonic spirits all in the world. Well, what if I told you the only portal they're opening is a portal in your own mind for negativity? By you believing in negative forces coming into the world and going to possess everyone, that's opening up your own mind. The collective spiritual community has been brainwashed in thinking there's going to be demonic energy. Therefore, what will happen? There will be demonic energy. Not because the Pope opened up a portal to the demonic energy, it's because everyone opened up their own minds to the demonic energy. Therefore, we as a collective consciousness shape the external world on a macrocosm scale. For example, the microcosm is your personal life. Your personal life. You have created it through consciousness. Your belief system is just externalized in your world. But on a collective scale, we all believe in money, for example. And because we all believe in money and we believe that this piece of paper holds value in our minds, okay, in the mental plane, this has an effect on the physical plane by shaping the physical plane by being ruled by this belief as on a macrocosm scale. Yes, I know that money doesn't exist. It's just a belief in my mind. But that doesn't have an effect because the collective consciousness believes that money has effect, has power. When it doesn't, it's just a piece of paper with a belief behind it. If the collective consciousness stopped stopped believing in money, then the collective consciousness would have broke the spell and we would have no longer had a material plane ruled by money. You see, our beliefs is ruling and shaping our physical plane. This physical world outside of you is truly just an effect of the mind, an effect of our consciousness, our inner world. So I believe this ritual was done to change our perception, to make us think the Pope is bringing this spiritual energy and negative forces into the world. And it's just simply us creating the negativity in the world by believing in this, by thinking this. Remember, they have the power to send messages into millions of people's minds through media. And then messages are then believed, and that belief is shaping our world. What have I told you? That the New World Order is not manifested by the elite, it's manifested by you and us. We're all manifesting the New World Order. They can't manifest it. We can, because we are the ones believing it. We believe it. It is reality. It shapes our own prison. We're all shaping our own prison by believing in the prison, by believing in money. So this ritual was all to do with perception, creating a new perception, creating fear in our minds to, of course, distract us from what's really going on. This is all a ritual to implant messages in your own mind. So I hope you all understand this video and I hope you all gain some insight, and I'll see you inside the university.
What if I told you that the seasons don't just change the external world, they also change your internal world. They have a psychological and a spiritual effect on your consciousness. If you're new to esotericism, you may not really understand this. But if you have some deep understanding of as above, so below, you already know this. But today we're going to be explaining it in great detail. So tune in, take a pen and paper, maybe make some notes. So we have 4 seasons. The sun is the main source of life on the earth. And it changes the circumstances on the earth in 4 different ways. Of course, we have spring, summer, winter, and autumn. These are the 4 states of the earth due to the sun's cycle. Not only do they take place on the earth, they also take place on you, your body, your mind, your spirit, your consciousness. They change things internally and externally. The first thing we need to understand is that we have a dual nature. We have a mind, and in that mind, we have an internal self. That's what we call the spiritual self. It is the individual that exists within their own mind, within their own consciousness. It is the self that imagines, thinks, feels. That's the spiritual self. And internally, that self is the true self. When it's detached from the false identifications, of course, such as the ego. But the true self dwells within the mind, and that's the immortal self. That's the self that will never die, never perish, that will always be there and it always has been there. The internal self. But on the other side of the mind, the outside of the mind, we have this, what we call our physical human body. This is our external physical body. So outside of us is a physical reality, but inside of us is a spiritual non-physical reality. Inside of us cannot be measured. Outside of us can be measured. So we have an internal world and an external world. I think this is the reason why the word individual has the word dual at the end. Dual meaning opposing or two. We have a dual nature. Inner world, in the mind, and a self out the mind. And the mind acts as some sort of doorway. It is a doorway into ourself. So in esotericism, this is what it's all about. It's about we work with the internal world. We try and figure out who we are from the inside out, not who we are outside of us. Because we realize that the external world is nothing but a crystallization of what's happening inside of us. Our lives are a result of every single thought that we thought in the past. So let's not get off track here. Let's carry on. As I was discussing the seasons, we have an internal world in the mind and a self outside the mind. And this is reflected even in the cycles of the heavens. This is how you know the universe is intelligently designed, and the law of correspondence corresponds with everything. The law of correspondence is as above, so below. It's not a Hermetic principle. It's not a Freemasonic principle. The law of correspondence, as above, so below, is just the law of life of the universe. It is in everything. So the daytime, the sun, this is external impressions or expressions, should I say. We express ourselves outside the mind, in the outside world, in the material body, taking actions outside of us during this daytime. The sun represents outward expression, the daytime. This is when we wake up, we're conscious, we do things outside of our mind. But then the nighttime comes around and it becomes dark and the moon rules over the nighttime. And we return back to our internal world. We return back to the darkness. We return back to the internal self, the self in the mind. Really is fascinating. And this is as above, so below. This follows the correspondence. This follows the law. Although the outside world has a cycle of day and night, so does our own mind have this cycle. As above, so below. As within, so without. What's happening outside of us is also happening inside of us. The mind is also going in a cycle. Because in the daytime, the mind wakes up and we express things externally. But when the sun goes away and the electromagnetic rays of the sun are not very strong, our brainwave decreases, our body activity decreases. It slows down and we return to the internal self. The body switches off and we return to the internal self in the mind. We enter in the doorway of the mind and return to the internal, the spiritual self. And when the body is less active, this is when we are more connected to the internal world, our spiritual true self. So as above, so below corresponds with the day and night, the sun and the moon. The moon represents our internal world, the world inside our mind, the self inside the mind. And the sun represents the external self. in the external world. So not only are these cycles happening in nature, the darkness outside of us when the sun goes away is the same darkness that we go within ourselves when we go to sleep. It's the same cycle. Our bodies are in the cycle of the external world also, as above, so below. But then we can even take this even further. This fractals down even further. If we look at the cycle of the yearly cycle of the sun, which is what we call the 12 zodiac signs, we notice that these 4 seasons also take place in every single cycle of the day. So a yearly cycle can be seen as a big version of a daily cycle, or a daily cycle can be seen as a smaller version of a yearly cycle. For example, if we look at Aries, which is spring, this is when the sun springs everything back to life in the spring. This is when the crops start to spring up and start to grow again. But we could see that at 6 a.m. in the morning, when the sun rises and just cracks over the horizon and starts to bring light into our day. Aries is associated with the morning time also as spring. Morning time is a smaller version of spring. Then we look at the summertime. The summertime is midday, when the sun is at the top of the middle of the sky. This is when the sun is most powerful, most radiant in our day. This could be seen as the summertime. Then when the sun starts to set, this is associated with autumn. Autumn time is the sunset. Then the winter time is associated with the nighttime, the midnight, when everything's very dark. So a daily cycle is basically a smaller version of a yearly cycle. And just how I explained how the cycle of the sun outside of us also happens inside of us with our consciousness falling asleep when the sun goes away, is also happening to us on a yearly cycle also. So the daytime is associated with the summer and the nighttime is associated with the winter. The winter is like the inhale. The summer is like the exhale. It's the breath of the universe, just like how we breathe in and out of our lungs. Everything takes this rhythm and polarity, okay? So winter is associated with the self and the world inside of ourselves, inside of our mind, the spiritual self, the internal. Because the winter is when the sun's rays, electromagnetic rays, are not very powerful. And this decreases brainwave activity, making us more connected to our internal world, inside the mind. But the summer's the complete opposite. The summer is when the sun is very, very powerful. And the sun's powerful electromagnetic rays increase brain activity, making us more actionable in the physical world outside of our mind, in the external world. So summer is the daytime and winter is a big version of the nighttime. Vice versa. Just like how in the winter, we're more in the house. We're inside buildings because it's very cold outside. Animals hibernate. They go inside. They go into little places. They collect all their food and prepare for the winter. They go inside. They go in darkness to hibernate. So does our consciousness, our spirit, the self inside of our mind. We can use these cycles to our advantage, to evolve spiritually, to connect and be more balanced. You know, I've mentioned a lot of this inside the university to my members, to the family inside of there. We discussed this. We had a great discussion about this. And, you know, the live calls we have are priceless. The conversations you can have with someone when they're awake, you never forget them. You always have deep, meaningful conversations. And we discussed this deeply, and we were going into some interesting things about how we can use these types of changes in the seasons for our spiritual growth. We even discussed about spring and autumn and how they're associated with the different spiritual bodies that we have. But anyways, let's not get off track. Lucid dreaming, dreaming itself, and astral projections, I find are more easily accessible during the winter and the night times. Like I said, because the brain activity is decreased due to the sun being not powerful, we are more reconnected with the self inside the mind, the spiritual self, the immortal self. Wintertime is a great time to work on yourself, to start to gaining discipline, to meditating, to really working on the subconscious. Because spiritual work is harder than any physical labor. You really got to dig deep within yourself and be honest and true with yourselves. I think this is the reason why, you know, a lot of people convert to spirituality from religion. They come into spirituality and then they go back to religion because they realize spirituality is it's difficult. You have to be honest with yourself. You have to really face the traumas, the negative aspects of yourself, the dark side of yourself, and bring it to light and transform it. And that sort of work is a lot more difficult to do than any physical labor. So the winter time is the time that we go inside ourselves. We reflect a lot more. We need to work on ourselves, on our mind, on our negative habits, on our dark traits, on our things that we have been pushing away and not controlling. The winter time is that time we can really start to connect with the internal self, work on our imagination, work on our mental willpower, work on all of these things like lucid dreaming, astral projections, and purifying ourselves, removing any mental barriers, any negative belief systems that may be subconsciously holding us back. It's easier to access the subconscious in the nighttime and in the winter, especially the winter. That's why I made this video, because we're in autumn now. We're transitioning into the winter. So I thought I'd share this with you all. And it's important to understand that you are a microcosm of God. Like I said, the law of correspondence associates with everything in the universe, people. Everything. And that's the best thing with the law of correspondence. And I've been using this for the past 3 to 4 years, right? The law of correspondence has determined and filtered out so many lies that was given to me, that's given to you, that's given to everyone in the world. The law of correspondence is like a filter. If someone gives you a piece of information, for example, gravity, and it does not apply with the law of correspondence, then you know it's a lie, because it's a universal thing. What happens inside of me also happens outside of me. What happens in my astral world happens in my material world, more than likely. As above, so below corresponds with everything. The same structure in my veins, in my nervous system, is the same structure in the trees, in galaxies, in everything. As above, so below, the universe is a fractal universe. Therefore, the point that I was getting at is that you are a microcosm of God. The same mind that God manifested things through thinking. He thought the stars, the earth, nature, the human body, designed everything with the God mind. He thought everything into existence. And that mind then powers that God used to manifest everything into physical existence through the power of thought is the same mind that you possess, but on a smaller scale. God manifested the macrocosm through thought, as the universe is a mental universe. Everything you see around you was thought, then manifested into physical reality. God manifested the macrocosm, the world, through thought, and that same force of thought you use to create the microcosm, to create your own world. You think your life into reality, your world into reality. Your body is a microcosm, a miniature universe. Every thought you think commands 50 trillion cells in your body, and your cells religiously execute on every command that you give it. You're in charge of 50 trillion cells. You're literally commanding a whole civilization inside your body. And this is how you are a reflection of the divine. The God mind created the macrocosm, the world, and you create your own world inside that world using the same power as thought. Very powerful. So everything that happens outside of you is also happening inside of you. The law of correspondence is the most important, the law that you could possibly learn, because it makes everything so clear for you in the universe. Makes life so clear. You see reality for what it truly is. It's a reflection of the higher dimensions. Just like how reality right now is a reflection of what's happening inside of people's minds and consciousness. We can't blame the elites for all the negative things that's happening in reality, because all the negative things that's happening in reality is the negative things that's happening in people's minds. We need to take control of ourselves. So with that being said, thank you all, everyone. If you wish to read more, 90% of you watching this video have already got this book. I want to say thank you for your support. It means the world to me. It makes me research more and write more books. And the book of symbolism is coming very soon. So thank you, everyone. I'll leave a link in the description for the university, for the live calls, and for the book if you wish to join. Have an amazing day.
Orderly universe, that nothing happens accidentally, everything happens on purpose and intentionally, right? Then you can start guide the manifestation power to what you want, right? Versus just accepting whatever life is giving you, if that makes sense. Okay. Now let's get into it. If you are new here, like I said, this is the Great School of Life. I want you guys to understand the basics of how life works. Okay. You are not a human being. Okay. You are not a human being. You are a spiritual being. So you live on 3 planes of understanding. We live on the spiritual plane, we live on the mental plane, and we live on the physical plane simultaneously. We live on 3 planes of understanding all at once. You are a spiritual being. At your core, you are God, you are source, you are power, you are energy, you are the universe, you are infinite intelligence, whatever word you want to use. You are the all. You are spirit. You and God are one. You guys cannot be separated. Just like the sun cannot be separated from the sunbeam, you cannot be separated from your source. You are spirit. You are God in human form. God is not a bigger version of humans. We are smaller versions of God. Okay. God is not a greater version of humans. We are smaller versions of God. Okay. You are God in human form. You are not your body. You are the spirit that lives in the body. You're not a human being. You are a spiritual being, and you're having a human experience. You are God in costume. I always tell you guys that. You are not a black woman. You're God cosplaying as a black woman. Hello, Mike. How are you, love? I am not M. Simone. I'm God cosplaying as M. Simone, right? Melanie is not Melanie. She's God cosplaying as Melanie. You are God in costume. Whatever your outer appearance is a costume. It's not who you are, right? So I want you guys to understand that the world has given us these labels: black, white, woman, man, mom, father, entrepreneur, business owner, worker, whatever it is. They've given us these labels to group or distinguish us. Walking the trail and watching. Yes, walking the trail. I need to be outside too. Let me pin this. Hold on. Right. So I want you guys to understand that, I don't remember what I was about to say. What was I saying before I read Mike's comment? What was I talking about? Oh, yes. Cosplaying. Yes. So the world gives us these labels to group or distinguish us, right? To make us feel like we're less than, or make us feel like we're in some group, or we're more better than others, or we're less than others, right? You are all the same. We are all one. If I took you out of your human meat suit, you would be a walking mass of energy. You would be a walking mass of power. That's what we all are. We are all energy. Everything is energy. Everything at its base is energy. If I took you out of your human form, you would be a walking mass of energy. Right? Everything is energy. This pen is energy. This glass is energy. The water that was in this glass was energy. This is energy. Everything is energy. Everything is energy vibrating at different frequencies. Right? So I want you guys to understand how everything works. Everything is energy. This is what Albert Einstein said. Okay? Everything is energy, and that is all there is to it. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. It can be no other way. This is not philosophy. This is physics. Everything is energy. Everything is energy. Everything is energy, the same energy vibrating at different speeds, right? Water and ice are the same energy vibrating at different speeds. The rate at which it vibrates gives it its name. So we call it ice because of the speed that the energy is vibrating at. We call it water because of the speed that the energy is vibrating at. We call ourselves humans because of the speed we vibrate at. We look like we're still, but if you took your skin cells and you put them under a microscope, they would be dancing. They would be moving. Everything is energy and everything moves. So I'm going to give you guys, before we get back into this, I'm going to give you guys a couple laws real quick, right? I love these teaching sessions. I wish they were recorded and uploaded so I can share with others. You know what? I need to find somebody to actually get these on YouTube, because I tried to do it and I gave up. I just didn't want to do it. But yes, that is the goal, to get these on YouTube. The other thing is, though, I have these communities and I have these courses where I teach and it is recorded, right? So I'm getting into the point now where I'm going to start adding more courses or adding more visuals to my teachings so you guys can see it. But you can watch it over and over again. You can stop it. You can play it back later. Like, all of that is inside the community. But when it comes to energy, right, I want you guys to understand there's two laws that you want to understand when it comes to energy. Okay. There's the law of vibration, and then there's the law of attraction. Absolutely, love. I appreciate you. Right. We typically hear about the law of attraction, right? And you hear about it online, and they tell you that, attraction is about what you want. You attract what you want. That's not true. That's actually a false statement. Okay, now let's back up a little bit and let's talk about how this actually works. Everything is energy, and all energy vibrates at different frequencies, right? All energy vibrates at different frequencies. The law of attraction is a secondary law. The primary law is the law of vibration. The law of vibration states everything vibrates, everything moves, nothing rests. We literally live in an ocean of motion. Everything moves. This pen is moving so fast that it appears to be still, just like this whiteboard, just like my skin, right? Everything vibrates, nothing rests. Everything is moving, okay? The law of attraction then states that you are going to attract what you vibrate in harmony with. So it's not about what you want. It's about what you are. It's about who you believe you are. It's about the frequency of your beliefs. It's about the frequency of your thoughts. It's about the frequency of your emotions. Your emotions are energy in motion. Energy in motion. The dominant feeling that you are in, is what is manifesting. That is what's going out, and that is what's being sent back to you. Okay. What are your thoughts about anxiety and panic attacks? What are my thoughts about anxiety and panic attacks? We talk about anxiety on here, to be honest. I don't think I'm going to talk about it today too much as far as a visual. But I can give you a little bit of an example, right? As far as panic attacks, what do you mean? Like, what are my thoughts on it? Like, do I believe in them? Do I think what do you mean by that part? But as far as my thoughts on anxiety, I'll answer this briefly, right? Anxiety they call it mental health for a reason. And honestly, let me just actually real quick. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. 1 second, love. Let me just okay, hold on. Let me redo this. Bear with me. Let me redo this, because clearly we're supposed to be talking about it today. So give me 1 moment. Let me reconfigure my board and give you guys what you need. Okay. And yes, we'll talk about anxiety. We'll talk about depression. We'll talk about that so that you guys can get what you need to heal yourself from these so-called things that you have. Because there's nothing that's incurable. Okay. I don't care what they told you. They lied. Just like they lied to you and told you had to go to college to get a good job to be successful. So many people out here who didn't go to college, did not go to school at all, and are swimming in money. So we're not going to listen to what the outside world says, because they don't know what they're talking about. I mean, you can do it if you like. I'm not going to listen to the outside world because they don't know what they're talking about. Okay, let me redraw this real quick, y'all. Give me 1 second. I'm doing a little bit of artistic work. Bear with me. What y'all talking about in the comments? Oh, shoot. I don't know what that is. Where do you think they come from mentally? I'm about to show you, love. I'm going to show you exactly where it comes from. I'm going to give you a beautiful visual so you know exactly what's going on with you, right? And that's what my job is. I want you guys to know what's happening, okay? The world wants to keep you in the dark, okay? Not on my watch. Not on my watch. Okay. Give me 1 second, y'all. We're going to do... You know what? Let me, while I'm doing this, I'm gonna get some music. Hold on, let me play y'all some music. Because I don't want people to walk by the live and be like, there's nothing going on in there. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me see what we gonna listen to. Let's listen to, oh, this is a good one. No. Let's listen to, what we gonna listen to? What we gonna listen to? Oh, let's listen to this one. Hold on. 333. Love that. I love this. This is cute. Okay, so let's talk about it, love. Oh, let me put this back up here. Uh-oh, hold on. I got my signs wrong. 1 second. Doop. Okay. Alrighty, so we're back on the board. Let me clean this off a little bit. It's kind of crazy. Alrighty, perfect. So let's talk about it. I'm going to give you, before we get into the drawing, before we get into the anxiety, let's go back through the beginning piece, okay? Now, you are not a human being, okay? Hear me clearly. You are not a human being. You are a spiritual being, and you're having a human experience. You are not your body. You are the spirit that lives in the body, okay? You are spirit, you are God, you are source, you are energy, you are infinite intelligence, you are the all, whatever word you want to use, you are the divine. That's who you are at your core, okay? You're a spiritual being. God gave us the mind. God gave us an intellectual mind, the conscious mind, and an emotional mind, the subconscious mind, okay? So you are a spiritual being. You have an intellectual and an emotional mind, and you live in a physical body. Okay. You are not your body. You are the spirit in the body. You are the presence in the body. Okay. You're not your body. You live in the body. You are a spiritual being. You have an intellectual and an emotional mind, and you live in a physical body. Okay. So what I want you guys to understand when it comes to anxiety, right, and when it comes to depression, they call these mental health issues for a reason, because everything starts mentally. Everything starts in the mind. There is nothing in your physical world right now that is not in harmony with an idea that's in your mind. Everything that you're experiencing in your physical reality is in harmony with an idea that is in the mind. So when it comes to anxiety, what I want you guys to understand about how this works, and I'm going to bring it a little bit closer. What's the difference between spirit and soul? So this is how I see it. And it's, of course, if this doesn't serve you, then you can believe, something different. But I see spirit as the whole. And then I see the soul as a piece of the spirit, the individualized piece of spirit, right? So we're all spirit, right? But our individual souls, come from come from the big spirit, if that makes sense. That's how I look at it. Now, if that doesn't serve you, then I would encourage you to, do some research and see what works for you. But that's how I look at it. Spirit and soul are the same. Spirit is just the whole. And then soul is a individualized piece of spirit, right? Because if you think about it like this, right, spirit is God, right? And then we are individualized versions of God. We're all individual. We have like an individual personality, quote unquote, but we're all God. We're all spirit. And then our soul is the individualized piece of it. That's how I see it. Like I said, if that doesn't serve you, then I would encourage you to do some research and see what makes you feel good. And then with saying that, right, I'm not here to tell you guys what to believe. I'm just here to inspire you to create new beliefs. I'm here to tell you how your life is created right now and to give you the tools to be able to create beliefs that will actually get you where you want to go, right? If what I believe does not serve you, you do not have to believe it. I'm not here to push my beliefs down your throat. I'm not here to tell you that you don't know what you're talking about and this is the way and the only way. I'm just here to give you a higher perspective so that you can create beliefs that actually serve you to get you to the reality you want to create. Okay. So these are the three pillars for permanent manifestation. God created you with everything you need to be successful. A lot of you guys have trouble with your experiences, with your life, with your reality, because you believe you're missing something. You believe you have to go get something to be successful. You believe you need more education. You need more skills. You need to know more. You have everything right now you need to create the life of your dreams. You are spirit. That is the all. There is nothing outside of spirit. There is nothing outside of God. Everything you need, you are right now. You have the mind. The mind actually directs spirit. So spirit is formless. God is formless. God has no form. I want you guys to think about water. Water is formless. Water has no form until you put it in a vessel. If I put water in this cup, it will take the shape of this cup. Same thing with spirit. Spirit is infinite, unlimited. And then by the limitations that are in your mind, you are going to put a limit on this unlimited power. By your mind, by the thoughts, feelings, and beliefs that you are predominantly holding and in. So spirit is unlimited. There is no limit to God. We can all agree to that. There's no limit to God. But somehow in our reality, we're experiencing limitation. That's not because God is limited. That is because we have limited thinking and feeling that translates into limited actions, which creates a reality that appears to be limited. Okay? All right. Now let's talk about this drawing right here. If you guys are new, right, this is let me ask you first. So a couple of you guys in the comments, I want you to tell me what your mind looks like, right? So if I say, hey, what does your mind look like? What comes up? When I say the word mind, what picture comes up for you? I want somebody to put something in the chat. We'll see. We'll see how many answers we get. We got a lot of different answers yesterday. I liked it. It was very fun. A mountain peak. Okay. Brain. Yep. That's what most people think. Most people think about the brain. I'm going to let some more of y'all come through. The brain. Okay. Yeah. Most people think about the brain. That's what most people tell me. Most people are like, oh, it's, the brain. A beach. I like that. Music notes. Okay. Okay. Music notes. Beautiful. An antenna. Okay. Okay. Pictures and noise. A whole bunch of chaos. Okay. So we got the brain, we got busy, pictures and noise, we got a beach, we have a mountain peak. Okay. So what I want you guys to understand is that your mind is not a thing, right? It's not a physical thing. Your mind is actually an activity. It's a movement. right? But when we think in pictures. If I ask you what your mom looks like, there's a picture that pops up. If I ask you what your favorite food looks like, there's a picture that pops up. Your favorite car, your dream house, there's a picture that pops up. But when I ask you about your mind, there's no picture, or it's confusing, or you're thinking about the brain, right? The brain is a physical instrument of the body. Okay. Your mind is an activity. It is a movement, and your body is the physical manifestation of that movement. However, the mind is the cause of everything. So it's sometimes, let me say, difficult for you to understand how to actually change your mind, be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, because you don't really know what it looks like, right? You hear about it and it seems like this, abstract thing that, nobody's ever seen, but somehow it controls everything. So basically, there was a doctor back in the 40s who created this drawing to represent the mind, right? So this drawing right here is what the mind looks like. So the next time you think about your mind, this is the picture I want you to think about, right? It's a stick person. It's so simple. It's very easy to understand, and I'm going to explain it to you. Now, if you don't want to believe your mind looks like this, that's totally fine. You can create whatever picture that serves you. This is so simple, and it looks just like a person, that it's the best drawing that I've ever seen of it, right? This is what I use. Now, you can use whatever you like, but this is what I teach my clients, and this is what I teach my students, right? So this whole picture is the mind, right? And then the top circle is the mind part of the mind. And then the smaller circle is the body part of the mind. As I told you guys earlier, the body is an instrument of the mind. The body does what the mind tells it. If the mind tells it to do nothing, the body does nothing. People who are brain dead, right? When they say brain dead, the mind is no longer functioning the way that it's supposed to. So the body does nothing. The body's not going to move without the movement. Okay. Now the mind is split into two. Now, for creation's sake, it's split into two. So we have the conscious mind and we have the subconscious mind. The conscious mind is going to be your thinking mind. Okay. So this is your educated mind. This is the intellectual mind. When you went to school, right, and they dumped all that shit into the cup thinking the cup was empty when your cup was actually full, and their job was to pull the stuff out of the cup. They dumped all of that stuff into the conscious mind. They just dumped a whole bunch of knowledge in there that you're not even using. It has nothing to do with anything, just a whole bunch of busy work, right? But then the subconscious is your feeling mind. This is your emotional mind. This is the part of the mind that actually creates. This is the part of the mind that actually manifests. Okay. So I want you guys to think about the conscious mind as the seeds, right? You get to choose whatever seed you want. Consciously, you get to choose what type of life you want to live. You get to choose the type of partner, choose the type of house you want to have. You get to choose these things consciously. But the subconscious mind, I want you to think about as a garden. The subconscious mind has no ability to reject. It will accept whatever you give it. If you plant a negative seed into the subconscious mind, you're going to reap a negative fruit. If you plant a poisonous seed into the subconscious mind, you're going to reap a poisonous fruit. It's just like the garden outside. The earth doesn't argue with you. When you want to plant a poisonous seed, the earth doesn't say, oh no, that's poisonous, I couldn't take that. No, the earth accepts whatever you give it, and it will outpicture whatever you give it. It will create fruit in harmony with whatever seed you plant. It does not matter what seed it is. If you plant $1 million seed in the subconscious with emotion, you will reap $1 million life. Now, right now you're reaping the seed you're reaping, or you're reaping the fruit you're reaping because of the seeds that are in your subconscious. So one of my jobs, right, is to help you understand what seeds are currently planted, because as long as those seeds are planted and rooted and undisturbed, they're going to continue to produce fruit in harmony with it. And your life is going to continue to stay the same. So you must uncover what seeds are planted in your garden right now, because you have seeds. You got lots of them, tons. I'm not enough. I don't know enough. I don't have enough. Money is hard to get. Money is evil. All the rich people are hoarding the money. Niggas ain't shit. I never have any great relationships. Everybody treats me bad. I don't know enough. I'm not confident. I don't have any faith. I'm too fearful. I have anxiety. All of these seeds that have been planted over and over and over and over and over into the subconscious mind become habits. Okay. So I want you guys to understand what a habit is. A habit is an idea that is fixed in the subconscious that causes your actions without any conscious effort. You guys have a multitude of habits. You wake up every day and you just move into a routine. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to think about putting your shoes on, how to tie them, how to get in the car, how to drive it, how to cook. You don't have to do any of that. Even with your breathing, I want you guys to understand that. You're not breathing consciously right now. You're not thinking about, okay, let me take a breath. Let me let it go of breath. Let me take a breath. Let me let go of a breath. It's an automatic pattern. It's a habitual way of operating. You don't have to think about breathing. Do you know how difficult life would be if we had to think about breathing and all the things that actually happen within us? Oh my gosh, we would be overwhelmed. And that's why a lot of you are overwhelmed, because you think that you make things happen. You think you're the one that's going to manifest it. You have to know how. You have to do the work. God is doing the work, baby. Your job is to pick the seed, plant the seed, and tend to it. That's your job. You're not going to actually make that seed grow, though. You guys understand? When you plant a seed into the ground, you don't make it grow. The farmer doesn't make the seed grow, right? The farmer plants the seed, tends to it, waters it, weeds, pulls the weeds. And then the earth, the God, the actual power makes that seed grow, right? The farmer has an assumption that they've planted the right seed. They've done what they need to do. And God, the earth, is doing the rest. That is the same way that your life operates. But if you're trying to do the work of God, if you're trying to step into the big God's role, that's why you're struggling. That's why you're confused, you're overwhelmed, you're frustrated, and you're discouraged, because you're not supposed to be trying to make the seed grow. It's going to grow automatically. Your job is to pick the seed, plant it, and to tend to it. Now, somebody asked me if I studied psychology. I didn't. I actually wanted to, though. So I actually wanted to way back when. I wanted to be a forensic psychologist. Way back in the day. I took a psychology class in high school, though. It was pretty dope. But then no, I went to school and got a math degree. I got a math degree because I'm just good at numbers. But yes, psychology is like one of my favorite things. That's like one of the things that I would have done had I went down a traditional path. But this is what I study. Actually, yes, I do study psychology 100%, because that's exactly what this is. Now, do I study it in a traditional sense? No. But based off what I teach, absolutely, I study psychology, and I teach people about the psychology of the mind, right? And the psychology of the Bible, right? Somebody said that yesterday. It's like you're teaching the psychology of it. Yes, I teach you how to actually use it, right? These scriptures that we hear in the Bible, seek the kingdom first and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added. And then be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. That is psychology. That's exactly what it is, right? So what I want you guys to understand, though, is that the conscious mind is selective. Where are you going? The type person. Oh, okay. The conscious mind is selective. Okay. Your conscious mind chooses. You get to choose what type of life you want to live. You get to choose the money, the partner, the relationship, the physical health, the mental health, the spirituality, how much faith you're going to have, how much love you're going to have, how much travel you're going to do. You get to choose it. Nobody else chooses it. I love the energy of numbers too. Like, I'm actually starting to get into numbers and things like that, like deeply. Love it. Right. But you get to choose. You have the choice to create the life of your dreams. Whatever you want, you can choose to have. However, I want you guys to see that your choice is only 2%. Okay. When you choose the seed that you want to plant, that's only 2% of your results. 97% of your results, the reality, is going to come from those seeds being planted into the subconscious. This is an automatic process. Hold on, let me draw one more thing on here. And I am going to go over the actual anxiety and things like that. Just give me 1 second, y'all. Let's just color this in, okay? I want you to understand that there's a quote in the Bible, it's a scripture. There's also a book too. It's called "As a Man Thinketh." The Bible says, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he." What I want you to understand is the Bible is not talking about the physical pump in your body when it says, "As a man thinketh in his heart." They're talking about the subconscious mind, because the subconscious mind is the heart of your life. That's where everything comes from. The subconscious mind is the womb of creation. Okay. I want you to think about the conscious mind as the male and the subconscious as the female. The conscious mind gives the woman a seed, sperm. She takes that seed with an egg and plants it into her womb. And then automatically that baby is created. You don't have to make the baby. Okay. You're not consciously deciding to make the ears and the eyes and the legs every day. It's an automatic process. You have accepted the idea that you are carrying life, and you are automatically operating every single day to create the reality of a baby. Okay. That's how your mind works. So what I want you guys to understand is just like this little quote down here. Your life is 99% consciousness. 99% beliefs, thoughts, feelings, emotional convictions, identity. 1% of your success, hear me clearly, because we get real tied up in the actions. Oh, I need to do this. I need to do that. I need a strategy. 1% of your results come from the strategy or action you're taking. 1%. How you see yourself trumps the actions you take. You can take all the action you want. If you don't see yourself as somebody who's successful, if you don't see yourself as someone who can have the life of their dreams, if you don't see yourself as God in human form, it ain't gonna matter what actions you take, baby. You can take all the actions you want. I took actions for 4 years trying to monetize my social media and did not. I got a mentor 2 weeks later, changed my consciousness and monetized my social media. How is that? I'm doing the same things. I have never changed my actions. I've been doing the same exact thing on social media for 5 years. It's just that I changed how I saw myself. I changed my belief about myself. I changed my thoughts about myself, my feelings. The way you see yourself, you're never going to outperform your image, baby. You're never going to outperform the concept of who you believe you are. If you believe that you are not successful, you don't know enough, you don't have enough, you're not confident enough, you don't come from money, you ain't going to have no money. If you believe money is evil, if this is how you see yourself, if that's how you see the world, baby, the world is going to respond to you as you see it. The world is a mirror. If you look at a mirror and you smile, what you gonna get back? A smile 100% of the time. Absolutely, I'm gonna do a podcast. There's a lot going on right now in my life, to be honest. But yes, I am gonna do a podcast, right? But you have to understand it's how you look at it. If you look at a mirror and frown, it's not going to smile back at you, baby. It don't matter how long you frown at it. You can frown at that shit for years. It is never, ever, 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 ever going. I would love to invite you on my podcast. Yes, Kylie, send me a DM, baby. I would love to be on your podcast, love. Yes, send me a DM. The mirror is never going to smile back at you. You have to smile first. You are the catalyst. You are the catalyst, baby. You got to plant the seed in order for God to give you the fruit. Y'all want God to give you the fruit and you ain't planted the seed. You want God to give you all the things, but you haven't sought the kingdom or the righteousness. You want God to give you the things, but you haven't transformed your mind. You're just trying to transform your actions. That's not how it works, my love. That's not how it works. You do not change your reality by changing reality. You don't change reality by working with reality. Reality is an effect. It is an effect. It's not the cause. In order for you to change an effect, you must go to the cause of the effect. The cause of your reality is the frequency of your beliefs, the frequency of the ideas that you hold to be true. A belief is an idea that you have accepted as true. Doesn't mean it is true. Thank you, baby. I'll check it when we get off here. It doesn't mean it is true. It just means that you've accepted it as true. Let me give you some examples. Money is the root of all evil. How many of y'all's parents, grandparents, old people told y'all that? Money is the root of all evil. You must understand, if you have a belief that money is the root of all evil, there is never, ever, ever, ever going to be a time where you get a reality where you're swimming in money. You believe money is evil, my love. You have a belief that money is bad. You are not going to have a reality where money is good. It's not in harmony. They are literally on the other ends of each other. Because if you believe money is bad, what are you going to think about when you see people with money? Oh, they did something shiesty for that money. Oh, they're evil. Oh, they're doing whatever they're doing, for that money. They're getting money illegally. You're using your God-given power to judge somebody else negatively, and you wonder why you don't have what it is you need. Baby, when you're saying these things about other people, your subconscious mind doesn't know you're talking about somebody else. When you're talking about how evil other people are because they have money, your subconscious mind is not like, oh, I know you're not talking about us. I know you're talking about them. I want you to understand there is no them. There is no us. We're all one. It's all one, baby. We are all the same spirit. So you think you're talking about somebody else. You think you're downing somebody else. No, baby. All you're doing is downing your light, your potential. You're not hurting that other person at all. When you see rich people, that is not an indication for you to belittle them. That is not an indication for you to down them. That's an indication God is showing you clearly, I got my other children getting money. You can get money too, baby. If you see somebody else having something, you can have it. That's all that means. It don't mean shit else. If you see somebody bringing in $1 million a month, it means that you have the potential to bring in $1 million a month. That's it. That's all. Stop looking at rich people or people of great wealth and looking and feeling, being judgmental or envious or jealous. Because those energies, that energy that you're putting in motion, it's going to come back to you tenfold. Because God doesn't just give you what you give him back. No, God multiplies everything you give and then sends it back to you. Whatever you give God, if you give God fear, if you're in the emotion of fear, what's God going to do? Press it down, shake it together, run it over, and send it back to you, love. You cannot get anything that you don't already have. If you are in the vibration of fear, baby, God is going to send more of that to you. God is a reactor. God is the reaction to your action. You have to do first and then God does. You send out emotion or energy in motion and God sends it back to you. I say that's for me. That's the way to do it. And it may take some time. Believe me, I used to be envious and jealous of wealthy people as well. Because that's how we're programmed. We're programmed to believe that the wealthy are hoarding all the money, and that's why we don't have none. Let me ask you this. Not let me ask you this. Let me tell you this. Okay. I'm going to give you 2 examples. I want you to understand that when people win the lottery, right? More often than not, when they win the lottery, a year later, they are worse off than before they won the lottery. Why is that? Why is it that they just got a windfall of money? Because this is what a lot of you want. A lot of you want God to give you what you want, but you don't want to change. So let me explain this to you. God gives you $1 million today, but you're the same person, same beliefs, still believe money is evil, still believe it's hard to get, still believe you don't know how to use it, still believe you can't save, still believe you don't know how to invest. What's going to happen? You're going to use that money the same way you've been using money. Just because your reality changed, you got a windfall of money. If you don't change how you see money or see yourself, you're going to lose it immediately. Automatically. Everybody talks about, well, what we should do is we should take all of the money that's in the world and we should split it up evenly between everybody. I'm going to let you guys know. We could do that. We could do that today. And in a year, all of that money will be right back in the hands that it started in. Because if you don't change the consciousness, if you don't change your beliefs, thoughts, and feelings about money, about your relationship with it, about yourself, about success, about life, baby, you're going to run it up. You're going to have the same actions you've always had. God's going to react to you the same way, and your reality is going to go back to the way that it was. It's not about taking the money that somebody else has. It's about understanding that God gave you everything you needed to be successful, but you can't see it because you're looking at others. You're too busy looking at the people that got so much. Oh, I don't have any money because they have it. No, you don't have any money because you believe that your power is outside of you. That's why you don't have any money. It's not because anybody else is hoarding it. This is an infinite universe. And I know some people lose me on this. This is an infinite universe we live in. All of it's within. This isn't, she said, I got an inheritance and well, here I am. And it be like that. And that's what we want. We want God to give us this life, but we ain't the person to actually sustain it. God could give you your dream life right the fuck now, today, immediately. Drop it in your lap. But you are not the person that can sustain it. You want God to work these miracles for you, and you ain't the person to sustain the miracles. Like, you aren't that person yet, baby. You have the reality you have because you see yourself a certain way. If you expect God to give you a different reality, you're going to have to change the way you see yourself. It's all within. I don't teach you guys anything about the without. This verse right here, seek first the kingdom of God. Where is the kingdom of God at? Within. Number 1, God gave us the first thing he said was seek the within. What are you doing? You seeking the without. You seeking some actions. You're seeking another course. You're seeking another degree because you feel like if you get more knowledge, then you'll be more successful. Baby, it's not about the knowledge. You can know everything under the sun. If you do not apply it, if you do not implement it, if you do not accept it, if you do not reprogram how you see the world, how you see yourself, that knowledge is not going to do anything for you, love. Knowledge is cool, yeah. That's what they tell you. Knowledge is power. That's what they say. That's not true. That's a lie. You can have all the knowledge in the world and have nothing to show for it. When you apply that knowledge, when you apply it, that's when it becomes powerful. It's the application. Knowledge by itself will do nothing for you. You must apply the knowledge. You must get it into the part of your mind that actually controls the reality. Now, let's talk about this drawing here, because that's what we, thank you, love. That's what we was here for. And I don't know if, was it Kit Kat that said it? I don't think it was Kit Kat. It was, who was it? It wasn't Kit Kat. I think it was Midwest Girl. I think that's who asked. Okay, so let's talk about this, right? Because somebody asked me about anxiety and panic attacks and things like that. So I want to give you guys the knowledge you need to heal yourself, because there is no such thing as an incurable disease. That mental health issue that you have, you don't have to have it. Okay, you can actually release it and stop claiming it as yours. It's not yours, baby. Let me say this before I go into this. Stop claiming diseases. Stop claiming anxiety. Stop saying you suffer from it. Stop saying that, because the more you suffer from it, the more you're going to suffer from it. Stop suffering from it. It's something you experience. It's something that happens to you. It's not yours. Oh, my anxiety. No, it's not yours. Stop claiming it. It's not yours. It doesn't belong to you. Now, if you want it, go ahead. If you want to keep the anxiety and the feelings that come with that, keep calling it yours. But you're here on this live because you want to change your life. You're here because you're struggling to create what it is you want. So you have to take your power back. It's not yours. You're welcome, Celeste. It's not your anxiety. It's not your depression. It's something you experience. It's an experience that you're having. It's not yours. It doesn't belong to you. Okay? Now, I want you guys to understand that we live in this 3D plane, right? And we have the illusion of duality. Okay. I want you guys to understand, like when I said earlier, when you're talking down on people who have a lot of money, you think you're talking down on them, but there is no them. There is no us. There's no separation. We're all one. So when you're talking down on somebody else, you're talking down on yourself. Okay. There is no separation. We are all one. However, on this 3D plane, we have what's called duality. Because in order for us to experience one thing, we must be able to experience the opposite. God is one. God cannot experience anything outside of itself. That would mean God is changing. God is changeless. Okay. So what God did after he created the heavens and the earth was like, bro, I can't even enjoy this shit. This is what he said. This is verbatim. He said, I can't even enjoy it. Like, what was the point of this? And he was like, you know what? I'm going to create some smaller versions of me, because remember, God is not a bigger version of humans. We are smaller versions of God. I'm going to create some smaller versions of me, and I'm going to give them the ability to experience all of it. Okay, so up, down, hot, cold, in, out. You can't tell me what sadness is unless you can explain to me what happiness is. You have to have both to have anything on this 3D plane. So we have duality. We have what's called ignorance and we have what's called knowledge. Ignorance is just the lack of knowledge. It's just the opposite, right? It's called polarity or duality. Up, down, hot, cold, yin, yang, left, right. Okay. Now, what I want you guys to understand is when you got here, when you were born, what side do you think you were on? If you think about a baby, I want you guys to answer me. When you think about a baby, what side do babies come on? When you come through your mama, which side are you on? Just based off what you see. Which side do you start on? Okay, so true, but knowledge or ignorance, which side? Which side do we start on when we get here as babies? Shannon, you are right though. We only have the subconscious, but as far as knowledge and ignorance, which side do we start on? Ignorance. See, I love this. Jupiter, thank you for the goats, baby. Knowledge, ignorance, not see. I love it. Oh, I love it. I love it. Okay. And this is why I get up here. This is why I teach. This is why I do this. Okay. This is why I do this. I want you to understand when you get here as a baby, fresh from God, this is the side you start on. Do they call us bundles of fear, bundles of anger? No, we're bundles of joy. Babies are faithful. Babies actually have no fear when they get here. None. They will jump off of anything. They will walk off of, they do not have any knowledge of fear when they first get here. None. They're happy, joyful, loving. Just wake up. They know mom is going to be there with food. They don't worry. They don't doubt none of that. They know when they wake up, there's going to be food. They know that. They're called bundles of joy for a reason. They just love, joy, faith, and gratitude. But then what happens, right? They then become conditioned on this side. You start to hear your parents talk about all the worries they have, how much money they don't have. It's 111, right? How the economy is going down, how we don't have McDonald's money. Don't go when you go in the store, don't ask for nothing, don't touch nothing because you ain't getting nothing. I can't afford that. We don't have that. We're black. Nobody in our family's ever done that. You can't do that. I don't know about y'all, but parents get so twisted when it comes to these 4-letter words, these curse words that they don't want babies to say and kids to say. But can't, C-A-N-T. I know, Lisa, and it is like that. And that's why I want you guys to understand what's happening. Can't is the one word that is more destructive than any other 4-letter word you could ever think about telling your child. Oh, you can't do that. Oh, no, you can't do that. No, don't do that. Be careful. Stop. You can't do that. You can't do that. Oh, no, you can't. All of that. Babies have the greatest imaginations when they get here. They think they could be astronauts, teachers. They can bring in, they think houses cost $5. They just have the biggest imaginations. Literally. Like no type of any of this. But then we program them that way. Your parents programmed you to doubt, to worry, and you've been doing it for so long, it's second nature. That's why you think we start over here. Somebody else said that too on another line. They were like, oh yeah, we start on this side. No. You start over here because I want you to think about what you are a spiritual being in a body, correct? You just came from God. I mean, perfect. You just came from the divine. Ain't no fear up there. Anger, envy, jealousy. No, it's faith, joy, love, gratitude, and bliss. But then we come into this physical world. And because the outside world conditions us to fear, to have doubt, to worry, to feel like we're not enough, we don't know enough, we don't have enough. You are more than enough. God created you with more talent and ability than you could ever hope to use in your lifetime. When you went to school, this is what they were supposed to do. Okay. So the word education comes from the word educo or educa, right? That word means to draw out from within, to develop from within. When you went to school, your cup was already full. It was filled. It was overflowing. It had all that it needed. But the school believes that the cup was empty. So what did they do? Dump a whole bunch of shit in there that you don't need. A whole bunch of nonsense, just BS for 12, 14 years. Nonsense. A whole lot of nothing. Hello, Jalen. Hi, baby. How are you? A whole bunch of nonsense. They gave you a whole bunch of nothing. What you were supposed to do is go to school and have them help you develop what you already have. I have been speaking since I got to daycare. And you know what they tried to do? Shut it down. They put me in timeout. When I was in school, they tried to move me around in the class. My mom got emails on emails on emails every year until 11th grade. Maya is such a great student. She does all of her work. She gets it done. But she won't stop talking because I got something to say. And I'm going to say it. I've been speaking my whole life. They were supposed to develop that skill, not shut it down. But the school doesn't know that because they're not taught that. You can only give what you already have, just like your parents. Your parents couldn't give you anything other than what they had, baby. And one of the steps that I take my clients through is that forgiveness step, forgiveness of self, forgiveness of others, forgiveness of God, whoever you need to forgive. Because your parents gave you what they had. Yes, it was probably trash. We understand. I got it. I got some trash stuff too. I got some good stuff and you did too, but a lot, it was a good bit. Okay. But we have to forgive others, ourselves, for what we didn't know. They didn't know. They gave you what they had. They gave you all they had. And it might not have been enough. But I want you to understand that regardless of what your parents did or did not give you, you have everything you need right now to rewire your life and get it on track to the life of your dreams. Right now, you are spirit, you have the mind, and you have a body. Spirit is the power through which all comes. The mind is the channel through which this spirit flows, and it manifests through the body into your reality. Already gave it to you. You were born with it. You don't have to do anything for it. When I talk about the 3 pillars for permanent manifestation, do not ever be confused. Spirit, mind, body. Those are the 3 pillars, and you were born with them. You were born with them. You don't have to do anything for it. God gave it to you. I mean, from literally conception. You have everything you need. But what does the world tell you? Oh, you're not good enough. You don't know enough. You need to go to school, get another degree, get some more education, learn some more, spend some more money on some BS on the outside world. Well, Susie, I could cry from you saying that, baby. Like, I'm trying, I want you guys to understand, I didn't start the great school of life. You know what, Whit? I love you, baby. I did not start the great school of life, from a place of love, from a place of joy, from a place of faith. That's not how it started. It started from a place of anger. I was literally fuming, boiling, and I still do when I think about it. The fact that you have been programmed to believe that you're not enough, to believe that you don't have it, to believe that you need something outside of yourself. I don't like that. It irks me. Like it boils, it boils my blood. Okay. So what I have done is I've transmuted that anger into unconditional love, but it started out as anger. Cause it is no way that we went to school for 20 years, 12, 14, 20, 2 decades. And we are struggling. That makes no sense to me. It doesn't make sense. How is it we have all this education? I know people that got PhDs that are struggling because they told us education, right? Traditional education was what was going to make you successful. It's people that dropped out of college, out of school, didn't even get to college, didn't even get to high school, and are millionaires. How is that? Because we've been programmed to believe all of these lies, and I'm not going for it. Okay? I'm not going for it. They do that so that you don't know. My job is to make you aware. You need to know who you are. Because when you know who you are, you can actually do something different. When you know who you are, you can change things. But they keep you in the dark. They tell you you're just a body. They tell you that God is some man in the sky who sits on a throne and looks down and judges everybody and loves some of us and some of us he doesn't. And then he banishes all of us to burn eternally. This is crazy work. The programming is insane. It's literally insane. Now we're going to talk about hell really briefly when we get down here. Okay. Cause I want to, anybody who still is really, tied to that. I want you to, give you some perspective, but let's talk about this. Okay. So yes, we all start on the knowledge side. We all start on the faith, joy, love, gratitude, bliss, calm, and peace. And then we're programmed to doubt, to worry, to fear. Okay. So this is how this process works. Them classes be fun, having nothing to do with majors, nothing at all. Nothing at all. Just a whole bunch of busy work. Literally a whole bunch of busy work. Even my math degree, I didn't need all that. It was a whole bunch of busy work. Now I went because they told me I had to go. That's the only reason why I went to college. Because they said I had to. That's it. If they would have told me that I could have created a business or I could have did something else to be successful, I wouldn't have went to college. There would be no reason. But that's not profitable. It's not profitable for you to start your own business. No, I need you to go to college, get all this nonsense, believe that you got to work at a job for 40 years, and then you'll be a millionaire. How is it that people are becoming millionaires in month time? Less than 12 months. But you're telling me I got to wait 40 years to become a millionaire? That's how they get you. Anyways, okay, so let's get into it. So I want you to understand that ignorance is the lack of knowledge. Okay, I'm going to give you an example. Later on in this live, I'm going to give you guys an opportunity to actually move forward, to actually take this information that you just learned and actually implement it, right? So whether that's investing in a course, whether that's investing in mentorship, monthly, whatever it is, right? I'm going to give you that option. But what's going to happen is you're going to get some doubts. The doubts and the worry are going to pop up. Well, how am I going to make it happen? What if it doesn't work? Remember the last time you invested in yourself and nothing happened? What's going to be different with this mentorship program? What's going to be different with this? Oh, she's saying that she could do this. Well, you need proof. Well, has anybody else done it? Well, remember the last time, you're going to start to doubt and worry. You're going to start to doubt what I'm telling you and worry. And that doubt and those worries, that thinking is going to translate into fear. You're scared. That's what's happening. You're doubting and you're worried because you're scared of something. You doubt that it's going to work for you because you're scared you're going to fail. You're worried you're not going to have the money because you're scared you're not going to have it. You are in a perpetual state of doubt, worry, and fear. I want you guys to understand that doubt and that worry, that thinking causes you to feel certain emotions. Maybe you're fearful that you're not going to be successful. Maybe you're angry because you don't have the money to invest. Maybe you're envious of somebody else because they're talking about how they're creating the life of their dreams. Maybe you're jealous of them because they're talking about it. Maybe you're blaming yourself because you don't have the money. Maybe you feel guilty because you spent the money on something else. Whatever it is. There's a host of negative emotions that are going on in the subconscious mind. Okay. And as I told you guys earlier, the mind and the body are not separate. They are one, two ends of the same string. They cannot be separated. These emotions, if you don't release them, where do they go? They go into the body. So I want you guys to understand what anxiety is. And I'm going to give you two ways to look at this. The first way is that anxiety is you worrying about the future. When you're anxious, it's because you're worrying about something you think may or may not happen in the future. Some shit that hasn't even occurred yet, you're worrying about. You're using your God-given ability. You're using your God-given power to create whatever you want to worry. Worrying is like praying for what you don't want. Worrying is like praying for what you do not want. It's like you're asking God to bring you what you don't want. Please, Lord, bring me this thing that I fear. I fear that I'm not going to have enough. Please bring that to me. That's what happens when you're worrying. You're using your power for what you do not want. And God doesn't argue with you. God doesn't reason with you. He's not like, oh, well, I know you're in fear, but I know you really want faith. So let me give. No, if you're in fear, that's what you are going to get back. Of course. If I ask you right now, I already know what your answer is going to be. But if I ask you guys which one is more powerful, fear or love, 90% of you, 99 maybe, will tell me fear. Because that's how they programmed you. They programmed you to believe that it's easier to control people with fear than it is love. That's not true. It is so much easier to control people with love. And that's what I do. You can get so many more people on the road to where they want to go with love. But fear, what do they say? What are all the things that they talk about? Right? When it comes to religion, right? They always talk about the scared piece of it. You know, that God is someone to fear, that if you don't do X, Y, and Z, this is what's going to happen to you, that he's judgmental, that he's what's the other word? That he loves you conditionally. They program you from the jump to believe in fear. Love cast out fear more than anything else. Self-love is a cure for everything you want. Everything. But what happens is these emotions, they cause you to be anxious. I want you guys to think about, absolutely, I'm gonna have you on the team with me. Thank you for the roses, baby. I want you guys to see this visual too. A lot of people like this visual when I show it. So when you're anxious, right? A lot of people who experience anxiety, they tap. Right? Or they have some type of shaking, right? Like they tap, either their foot or they tap. Okay. So this is what you're doing. This is how your cells, this is what your body is in. Hold on. Let me take this bracelet off because that's a little loud. This is the vibration that your body is in. Hold on 1 second, y'all. 1 second. Bear with me. Hold on. Let me take these bracelets off. So I don't want to hear it. Hold on. Okay. Right? This is how it is. This is what your body is physically doing when you're anxious. Now, you may not be shaking physically, but some people actually do. But this is exactly the vibration that you're in. I want you to see this. Okay, so this is you, anxious, worried, doubtful, scared. This is God. This is God trying to give you the life of your dreams. This is God actually trying to give you the things that you're worried about. But you see how you cannot receive like that? You see how you cannot, you can't, because you're going to drop it. Whatever God is trying to give to you, you're going to drop it. So this right here, this anxiety actually repels what it is you want. Because God knows if I give it to you, baby, it's going to hit the ground. Okay. Now, Anxiety is not something people like come out and just express. They're not like, you know what? I'm anxious today. I'm waking up. I'm anxious. I'm anxiety. This is going to be no. People suppress their anxiety. It's suppressed. They don't express it. They suppress it. Now let's back up. Anxiety, again, is these negative emotions about the future. So you're suppressing these negative emotions. You're going to get to this point of depression. Okay. Now there's two ways I want you guys to think about depression. Depression is like a hole. It's like a dip. That's what it is. It's like a dip. It's like a whoop, right? So in your body, there is a hole. And those negative emotions that you have not felt, understood, and released are suppressed into that hole. And it creates like a literal ball inside of your body. On the other side, though, depression is you worrying about the past. Now you're stuck in the past because what happened was you used your God-given power for the now to worry about the future. The future then became the reality that you were worrying about. And now you're so focused on the fact that your life used to be so great because of the process of you using your God-given power to doubt and worry, be anxious about the future. Now the future has become the present where it's actually manifested. And now you're depressed. Because of what you believe you should be living right now. Now you're focused on how the past was so much better. Now you're outside. Again, you're either in the future or you're in the past. I need you guys in the now. There is no past. There is no future. Everything is happening right now. We live in an eternal now. You can go in your mind right now and you can see the best birthday party you ever had, the best experience, the best party you went to. You can go in your mind right now and experience it. It's not happening in the past. It's happening right now. Same with the future. You can go into the future and see your highest version living the life of their dreams. Is it happening in the future? No, it's happening right now. You are using the God-given power of the now to worry about the future or worry about the past. Now, that depression, those negative emotions that are in your body stored, they cause dis-ease. Y'all have seen that word before, right? Disease. It's a body that's not at ease. You are dis-ease. Now, I want you guys to understand this. Every dis-ease that you believe runs in your family doesn't run in your family. What runs in your family is the belief in sickness. That's what runs in your family. The disease doesn't run in your family. The belief in sickness is what runs in your family. Oh, you know, Grandma Charlene had it. You know, Auntie Kay had it. You know, your sister got it. Shit, I know I'm gonna get it. What? No. This disease, the physical, doesn't run in your family. The belief in the sickness is what runs in your family. The way that you cook your food is what runs in your family. The way that you speak about yourself is what runs in your family. I don't know about y'all, but I need us, especially as African American people, I need us to relinquish ourselves from eating these foods that our ancestors had to eat because they had nothing better. Because they were given the lowest of the low. Why are we still eating these things? Why are we still cooking our food in these same ways? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with soul food. What I am saying is a lot of the things that our ancestors ate, they ate because they had no choice. And they had to doctor it up the way they had to make it taste like something. We have, I know you do, Steph, and I'm not coming for you. All I'm saying is, okay, you ain't got to do it. Right? But what I want you guys to take from this is that it's not the disease that runs in your family, baby. Right? It's the belief in the sickness that runs in your family. Hold on, Kendra. Hold on. Let me pin Kendra comment. We are still living in survival mode because that's how we're programmed. You must understand that everything your ancestors gave your parents their beliefs, your parents gave you their beliefs, and you're going to pass those beliefs down to your children automatically. It's not something you consciously think about. It's an automatic pattern. You want to know why you look just like your parents? genetic paradigms. And then you come out and they environmentally program you, and you have environmental programs. Girl, no, I love me a seafood boil. No, no. And that's the thing. I'm not judging the foods that you're eating. I'm not telling you not to eat what you want to eat. I'm just saying you ain't got to. Okay. We got better options. Right. But that's how they operated, out of survival. And not just African Americans, Latinas. There's a lot of white people that have the same type of struggles, living out of survival. But because we are programmed unconsciously, they just pass down all that survival to us. Your job, though, because you're hearing me now, is to chill out with that. Understand that if you don't do something, if you don't change what you believe, you're going to give it to your kids. Your kids are a direct image and reflection of you. Those things that your kids do that you don't like, where do they come from? They're a direct reflection of you, baby. They are a direct reflection of you. Right? So everything that you are passing down right now, you're passing down unconsciously. And I love that Wit said should. Because just because, like I told you guys earlier, knowledge alone ain't gonna do nothing. Just because you know better don't mean you're going to do better. I knew how to stop talking in school. I didn't do it. It wasn't because I was being spiteful. It wasn't because I didn't want to. I didn't know that I had a program in the background that was causing me to operate the way that I was. So you can know better all you want. You're going to have to actually make a choice to do better. Just knowing better is not going to have you get better. Knowing better is not going to create better. It's the actual application of the knowledge. Okay. Now that dis-ease that's in your body causes your body to disintegrate. It starts to literally break down. Your physical vessel starts to break down. Okay. And then there's a point that you come to where we call death. Okay. Now I put death in quotation marks because I want you to understand that there's no true death, right? It's just a transition. Now I want you guys to hear me. And this again, if you don't want to believe this, that's totally fine. But I feel like you will because it makes sense. Now the Bible tells us, and the religious people tell us, because, and let me say this before I say that. The Bible that we're reading has been altered. I want you guys to understand that. It has not been altered to give us power. It has been altered to keep us in fear and to keep us away from our power. Okay. When King James got that Bible way back when, and he went through it and he said, oh no, take this out, reword this, flip this around. Now send this out. Okay. So I always tell you guys, when you're reading the Bible, when you're reading these books, to take what feels good and leave the rest. Take what feels good and leave the rest. Okay? You do not have to believe everything that is in the Bible. You can if you would like, but I have a feeling it's not going to serve you. So take what serves you, listen to God's voice. You'll know if it's God speaking. Anything that sounds like fear, like worry, like doubt, like anxiety, like love, conditional love, that's not God. Now, I understand some people are not going to like how I'm saying this, and that's okay. But I want you guys to be freed from the chains. Okay? Now, the Bible tells us, and the religious leaders tell us, if that God is a man in a sky, right? He's sitting on this throne, and he's looking down at everybody. And he's picking and choosing whose prayers he's going to answer. And he's loving us conditionally. And if we don't follow a certain set of rules, then we are going to be banished to burn in hell. Oh, also, it then tells us before that, right? The leaders tell us that we were born in sin. It also says that, right? That we were born in sin. How is it that we were God in human form, but we're born in sin? Again, none of my business. Now, this is the part that I want you to understand. If you believe that you are a human being, or you believe that you are your body, then somebody telling you that you can burn in eternity or burn in hell for eternity, it makes sense. It definitely does. It makes sense. If you believe you're a body, then yes, you can burn in hell for eternity. However, you're not a body. You're the spirit that lives in a body. Let me ask you a question. And I will answer your question. Do you believe hell is real? I'll answer it in a second. Let me ask you a question. Can you burn a spirit? Can you burn a ghost? Can you burn steam? Can you burn the air? No, you actually can't. It's actually impossible to do that. It's not how it works. Absolutely. And that's what I was about to say. Let me pin this comment. Thank you, love. I appreciate you. Your mindset is amazing too. You got the same potential. Everything y'all see me say and do and have, you can have too. Right? So I'll go over this pin comment, but yes, right? So listen to that. Can you burn spirit? Can you burn energy? Can you burn a ghost? You can't. You cannot burn a ghost. You cannot. It will decompose. Your body is going to stay on this physical plane, and your spirit is going to go back to its heavenly resting place. It's going to go back to where it came from, the all, one with God. Now, answer the question. As far as hell and heaven, I believe hell and heaven are states of mind. Because a lot of us are living in hell right now. You ain't got to go burn in eternity to live in hell. You could be living in hell right now. So what is hell? What consciousness is hell in? Doubt, worry, fear, anger, grief, sorrow, what other, envy, jealousy, blame, shame. When you're living in a perpetual state of these emotions on this side, that is absolutely hell. 100%. You ain't got to die to do that, baby. You can do that right here on earth. Now, on the flip side, heaven, same exact thing. Heaven is a state of mind. Faith, joy, bliss, ease, love, freedom, contentment, confidence, self-love, self-esteem, worth, opulence, luxury. That is heaven. And that is a mindset you can appropriate right now. You don't have to die to go to heaven either. You can experience heaven on earth. That's what I am here to teach you how to do, because that's what God created us to do. When God created the heavens and the earth, he then created us to experience the heaven on earth, because he wouldn't be able to do it. Because again, in order for God to experience something, it would have to experience the opposite of that something. God is one. So yes, your job is to appropriate, listen to what God said. And this is not what M. Simone said. This is what God said. Okay. Jesus loves you too, baby. Seek first the kingdom of God. Where is the kingdom? Within. Number one, he was very clear. Seek the within first. First. What's the other thing that God said in the Bible? He said, you have sought me after the loaves and fishes and you can't find me. You sought me after. No. He was clear. First. Seek God first, beforehand, originally, at the start, Genesis, the beginning, the origin. Seek the kingdom of God, which is within first, and his righteousness. Okay. I want you to think about righteousness. When you hear the word righteousness, it's about standing upright. What does standing upright mean? Having the right mind. Having the right consciousness. So righteousness, you can think about right-mindedness, which is what we're talking about, or right consciousness, which is also what we're talking about. So God says, seek within and the right consciousness first, before you do anything else. Seek within and the right consciousness. And then all these things, all of them, everything. People get on my lives all the time. God doesn't want us to be rich. I'm not sure where he said that in that statement. He didn't say all the things except money. He didn't say all the things except a big house. He didn't say all the things except the nicest car you could ever think of. He didn't say that. He was very clear and definite. All the things. Because when you know that everything you want comes from God and you seek him first, he's going to give you everything you need and want. What does the Bible say? What is it saying? Now unto him who provides what? Hold on. I wrote it down. I don't even have my, I know where it is in the Bible. Hold on. Ephesians. Hold on. Cause I want y'all to hear what God said, talking about he don't want us to have. What in the world? How am I supposed to do God's work if I can't pay my bills? Do y'all understand how difficult it would be for me to get up here and give y'all this knowledge and I am struggling? Literally, like I can't do what I need to do. That would be crazy. Insane. We are God's servants and we not going to have what we need to actually serve. Come on now. That don't make any sense. It don't. I just flipped to 11:11. I saw that. Okay, where is it? 3:20. Here we go. Now, I don't like how they wrote it. I don't like how they wrote it. Well, this is what it says. I don't like this version though, but it says, now all glory to God who is able through his mighty power at work within us to accomplish infinitely more than we might ask or think. Right. So that's what it says in this version. But the other version is like, now unto him who is able to provide, who gives us more. Sorry about that. I had to go get it. So yes. So now unto him who is able to do abundantly and exceedingly above all we ask or think through the power that works within us. Abundantly and exceedingly above. That don't sound like just enough. That don't sound like a minimum. That doesn't sound like just enough to pay my bills. No, that sounds like more than enough. More than enough. Insanity. Doing the same thing over and over and over and over again and expecting a different result. Guys, we're going to have to do something different. You're going to have to do something different, love. You have to do something different. In order for you to have something different, you got to do something different. And in order for you to do something different, you must be something different. You must have different beliefs, thoughts, and feelings. It's not optional. What was the other thing God said? Be transformed by the renewing of what? I haven't actually seen the movie and I don't know too much about it, so I really can't speak on it. But I have heard good things, so maybe I'll go see it and then I'll be able to talk to you guys about it. Your mind. He was clear. I mean, crystal. It says, be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. It's very clear. There's no room for interpretation. If you want to be transformed, if you want anything to transform, what do? You renew your mind. That's it. If you want all the things to be added unto you, you seek within first and the right consciousness, the right state of mind, the right belief, thinking, and feeling. Thank you for the heart puffs, baby. It's clear, crystal. You don't have to think about what God is telling you. Seek the kingdom of God. It's within. Seek the righteousness, the right thinking, feeling, and believing. And all the things that you want will be added. All of them. There's nothing outside of all. There's nothing outside of God. Everything you want, God wants to give to you. But you're in the way, baby. Your beliefs, your thoughts, and your feelings are in the way. God wants to give you everything you want. Oh my God, it's going to make me cry. Why am I so emotional? God wants to give you everything you want, my love. Literally. God gave you his power when he created you. Gave you his power when he created you and gave you the mind to be able to direct his power to what you want. I mean, gave you what you needed. You have it. You have everything you need. You just need to do what he told you to do. He told you to seek within and the right belief, thought, and feeling so that all the things you want will be added unto you. Because just like I have right here, guys, 99% God gave, he told us what it was. 99% comes from your beliefs, your thinking, and your feeling. 99% of your life. Absolutely. I may have released it. You got to reprogram it. Now it's time to reprogram it, right? But let me explain this side to you guys, because this is the side I want to get you back on. Okay. So this is where we are right now. But you've been on this live and you're hearing me speak and you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying is true. That's why y'all still here. It resonates. What I'm saying resonates with you. Because you know at your core, you know that you're God in human form. You can never actually not know that. You can't not know that you're God. You can never not be. You will always be. You can never not be. And what are you? You are a spiritual being, not a spiritual doing, a spiritual being. You can never not be. You will always be. Always. So what you want to do is you want to get on this side of knowledge. How are you going to get on his side? Understanding. Understanding comes from study. You must study. And I ain't talking about the study they had us do in school, because I ain't never did that type of study. Honestly, I excelled in school doing the bare minimum. And that's actually how life works. But it's another conversation, right? You want to develop the understanding. You want to understand who you are. Now, I've told you, and you know, but you're still going to operate as if you're just the body. You're still going to operate as if the world's in control. No, I got to get you to the point where you have faith based on understanding. A lot of us have faith based or blind faith. You have faith when things are going well. Thank you for raising Christ conscious. You are welcome, my baby. You have faith when things are going well. When you can see things going well, oh, you got all the faith in the world. Oh, I believe in God. Yeah, absolutely. As soon as there's a bump in the road, as soon as something goes left, the faith is gone. That's not true faith. Everybody that follows me, everybody that follows what I teach and is mentored by me, we have faith based on understanding. There's nothing that could waver that faith. When you understand how life works, when you understand that you are God in human form, when you understand that God is doing the work for you, through you, and you're just the vessel through which that power is working, there's nothing to doubt. There's nothing to worry about. God has always taken care of you. Today ain't no different. The next 10 years of your life ain't gonna be no different. Until you leave here, God has always and will always take care of you. Always. There is never a time where God is going to leave you or forsake you. Ever. Ever. It doesn't matter what you do. I know what they told you. They told you if you don't do X, Y, and Z that God may or may not love you. That's not true. God loves you unconditionally. There's nothing you could do to deny his love. You are one with him. You are always going to be taken care of, always going to be loved unconditionally. There is no condition for God's love at all. It's unconditional. Everything God gives you is unconditional. The love is unconditional. He does not care how many times you have strayed from your path. He is still here waiting for you to tap him in. I keep trying to tell y'all, when you're at the track meets and y'all are you're in the blocks, God is waiting for you to shoot the gun to tap him in. I'm here and I'm waiting for you. God will never leave you, ever. There's nothing you can do. Nothing. I don't care what it is. There's nothing you can do for God not to love you. Now, when you start to build this understanding of who you are, of how life works, of how God works, the understanding that God gave you spirit, mind, and body to create the life of your dreams, that builds faith. I don't have to see anything in my outside world changing to know that God is working to and through me. That's going to build faith. It's going to build joy. You're going to feel love, gratitude. When you start to find things to be grateful for right now, that puts you in a certain vibration. It's a certain frequency. Gratitude is one of the highest frequencies. Gratitude and unconditional love, baby. If you can get in gratitude and unconditional love, you will magnetize everything you want to you. Because the more that you actually appreciate what God has already given, unconditional love, you will magnetize everything you want to you. Because the more that you actually appreciate what God has already given, out, y'all. We're not talking about the little one. You're the little G-O-D. God is the big G-O-D. So when you show gratitude for what he's already given you, oh, baby. Now, I don't know what other word to use, but God is like a trick for real. I don't know what other word to give it. When you show appreciation for what God has given to you, oh, it just gives more. I don't know. I'll find another word. I'll find another word. But I want you guys to understand, the more that you show appreciation and love for what you already have, it opens it takes out all of this and opens a clear channel for him to give you more. Because again, listen to me. all day, every day, right now, as we're speaking, all day, every day. That spirit is on. That power is on. It's never speaking. All day, every day. That spirit is on. That power is on. It's never omniscient. It is always on. Always. It never turns off. Never. With love, faith, and joy, the channel that you're giving God to work through expands. There's no obstruction. This right here is the obstruction in your path. You think it's something outside of you. You think it's something in the world. You think it's because you don't know enough. No, the obstruction in your path is this right here. This is the obstruction. Because what's happening is God's infinite power has to go through doubt, worry, fear, anger, envy, jealousy, blame, all of this before it gets to the body into the reality. So when it gets to you, it's so minuscule, so small. How is it changeless? Changeless. Get all of this out of the way. Feel that shit. Why are you feeling these emotions? Where are they coming from? What ideas are you holding that cause you to feel this way? Because it's the ideas that are causing the emotions. If you don't think that you're good enough because your parents told you you weren't, the feelings attached to not good enough are lack, limitation, scarcity. So if you have an unlimited power flowing through a limited channel, you're going to get limitations. You got to get out of the way. We got so much outside world programming going on. I'm still programming you from the outside, but I'm giving you what you need to free yourself. So when you get of well-being, you are when someone knows who they are, when someone has that power that they've tapped into, oh, they express themselves naturally. You can't suppress it. When I got back on social media, back on TikTok Live the week of my birthday, y'all came out in droves like, oh my God, you're so inspiring. You're so inspirational. Oh my God, I love your energy. I love this. I love that. I wasn't doing anything. I was just being. I was just being, naturally expressing myself. And when you naturally express, you're going to pick up speed. For the first 5 years of my business, I had 2 paid clients, maybe 3 unpaid clients. 2 weeks after I got on, the 2 weeks from getting on social media again this year, I brought in 20 clients. That's acceleration. Why? Because I'm at ease. I'm calm. I know that God is doing the work. I know God is taking care of me. And look at this. You see how calm this is? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, wait. I dropped it. Right? But do you see how you can just... This is why you must be in that calm state. You must be in the state of certainty. You know God is doing the work. You see how God can just give you what you want? Because you're not anxious. You're not worried. You're not looking for it. You just know it's coming. You're open to receive. When you're anxious, you're not open to receive. You're not open to receive when you're in anxiety. When you're at ease, when you're calm, when you understand that everything you see is a reflection, everything you see is delayed. Everything in the outside world is delayed. When you decide who you're going to be and you start to visualize it in your mind, it takes some time to get into the physical. But when you're open to receive. I am in joyful expectation every day that people are going to join my courses, my mentorship, the monthly mentorship, the new course that I just launched today. I am in expectation, joyful expectation. I expect to enroll clients every single day. I have an expectation. However, I am detached from how and when it happens. The how and the when, I'm not attached to. I know it's on God's time. I already know that. right? But when you're at ease, you can create. That's what I'm doing here. I am creating. That's what I'm doing for you guys. Right now, this is creation. This is me providing my life service in a way that serves you. I am creating service. And that is what life is about. Life is about moving forward. It's about growth. It's about progression. Where there is no life, there's no forward movement. There's no growth. Where there's no growth, there's no life. If you're not growing, baby, that stagnancy, that standing still, you want to create. You are here to create. What you can receive while calm, receive. Hold on. The question is, how does one get there? How does one get to this spot, this side over here? Is that what you're asking? Using the time you're waiting to prepare yourself for what he has called. Hold on. Am I following you? Hold on. Let me see. I am now. Prepare. I talked about this yesterday. Hold on. I talked about this yesterday. You asking God for a new house. You said, God, I want to move. God said, all right, bet, let's do it. And you ain't packed up your current place. You're waiting for evidence that he's going to give you what you want before you do it. Oh, so you want to see it before you believe it. That's what they told you. They told you that too, though. Seeing is believing. Seeing is believing. Seeing is not believing. There's actually no belief in seeing. When I see something, I don't have to believe it. It's already there. The belief creates the seeing. When you believe in something, that's what brings it to you. Hold on. Let me flip this real quick and then I'm going to come back. It's not reality, then beliefs. It's not see it, then believe it. It's believe it and then see it. It's not see it and then believe it. No, you believe and then you see it. Everything you see is because you believe it. This is the order. You believe it first and then you see it in your reality. But you're waiting on God to show you something. You want evidence.
How are we all doing, people? It's Revival of Wisdom from the Wisdom Academy. Today we're going to be breaking down God, consciousness, and the higher and the lower self, and how to overcome the lower self. Now, the first thing you need to understand is that you are the invisible intelligence within the brain, within the body. This invisible intelligence is known as the mind. But you are not the mind. You are the observer of the mind, which is the soul, the invisible entity. The mind is your intellect, your intelligence. Now, the mind is, it's hard to put this in words, but the mind is something that gives you the ability to explore the universe. And this inner self is the I am. It's the quiet, the inner self, the voice you see in you hear in your head. This is why within spells high twin, inside, internal. The I is also the number one, which is one line. Because the one and only, is the inner self, which is the I am. This is why you say, my name is Harry. You are not Harry, you are the I, the inner self, the intelligence. Okay, this is why Jesus in French is I am. You look with the two eyes and you see with the inner eye. I and I, the same thing. Okay, because the I inside is what gives you the perception of what you're looking at. So when someone's trying to explain something and then you catch on saying, ah, I see now, it's because you're seeing with your inner eye, the one that gives you perception, gives you intelligence, gives you the ability to understand things. This is the internal eye, the invisible self, which the physical body is nowhere near as complicated as this inner self. It's in infinite potential, infinite potential. God, God, generator, operator, destroyer, soul, mind, and body. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, the Father, the Holy Spirit, and the Son. They're all the reason why you see God is always a triad is because it represents yourself. Your invisible intelligence is God. Me and you are the same invisible intelligence. We are the invisible intelligence experiencing the program being run by the central nervous system and the brain. I always say this in my videos, but I have to, in order for you to understand the things that I'm going to say later on in the video, you need to understand this concept, is that you are the consciousness experiencing the nervous system, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is you here. You would be in this invisible intelligence right here in the center of the brain. Now, this is why the ancient Christians show God is in the brain. This is the brain stem. This is the brain. This is also the brain stem and the brain. The brain stem and the brain. It's all depictions of the brain because the brain's the computer, the electromagnetic computer, which decodes the demands created by the invisible intelligence, the I, the inner self, you, your true self. The person moving, if you observe what someone moving, this is going to sound, but if you observe someone walking, it's not the body. The body is moving, but the thing telling it to move is the invisible intelligence. Before you kick a football, a decision is made within your invisible intelligence, your mind. And this consciousness, this invisible intelligence, is either stuck between the lower self and the higher self. Okay? When the invisible intelligence, meaning the true self, identifies itself with the physical body, it will trap its mind within physicality. This consciousness that we have is either operating in the lower self or the higher self. It's either feeding the material body or it's feeding the spirit. Okay? But because we are physical and spiritual, we need to be even. We don't want to be meditating all day long because we do have a physical body as well whilst we are here. We are playing a game in physical matter. Okay? Now, the reason that you incarnated here is to learn a lesson because the mind can manifest anything it wants within the astral planes, within the world of imagination. It can manifest anything it likes, but it incarnates into matter, into this game, so we can understand labor, because anything in matter, you have to labor to manifest. But in the astral, you can manifest at the click of a finger. You come here to learn the knowledge of good and evil. And your consciousness, I came out a bit off topic there, but your consciousness is experiencing the lower or higher self. The lower self is manifested in the lower parts of the body. Sex, food, and power, the lower three energy centers. These centers are like mini brains. You are literally thinking with these centers. And when your mind is stuck within these lower centers, you'll think, have you ever heard the term of thinking with your penis or thinking with your, you know what, as a man? Even females maybe, but mainly this is a boy saying, you're thinking with your penis. This is a truth. It's truth in plain sight. You think with these energy centers. When you're living off the lower three centers, all you care about is sex, food, and power. Eating, sleeping, and greed. Power's kind of like greed. Now, when we move up to the higher parts of the body, when we live our life within the higher parts of the body, this is considered heaven, love, expression, intuition, and wisdom. This is what we need to be aiming to do, moving out of the lower half of the body and living our life within the higher self, the higher parts of the body, thinking with the higher energy centers, thinking with love, expression, intuition, and wisdom, spreading love, expression, intuition, and wisdom to others. Heaven is even. This is why Jesus is pointing at the heart chakra, always pointing at the heart. Earth rearranged his heart because in earth you're manifested as a physical being. You're in the heart, good and bad. You need to be balanced between the good and bad. Because love can be a demon too. That's a whole nother video, but love can be a demon. Now, the seven chakras are known as the seven seals in the Bible. When the Lamb opened the seventh seal, there was silence in the heaven for about half an hour. This is a verse from the Bible. The Lamb is Aries, which is the higher brain, the cerebrum, Ram, Aries. Because when the Ram opens the seven seals, you enter the kingdom of heaven. Because these chakras seal your invisible intelligence. They seal your true self. You are behind these seven seals, your true invisible self, your true consciousness. Because behind these seven seals, you do not think about anything materialistic. Your intelligence is not material. It's not physical. It's not from the physical world. It does not desire the physical world. The body is the beast. The body's the animal, the lower self, which can corrupt our intelligence. It can corrupt the intelligence. Okay? Now, we need to balance these chakras so that we gain a deeper connection between this intelligence and the brain. Because when there's a strong connection between the brain and the intelligence, your body and the intelligence, you have a strong connection. Therefore, you can manifest what the intelligence is saying at all times. Meaning, when, for example, your higher self, this is intelligence, the higher intelligence is always speaking to you. It's always guiding you. It's always telling you the right thing to do. You can feel it when you're doing something wrong. You can feel that you're doing something wrong because this higher self, this intelligence knows what it needs to do here. And when there's no connection between the body and this our intelligence, our true self, when we strip away, when you close your eyes for long periods of time, you will figure out you are this invisible, infinite, creative being. There's no words that I can't describe what it is, but it's the voice inside of your head that you can feel when you close your eyes. You are this being inside of the heaven, because this is heaven, this intelligence. And when there's a strong connection between the body, you can manifest everything it's saying. When everything is balanced, when you're no longer thinking with the lower centers, when they're all balanced, you're not thinking in particular with every center, you balance them all, you can manifest everything it says. Your body will act out what the intelligence is always saying. This is God in the brain, the intelligence, trying to touch Adam, representing the lower self. This is why they're not touching. Notice how Adam is resting, but the intelligence is always reaching out, stretching, symbolizing metaphorically saying it's guiding. I'm always reaching out. The intelligence, your intelligence is always guiding you. It's always reaching out to you. But Adam is ignorant of it. The lower self is ignorant of it. And that's why he's so relaxed and God is so stretching out. Because at our highest self, that when you think of when you want to better your life, That highest true version of yourself is God. When you're manifesting this, your highest self, this is God. Your truest form, your most perfect form, that is God. Your highest version of yourself, that is God. Emotions are not what you've been taught. Emotions are not something that should be reactive, okay? You should not let the emotion be you, except that you should experience them instead of letting them become you. You need to understand there's a separation in our consciousness. You have the soul, which is the person who is observing your thoughts. When you think a thought, who's the one observing that thought? The soul, you, the I am, the I, the inner self, the one and only. And inside of every single body, inside of me, inside of you watching this video, there is this same intelligence that is inside of me, inside of you. And it's the exact same intelligence, experiencing a different body. And this is what we mean by the universe is mental. We are all sharing the same ball of consciousness in a different body. The animals, the fish, the cells, all expressing this one consciousness. Me and you are the same. This is why the golden rule is treat others like others should be treated, because I am you and you are me in a different body. Now, going back, you need to identify that there's different levels of consciousness: soul, mind, emotion, and body. Okay? Your emotions are on a separate layer than the body, the mind, and the soul. So when you identify there's a difference between all of these, you do not let them become you. You do not let your mind rule you, because your mind can be corrupted. Your soul is the one that is pure good, pure love, but your mind can be corrupted. Okay? Your emotions can be corrupted. The body can be corrupted, but the soul can never be corrupted, only layered on top. You can only throw piles of programs within the subconscious, layering the soul down, but deep down inside of every single one of you, there is a loving being. Because love comes from the heart. Love is the universal emotion, expression. Now, your thoughts can become bondage, your emotions can become bondage. Now, what do I mean by bondage? By conquering the lower self, we need to conquer our own mind, because the mind is what's manifesting the lower self. When you're thinking with the lower half of the body, when you're becoming your emotions, you need to experience the emotion, not become the emotion. Do not let the emotion become you. Do not let your thoughts become you, because your thoughts are tools that you can manifest. Your thoughts are the idea. Your emotion is the energy that you can use to manifest that thought. Your emotion is energy in motion, emotion. You use emotion to manifest, to feel as if you already have the thought. Therefore, you become that vibration. Therefore, your emotions are actually a creational force that is given to you to manifest things, because you're a human, a manifester. You're here to manifest things. You're a creator. You are a god. Your inner self, your intelligence, your I am, the one and only inside of you, the inner self, the quiet one, the one that's deep down, the invisible intelligence, is it's creating things all the time. All the time. Speak no evil, see no evil, hear no evil. This is the astronauts, they're Freemasons, but they understand this, because thinking, seeing, and hearing can corrupt your mind. And when you have a corrupted mind, you'll have a corrupted subconscious. The subconscious will manifest into the body because 90% of your behavior comes from the subconscious mind. So you got to speak, see, and hear no evil. A sin, what is a sin? To overcome our lower self, to overcome our lower self, the 7 deadly sins are not something that goes against an external God. A sin is something that goes against your inner guide, your inner conscience, the inner self that is always speaking to you. It's always telling you the right thing to do. A sin is something that goes against this inner guide. And this is why you can feel something where you can feel you're doing something wrong. Because the inner guide is speaking constantly. And when you commit these 7 deadly sins, which are 7 internal states which keep your invisible intelligence bound to your physical body. Because evil, right? Evil love bondage. This is why they stay in this realm and they control this realm, because they love the bondage of the body. They like matter. They want to stay in matter for eternal life. They don't want to ascend back into the heavenly realms where you do not have a physical body. You can explore the universe within the astral planes. They stay bounded to the body, bounded to the 3D construct of the physical world. They have greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, sloth, pride. They want all of this. And if you want that, that's okay. But deep, deep down, you don't want that because your soul is always telling you the right thing to do. Your soul knows what to do to get out of here. It needs to detach from the external world. Detach from all of these 7 internal states which bound you to your lower self, your lower centers. That's what a sin is. You know, you have a left and right brain. The left brain is always analytic. The right brain is metaphorical. So the right brain is producing a holistic view of reality. Now, what do I mean? And not view, perception. When you see, because your eyes are parts of the brain, so when you look at something and you look, that image is produced in the back of the brain in the visual cortex. And then the right brain produces a perception, a holistic, it breaks down what you're seeing into a holistic image, a holistic perception. So, for example, if you're in a woods, the right brain sees the whole woods as one big woods. The left brain is breaking that perception down into individual trees, branches, and leaves. So the left brain's to do with duality, the right brain's to do with wholeness, unified. The left brain's dualistic, analytic. This is necessary so that we can pick things up and manipulate them and break things down. We need the left brain, we need the right brain. I'm not saying any of them's bad, but the left brain, sinister in Latin, means left. Because when you're left-brained, you see everything in dualistic. You see everything is dual, when everything's actually one. We need to be focusing and strengthening our right hemisphere. I'm not saying sit in the right hemisphere all the time, but we need to be strengthening our right hemisphere. And this is why left is sin and right is right. Because when you focus on the right hemisphere, you see the holistic perception of creation. The right hemisphere sees humanity as one unified consciousness. The left hemisphere sees everyone as individual persons and egos. Because the left hemisphere is dualistic. And this is why the Bible says, cast the net onto the right side of the ship and ye shall find. John 21:6. What does that mean? Cast your energy, cast your perception into the right hemisphere of the brain, and ye shall find unified consciousness. You shall find your higher self, the one and only. If then you have been raised with Christ, seek the things that are above, where Christ is seated at the right hand of God. Wow. Powerful. What does this mean? Seek the things that are above, where the Christ is seated at the right hand of God. God is your consciousness, your invisible intelligence between the two hemispheres. The right hand of God is the right hemisphere. Seek the things that are above the heart. Love, intuition, expression, and wisdom. Seek the things that are above the heart, the higher self, the higher part of the body. Because when you seek the things of love, expression, intuition, and wisdom, you create a strong aura. You attract the same frequency. And this frequency is heaven, God. This is the Sumerian artwork showing the Lamb. This is a step symbolizing stepping upwards, raising up. He's stepping over the Lamb up to the bird. His hand is going to the bird. The Lamb symbolizes the lower self. Okay? The bird with the wings is in the sky. It represents the higher self. This is why angels always have wings, because it represents the higher self in the sky. The lamb is a ground animal, symbolizing the lower self. He's stepping over the lamb to the bird, his higher self, his invisible intelligence. Horus and Set, Jesus and Satan. Look, Horus has an evil brother, Set, just like Jesus and Satan. Horus is a bird, higher self. Set is a ground animal, lower self, which is the devil and the angel on your shoulder. You see? The right and the left hemisphere, the two wings. So the devil and angels always speaking to you. The higher and the lower self. It's the battle between the higher and the lower self, between the invisible intelligence and the physical body, because the body's the one that wants the sugar, it wants the pleasure, it wants the sex, it wants the porn, it wants all of the materialistic things, it wants the 7 deadly things. Okay, it wants this. There's a battle between the higher and the lower self, your intelligence and the body. This is why you need to become balanced, so that there's a deep connection between the body and the invisible intelligence, that I am. You need to master your mind with discipline, and you gain a connection between the brain, the body and the intelligence. Resurrection, transmuting sexual energy. Okay, this is important. Res is Resh, which is Hebrew. The early Hebrew Resh symbol is the head. This is the head. Resh, erection. Erection is a sexual stimulation. Resurrection is rise erection. You got to raise your sexual energy up the base from the spine to the head. This is the Christ, the Christos. Because there's a psychophysical psychophysical oil produced in the brain every month. Go and watch my other video on raising the chrism. Okay? And every month there's this fluid produced in the brain, which takes 2 trips, because one's produced by the pituitary, one's produced by the pineal, magnetic female, magnetic and electric charge. And it takes 2 trips down the spine to the solar plexus, the bread of life in the Bible, or Bethlehem in the Bible, because the River Jordan's your spine. Goes down to Bethlehem. It gets born in Bethlehem, just like Jesus. Because when this oil travels to the solar plexus, it creates the seed, the seed of life, and it feeds the body, all the central nervous system, all the cells. It regulates the blood, does all sorts of good things for the body, this oil. Now, when you save your sexual energy and you raise your resurrection, you awake the Christ, You raise it from the solar plexus or the sacrum bone up to the brain. You activate 100% of the brain, and this is the true resurrection of Christ. Instead of wasting the energy and giving away your sexual fluids, because behind the fluids is the energy. So when you release that fluid, the energy is out there. You've released the energy. Your sexual energy is the most potent emotional force a human could possibly feel. Same with any animal or anything. The sexual urge, the sexual emotion is the most powerful, potent emotion that you can feel. It takes over the whole body. When you feel sexually aroused, it takes over everything because it's so potent. And when you fight the serpent, when you fight the sexual energy, which is shown here in the Egyptians, the cat cutting off the head of the serpent, or Hercules fighting the serpent, or in the Greek mythology fighting the seven-headed dragon, the seven chakras. The serpent is your sexual energy because it symbolizes your kundalini. When you fight it and you transmute this energy instead of releasing it, instead of acting sexually on it, you can transmute the energy, transfer it from the solar plexus up to the brain. You can do this with other tasks. Instead of releasing it, instead of raising it from the solar plexus to the brain, you can use it for other things. So, for example, you want to think critically. You can use it for critical thinking. You can use it for going to do exercise. You can transmute sexual energy into anything. But you can do this, you can raise the sexual energy, and you can use this energy to push the cerebrospinal fluid from the solar plexus up through the spine, up the 33 vertebrae to the brain, and it'll activate 100% of the brain. And this is the resurrection of Christ. Jesus was never dead. Jesus was never rose from the dead. It symbolizes the Christ, Jesus Christ. Christ is Christos, which means oil in Greek. The resurrection of the Christ, the Christos, the oil. When it activates 100% of the brain when it's raised, and it can regulate all the systems, it can regulate all the blood, it can regenerate the body. And this is the true antichrist. They don't want us doing this process. The antichrist is not against Jesus, it's against the fluid in our body that makes us live hundreds and hundreds of years and makes us live as gods. This is the true resurrection. And when you fight the serpent, you fight your sexual urges, your sexual emotion, the most strong emotion that you could ever feel. You can do this process. And this is the true secret of transmuting sexual energy. Because when you transmute the sexual energy, you can become a god. And this is why Hercules is fighting the serpent. Notice how the serpent is low. He's reaching down to it. It represents the lower self. Because the lower self wants the lust. It desires sex. The body desires sex. There's a fight between the higher and the lower self. But when there's balance, there's even. Heaven is even. When there's evenness between these, this is the kingdom of heaven. This is when heaven is on earth. So at our highest levels of ourselves, the highest level of our intelligence, this is God. God is something that we manifest. We need to achieve Christ consciousness by battling the body. There is no battle outside of the physical body. It's an internal battle. Jesus and Satan have been externalized. Nothing exists outside of you, because I explained in the beginning how you are the consciousness experiencing the central nervous system. Therefore, there is nothing outside of you. It's all internal. Jesus and Satan have been externalized. Why? Because it's business. The church is a business. It's all a business. They've created these figures to be historical when they're not historical. The Bible's not historical. It's all externalized. It's called exoteric, when the truth is esoteric, internal teachings. So anyways, people, balance the chakras, balance the two hemispheres of the brain, balance the conscious and the subconscious. Balance is perfect, the yin and yang. You are spiritual and physical. You live in day and night. You need to be balanced. Oneness. Seek oneness. And this is the true kingdom of heaven. And when we all realize that we are all the same intelligence, the same consciousness expressed in different bodies, when we all realize this, we all realize we're all one. Doesn't matter what race you are. It doesn't matter what race you are, where you're from, your nationality, because none of you are actually from here. None of you are from the physical world. You're manipulating the physical world through the physical body. You are the I am. We all have a soul. Every single one of you has a soul. We all have souls. The reason why they say some people don't have souls is because they're trying to suppress your mind. They don't want you to know that you have a mind. That sounds crazy, I know. But a lot of people haven't realized that they have an infinite intelligence called a mind. And behind that mind, if you can observe your thoughts, the person who is observing the thoughts, you have a soul. Everyone has a soul. Don't listen to all these people saying some people don't have a soul, some people do. We all have a soul. Every single one of us. So anyway, you need to break the lower nature of yourself. At our highest levels, we are gods. Our intelligence, our universal intelligence, the I am, the intelligence that's inside of the brain, is God. Our minds are being corrupted within believing that you are the body, and the result of this is a society like today, because everyone thinks they're the body, and everyone's living in the lower nature of self, where everyone only cares about themselves. But when we realize we're all one big consciousness ball, we're all the same consciousness expressed in different bodies, there will be peace. So thank you all, people. If you do want to learn more, if you do want to read my book, it's called The Book of Wisdom. I'll put it in the description. It's an amazing book, people. It's going to give you the best understanding possible about creation, yourself, and the world. It's amazing. The Bible, everything. I have just launched a new cymatic library. A friend of mine has just added this to the website. He creates beats, and he creates the purest beats. So they are actually the frequency that it tells you. Most of the stuff on YouTube and Spotify and Apple Music it says it's a certain frequency, but we know these major platforms are all playing with the frequencies of the app. So if you want a real binaural beats, solfeggio scale frequencies to meditate on or listen to throughout the day, join the Occult Library. You can get a 2-day free trial. I'll put the link in the description. Thank you all, people. Hope you all enjoyed this video. God bless you all. As above, so below. This is one of the most crucial teachings within esotericism, occultism, or what we like to call it today, spirituality. I don't like calling it spirituality because it's not spirituality. I teach human consciousness. I teach the science of you and your consciousness alone and your being. And in order to fully understand you and this world around you, you must understand this number one principle of as above, so below. There is many misconceptions of this, and there is many simple teachings of this. But I'm going to break it down today from the most simplest to the most complex, and you will see the connections between all things. This is the most important lesson you could ever learn, and I'm going to teach it you today. So what you must understand is with the term as above, so below, it applies with everything you see in this world and about yourself. We have something called the macro, which means the bigger scale. On the bigger scale, we have the whole earth. If we look down from the sky on top of rivers, this is what we see. We see this tree pattern. Then on a smaller scale, we see trees have the same pattern. Then we look even closer. We're going smaller and smaller into the leaves of the tree. We see the same pattern. Then we go even more micro into the human brain and look at the human brain cells, and we see the same pattern. This is proof this is a fractal universe, and everything is in the micro is reflected in the macro. As above, so below. As within, so without. On the macro is a reflection of the micro. So now that you understand this, we can go a bit further. A yearly cycle of spring, summer, fall, winter is a macro. A micro is a daily cycle. So a day is a mini year. The summer is the midday. Autumn is the evening. Night is the winter, and spring is the morning. This is a macro, a reflection. We have a miniature cycle of the zodiac every single day. And this cycle is also reflecting the cycle of life and death. We live, we are born, which is the spring. We live, which is the summer. We then age, which is the autumn. And then we die, which is the winter. And then we are reborn again. This is the cycle of life and death. And you do this every single day. You see, death is a macrocosm of sleep. This is why we say sleep is the cousin of death. Because you die every single night. You do this process of life and death every single day. As above, so below. What's in the micro is in the macro. So when you go to sleep, you are essentially dying. And then in the morning when you wake up, you are then born again. This is a fractal cycle that we live in. Everything in this whole world is fractal. Everything applies to as above, so below. We have the sun, we have the moon, we have the day, we have the night. We have the life, we have the death. We have the conscious, we have sleep. As above, so below. We have the conscious mind, because now we're diving into as within, so without. As above, so below more refers to the external world. As within, so without is referring to your inner world and the outer world. What you must understand is about yourself. You exist in two realms. You're an individual. The dual nature of you. You exist in two realms at once. You have an inner world of your thought, emotion. This is the inner world that no one else can see but yourself. And you have an outer world with a physical body which everyone can see. So you exist in two worlds. You have the inner voice, you have the outer physical voice, which I'm speaking to you with now. But I also have an inner voice, which no one can hear, only but me. So you exist in the light and you exist in the darkness. The sun represents your external self, your physical, conscious mind. The moon represents your shadow self, the inner self, the psyche self. The spirit self. There is an as above, so below. The sun is within you. The moon is within you. Everything is within you. Now that you understand as above, so below, what is your body? Your body is a miniature earth. Let me repeat, your body is an earth. Your body is the earth. Okay? Because like I say many times in all of my videos, you are not in the world. The world is you. You are the universe. Your brain is a computer creating this reality. What you see with your eyes is produced in the back of the brain called the visual cortex. You don't look into the world, the brain produces the world. The body produces the world. When you touch something, you're not actually touching something. This is the electrical nervous system. When you touch something, what you feel is actually electrical signals on your nervous system reporting back to your brain. Therefore, when this body dies, you leave the earth because this body is the earth. Okay? As above, so below. You have the mental plane, the astral plane, the etheric plane, and the physical plane. This is essential for understanding reality and the teaching of as above, so below. Everything in this material plane began in the thinking mind. For example, the microphone I'm speaking into, the phone you're watching this video off, or the laptop or iPad. Where did this begin? It didn't begin in the factory. The first ever place this item begun was in the mind of an individual. The invisible realms of mind is where all physical things and physical items begun. Essentially, this physical plane is the effect of the thinking mind. This world is the world of effect. It's the world of outcomes. When you see something, it is already manifest. It is already being manifested. It is an effect. And in the effect of the cause, which is the thinking mind. Therefore, the mind creates thoughts, which is the mental plane. Then after thoughts creates imagination, which is the astral plane. These two are spiritual. They are non-physical. So spirit kind of means non-physical. Then you have the physical planes, the etheric and the physical plane. As above, so below. What happens in the mind is manifest on the physical plane. Like I said, the phone that you are holding, it was a thought, and then it brought down into a physical reality. As above, so below. You change the mind, you change your reality. Your environment, the word environment has ment in it because your environment is mental. So now that you understand this, so what is the world around you? The world around you was created by the mind of God. It was manifested through God's thought. So you are living in the mind of God. You are a thought in the mind of God. God thought you into existence. But like I said, we are all fractals. Everything is fractal. If God exists, this means that you are God, as above, so below. God created you through the thinking mind, and he gave you a thinking mind. So God created the macrocosm. God created the macro, the whole world. He designed the whole world, the sun, the stars, the moving. He designed this. But then he gave you the thinking mind to design your own life and create your own life in his world. You are a microcosm of God's macrocosm. Just like God thought you into existence and the whole world into existence, you are a microcosm thinking your world, your reality into existence. You see this now? Everything is a reflection. Everything is a mirror. Everything is fractal. So in order for you to change your reality, you must change these higher planes. Your thought and imagination are the two key aspects of creating physical reality. Every object you see around you was begun in these higher planes of the non-physical, and they were brought out of spirit into physical matter through the thinking mind and physical action. So now we're going to get a bit deeper. The brain is not the mind. Now that you understand, we have spirit and matter. As above, so below. You have a non-physical side of reality and a physical side of reality. The mind is the spiritual brain. The brain is a physical manifestation, a physical effect of the mind. The mind uses the brain to operate in the physical world, and it's the same with the heart. The soul manifests itself physically through the heart. The heart is a physical manifestation of the soul, of the emotion, thought and emotion, the mind and the soul, the brain and the heart, heaven and earth. So you have the inner world and the outer world, the spiritual, non-physical, and the physical. So we are all on this process of awakening and expansion of our minds into new fields of thought, into new fields of awakening ourselves. Because essentially we are born into this world. But you are born many, many times. You can be born physically and you can be born spiritually. Like I said, everything is fractal. So just like when the baby finds out that there is a world outside of its mother, what does the baby do? The baby seeks a way out of its mother, and then the baby is now born into a new world, a world outside of its mother's womb. It's the same with you and your spiritual process. As your mind becomes aware that there are other realities beyond your physical body, it then seeks a way out. And this is why you are probably watching my YouTube, because you are now on the path. Something within you has guided you to this path of knowledge, truth, enlightenment, and expanding your consciousness. And it is your soul who brought you here. Your soul speaks through emotion, like guidance. Emotion is the language of the soul. When you feel very bad, this is your soul telling you you're not in the right place. You're doing the wrong things. Because the soul is always unfolding its purpose, which is expansion and learning. That is it. The mastery of the self and the learning of the mind is the only thing that counts in the end after this life. So you are on a journey of expansion, of learning, creating, and spiritual rebirth. As above, so below. What does this body tell you? When I see someone overweight, I don't see the overweight. I don't see the body. I see the mind. I see an undisciplined mind. I see a mind that lacks self-control. I see a mind that seeks external validation. That's what I see when I see an overweight person. I don't see his body. I see the result of his mind. Because what does the Bible tell you? You shall know them by their fruits. It's the same saying as above, so below. You shall know them by their fruit. The fruit is their manifestation. Your body is a direct correlation and manifestation of your mind. Your inner world projects your outer world. As within, so without. As above, so below. Now, what do you see when you see this man's body? I see discipline. I see strength, mental strength, not physical strength. I see mental resilience of pain. Because all of this man's mental energy has been manifested physically within his muscle. This body is a direct manifestation of this man's mind's pain and suffering. And it shows discipline. This is why people instantly respect you if you are in shape. You walk into a room and you are in shape, people will instantly give you respect because they know that you are mentally disciplined. The body is a reflection of your inner world, and it's the same with your friends, your family, your connections with people. If you think about yourself very negatively all the time, and you don't have a good connection with yourself, you don't have a connection with your true self, this will manifest into every single relationship you have in your life. If you don't have a good relationship with your inner self, you don't have a good relationship with the people and the friends around you. Because as within, so without. If you think negative about yourself, you will see you will only pick up the negative in other people. If I think very highly of myself and I think very happy and good things about myself, I will then see the good things in other people, because it's as above, so below. As the inner world is, so is the outer world. It's the same with your life circumstances. Your life is a direct correlation of every thought you thought in the past. If you possess millions of pounds, millions of dollars, this is because you have thought this into physical reality. You live the life you are deserved. You live the life that you manifest through your thought. If you live a very poor life, this is a reflection of your mind. This is a reflection of what you have thought into physical existence. Because like I said, everything begins in the mind, as above, so below. And this is even present within the body. So where is the head? The head is at the very top of the body. And where does all manifestation begin? In the mind. That's where the mind is, in the head. And then the thoughts we think travel down the body into the heart, which is the emotion. Every thought we think is in the emotion. Every thought we think creates an emotion. This emotion then drives the action. Where does the action come from? The feet, because the feet move our body. We move with our feet to take action. Our hands. You see, so the body is even a micro reflection. I can't even say it. Reflection of the order of manifestation. This blew my mind when I figured this out. You see, the head, the thoughts begin here. This is the beginning of all manifestation. Then it comes down to the heart. This is the emotion. Then you take the action. The thought and emotion then sparks the action, which is taken with the hands and the feet. And where's the lowest point on the body? The feet, and that's touching the physical earth. So the head is where the thought is, the non-physical, and the lowest point on the body, which is touching the physical earth. So the head represents spirit, the feet represent matter, spirit and matter. Your room, if I walk into your room and I see a messy room, I don't see the room, I see a messy mind. The room is a reflection of the mind. If you have a messy room, this is your mind. It's an externalization of your unsorted mind, undisciplined mind. So like I said, we are all God, and we must find the God self within us. And I teach all of this inside the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. This is not just a book, this is a revolution. This is the beginning of a new age with this book. If you have read it, I congratulate you. You should feel very proud of yourself if you have an open mind. You should feel proud of yourself for watching these videos, because not many people have an open mind. Remember this, people. You are special if you're watching these videos. You have the mind. You have the ability to see through the illusion. And I take my hat off to you. You want to take this to the next step? Read the book. Or if you want to take it to the serious levels, join the university. The university, you gain access to every piece of my material that I've ever done, all of my books, all of my lectures that are hidden from YouTube, that are hidden from everywhere else, the lectures that give you real power. And if you feel alone on this journey, we have a conscious community where you can connect with like-minded individuals, because I've been there. I've been there when you feel lonely, because you feel like no one else is thinking the way you are feeling. You can't talk to people about these things because people just think you're crazy. That's why I put together this, so we can connect, so we can unite, so you can connect with people, so you don't feel crazy about thinking about this stuff, learning about this stuff. And if you truly want to level up your life, people, and take your studies serious, this is for you. We do live calls, we do lectures. There's a whole library filled with books you can read. It's the perfect place for the truth seeker. I thank you all for joining. Please leave a like, a comment, a subscribe. Let me know any future videos you want me to make in the comments. Thank you all. Have an amazing day.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
Welcome people, we're back with another video, and this video is about Freemasonry and their connection to the Illuminati. Please, as always, to make sure to hit that like and the subscribe button and turn on the notifications to never miss a video. On May the 1st, 1776, the founder of the Illuminati, Adam Weishaupt, founded this secret organization, and this date can be found in Roman numerals underneath the all-seeing eye pyramid on the $1 bill. This $1 bill also says Anu Coptus Novus Ordo Secularum. This is Latin for announcing the birth of the New World Order. This New World Order will be headed by Lucifer, the all-seeing eye, and followed by the 13 layers of bricks for the 13 elite bloodlines. So your Orsini's, Rockefellers, Rothschilds, Soroses, and the other 9 elite families. So when Adam Weishaupt created the Illuminati, he made it consisting of high-level degree Masons, French and Latin philosophers, and many more powerful people to all become one society. So this is why you see Masons using the same symbol of the all-seeing eye inside the pyramid. But not all Freemasons are part of this Illuminati secret society. As the 33rd degree Freemason Manly P. Hall said in his book The Secret Teachings of All Ages, Freemasonry is a fraternity within a fraternity, an outer organization concealing an inner brotherhood of the elect. So what he's saying here is that Freemasons have to go up the degrees of Freemasonry, and once they hit the top, they either get elected or not into these secret societies like the Illuminati, Skull and Bones, and Knights Templar.
So when you see celebrities doing this one-eye symbolism, either covering one eye, doing the triangle, or doing 666 over one eye, this is showing and reflecting the symbolism of Freemasonry. They have taken the oath to never speak on anything they learn about Freemasonry. Duncan's Ritual of Freemasonry book states the oath they have to take. Quote, I ... of my own free will and accord, that I will hail, ever conceal, and never reveal any of the secrets, arts, points of Master Mason's degree to any person whomsoever. All this most solemnly, sincerely promise and swear. Now, this is what happens when they break the oath, stated in this book, quote, myself severed in two, my bowels taken from thence, and burnt to ashes. So this states that Freemasonry comes first, before any law of the land. It has the right to kill you if you break your oath. This is the hand gesture they have to do every time they enter the ritual room inside the Masonic lodge. This is the cutthroat symbol, showing you and reminding you of the oath and what will happen if you break it. Now in this book, Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry, it states, if you break your oath, binding myself under no less penalty than to have my throat cut across, my tongue torn out by the roots, and my body buried in the rough sands of the sea. If they do not decide to kill you, this book states this by pointing him out to the world as an unworthy vagabond, by opposing his interest, by dearranging his business. In other words, they have the power to frame you and destroy your reputation to the world, and destroy your business if you break this oath. So yes, they do kill to keep this truth hidden, because this truth of this reality is what keeps them in power. They have the ability to manipulate people
because people do not know what manipulates them. This is why they call themselves the government. They govern the ment, which is the mentality, because the mind is the root cause of reality. They control what you perceive to control what you manifest. By knowing the truth, you are set free, and you no longer need no controller above you. So this is why they are willing to kill and do whatever it takes to keep the truth concealed within these high-level degrees of masonry and these secret societies. However, going back to Manly P. Hall's book, it states, part of the symbols are displayed here to the initiate, but he is intentionally misled by false interpretations. So this is saying even Freemasons are intentionally misled and told lies to conceal the truth, to make sure the truth is hidden in the high degrees of Masonry. So that's it for this video, guys. Thank you all for tapping in. Please leave a like and a subscribe. God bless.
This one secret that is hidden and guarded within secret societies grants you profound power, which can fully transform your life and perspective on reality. Today, I'm going to reveal this one secret, which you probably already know, but never realized how deep it truly is. This has the power to change your life. It is the key to your potential. And if you stay with me, this power may be yours, and you could transform your life with this hidden secret that is guarded within secret societies and esoteric orders. And this secret is not really a secret, but something people overlook, that the universe is mental. Everything we experience and interact with and perceive originates within the mind. The universe is a boundless field of consciousness, a mental construct molded and shaped by thought. We do not just live in a physical world, as they want you to believe. There are hidden forces that mold the material world. They want you to believe that you are only a physical being inside of a physical universe. But this is completely wrong. You are the architecture of the universe. Your consciousness is the very fabric of reality, and you create your own universe. The universe is an infinite field of consciousness, a vast and limitless mental construct, intricately woven and shaped by the power of thought. It is a dynamic and ever-evolving field where the interplay of awareness and attention gives form to existence. Within the boundless realm, every idea, perception, and belief contributes to the creation and transformation of reality itself. Each thought holds the power to transform reality. Your consciousness is the very fabric of reality. And this is shown in the symbol of the flower of life. The flower of life is a symbol. It symbolizes the interconnectedness of all existence, illustrating how every thought is not merely a fleeting moment, but a ripple that reverberates across every layer of reality. Each action, like the intricate overlapping circles of this pattern in the symbol, extends its influence far beyond its origin, weaving a web of interdependence where every choice impacts the whole. It serves as a profound reminder that everything is connected, bound by an unseen field of consciousness. This symbol represents how one action, one thought is a ripple in the whole vastness of the ether of consciousness. To master your mind is to master the universe, because your mind is a miniature universe. The mind is the very fabric of reality. So if we gain the hook, if we gain the power and the mastery over our minds, we have now gained the power to create reality to your will and intent. You see, most people live in a cycle, and this cycle is the outer world manipulating how they feel on the inner world. People's external circumstances are creating their thoughts and emotion in the inner world of consciousness, which is producing a constant cycle of negative manifestation. For example, let's say something negative happens to me in my external world, then I start to think negative and feel negative. What that is actually doing is manifesting and projecting more negativity, because our thoughts hold the power to control and weave our own life. Your life is a direct correlation of every thought you thought in the past. What we need to do is stop and not let the mind control you in your reality. You need to control the mind so you can control reality. So what does this actually mean? Reality is an externalization of consciousness. Consciousness and matter are one. They're not separate. They are inseparable and interconnected. Everything we see, experience, and observe is a manifestation of thought, beliefs, and consciousness, shaping the world around us. Now, this ties in with the secret fifth element that they have hid from you. They've hid from you this sacred and very important symbol and pillar to reality. And this pillar, this sacred thing they've missed, is called the ether. And they've held this from you for a reason, a specific reason. This is the true fifth element. Why do they hide the ether? Because the ether has the power to shape and manifest whatever we imprint upon it. Every thought is a vibration interacting with the ether and actively shaping our reality. The ether, you could see it as the codes to physical reality. It's like an energetic blueprint which surrounds all physical objects. It is the life force that gives life to all things. All energy comes out of the ether and returns back to the ether. Energy, it's 0 point energy, and it is an infinite source of energy. So this is why they hide the ether, because whatever our mind can imprint onto the ether, we can create into a reality. And we imprint the ether through thought and imagination. The mind holds the power. The mind is the very source of reality. The material realm is not separate from the mental realm. Rather, it is intricately shaped and influenced by it through the ether. This subtle, all-pervasive medium bridges thought and matter, allowing consciousness to mold and manifest the physical reality. To transform our lives, we must first transform our minds. True change begins within, as our thoughts, beliefs, and perceptions shape the reality we experience. By shifting our mindset, we unlock the power to reshape our world and recreate the life we desire. This is the power of the mind, and this is the power that's been hidden from you. We're not taught these things in schools for a reason, because they don't want us all to be conscious creators. Instead, they feed you your beliefs. They feed you your thoughts through the music, through the entertainment, through the movies, through the news. They're controlling your thoughts with this information. They're installing beliefs and information into your mind. So you are producing their reality. But this is what we need to stop. We need to take control. We need to stop consuming their music, their movies, their information, their news, because all of this is contributing towards your reality. They have the collective consciousness at the tip of their fingers. They do not create the world. We create the world by believing their beliefs and their thoughts and installing their information into our minds. You see, it's mind over matter, and most people live in matter over their mind. Most people let matter, the external circumstances, dictate their mind when it should be the other way around. It should be mind over matter. This is the mental plane. This is the astral. This is the etheric. This is the physical. The mind holds power over the emotions, over the imagination, over the physical, and over our spirit. It holds power over everything. It's mind over matter. It's the mental body that we must transmute and change. Most of us live in a chaotic state of mind, and this is what we must change. Turn chaos into order. So we need to be mind over matter. We need to install this belief into our subconscious. I, Harry B. Joseph, have created the ultimate esoteric school on the earth. As a member, you'll gain access to live mentoring calls twice a week, along with new lectures, books, and exclusive content released every week. Additionally, you'll have a full access to all my life-changing programs. If you're ready to transform your life and start your journey today with me, join Ethereal University. These are the campuses. We have the real lecture sections filled with lectures that you can watch. Manifestation Mastery, which teach you exactly how to reprogram your subconscious mind so you can live that reality. Sexual Alchemy, the path to empowerment of how you can transmute your sexual energy. The Real Library, where you gain access to powerful esoteric books, PDFs. Symbols of Secrets, an amazing course. The course that allows you to see beyond the veil that has been pulled over your eyes, the language of symbolism that secretly rules the world. I teach you how to read symbolism. Esoteric Exchange, live calls. You get to rewatch all of the old live calls. Mindwave Hub, this is a place of binaural beats where you can listen to infinite amounts of binaural beats. So you can meditate to them. Meditation section, numerology, health section, and electromagnetism. This is a life-changing place. And if you are serious, we only accept serious about changing your life and studying the occult and esoteric, this is the place for you. I've been there. I've been on YouTube looking around for valuable information, trying to find good accounts, good channels. It's very hard. I had to go through years of trying to find good information on YouTube. But what I've done is instead of you searching around everywhere for bits of information and connecting the dots, I've put it all into one big place. You get your binaural beats, you get all the programs you need to walk the path of enlightenment to transform your life. I will connect with you on the inside, and I hope this lesson, this lecture, you gained some information, you gained some power from it. Please like and comment, or don't. It's up to you. If you have any reviews, if you have any ideas of lectures that you know, if you don't understand certain things, make sure to leave a comment and I can make a lecture about it. I can make a video about it for sure. I don't mind taking recommendations for videos. So I thank you all, people. Have an amazing day. What is up, people? How are we all doing? Today, we're talking about the flat earth cosmology. So let's jump straight into this. Please drop a follow and leave a like to help the algorithm. So we live in a torus field. Everything's made out of torus fields. And every torus field has motion. It's what it is. It's the motion of energy. And every torus field has a center, which is the black hole. It's a womb of creation. It's counter space. Now, this is why the North Pole is magnetic, because the center of this torus field is the most magnetic part, the strongest part of the field. So this is why all compasses will point you to the center. And the Earth's magnetic field is spread across the whole of the Earth. and it's spinning, as you can see here. It's like a tornado at the center, and this tornado is the force which is spinning the sun and the moon around us. You got the sun, the moon, Polaris, just like in the Masonic cosmos here. The sun, the moon, Polaris, the all-seeing eye. Now we'll get into Polaris a bit later, but the sun is the magnetic force. Sorry, is the electric force, because every field is electromagnetic. Now, the sun is electric. It's positively charged. It's gonna give you energy. It's feeding energy. The moon is more magnetic energy, which is taking your energy away from you. And this is why you become sleepy when the moon comes out, because it's taking away your energy. So these two forces is the balance. It's the yin and yang. It's the balance. Everything in this creation is balanced, because the torus field is the earth is the plane of inertia, the 0 point within the field, because physical matter is a result of two opposing forces equalized on the plane of inertia. And that is where matter crystallizes into physical results. And this physical plane is the plane of inertia, planet Earth. And at the center of this plane is the black hole, the womb of creation. And outside of this black hole gives birth to light. So the torus field is constantly rotating, going into counter space, the black hole, and then out of counter space gives birth to the white hole, white light. You see? So it's going around, black hole, birth again, black hole, birth again. And it just keeps going around. It's an infinite cycle of energy. And this is where the infinity sign comes from. This is the motion, this is the force which is creating everything to spin inside of this circle. Okay? And it's making the stars spin. It's making the sun and moon spin around us, around this center point. Now here you see Horus and Set. Horus and Set putting their feet inside of this dome. This is the royal arch, the arch of the dome above us, which is like you see in the Masonic cosmos, the royal arch of Freemasonry. This is the dome above us, the firmament that the Bible talks about. You see, they're putting their feet in because Set symbolizes the moon and Horus is the sun. Horizon, Horus. Horus is rising, the sun. So they're both putting their feet around this center magnetic pole, which is the pole, North Pole. And above the North Pole, you have Polaris, the pole of electromagnetic energy. You see? And this is how we get the sun and the seasons. Because the sun, for us, when it becomes summer, it's on the Tropic of Cancer. Then it spirals outwards, going out and out and out, then goes to the Tropic of Capricorn. That's winter for us. Then it comes back in and creates summer again. So it's constantly spiraling around this center magnetic North Pole. You see? So this roof above our heads is the firmament, and this is what they've taken off of us. They haven't physically taken it, but mentally they have taken this away from you. It's a female energy, and this is what the Egyptians called Nut, the sky god Nut. And this is the womb. We are inside God's creation, God's womb. And the woman's womb, when she has a baby, is a microcosm of this, because everything inside of this creation is macro. It's a reflection of the bigger things, as above, so below. So the dome above our heads is the dome we are in when we are a baby. And you can see the sacred geometry of it is the exact same. It's the dome. And when we are inside of the womb, the woman, the sacred maker, which is the M, the Masonic M, this is the Gmail symbol. The Masonic M is maker, mason, matter, male. She delivers the male, you see. She delivers the male because it's the maker, the female, the magnetic. The woman is magnetic in nature. The male is electric in nature. So when we are in this womb, the female, we are being fed by the center umbilical cord, by the center of the mother's stomach. We're connected to the center of the woman's stomach, just like we are when we are in the earth. The center is where the aurora borealis is being emitted from, the electromagnetic aurora borealis, the northern lights. This is our spiritual umbilical cord, connecting us to counter space, connecting us to the realms beyond this world. Because at the center of every torus field is counter space. And at the center of the earth is our spiritual umbilical cord. And this is the earth's belly button, as you see. As above, so below. We had a physical umbilical cord. We have a spiritual umbilical cord. And this gets cut when we die, when we're cut away from the physical reality. You see, here's the ancient Egyptian tablet showing this female. You can see the hair, it's a female above us, because the female energy is nurturing, helping, looking after. And that's exactly what the dome is. It's protecting us. It's the Ark of the Covenant, the Ark covering us, you see? And this is what they've taken away from us. By you believing in space, it completely destroys the idea of this being a sacred creation. They've taken the roof off your head, whether if you believe in space, you believe that there's chaos, there's planets, there's asteroids that could kill us at any moment. But this isn't true. They've made you fear your own creation that you're inside of. They've made you fear what's above you. You see, and it's to hide the power of astrology, the power of the lights in the firmament, which are constantly flowing through the ether. These powers which are above us are sending rays down to the earth, which are influencing our psychology and how we behave. And this is what astrology is. It affects human consciousness. It interacts with our consciousness. And there's a different energy every day because the planets are in different houses, different alignments. And this is, we'll go into this a bit deeper later on. So the world tree, this magnetic north pole, the pole of electromagnetic energy, was symbolized as a tree, the great tree at the center of the earth. You see? And this tree is symbolized everywhere. You can see here how the center person, this Egyptian person, is holding up the sky. This is the North Pole, the hyperboloid, at the center of every torus field. And this tree was in the Mayan cosmology. This is an ancient depiction. This is the torus field. There's the plane of inertia. Here's the center tree. Here's the tree in the center, the magnetic North Pole, the woman holding the stars. Here's the Hindu with the two birds symbolizing the sun and the moon revolving around this center tree. The Mayan tree, his Horus and Set around the North Pole. They all knew this flat earth cosmology. They knew these secrets. It's so sacred you understand the creation that you're inside of. Because if you don't, you'll be led astray. You don't know where you are. You're lost. You see? And here's the Masonic art with the rays of the stars coming down with the tree in the center. So it was personified as a tree. And we are in Asgard, Midgard, the middle garden, where there's good and evil. So the 7 layers of heaven, which is talked about in the Quran. Each planet has a different layer of the firmament, and this is the 7 layers of heaven, and these are our 7 layers of the energy centers in our body. So we start in the stars, so we are stars in a physical body. And this is why we say Mr., sister, fraudster, sinister. Stir is star, and we are in the stars, and our star descends into the soul system, not solar system. And as we descend into the soul system, we enter Satan's kingdom, Satan's world. As it says in the Bible, Satan is the god of this world. Well, if you've been into my research for a while, you know Satan is Saturn. Saturn's world, because Saturn's the outermost ring. He's the Lord of the Rings. And you enter his kingdom, the kingdom of time. And this is why Saturn's the time god. Soon as you go past the rings of Saturn, you're now in the soul system. You're now in time. You're now bound by space and time. And you're bound to the earth plane, the heart. Earth is heart. It's a rearrangement, it's an anagram for heart. And the heart of the electromagnetic color spectrum is green, and that's why the earth is green. And above green is blue, and this is why the sky is blue. In order to go to heaven on the macro scale, you have to go through the blue sky, through the 7 layers of heaven. In order to reach heaven in your body, whilst you're here, you have to go through the blue chakra to your head, which is heaven. It's micro, macro. Everything is micro, macro inside of this creation. Is an ancient. I think this is a French image, piece of art from the ancient French, with obviously the 7 layers of heaven, which they all depict. And notice how it's like a dome. We'll go into this dome symbolization, the Royal Arch of Masonry, which is next. But these 7 layers of heaven give us the 7 metals, the 7 days of the week, the 7 diatonic tones, the 7 chakras, the 7 everything. It's God's favorite number. And this is why the Masons use the G inside of the compass, because the G is the 7th letter and God starts with G. You see? So it's 7. God is 7. Here's another depiction of the heart, the soul system, the 7 layers of heaven. La fermente, la fermette. You see, la firmament, with the stars on the outermost layer. Here are the 7 planets: Jupiter, Mars, la Sophie, the sun, la luna, the moon. So Saturn. So we are in the heart of this soul system. In order to ascend, we need to ascend up our chakra system, reach 144,000 hertz, God consciousness, the God man. You have to unfold God man, master of the mind, mastery of the mind. So what are the stars? The stars make everything unique. The stars are constantly rotating around the center, magnetic North Pole, the tornado at the center, which is stirring everything. It's stirring the ether. The center is the ether, and the 4 elements are born out of this ether. There's 5 elements: ether, spirit, water, air, and earth. The ether gives birth to the 4 other physical elements, which the whole of creation are made out of. About them 4 elements. 4 is the number of stability. You know, a chair, a table has 4 legs. It stables things. It's a foundation, and these 4 elements are the foundation of this creation. You see, and this magnetic North Pole is stirring this, and the 4 vibrational states of the ether are the 4 elements. Now let me get back to the stars. I just wanted to give you that. The stars are being stirred around this center point. Center. It's stirring everything. And they're always in different alignments. Every millisecond they're moving in different placements of the stars. And the planets are called the 7 wanderers because they're not fixed. The stars are fixed. But the planets are called the 7 wanderers, the 7 layers of heaven, because they move faster and slower than each other. Each planet is slower and faster. Has a different rate of speed it's moving. So these alignments are mixing in with the energies of the different 12 constellations. And this is why you have a unique characteristic. You have a unique look, a unique energy, a unique personality. This is because when you were born and you took your first breath, that energy which was in the ether, because the ether is all around you, and energy travels through the ether. The energy that the stars were casting down and the energy that the planets was mixing in with the 12 constellations was in the ether. So when you came out of the womb and your first breath, because breath is spirit, okay? So that first breath you took, that is the energy that is imprinted within your DNA, your soul. And you reflect that energy, you emit that energy. That's the energy that is with you forever until you die. Till this physical body dies off. And that's what the stars are. The stars are giving a unique energy, characteristic, personality to every living thing. Every dog, every cat, every animal has a unique personality because it was born at a different time and place in the sky. Okay? The stars are your destiny. Now, the stars are constantly changing as well. If you look at stars through a telescope, they're constantly changing and forming different forms. You can see here, it looks like water. It looks like light through water because it's the ether above us, a sea of ether. And this light is being emitted through it, and it's just constantly changing, giving different energies. Each star. So this is why this is what the zodiac is. It's the expression of energy. It's the expression of the stars. And each constellation has many different personality, different energies, different traits. Each planet has different traits, depending where your planets are, depending what energies you hold. No two person have the same energy. There's no one. It could be similar, but no one's the exact same. It's because of the stars. The stars are never in the exact same split place. The planet's always in different houses. So here's some Royal Arch symbolism. Here's the Royal Arch of Masonry, as it says here. The sun and the moon, the constellations. Here's Cancer, the 7 planets, the 7 stars. Here's the Royal Arch. This is the firmament. Here's the duality. Black and white, duality, good and evil, rest and motion, dielectricity, magnetism. See? So this is what the Royal Arch is. It's symbolizing the cosmic dome above us. The womb we're in. We're inside God's womb. And here's George Washington, the Freemason, inside of the Royal Arch. You see? With the G, the Masonic G, God, 7. Here you see another depiction of George Washington with the stars in the dome above his head, his Polaris, the sky vault, Polaris. We'll get into that later. Go inside of all of your ancient churches, you will see the dome. Go to the Vatican, you'll see the dome. All of your ancient churches have this dome because it's the dome above your head. The ancients knew this. This was known. We did not live in space. It was known back then. They all knew. This is Crown Court, which is one of the most important courts in the UK. You can see it's clearly so much Masonic symbolism. You've got the 4 pillars of Masonry. The Royal Arch is like an arrow pointing upwards to Polaris. As the Disney World is under a dome. In his Polaris, the sky vault. You see? And also 666 in the symbol. Here's more 7 layers of heaven. Here's an ancient depiction. The firmament. Here's the astral plane outside of the firmament. The Royal Arch. You see? It's everywhere. Here's Polaris, the 8-pointed star. Polaris is in between the sun and the moon. It's at the center of the Taurus field. And Polaris corresponds with the pineal gland as well because it's the all-seeing eye. See? So is Polaris, the 8-pointed star, which is at the very top. It's the very center. It's on top of the North Pole. And it's an 8-pointed star that's always symbolized as an 8-pointed star. Here you see the Vatican. The Vatican is a giant key with an 8-pointed star. See, it's a key. Here's the dome. Here's the Space Delta, the USA Space Delta logos. Here you see the Egyptian god looking from the center of the North Pole, looking upward to an 8-pointed star, Polaris. An arrow pointing up to Polaris. Here's another, the bear holding a key with an arrow up to Polaris, 7. Holds the key to Polaris. Here's an eagle holding a key above the North Pole to Polaris. Polaris, and here's another one. There's another bird, like a dragon, holding a key to Polaris. Because Polaris is definitely something to do with leaving this creation. Okay, maybe, I can't say for sure, but maybe it's to do with ascension, and this is why the Vatican hold the key to the 8-pointed star. And this is why the space, well, we all know space is a lie, but they're showing Polaris and its sacred symbology. Maybe it's to do with something leaving this creation, going to another. Here's some North Pole symbolism. As above, so below. See the four seasons of the Big Dipper constellation going around Polaris. This is Polaris, this is the Big Dipper constellation, and this is the swastika. This image gives us the swastika because all the symbols we use are created in nature. They're created somehow in nature. This is how we get them. As above, so below. This is the map of the North Pole with the 4 rivers looking like the Big Dipper constellation. It's the Masonic, there's the ancient cosmology with the 4, you see the 4 islands Mayan cosmology, 4 islands. This is the alchemical symbol for Earth, 4 sections. The windows, because the center at the North Pole is a window to another dimension. The 4 lucky 4-leaf clover, which is supposed to be lucky. It's truth in plain sight. And here's Hitler looking at 2 flat Earth maps. So this swastika has been used for thousands of years, thousands and thousands of years. And it's symbolic for the most sacred land on this plane, the North Pole. Shambhala. Do some research on Shambhala, people. It's a it's a Hindu mythology about the sacred lands at the center of the earth. And it's known to be full of enlightened beings. And it's all symbolized at the center. You can see their paintings of Shambhala. It's all at the center, the North Pole. And it's known to be the most godly place ever because it takes you to a portal to the higher places. And maybe this is something to do with Polaris, connecting you to this sacred land at the very center. But anyways, people, thank you all for tapping in. Hope you all learned something. Have an amazing day. Please follow, subscribe, like, all the links in the description for the courses, the PDF. Please have an amazing day. God bless. What is good, people? It's Revival of Wisdom. Today we're going to be talking about Saturn. I've done this video in the past. However, this video is going to contain a lot more in-depth explanation of Saturn. So the 33rd degree Mason, Manly P. Hall, said, Saturn is the key to crystallization, physical matter. Light is matter, matter is light. They are interchangeable. Low vibrating light turns into matter, high vibrating matter turns into light. And Saturn is the god of this world, this physical world. He crystallizes light into matter. This is symbolized as the Masonic checkered board, matter and spirit, matter and light, light and matter. He's also the god of time, destruction, justice. He creates and destroys, because all things in time die. He creates and destroys you. So, because we live in this physical world, which is the electric world, this is why we say electricity, because it comes from the root word of El, Saturn. They used to call Saturn El, E-L. This is why we used to say Elohim is God. The real God of this world is Saturn, but it's being hid. This is being hid. Jesus is Saturn. All of this is Saturn. It's all Saturn worship. It's the real God of this world, So, physical matter is a result of 2 opposing forces equalized on the plane of inertia, because everything is created out of electromagnetic toroidal fields. And these 2 poles equalize on the plane of inertia, which gives you planet Earth, plane of inertia. The plane of inertia is what Saturn is. It's the ring around the center of the plane of inertia. Thank you to Walter Russell saying, physical matter is a result of 2 opposing forces on the plane of inertia. This is what Walter Russell says, so please check out his work. He's got many books, many books on light and electromagnetism and stuff like that. So I advise you to check him out. So the torus field gives you the binary code 0 and 1, the female vagina and the male phallus. This is the code for this world. Saturn crystallizes physical matter. Now Saturn is the most outermost layer of the 7 layers of heaven. where it says in the Quran, it says, Allah, it is he who created the 7 layers of heaven. Saturn is the outermost layer. He's the top. He's the most high. So when we say the most high, we're referring to Saturn. He's the most high before the firmament, before the stars. So Saturn is the god of this world. He's the Lord of the Rings. He wears the crown. The crown is the rings. Crown, Kronos. So the planets are luminaries. They are lights. They are beings. They are energy, conscious energy. And we're in the heart of the solar system. Saturn is the outermost layer. He is the one of this world. He's the god of this world. Now, on the North Pole of Saturn, you have the hexagon. Add up all the sides, it creates the 6-pointed star. Or it can be created as a cube. The cube is very important. The 6-pointed star is very important. 6 points, 6 triangles, 6 side, 6, 6, 6. Black cube adds up to 6 in gematria. Now, what did I say in the beginning? Saturn crystallizes the physical world. He creates physical things out of light. You are a light being. This is why we say human. Hue means the light spectrum. Hue, man, we are light manifested into physical forms. Human. And we are incarnated through Saturn. Satan, same thing. The number of the beast is 666, and the 666 comes from the 6.6 triangle, 6 sides of Saturn, 666. We are all known as carbon-based life forms. Carbon, the atomic structure of carbon, is 666, 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons. We are materialized into our physical bodies through Saturn, through the number of the beast. These bodies are the beast, it's the animal. The divine, the Christ, is the consciousness within, because you're a physical, spiritual being combined into one, hexed into one. Hexagram. This is a hexagram. You're hexed into physical matter, spirit and matter, light and dark, combined into one. Now you contain of the mark of the beast, the mark of your body. Your body's the beast. It says in the Bible, Satan, who is the god of this world. This world. There are many different worlds, but this world is run by Saturn, and it says that in the Bible. Saturn is Satan. It's the same thing. And look at the crown of thorns are wrapped around the heart. The soul is in the heart. The mind is in the brain. The soul is wrapped around the rings of Saturn. You're wrapped in physical matter. This is what it's showing you. This is symbolizing the rings of Saturn wrapping you. And the cross on top is the cross of the cube. The cube, the black cube of Saturn, unfolds into a cross. So Satan, who is the god of this world, Corinthians 4:4 in the Bible, Satan, who is the god of this world, has blinded the minds of those who don't believe. Satan blinds your mind because the god of this world materializes you and he blinds your mind when you incarnate into physical matter. When you enter this soul system, not the solar system, you hit Saturn first. He materializes you. And look at the symbol for Saturn. This is the symbol for Saturn. All of the planet symbols are created out of the Holy Trinity. The Earth, Moon, and Sun. Body, mind, and soul. The Sun is your soul, the Moon is your mind, the Earth is your body. Your body's made out of the 5 elements. The Sun is your soul because the Sun is life force. Gives life to everything. Your Sun is a soul. Your soul is the sun of your body. The moon is the mind. The moon is the moon of your body, the mind of your body. Intelligence. So all of the symbols of the planets are created out of these. The Saturn symbol is created out of the Earth cross, matter, and the moon crescent, moon, mind. Matter over mind. This is why Satan, who is the god of this world, has blinded the minds of those who don't believe. He blinds your mind. Look at the symbol, it's showing you. The Saturn symbol is matter over mind when it should be mind over matter. So we descend into a soul system, into our 666 Saturn carbon suit bodies, and we are matter over mind. Then we have to move up the spine to go back up to spirit, to mind over matter, where you manipulate your own reality. Now look at this. It creates the number 5. 5 is the number of change. You're moving from this side of the number sequence over to the right side. You're moving from the spiritual into the physical world. You're incarnating into the 5 elements, the 5 senses. So the cube, the black cube of Saturn, is another major symbol. Very important symbol. Here you see the cube, and the color black is associated with Saturn because Saturn's associated with death. He creates and destroys, light and dark. Death is associated with black, spirit, because you can't see spirit, which is blackness. So the black cube is black because Saturn rules the nighttime, which is dark, blackness, and he rules the winter, which is death, blackness. So Saturn is the black cube. Cubes have 6 sides: up, down, right, left, back, and forward. Cubes are 6-sided. Everything is 6-sided inside of this creation because you're incarnating, you're materializing, crystallizing into the cube, the world of the cube. Everything's a cube. Everything's got 6 sides. Here's Leonardo da Vinci showing you that you're in the cube. Leonardo da Vinci did this famous painting. You're in the cube, you're hexed into physical matter, or you're incarnated into the 3rd dimension, the 3-dimensional world, which is a cube, 3D. And black cube adds up to 6 sides of the black cube. The Kabbalah means cube god in Arabic. And look at what they do. They worship the cube, the black cube, and they stand in rings like the rings of Saturn. Australia, Denmark, Manhattan, Santana all have these black cubes. You go to New York, you will see the black cube there as well. These black cubes are everywhere because it is the real God of this world, So look at the cross. The cross unfolds into the cube. Xbox, Nintendo GameCube, Sega Saturn, anything to do with a simulated gaming reality, they put Saturn in it because we're in the simulation of Saturn. This is a simulation. And this is why they reflect this through the Xbox, GameCube, Sega Saturn, anything to do with gaming, simulations, is all Saturn. Because we're in the cube of Saturn, the black cube. We're in the GameCube, the Xbox, the Sega Saturn. As above, so below. So they reflect it through the simulations that they create inside of this simulation. Cubes have 8 points for the 8 points of time and space. 8 is the number of time. Everything's cycling, infinity. So look at the cube. The cube is symbolized as in Judaism. The Judees have the black cube. They wrap themselves in a black band and they cover their eyes into blackness. The black cube, for the black cube of Saturn, they use the star of Saturn and they worship their god on Saturn Day because it's all Saturn worship. And look how the Saturn god is wrapped around with these thorns or leaves, just like Jesus is wrapped around his heart. And Jesus on the cross is us on the cross. We are in the cross. We are in the cube. The cross is the cube. And the cross is even in the Saturn symbol. This is another symbol for Saturn. There's 2 symbols. You got this one, the one I've just broke down. And there's this one. This is the cross of Saturn, the cube god, the simulation, the game cube. Now, Chronos is another word for Saturn. Chronos means time. When you clock into work, you go to the Chronos machine. Well, I did anyway. And I tap my card on the Chronos because Chronos is time. Anything to do with time is Saturn. He creates and destroys. Look at the artwork of Saturn with the sand, the time. Look at this, how he's cutting off the baby's wings. He's crystallizing the spirit into matter. He's cutting off your wings. Satan, in the Bible, he falls from heaven into earth and he loses his wings. He becomes a serpent. You see that's it's all symbolic for us. We are the fallen angels, fallen angles of light. We're fallen angles of light. We are light beings. Now we've fallen into physical matter. Saturn's chopped off our wings. He's chopped off our spirit wings because when you astral project, you can fly. You will fly around. He's got the Reaper staff here, always depicted with the Reaper staff. Now look at the clock. Saturn day is the 6th day, the number of the beast 666. Look at the clock. 6 take away 12. Sorry, 12 take away 6 equals 6. 7 take away 1 equals 6. 8 take away 2 equals 6. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day, 2 plus 4 equals 6. That's 666. Everything's 666 because it's time. Saturn. All goes to Saturn. He's the god of time. We're in time now. We're in time. We're in the time, which is God, the god of this world, the god of time. Now look at this. The Reaper is also depicted as the Reaper with the staff, the black cloak, black symbolizing death, spirit. Judges wear black because Saturn is the law. He's the god of this world. He's the law. This is why they wear black cloaks. When you graduate from university, you wear a black cloak and a black cube on your head. You've been hexed. Funerals, you wear black because it's all to do with Saturn, father time, father crystallization. Now, Saturn, here's another one of him cutting off the wings of a child because he cuts off the wings. He creates and destroys your body. We're in the electrical world. Everything that is electrical vibrates. All vibrations have to come back to a standstill point, which is death. This is why your body dies. Your atoms stop vibrating. Corona. Look at the crown. The crown is the corona. Corona means crown. And look at this is an alcohol brand for beer. You can see the staff of Saturn in the symbol with the moon crescent. Corona, which is the crown, Saturn, the crown on Saturn, the rings. And then you've got the staff. It's all Saturn worship. Is the black cubes of 9/11. 2 black cubes. This was a ritual for Saturn. It's all ritualistic. And look at the Star of David, the Star of Saturn. It's not the Star of David. Creates IXXI, the sigil of Saturn. IXXI means 9/11 in Roman numerals. 9/11. It's all a ritual for Saturn, and they have the 2 black cubes of Saturn. Now look, XX. There's more symbolism of Saturn now. We're going deeper. XX is more symbolism for Saturn. The sigil of Saturn is XX, as above, so below. Same with the Star of David. You split it in the middle, as above, so below, as above, so below. XX, this is a Knights Templar Cross of Lorraine. XX, Knights Templar, high order of Masonry. They all worship Saturn. Well, Saturn's the real god of this world. X Eon with the XX. XXL magazines, which is all to do with famous rappers and stuff like that. When you die, you put XX on the eyes because it's Saturn. He's the Reaper. Is Jesus with the XX crown with the thorns around his heart, around his soul, with the cube on the top, the cross cube. Lil Uzi Vert with the XX Cross of Lorraine. Jay-Z with his alcohol brand, XX Cross of Lorraine. The X Factor with the rings of Saturn. All Saturn worship. The seal of Melchizedek is also Saturn. This is the cube. This symbolizes the cube with the 8 points for the 8 points of space and time. And this is the cube. It's another ancient symbol for Saturn. Here you see the star of Saturn with the Melchizedek symbol around it, which is all to do with Saturn. Here you see an altar, the Holy Grail, the Melchizedek symbol on it, and they're worshipping it. This is why we wear rings, wedding rings for the rings of Saturn. It all goes back to Saturn. Earrings. The 8-pointed star of the ancient Sumerians is all Saturn. It's all Saturn. So the ancients, the symbols of Saturn goes on forever. It's in all of the major corporations. You can see it everywhere, the rings of Saturn. Toyota is an obvious one. Internet, Nike, Target, Sega, Saturn. It's all Saturn worship. All Saturn worship. Because he is the real god of this world. Here's Kanye West's album with a Saturn here. Here's Michael Jackson's album saying X, escape. There's the X again. The X, escape. You have to escape this reality. Maybe that's what he's pointing at. Here you see it on the dollar bill. The star of Saturn. Here you see it again on the dollar bill. So that is it for today's people. I hope you all gain some insight on Saturn. Please like, comment, and share if you can. Subscribe if you like the channel. Please have an amazing day. God bless.
Hello and welcome to another lecture from Harry B. Joseph, also known as Revival of Wisdom, the author of the Book of Wisdom series from revivalofwisdom.com. In this lecture, you will learn how to decode Freemasonic symbolism, gain a deeper understanding of yourself, expand your awareness of consciousness and reality, and receive guidance to navigate life with greater clarity. So today we're going to be breaking down this particular piece of artwork, this Freemasonic artwork, and how this relates to you and reaching a higher consciousness. Ultimately, this is what it's about, okay? Freemasonry is considered a craft, and this craft is crafting a better brain and heart, crafting a higher consciousness, crafting a better self. Why? So we can operate in the world at a higher degree, operate in the world more efficiently, live a better experience in the world, and getting to know thyself. Okay? So we're going to start from bottom to top because this is important. Every placement of this symbolism is on purpose, has meaning, especially the placements of the symbols. Okay? So we're going to start from the very bottom of the artwork, which represents lower down. When we're looking at symbolism, especially occult symbolism, that's what the word occult means. The word occult means hidden, hidden from the eyes. It has its roots in the word oculus. I'm pretty sure that's Latin, which means eye. So the word occult comes from oculus, which means eye. And the word occult means hidden, from the eye, the unseen, studying the unseen aspects of self. We're studying the brain, we're studying consciousness, we're studying the body, the heart, we're studying the self, the hidden aspects of the human psyche and the hidden aspects of self. Okay? Because ultimately, this is what gives you power in the world, depending on how you use that power, whether for good or bad, depending on the consciousness wielding that power. This is why we say knowledge is power. But I would actually say knowledge of self is power. Because when you know how you function, you gain power. You gain personal power. You gain mastery. Ultimately, this is what Masonry is about. Self-mastery. Crafting a higher consciousness. So at the very bottom of this artwork, we have a checkered board with a coffin. The coffin is the beginning of the artwork, the very base. This is the foundation of consciousness. The coffin symbolizes unconsciousness, the state that myself was in, maybe yourself, before we woke up and before we came conscious of our spirit, before we came conscious of ourselves. That ignorant state of acting without purpose, acting unconsciously, experiencing the world and not actively living in the world, simply reacting to external circumstances. This is an unconscious state where one is ignorant. 80% of the world is in this unconscious state. And this is symbolized as the darkness, the tomb. Look at how the tomb is fully blacked out, representing dull, no emotion, it's dark. This represents the darkness of self. The spirit is buried. The spirit is in the tomb. They're not even aware that they possess consciousness. They think they're the material body flying on a ball millions of miles per hour through space, and the sun is, they think they're a monkey evoluted. They've never questioned themselves. They stay in ignorance. They're in the spiritual darkness, okay? And they're furthest away from the light. Look at the top. This is the light sources. They're in the darkness, okay? They're in spiritual darkness. They're in ignorance. And they're in division. Their mind has no power. Their thoughts contradict themselves. They say they're going to do something, but then their mind tells them, oh, I'm going to fail. Or I want to do this, but my mind says this, and I believe this about myself. They want to, they want to write a book, but their actions are scrolling on TikTok, and their emotions about, feeling about their past person in their life. That's division between the self. That's divided consciousness. They also have a divided brain hemisphere. They do not see reality through a true lens, because the brain acts as like a lens on how we perceive things. And if the brain hemispheres are not aligned, then we cannot see reality the way it actually is and truly presents itself, neutral. If we're left hemisphere dominated, we see everything as divided. Nothing's interconnected, nothing's a whole. But if they're, right hemisphere dominated, they see everything as a whole. We need to look in the middle of that, okay? So we'll go into that a bit later. But ultimately, they're in a divided state of consciousness. They're in ignorance. But the tomb, the tomb is symbolic of that. The tomb is, you're not even aware they are divided. They think everything's right in that state. I was like that. My family is like that. They're not even aware of themselves, and you try and say something to them, and they don't even know they're in division. They don't even recognize that they're in a bad, low, earth base consciousness. Okay? So when we get out of the tomb, which is representing by a spiritual awakening, we get out of the tomb, we realize, wow, I possess consciousness. I've woken up. You're waking up to the things in the world, and you wake up and start to see the world for what it truly is. When you become aware and you rise out the tomb, you're born again, you start to actually start looking within. You start to become conscious of your thoughts. You start to become conscious of your actions. You start to become conscious of the evil in the world. You start to become conscious of the things. You rise out the tomb. You start to become conscious of your intuition. You then step on the checkered board. The checkered board is now you realizing you're in a divided state. Okay, so you're now putting down the ego. Because remember, when you're in the tomb, the ego is fully in domination over consciousness, over your consciousness. It doesn't allow you to say that you are wrong. It doesn't allow you to think that there's evil in the world. It doesn't allow you to believe you have a spirit. It doesn't allow you to see that there is maniacs running the world and trying to control you. The ego is so stuck. But when we start to realize this is part of our awakening, we start to realize that the ego is trying to keep us safe at all times and keep us locked in that state of thinking and believing that we were in before. It's always seeking safety. Okay? So when we come out the tomb, we start to put down the ego and start to, how do I say this? We start to acknowledge that we were wrong about the world. And that is a lot about awakening. You have to acknowledge that you do not know everything. There are people with such higher knowledge. Okay? So when we come out the tomb, we put down the ego. We start to actually say, I was wrong about the world. I was a victim of mind control. I was in ignorance. I was in darkness. Spiritual dark. I'm divided. My thoughts, emotions, and actions are not aligned. My intuition and my action are not aligned. I'm not taking action on what I know is good. I'm taking actions against what I know is good. That's a sin. That's a sin against the spirit. Okay? So when you acknowledge this, you acknowledge you're in division, you then take the first 3 steps, which is the Freemasonic Blue Lodge degrees. These 3 steps. Okay? Ultimately, this checkerboard represents illusions as well. You're in an illusion. Okay, this is why we see it heavily used in the music industry. It represents base consciousness, base level awareness, 5 sense thinking. It represents you versus me thinking, walking down the street and thinking everyone's trying to hurt you, and it's always you versus me, judging people in your own mind. That's low thinking, lower thought. And not to notice squares. Squares are an unnatural state. They're an unnatural shape. We do not see squares or 90-degree angles in nature. It's the lower mind. So it represents base consciousness, base level awareness, only aware of the physical body, only aware of the 5 senses, never looked within. That is the base. And this is the foundation we have to rise up to the light from, up to higher consciousness. So this gives us a strong foundation when we realize this about ourselves, that we were in division. Our thoughts, emotions, actions were not aligned. Our brain hemisphere was not aligned. I'm not thinking with love of the heart. Okay? So that is the state we're in. Now, hopefully that's cleared things up about the chessboard. Before we move on, please leave a like, maybe a comment if you wish for me to discuss anything in the further lectures. Please smash the like button, and it would really help me out. And share this with a friend who is interested in the occult. Okay, so the steps are the first steps of the Freemasonic degree, the 3 Blue Lodge degrees. Now, this can be represented as the number 3, a very powerful number, a very symbolic number. Number 3 is the 3 expressions of consciousness. How do we express consciousness? How does consciousness express itself? Well, there are 3 ways. We think, consciousness thinks, consciousness feels, and consciousness acts. They are the 3 expressions that we express our awareness and consciousness. So we're looking at thought, emotion, action. We're also looking at the three brains: the reptilian brainstem, the mammal limbic brain, and the neocortex. The reptilian brain governs basic functions of the human body: breathing, surviving, scanning the environment for threats, automatic responses, eating, scanning for food, base consciousness. That's the reptilian brain. That's what most people operate their lives in, including myself before I woke up. I'm not trying to sound big-headed, but this is the truth. Ignore my tone of voice, ignore my voice, focus on the words I'm saying. You know, if you're judging, that means you have divided thinking. It's always you versus me. So we need to get out of that thinking of you versus me all the time. That's lower consciousness. That's animal thinking. That's earth thinking. We're unified. We need to reach a higher consciousness and do not waste our mind's potential on low-level earth divided thinking. Okay? So we're looking at the reptilian brain, the mammal brain, and the neocortex. Now, the neocortex is ultimately what makes us human. It allows consciousness to operate on a higher degree. Okay? This is what makes you human. The neocortex. The neocortex. The reptilian brain, like I just said, governs natural survival instincts and the respiratory system, things along them lines of basic awareness, basic functions to operate and survive in the world, in the physical plane. And the neocortex is what allows us to critically think. Okay, it's what allows us to be human, be aware of ourselves. Okay, not. I don't think animals have neocortexes. Don't quote on me on that, but this is the part of the brain that makes us human, and it allows us to think deeply, to create masterpieces like we can. Humans have massive potential in creation. Look at the world we live in. This is because of the neocortex. It allows us to critically think and self-reflect. Now, when we start to operate from higher thought, we start to think with higher thoughts, the higher parts of the mental dimension, we ultimately start using this brain more. We start functioning from the higher brain. Now, this is why Neo from the Matrix is called Neo, because he uses he was in the reptilian brain. If you watch the film The Matrix, if you notice, he gets plugged out of the Matrix and he's plugged in on the back of his neck into the brainstem. And when he's plugged out, his name's Neo, which is neocortex, using the higher brain. It's what awakens the self. It allows consciousness to function on a higher degree compared to animals. Okay? So we're looking at thought, emotion, action. We're becoming conscious of thought, emotion, action. Becoming conscious, what am I thinking, what am I feeling, and what am I acting in the world? And what can I do to master these, to operate more efficiently in the world? How can I use these towards higher consciousness and use these actions, these thoughts, emotions, actions to reach a higher state of awareness of self? So when you go through the first 3 degrees, you enter the doorway. Now, this is symbolic of a doorway. Now, looking at this with a right hemisphere dominated view, you would see a doorway, right? The right hemisphere sees this as a holistic doorway, right? You see a door, you're gonna, you enter the stairs, you go through the door, right? But the left hemisphere is now going to dissect and analyze each individual little part of this, right? So the right hemisphere sees the trees, the left hemisphere sees the woods. So to dissect this down on a right hemisphere, going back to the right hemisphere, we're entering the door. The door is symbolic of entering the unknown. You're entering a higher consciousness. You're entering the door. You're going beyond. See, this is the earth here in the background. This is the darkness. The darkness represents the abyss, the unknown. You're entering in the self. Okay? This door represents entering in the self, questioning internally. Most of us think externally. We have to, obviously, to operate in the world, but we never give time to think and question and reflect internally. What do I mean? Closing the eyes and questioning the self. Who am I? Where am I from? What's the voice in my head? If the voice in my head stopped using the language that I speak, what is it then? It's about going within, into the darkness, what you cannot see, and finding the light. Okay? It's about entering within the self. This is a doorway to higher knowledge, higher consciousness, higher self, and really digging deep for what you truly are beyond your human form. Okay? So we have, most importantly, I'm not going to go over every single one of these symbols here. I'm going to go over this on a basic, well, not a basic level, a very detailed level, but it's not going to go over every single symbol. We have a left pillar and a right pillar. The left pillar has the sun next to it. The sun is more electrical energy. It's very dominant. It's a very powerful masculine force. This represents the masculine quality of consciousness. The masculine qualities. We have many masculine qualities, such as actions, physical actions with the body. We have thinking. Thinking is a very masculine force. We have the left brain, analyzing brain, the brain that's very logical, that's trying to figure things out. That's the masculine pillar. Okay? So this is the masculine qualities of consciousness. It also represents what we can see, the sun. The sun allows us to see, to visually see in the world. So the sun represents the external world, the world outside the self. When we close our eyes, we have a self, an internal dialogue, an inner voice. We have an inner world, outer world. This represents the world we take physical action in, the material external world outside you. Okay? The world we can see. And then on the right pillar, we have the moon, which is associated with feminine qualities of consciousness. Now, the moon is in the night, what we cannot see. The moon is the nighttime. The darkness symbolizes what we can't see. So it's representing the internal world, the world of the self, the immortal world. Okay? The self in the mind is immortal. When you close your mind, you go in the mind, that self inside you is immortal. In the mind, you are immortal. Outside the mind, you are mortal. You will die. This body will die. Okay? So this is representing the internal world on a holistic understanding. It's also representing the right brain, the feminine brain. It's also representing intuition, emotion. They're linked. Intuition and emotion. They're a feminine force. Also, we're looking at the heart, the right pillar. So everything that is feminine falls under this right pillar. Now, don't get confused. I know a lot of people can get confused about what I've just said. So this represents the inner world, the outer world. It also represents everything masculine and feminine. So thought is, although it's an internal quality, it would fall under the left pillar, because thought is a masculine force. It's a penetrating force. So try not to get misunderstood with that. On a holistic scale, it's also represented inner world, outer world, and how they are reflections of each other. Now, these pillars, they're the same height, they're the same structure, but just different in sun and moon, which represents their reflections of each other. Their reflections, the inner world reflects in my outer world. My external world, what I see outside of me, is a reflection of my thoughts and my internal world. So the inner reflects the outer. The inner reflects the outer. As within, so without. So we're also looking at the right and left brain. I've already gone over that. So what we need to do is build the bridge between the two to reach higher awareness of self. Because ultimately, remember, we're still divided. We came from the checkerboard, we entered up here, we've just entered within the self, started questioning the self. We're still divided. We need to build the bridge. And this is what they're crafting in Freemasonry. The bridge, the arc, the agreement, the great work. This is the crafting of aligning the left and right brain. We're also aligning intuition, feminine, with the actions. Because ultimately, the higher self is always guiding us. That's our true spirit guide. Our true spirit guide is our higher self. And the higher self ultimately exists in a higher dimension. This is going to sound crazy to some people, okay? But who you are is not your human body. And your higher self does not communicate through the language of the human material world. It doesn't communicate through English, doesn't communicate through thoughts. It communicates through intuition and communicates through dreams and symbolism. So it's all associated with the right pillar. This is the things we can't see. The higher self is always guiding us to awakening and to our purpose on the earth. Okay, so this left pillar also can symbolize what we're born into the world with, our circumstances, our external world. What are we born into? You know, our family, our current financial situation, where you're located in the world. So it's also symbolizing this. It's also symbolizing the qualities you bring here, the natural abilities you have when you're born, and what we need to do with our environment to ultimately reach a higher consciousness and reach our and transmute our environment we're born into to realize who we were and why we came here. Okay, so we need to build the bridge between intuition and action, and always take action on what we know and feeling is right at all times. That's unity consciousness. And when we do this, we gain the light. We gain more light, symbolic of more information of the self. Because the higher self is always guiding. It's always watching over. And it's always trying to give us knowledge of awakening, of why we came here. And when we take action on what we know and feel is right at all times, it's like a domino effect and a stepping stone that pushes you closer and closer towards your life purpose. Okay? We're also aligning the right and left brain to perceive the world in truth, to see the world in its true form, to see the world in what it actually is, instead of any distorted left or right hemisphere dominated beliefs or thoughts. We ultimately do that by acknowledging that, yes, you have a self, you have you know, the left brain is more ego, this like divided thinking, everything's separate, and the right hemisphere is more holistic, So we need to see the world in the middle of this, in the middle, acknowledging the self and acknowledging the collective consciousness. And how are my thoughts, emotions, actions contributing towards myself and the collective? We always need to keep the collective in mind. Why? Because we are experiencing this world together. It's not just you. And your actions also have a ripple effect on the collective. We're experiencing the world as a whole as well. Yes, there's yourself and there's the collective. We need to think, feel, and act towards the collective and the self. So aligning our brain hemispheres allows us to do this. It allows us to think holistically and individually and see reality in this. And when we do align the left and right brain, what do? We gain higher insight, the eye. We build the bridge between the left and right pillars. We gain the eye. The eye is what? Insight. The eye requires light to perceive and see the material world. So this is symbolic. This is the inner eye, the inner self, consciousness. And when consciousness has light, which is symbolic of truth, knowledge, light is a massive symbol in Freemasonry. And light represents knowledge of self, information. And when we gain information and knowledge of self, when we align our left and right hemispheres, our actions take action on our intuition, we gain higher light, higher knowledge of self, ultimately. And this is why we also have the square and the compass. Okay? We have a square and compass here. The square and the bottom, base consciousness, also representing masculine qualities. This is the masculine qualities because squares are masculine. And the compass creates circles. So we have the circle on top of a square. Circles are divine. This is oneness. The circle is one line. The square is 4 lines. It's divided. So we need oneness over division. We need to unify the masculine and feminine qualities. Masculine and feminine qualities, okay? This is in the middle because the compass would fall on the right pillar and the square would fall on the left pillar. And it's unifying. It's representing unification of these 2 pillars of masculine and feminine qualities of self to ultimately rise towards this light, out of the darkness and into the light. Okay? Let's go back. The G. This is very important. This is one of the most important teachings I could possibly give you about the G. The G is the generative principle, is what generates things. And the force within you that generates things is care and the heart energy. The heart ultimately expresses our actions. We think, if we care, we act. Everything in your external world is in front of you because your heart cares. You care about the video and gaining knowledge. You're now here watching this video. That's the care energy expressing actions. So in order for us to truly get out of this divided consciousness, we have to go through the G. We have to go from base consciousness, the square, divided, we go through the G, because we have to care. And if we care, we'll reach the higher mind and gain higher self-knowledge and master the self. You cannot do this if you do not care. And if you do care, you will take action towards it. If you're watching this and you don't actually truly deeply care, you won't take the action, you'll just gain the knowledge, which is ultimately useless. You have to take action on this knowledge. And if you do not, there's no point watching the video. It's difficult. It's difficult. It's not easy. and things, throw us off our path sometimes. I understand. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but we ultimately have to give care towards reaching higher knowledge. Seek and you shall find. If you have the care about reaching higher knowledge of self, you will seek it and you will take actions towards it. Okay. We see this everywhere, and I mean everywhere. The Temple of Solomon has the two pillars, Jachin and Boaz pillars, feminine and masculine qualities. Sol, O, Mon. Sol is sun, Mon is moon. It's building the temple, which is the temple is the inner self, ultimately. It's symbolic. The temple's not a real place. The temple of self, building the Temple of Solomon and reconstructing the Temple of Solomon, is about reconstructing the self through masculine and feminine qualities. We see it everywhere. And this is very symbolic, like very symbolic. We have the two pillars, we have building the bridge, and we have a stairway that goes to what you can't see, because it's going to the unknown. You have to have faith. Okay? What I'm about to say is very important. You don't know what higher consciousness is, okay, until you get a little bit higher. This is hard to explain. But I didn't know what everyone talks about, what higher consciousness is. I can't give you my higher consciousness. It doesn't work like that. You have to enter in and go within and have faith, going into the unknown, because you're ultimately going into something you do not understand. Higher consciousness, I cannot give it you. You have to enter the door and take action and think, feel, and act towards it, and you will go to the place, and then you will understand what higher consciousness is. Ultimately, what higher consciousness is higher knowledge and understanding of self, what you actually are. Okay, that is what's being symbolized here. It's again in the Masonic art. We have the darkness. We have to have faith to leap into the darkness, into the unknown. We see this everywhere. Like, you'll see, when I say this everywhere, and I mean everywhere, you'll see this. Every doorway has this symbolism in the ancient world, because ultimately this is what it's about, people. The door represents going within, into a new light, a new room, a new level of understanding of self. Okay. Here we have Astro World. Now, this is obviously a darker aspect of this. But again, we have the two pillars. See you on the other side. That's the doorway. The other side. And I'm not going to break down, this ritual, but you can guess what I'm on about here. That's for the university, of course. I can't break that down on YouTube. It's way too deep. But there's knowledge out there that is so deep you couldn't even comprehend it with the current mind, even for myself. And this is the power of symbolism. The more you learn about yourself, the more these symbols reveal to you. It is a journey of self. And I can't give you these understandings. You have to go within and question and meditate on these symbols yourself, and have thinking exercises of meditating on a symbol and seeing what your mind does with the symbol, what it lets you think about that symbol, and you'll unlock deeper meanings. I'm going to go over one more symbol before we end this. This is the hourglass, which represents time, a very overlooked thing in today's world. We do not have unlimited time in this body. You have limited time. You will die. You will die. You have limited time in the external world. This is why it's on the left pillar, located on the left side, the external world. You are limited. The scythe represents
you will be harvested. Your body will die. It'll be harvested. You will die, and you need to fulfill your mission here. You came with a purpose. You have to find that purpose by going within the self and questioning and taking action on what you know and feel is right. Unity consciousness, aligning thought, emotion, action. So if you wish to learn deeper insights, gain exclusive lectures, astral projection, self-mastery, I've just started a new section on mind control methods and how people are using this in society and becoming conscious of it. I've now opened 5 spots at a limited special price for Ethereal University. Use the code MIND, all capital letters, MIND, all capital letters at the checkout. And there's only 5 of these codes. Whoever uses them gets them. It's ultimately going to give you 20% off the university for as long as you're subscribed to the university. We go so much deeper in the university. Remember, social media is just the tip of the iceberg. Tip of the iceberg information. There are certain things I can't talk about, but I'll see you inside, and I hope you enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, comment, and a subscribe. What's good, people? We're back with another video. This is going to just be a quick video. Manifestation, magic, bending reality. So let's jump straight into this. So you have a conscious and a subconscious part of your mind. The conscious is what you're conscious of, what you're actually doing, where you can choose or not. However, the subconscious is the part of your brain which is automatic. So all of the systems in your body, like the digestive system, your heartbeat, these are automatically being ran. And you do not have to tell these systems to do anything. You do not have to consciously tell your heart to beat. It's automatically doing it. And this is what the subconscious mind is controlling. It's like the dark aspect of your brain or your mind. It is the way bigger aspect of your mind. Okay, it controls all the systems in your body. Okay, and this is where all of your programs are. So when you're in it from your childhood, what you've learned in school, all of these things are being kept in your subconscious, maybe traumas and stuff like that. So the subconscious is the female aspect, and the conscious is the male aspect, because the male is all about action and doing, and the female is more about creation, creativity, intuition. So you have a right and a left hemisphere of your brain, and these are obviously male and female. The right side of your brain is your female. It's to do with creativity, imagination, intuition, insight. Okay. And this is one of the most important sides of the brain. This side of the brain is the most attacked by the elites, whatever you want to call them. This side is one of the most important, because obviously your intuition is a massive part of reality. And if you don't have intuition, then you lose track of the things around you. You can't consciously feel if things are wrong or right. They don't want you to have intuition or creativity or imagination. They want you in the left side of your brain, which is just reasoning, logic, and basic things. So they just want you to tell you what you want, tell you what to learn, and then that's it. They don't want you thinking for yourself, which is the right side of the brain. So whatever the conscious side of your mind impresses the subconscious side of your mind. So if you do affirmations, for example, if you consciously do affirmations every day, you're reprogramming your subconscious mind. You're impressing a vibration and a word into your subconscious mind, and therefore it will reprogram it. So the male and female aspect are symbolized by the Star of David as well. The male being the upside triangle, the female being the downside, connected all in one, because we both have male and female energy. So every thoughts are electric, which is the male aspect, emotions are magnetic, which is the female. Each thought creates a wave of vibration in all directions. So think of it like a water drop in a pool, but it going out in every single direction. It's not just flat. And these thoughts have a certain frequency, well, has a certain vibration. That vibration has a certain frequency. And this affects your aura. Every thought, every emotion directly impacts your aura and the strength of your aura. So if you're angry all the time, your aura in the astral plane will look red. However, if you're happy, it'll be more like blue and green. So it's very important. Your electromagnetic field is created out of your emotions and thoughts, and that affects reality because you're 60% water, and frequency and vibration create certain patterns and has a certain effect on water. We'll get into that after this slide. So each thought that people are thinking around you, you are actually subconsciously picking up these thoughts because it's emitting this vibration in all directions. So this is why you can pick up thoughts of other people on the odd occasion. However, when you're more in tune with your intuition, your right side of your brain, you can start to pick up on vibrations, thoughts, and other people's auras. You can pick up on the energy once your third eye is open, and you know whether you should be in that environment or not. This is what we call an atmosphere when we go into a room and you can feel the tension if someone's been arguing, for example. This is the atmosphere, this is the vibrations, these are people's auras emitting these certain frequencies and vibrations. Okay. So our aura is contained of multiple layers. Obviously, we have the physical body. This is the electromagnetic layer. However, you have the different planes of existence, the spirit, mental, astral, etheric, and then physical. The physical is the lowest plane of existence. And the physical plane is a product of all of the planes above. So the mental impresses on the astral impresses into the etheric, and then the etheric creates the physical object. So the mind is the root cause of reality. The mind is the cause of everything. Your consciousness is pure cause. There's no effect. Everything you see in this reality is the effect. Everything that you experience is the effect because the root cause was the mind. The decisions you made you experience that certain experience. And that decision was created on the mental plane. And this is just pure thoughts. And thoughts are things. If it exists in your mind, it is a thing. It's a certain frequency. So if you have a certain level of thoughts, if you're thinking positive, for example, you're going to have a strong aura, you're going to have a higher vibration. And that attracts like. Like attracts like when it comes to thoughts and vibrations and electromagnetism. So if you're thinking positive all the time, speaking positive, doing positive, you're then creating a higher vibration, and that's going to attract people on that similar frequency to you. Everything is electromagnetism, frequency, and vibration. Everything. You see, so this is why, for example, if I put my hand to a TV screen, if my finger was the same vibration as the TV screen, it would go straight through it. However, the particles in my hand and the particles on the TV screen are two separate vibrations, and this is what causes the friction to stop and not my finger to go straight through it. So, like I said, when you don't feel the vibe of someone, when you don't feel right, you don't really get along with someone, this is a vibration. Your vibrations are not matching, they're not similar, they're two complete different vibrations, and they're not aligning properly. So music has a massive part on this. Music is a massive, massive tool for the elites because music is frequency. And in 1975, the musical instrument are all tuned to 440 hertz. So Spotify, Apple Music, most of the music on YouTube is all set to 440 hertz. And 440 hertz is not divisible by 3, 6, or 9. And when you can't divide a frequency by 3, 6, or 9, it's not a natural frequency. As you can see here, this is 432 hertz. This makes a nice geometric pattern. However, 440 hertz is a distorted pattern. So when you listen to this, this actually shuts off the whole right side of your brain. Like I said at the start, this is the most attacked side of your brain. It's to do with creativity, imagination, intuition. When you listen to 440 hertz, it shuts off the whole right side of your brain. And obviously shutting off all of these forms of your brain. Music is a very, very powerful tool for the elites because it's the only thing which can enter your soul or your ears without consent, your body without consent. Everything else has to be through consent. You choose whether to eat something, you choose whether to drink something, but frequency, you're going to hear it no matter what. This is why it's so powerful. And music influences the body in many different ways. It's the most powerful imitator of everything. It directly affects all listeners. It directly affects intentions, gestures, movements, and actions. It stimulates your mind, and certain songs, certain catchy songs, can reprogram your subconscious mind, invoking certain emotions. This is why when you listen to slow beat songs, it makes you feel more sad. When you listen to upbeat songs, you feel more energetic. This is because these frequencies have a profound influence on reality and on how you feel. Because, like I said, you are 60% water. And as you can see here, each frequency creates a different geometric pattern. And inside of you is 60% water. So, like I said, 440 hertz is going to make a distorted pattern in your water. And this is going to have a profound effect on your emotions and your reality. So, like I said, health is not just the body. It's you are made of body, mind, and spirit. You need to look after what you put in your body. You need to look after your spirit and look after your mind. It's very important to keep all these in balance because once one of these are unbalanced, it affects the other two. So if you're eating wrong, it's going to affect your spirit and mind. If you're thinking wrong, it's going to affect your body and spirit. These are all interlocked. You have to look after them all. So it's very important you understand music. Stop listening to low vibrational music. To be honest, you want to listen to music without any sort of speaking inside of it. You just want pure uh, frequencies, which are the solfeggio scale, like one of these, for example, 432, 528 hertz. These are all good frequencies. It's called the solfeggio scale. And these frequencies make you more in tune with nature. 528 hertz is what the earth vibrates at. So it's very important. And the Rockefellers are the one who changed this to 440 hertz. The Rockefellers, one of the elite families. So if you want to manipulate reality, it's very important to have your chakras aligned and having a high vibration because the higher your vibration, the more powerful your words and your intentions are on reality. So the lower your vibration, the harder it is to affect reality because you're in a lower state of consciousness. Like I said, you have the mental, astral, etheric, and physical. Everything is a product of the one above. As above, so below. This is what Hermes Trismegistus was saying in the Egyptian days. This is where it comes from. As above, so below. If you affect above, it directly affects below. So, like I said, meditation helps on this, helps align your chakras. Think positive, feel positive. Like I said, your feelings are magnetic, your thoughts are electric. So once you combine these two together, you're then creating an electromagnetic frequency, and that will have profound effect on reality. So the law of cause and effect. every law, so the law of cause and effect, every effect has the root cause. Like I said, your mind is the root cause of everything. Every decision you make is having a different effect on reality. Everything happens for a reason due to the root cause, which is your mind. You choose everything that happens in your life. Okay. So it's very important you understand this and you constantly make the right decisions, the good decisions to have good effects on your reality. You have to be very conscious of this law because nothing escapes this law. This is the law of all consciousness. So think about it. Imagine a massive ball of consciousness. However, off this ball are different sparks, and each one of these sparks are in each and everyone's body. This spark is governed by these laws, the law of cause and effect, the law of correspondence, the seven hermetic principles. It's very important you understand this because this mass ball of consciousness is what is obeying these laws. And everyone has this spark of consciousness inside their third eye. And like I said, everyone is the same consciousness. This is why if you do bad onto someone else, that will directly affect your reality. So if you hurt someone, it's going to come back to you in one way or another because you are that same consciousness. This is like a mirror reality, as within, so without. Whatever you feel on the inside, you're gonna see that on the outside. You're gonna experience that reality, whatever you've impressed. So there's different ways to bend reality to your will. This is kind of a sort of magic. So obviously you have black magic, which is manipulating reality to harm and influence others, or to be very selfish. And yeah, then you have white magic, which is manipulating reality for the good of humanity. So you do have to be very careful with your intentions, people, when you're trying to manipulate reality, because this is nothing to be played with. If you are manipulating reality for the wrong reason, it's going to come and bite you in the ass in some way or another. Because everything is balanced. Everything balances out in this reality. Nothing escapes the laws. Not one thing escapes the laws. So if you're stealing from yourself because it's just going to come back in one way or another. Inside of everyone's heart, you know whether you're doing good or wrong. You can feel it when you do something wrong. You can feel it when you do something good. The heart is the center of the torus field. It's balance. And this is why you say follow your heart, because it's the center of the torus field. It's very important to listen to this inner voice inside of you because that is telling you the right things to do, the good decisions to make. And when you keep following that voice, that good voice inside of you, it takes you to your life path. Very important to follow that voice. However, don't let the ego get in the way of it. Don't care what your friends are going to say. It's very important to understand this. So you have different ways of manipulating reality. You have sigil magic. This is where you create your own sigil or symbol. You create your own sigil and symbol, and then you charge it. You behind that symbol, you have an intention. So, for example, if you want to manifest wealth, you create a sigil which represents what you want. You create that sigil, you draw it out, you charge it because wherever your attention goes, energy flows. So whatever your attention is, you're sending energy that way. So what you do with your eyes and your hands, you place attention on the sigil. Imagine that it's glowing. Imagine that you're sending energy to the sigil, and then you burn the piece of paper once you've done this. And then after this, you meditate on that symbol. You constantly think about that symbol because that symbol is the frequency, is the thing that you want to manifest. So that's one way. Or you can just meditate on your reality. So imagine yourself having already what you have. This is what they call a mindset. You must set your mind to the frequency what you want to manifest. Okay. So if you want to manifest wealth, for example, imagine yourself being wealthy. What would it feel like? What would you be doing? Imagine a scene in your mind. Constantly do this, and you're putting out that frequency. Like I said, you must think because the thoughts are electric, and then you must feel, which is magnetic. Together, this creates an electromagnetic frequency, and this is how you attract things to you. You will attract the certain people to come in your life to bend reality to your will. Okay. Or you've got mirror magic. stare yourself in the mirror, because a mirror reflects light, it also reflects energy. So you've got to be very careful with what you say to a mirror. You've got to be very, very, very careful, because whatever you send into that mirror is directly sent straight back to you. So if you're thinking negative, you're sending negative energy back straight to you, and that's going to have an effect on your reality. Affirmations are very important, because your words are frequency, your words are vibrations, and each word you say has a certain frequency. If it's positively charged, it's going to affect you positively. If it's negatively charged, because like I say, your brain and your mind is like the director of energy. That's what your brain is, and it directs energy into certain things. You can either positively charge it or negatively charge it, and this brain is creating your reality constantly. It's manifesting your reality constantly in the present moment. So this is what the government knows. The government know your mind is the root cause of reality. This is why they call themselves a government. Government. The New World Order is not being manifested by them. They are controlling the information. They are controlling your perception of this reality. And they know the mind is the root cause of reality. Therefore, if they control your perception of reality and your information, what you believe, you're going to manifest that information, that perception. So we, the people, as a collective consciousness, are the ones manifesting this New World Order. You see, so this isn't black magic. They're actually tricking us into manifesting their own their plans, this New World Order. You see, this is how smart these people are. They know how to get around the laws of reality. They know how to bend reality to their will without facing the consequences. They're getting humanity to do it. You see, there is a collective consciousness. As like I said, we all have that same spark of consciousness, right? So as a collective consciousness, we are on a very low vibration at the moment. However, we are waking up rapidly. There are more and more people waking up at the moment, and light always chases away the shadow. Light is a lot more powerful than darkness, you see. So one person waking up has a massive effect than one person being asleep. It has a profound effect. Because like I say, the light always chases away the darkness. It's more powerful. The light is always more powerful. High vibrations are more powerful than lower. So that's it for this, people. I hope you all enjoyed. This is a short, quick video. God bless you all. What is good, people? It's Revival of Wisdom. I hope you're all doing well. Now, this video is how to raise your holy oil or your kundalini. Let's get straight into this. So this is a monthly cycle. Every month, when the moon is in your zodiac sign, this oil is released. Now, the moon is in control of monthly cycles. For women, it's the menstrual cycle, and as well, this holy oil cycle. The moon changes sign every 2.5 days and passes through the zodiac signs in 27 days. So the moon tells the day, the sun tells the time, the stars tell the month. This reality is a massive clock, if you like to say. It's a cycle. Okay. The moon controls the night, emotions, water, fluids, and the mind. Okay. So this oil is produced in the claustrum. It's produced in the claustrum, which is here, right? This is where you get Santa Claus from. Now, the claustrum is at the center of the brain, and it is next to the pineal gland and the pituitary gland. Once it starts in the claustrum, this is the holy present. This is the present that Santa gives to us, Santa Claus. And it goes to the pituitary gland and the pineal gland. And what's connected to the pituitary gland and the pineal gland is the Ida and the Pingala. The Pingala is the pineal gland's nerve, which is the honey, which is the positive charge, electric. And the pituitary is the Ida nerve, which is the magnetic charge. This is the milk, the land flowing with milk and honey. This is the brain, the heaven, heaven, okay? And it travels down the spine using these two nerves, these electromagnetic charge. And this is what the ancients symbolized with the two serpents wrapped around the spinal cord, the Ida and the Pingala. And this travels down to the sacrum or the solar plexus. Okay. So once it's here, okay, the spine is an elongation of the brain. So the spine is pretty much the brain. It's an extension of it. And it's kind of a microcosm of how we descended from heaven to physical reality, to physical matter, which is our consciousness has done. Our consciousness has descended from heaven into physical matter. And this is a microcosm of it. Okay. So once we're in the sacrum bone, this holy oil, like I've just explained, this holy oil starts in the Santa claustrum, goes down the chimney to the sacrum. This is the sacrum, the solar plexus, and drops the present off at the sacrum. Now, once we're at the sacrum, we need to raise our vibration to take this oil back up the spine. Okay. And the River Jordan symbolizes this in the Bible. King Herod wants to kill Jesus in Nazareth, which is here, this is the River Jordan, is Nazareth. He goes to be born in Bethlehem and then goes back up to Nazareth to Joseph and Mary. Joseph and Mary, the pineal gland and the pituitary gland. The Bible is huge symbolism. It's all metaphors for this sacred process which goes on inside of your body. You are the Temple of Solomon. You are the Holy Land. The Holy Land is your brain. Once this oil is at the sacrum, you need to raise your vibration in order to take it back up. Once this oil has gone back up to the pineal gland, it activates the crystals which are wrapped around your pineal gland. Your pineal gland is this tiny little beam here. This is the claustrum. This is the pineal gland. And it's wrapped in crystals. And when this oil travels back up the spine by raising your vibration, back to the upper room where Jesus met the 12 disciples, or the 12 cranial nerves in the brain, and it activates and it turns on this pineal gland. And once it's turned on, it illuminates all the cells and the nerves in your brain and turns them all on and activates the higher God man, the God consciousness, Christ consciousness. And it regenerates the whole body. This is the secret to regeneration. It regenerates all the cells in the body. And this is how the ancients lived for thousands and thousands of years, as talked about in ancient texts. They lived for hundreds and thousands of years because they knew this secret. And this fluid, this brain fluid, the secretion, or the Christos in Greek, which means gold, because this is the alchemical process from turning lead to gold. Your body is the alchemical furnace. Now, the ancients knew about this center of the brain because they symboled it. This is the Eye of Ra, and it's the brain. And this is what's wrapped around our consciousness. Our consciousness isn't wrapped around the brain. The brain is built around the consciousness. We are the consciousness. You don't have a soul, you are the soul. Okay? Now, the head, heaven, hell, heel, Heel at the bottom of your foot, that's hell. Head is heaven. Heaven and hell. Simple. Now the pineal gland produces DMT, which is dimethyltryptamine, which is known as the spirit molecule. So let's move on. Now, when this oil travels up, back, the spine, the chimney, it crucifies at the top, which is called the vagus nerve. So when it reaches here, the optic thalamus, it crosses and crucifies once it's raised back up. And this is why Jesus dies at 33. He was crucified at 33. Because you have 33 vertebrae on the back of the spine. And then it's crucified by the cross of the vagus nerve. When this oil crosses the vagus nerve, this is the crucifixion at 33. And it symbolizes the death of the physical consciousness. You then become spirit. You then become God consciousness, activating the Kundalini, regenerating the body and the mind. Okay. The Garden of Eden. You are the Garden of Eden. The land of milk and honey is upstairs. The pituitary, which is the milk, the pineal gland, which is the honey, which is DMT. It even says this in the Bible. As he brought us into the place, and he has given us this land, a land flowing with milk and honey, which is also symbolized as the sun and the moon. The Bible also says, the light of the body is the eye, not the eyes, the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. This is the activation of the pineal gland by raising this oil back up to the pineal gland, to the center of the brain. Neither shall they say, see that here, or see there, for behold, the kingdom of God is within you. So he's saying, don't look out there. Nothing is out there. It's all inside of you. Everything's inside of you. You're the universe. Now, how to raise this oil back up to the pineal gland? Every month, like I said. The moon controls the cycle. The moon controls monthly cycles. When the moon is going into your zodiac sign every month, this oil goes down the spine and you must raise your frequency to get it back up. You must retain your seed. This is the most important. Your fluid, your secret, your holy fluid, your life force. You can't let that go. That life force is the reason you're alive. This holy oil is the reason you're alive, because it feeds all of the systems in your body. It feeds all the systems in your body. You have to retain your seed, alkaline diet, positive thinking and meditation. Okay? When you retain your seed, you will live longer. The moment you release it, you're killing yourself. You're killing a piece of yourself every time you release your seed. Every single time. You're killing a part of yourself. Okay? Now, this could be why this could be the illumination, the single eye on the Illuminati's symbol, the Freemasonic symbol, the illuminated eye, the triangle, which could symbolize the body, mind, and spirit, but the eye illuminated. Now, in the Bible, it talks about the two trees, the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. The tree of knowledge is the tree of good and evil, which is the most important system in your body, which is the nervous system. The nervous system, the most important. The tree of good and evil, and the tree of life, which is the cardiovascular system. Now, this oil, when it's released every month, feeds these two systems, and these two systems feed everything. Now, it's important you understand that. Okay? The ancients knew all of this knowledge. The Bible's telling you this knowledge. But it's in a metaphorical way. You have to understand the context behind it so you can read it properly. Now, eating of the tree of life, which is when it talks about in the Bible, eating from the tree of life is actually symbolizing a bad diet, ejaculation. Because you're eating from these two systems, you're killing yourself with a bad diet. You're killing yourself with an ejaculation. Okay, so that's important to understand. Now, this is Jacob's ladder in the Freemasons. Jacob's ladder, which is the spinal cord, it's the stairway to heaven. And this is Jack and the Beanstalk when he goes up the beanstalk and finds the golden egg in the grey clouds. The grey clouds symbolize the grey matter in your brain. Now, the Garden of Eden talks about the 4 different rivers in Garden of Eden. As we see here, the North Pole map, the ancient North Pole map, because the center of the earth is the center of the torus field. Everything's the torus field. Atoms are torus fields. Everything's torus fields. You are the universe. Everything is within you. The North Pole is your spinal cord. This is why they say Santa Claustrum comes from the North Pole. This is the North Pole. And the Santa Claustrum is the center of your brain. Now, there's 4 rivers which come from the Garden of Eden. There's the blood, the Christ oil, which is the oil we're talking about, urine, and saliva. These are the 4 sacred oil, 4 sacred fluids in your body. And these are constantly abused in today's society. These secret societies are targeting these fluids. Okay? This is why porn is free. They sexualize society through Disney. Go and look at some of the Disney movies. There's so many subliminal messages which sexualize these children because they want you sexualized. So you release your seed, which is one of the holy fluids in your body, especially your semen, your sexual energy. So important you retain this. So important because it's your life force. It keeps you alive. Okay. Now, let's recap on this. If you want to raise your oil every month, you can't just retain your seed for the month. You have to retain your seed forever. Don't just do it for a couple of days. You have to do it. It's a lifestyle. You want to become God consciousness, you got to do what it takes. It's hard in this society because this society is made around, it's designed to kill you pretty much. It's designed to keep you in these lower states of consciousness with all the bad food, the chemicals in the food, the chemicals in the water, the sexualized TV programs, sexualized adverts, sexualized TikTok and apps, videos, subliminally stimulating you because that is your weakness, sex. It's your weakness. Now, you have to retain your seed, meditation, and an alkaline diet. Why alkaline? Because acidic is low vibrational. This is the color spectrum. And what's the highest vibrational color? Violet. It's the lowest, red. You have to have an alkaline body in order to raise this oil. When you drink, when you have a bad diet, when you drink alcohol, when you smoke, this destroys the oil. It destroys the oil in your sacrum and it can't be raised again, can't be raised up. This is why it's so important. Without that oil, you don't live. That oil makes you live. It feeds everything in your body. It's crazy how we're not taught this. It's insane. But that is how you raise the oil, people. I hope you all gain some knowledge out of this video. And I hope this assists you on your journey, your spiritual journey. And please like and share this video. We need this knowledge out to the public to wake up humanity. Thank you all, people. God bless.
There is a secret meaning behind the number 666. 666 is 3 sixes. The number 3 in occult and esoteric numerology represents the 3 aspects of human consciousness. We see this symbolism in the all-seeing eye with the light and the triangle. The triangle is the number 3. The eye represents consciousness, observation, and the light represents the light of consciousness, because consciousness is pure light. The 3 aspects of our consciousness is thoughts, emotions, and actions. Every thought creates a feeling, and the feeling creates the action. All physical manifestation is driven from these three aspects of our consciousness. All physical manifestation comes from thought. Every object you see around you, this screen, the phone you're on, the laptop you're using, or the iPad, was a thought in the invisible realms of consciousness. Then it was brought into physicality through feeling and action. This is because man is made in the image and likeness of God. We are all mini creators. We are all extensions of God's creative consciousness. Therefore, the number 666 represents 3 sixes. 3 is thoughts, emotions, actions. The number 6 represents the cube, because cubes have 6 sides. This material world that we experience, everything has 6 sides. Everything's created by cubes. We can move forward, we can move backwards, we can move left, right, up and down. This is the cube that we are stuck in. Therefore, 666 represents our 3 aspects of our consciousness, thoughts, emotions, actions, all contributing towards our physical self, material world, material pleasures, completely cutting ourselves off from our spiritual, true, divine self, which means 666 is representing a state of consciousness. A state of consciousness where we only operate from a place of material needs and survival things. As humans, we possess a physical material body in the physical material external world, but we also possess an invisible inner world, which is what we call spirit. When we disconnect ourselves from our inner world, we become lost in this materialistic way of thinking and acting, which can lead to no life purpose, a feeling of emptiness and voidness in our hearts. Humans possess the ability to transcend our animal instinctual natures and turn to the divine mind, to the spiritual inner world. It is our inner world that is projecting our outer world. The outer world is just an effect of our inner state of consciousness. It's important as we go through this human life to not lose ourselves and look for our validations outside of ourselves. The external world is simply just a mirror, mirroring with mathematical precision what happens inside our consciousness. When we change our inner world, we produce effect in the outer world. To get back on track about this number, this represents when we are lost in our material self and we are completely cut off from our true divine self. The devil is always having goat horns, which represents a ground animal. This is the lower animal self of man. He's always red. The frequency of red is the lowest vibrational color, and it also represents the root chakra. This is all to do with survival mode and our physical needs and physical self. Red represents chaotic and intense emotions like hatred and anger. This is why the devil is always red, because it represents anger and an uncontrolled state of emotion and consciousness. You see, we've been taught in the church and all through religion indoctrinations that the devil is an external deity which influences humans. And in fact, this is nothing but a metaphorical story. The devil is a character which represents an aspect of the human mind, the lower aspect of the human mind, a facet of our own consciousness and psyche. The voice that we have in our head that tells us to do these negative things is not an external deity pushing us to do something bad. This is an aspect of our own mind. Jesus and Satan are just 2 characters which represent the 2 voices that we have in our own consciousness. In fact, the word devil was never present in the early Gospels. Instead, what was mentioned was a spirit of evil. A term spirit of evil was not meant to denote a specific deity or being, but rather any force of negativity, whether it manifests as a destructive thought, emotion, or action. The spirit of evil represents the darker sides of our mind, the part that leads us astray and brings forth negativity in our lives. The reason why they want you to believe in a devil is because they don't want you taking responsibility for your creations. They don't want you to realize that the external world is truly a mirror of your inner state of consciousness. Instead, when something bad happens in your life, you blame it on some external devil or Satan who tempted you. Everything is your creation in your life. When you realize this, you take full control and you begin to reshape your external world by changing your inner state of consciousness. What if dreams aren't random at all, but messages from a deeper part of yourself, trying to show you things? In this video, you're going to learn exactly what dreams are from an esoteric view, how to control dreams, and how to dream more frequently. Dreams are not nonsense. They are expressions of the subconscious mind. In the daytime, we're using our conscious mind, what we are aware of. This represents the daytime, the sun, the external world. We're operating in the external, outside the body in the day. But when we go to sleep, we return inward. Everything does this breath. We breathe in through the nose and out through the nose. Everything does this in and out process in the universe. We live, we die every single day. We wake up, we express things in the external. Then at nighttime, we return back to darkness, back to the internal. This is the breath of the universe. We have summer, we have winter. This is the breath of the sun and the seasons with the earth. You have an internal world and an external world. External is physical, the internal is spiritual. Like I said, when we go to sleep, we are returning back to the internal world of your own consciousness and subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind holds everything about you, your memories, your traumas, everything you've ever learnt, your language, your name, your job. Everything you identify with is stored within this vast network of the subconscious mind. It is your own personal consciousness. Therefore, when we dream, we return back to the subconscious mind, and we are in fact thinking, but in a subconscious way. The subconscious does not speak the same language as the conscious mind. The conscious mind uses language, thoughts, and all things that are very logical and very easy to understand. The subconscious is the complete opposite. It is very indirect, metaphorical, and symbolic. The subconscious communicates and works in symbols. Ultimately, symbolism is the language of consciousness. This is why in occultism and esotericism, it is filled with occult symbols, because symbols are used to communicate directly with the consciousness within, the subconscious mind. And the subconscious mind is ultimately connected to the collective consciousness. We are all connected and tapping into the mental plane, where we receive thoughts, ideas, depending on what we attune our mind to. That's why we call it a mindset. But getting back on topic, the subconscious mind is your own personal network. It is like a net, an interconnected web of your thoughts, memories, traumas, emotional blockages, and all the things you identify with and have experienced in your life is stored within this network. It can be seen as a web. One example of the subconscious mind using symbolism is this next story I can tell you. Let's say I was in a very traumatic car crash as a young child. I experienced a lot of emotional trauma in that car, and that deeply impressed my subconscious mind with that trauma of emotion that I felt. Therefore, every time I see a car in my external world, that car is now a symbol that represents the state of consciousness I was feeling in that particular time of the traumatic car crash. The car is a symbol for a state of consciousness within my subconscious mind. Just like when you see a word, that word triggers what you believe that word to be in your subconscious mind. Symbols are the language of the subconsciousness. Therefore, when we dream, we are basically seeing symbols of our own personal subconscious mind. Our higher mind, which is basically our subconscious, the higher version of you that exists beyond your human thinking mind, communicates using symbolism. The higher mind does not speak human thoughts, human language. It speaks the language of symbolism. Therefore, when we dream, every event, every person, everything that happens, and everything you see is your own personal subconscious mind materializing within the plane of the astral plane. This is a dimension that sits just above the physical world that everything is pulled out of. For example, look around you. Everything you see around you was thought, then imagined. Imagination is the astral plane, and this astral plane sits above the physical world. As above, so below. These objects were thought, imagined within someone's mind, and then pulled into a physical reality. Therefore, the imagination is what you're experiencing within a dream. It is your subconscious mind thinking and materializing within the imaginative plane. For example, let's say you are a Christian, you believe in Jesus your whole life, you have lots of emotion towards Jesus. This deeply impresses your subconscious mind. You believe in him so much, you go to sleep, you have a dream that you meet Jesus. You did not meet directly with Jesus. You met with your own belief. It was your own belief materializing within the imaginative plane and revealing itself to you. Dreams are materializations of your memories, your subconscious beliefs, traumas, and anything that could be inside the subconscious mind. It is your subconsciousness revealing itself to you in a material form. Let's say you have a nightmare. There is a big dark figure chasing you and you are running away in fear, away from this dark figure chasing you. That dark figure is not an external entity. It is not a spirit or a jinn or a demon. It is in fact an aspect of your own mind. It is a symbol that represents maybe a fear, a trauma, or something you are running away from internally inside your subconscious mind. Something that you are not addressing, but something that is fearful, something that can be controlling you on a subconscious level. Let's say you have a fear to address something in your personal life. You want to address someone who is getting on your nerves at work. You continuously put this off and you fear doing that situation. Over a long period of time, this can slowly control you subconsciously. You start to avoid the person, avoid any contact. It is subconsciously controlling you. This is not the best example, but you can see what I mean. Hidden fears and traumas in the subconscious mind can subconsciously control your actions and ultimately lead you to low states of consciousness, keep you from reaching your higher potential, and ultimately create blockages within your own consciousness. That figure in the dream is a materialization of something that you are fearing and running away from and not addressing. This is why people always have dreams of traumas that they have experienced as a child or when they were younger, or maybe from a year ago or two. It's because that emotion is deeply impressed in the subconscious, and the subconscious is always trying to reveal things to you, communicate to you that you need to change, purify, and maybe heal within your own consciousness. This is how the higher self communicates to you through the language of symbolism. Once you understand this, dreams can become a very powerful tool, not just entertainment at night time. Your consciousness never rests. Your consciousness is eternal. It is the very spark of the divine. Your body needs rest. Your consciousness is not physical. It does not need rest. So this is a way you can identify what your dreams are trying to show you is by writing them down. A dream journal. Every single dream that you have a book placed near your bed. Every time you wake up, first thing you should do is pick up the book and write every single detail that you can remember about the dream. The people that you met are all symbols or aspects of yourself. Maybe it is a friend you saw in your dream. That friend represents a state of consciousness that is within you and is trying to reveal something to you. It's about making the subconscious into the conscious, to become conscious of the unknown. Write down every detail, everything you saw, every event that played out, even the details of the clothes that they were wearing. Everything is symbolic within dreams. Write everything down and then analyze the dream. Don't analyze it from a logical mind. Analyze it with the right hemisphere of the brain, which allows you to see metaphors, read between the line. Try and gain the message that it's trying to show you. What does this overall mean to you? And what could this reveal about aspects of yourself that you need to heal or maybe take action in your life and world? Because your higher self is always guiding you towards awakening and fulfilling your mission in the manifested physical world. Dreams speak in symbols, not logic. Ask about your dreams. What is this trying to tell me? Don't take things literally. Look for an emotional tone and symbolic resonance. With practice, you'll begin to understand the personal language of your subconscious mind. Now that you understand that, again, please leave a like or a comment on this video. This is now a technique for lucid dreaming and dreaming more often. This is not going to happen overnight. This is not an easy method. It simply takes practice and dedication. Every morning, choose 3 time slots. For me, I choose 4:30, 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. 3 alarms that are going to go off at these 3 times, half an hour apart from each other. Each time you wake up, stay awake for 5 to 10 minutes. Turn off the alarm. Try and keep your conscious mind awake, but drift back into sleep. There's no other better way for me to explain that. It's very difficult, but try and keep the mind awake, but the body falling back asleep. More than likely, you will drift off back to sleep. Then the next alarm will go off half an hour after. This will wake you up again, guaranteed. You will probably drift back to sleep by repeating this process. After the 3 alarms go off, each one of them times, you're either going to have a dream or a lucid dream, but definitely you will have a dream. And if it doesn't work one time, keep trying it. I've been using this method for a very long time, and I can tell you 70-80% of the time it triggers a dream, and a very vivid dream. And it's ideal for lucid dreaming because keeping the conscious mind awake while letting the body fall asleep, you can become conscious within these subconscious realms of your mind. But when you are conscious inside the dream world, you can do what you want, but you also want to let the dream naturally unfold. If you try and take too much control, then you will wake back up. If you feel any fear in your dream, you will wake back up into the material world. Another tip to dream more often is to meditate before bed. Simply close your eyes and think about nothing for 5 to 30 minutes. Detach from everything outside you, your name, your job, work, thoughts. Mentally detach from the world and the physical pleasures and become pure awareness before you try and go to sleep. This will help you become conscious while being within the self. If you wish to learn more about consciousness yourself, the Book of Wisdom Volume 2 can definitely help you. I'll leave a link in the description. Thank you for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next one.
Left and right hemisphere, and what are they doing? How does it contribute towards your perception in this world? And this is what we're going to be talking about in today's video. We're going to be breaking down the two hemispheres of the brain and how they function in your life. So first, we have the left hemisphere. This is the logical hemisphere. This is the analytical, divided, scientific, or verbal hemisphere. The right hemisphere is creative, wholeness, artistic, symbolic, and metaphorical. The right hemisphere does with non-verbal things. It produces a holistic perception. It is more to do with creativity. Because what you must understand is that we are not in the external world. The world is produced by our brain. We see with our brain. Our eyes are a part of the brain. What we touch is the brain's interpretation of electrical signals on the nervous system. What we smell is the brain's interpretation of smell through the nose. What you taste is your brain's interpretation of chemical reactions on your taste buds. So what you are experiencing is the brain. The brain is a computer creating a simulation. And you have two hemispheres which breaks down this reality. So essentially, the brain is the perception creator. It creates perception. So if the brain is creating this, who is the one experiencing the brain? Well, that is you, the consciousness, the mind, the all-seeing eye. You are the all-seeing eye experiencing the brain, the observer behind the brain, behind reality, behind the emotions. So if you're walking through a woods, this left brain sees individual trees. The right brain sees the whole woods. It sees the biome. It sees the bigger picture. So when you are walking through this woods, the right brain picks up a holistic perception of reality. It creates the woods as one unified woods. The left brain's job is to break this down and analyze it so that we can see individual things. And this is also necessary for humans to have the ability to break things down and manipulate things in this world. So without this left hemisphere, we could not manipulate things and break things down. So this right hemisphere is important because it sees the whole woods. It sees humanity as one unified consciousness. However, the left hemisphere sees individual egos. So the left hemisphere is the place of the ego because it only understands it sees the world very divided. Okay, so for example, here's another example of the left and right hemisphere. If someone pulls out in front of you in traffic, your left brain's going to start going crazy and analyzing them, calling them names. The right hemisphere, however, sees the bigger picture. Maybe he didn't see you. Maybe it's just a mistake. Maybe he's in a rush. You see how the two brains are very different. They do the same thing, but they function in different ways. The right hemisphere is feminine, the left hemisphere is masculine. So like I said, this person pulls out in front of you, you start to think with the left. If you start to perceive that in the left brain, you're going to start analyzing them. You're going to start going crazy and calling them names because you're analyzing it. You're not seeing the bigger picture behind it. You're not seeing it from his perspective. So there is a crossover. So the left hemisphere of the brain controls the right side of the body, the right ear, the right eye. Everything to do with the right side of the body is connected to the left hemisphere, and the right hemisphere controls everything on the left side of the body, including your eyes, your arms, your legs. So everything is crossed over, and even your visual field is crossed over. So this is your visual field, as you can see here, and even the left side of your visual field goes to the right brain. There's a crossover. No one really knows. There's not really a reason for this. However, this is how the human body is designed. As we all know, the human body is the most advanced piece of technology on the face of the earth. They cannot replicate the human body. And they tell you it has no creator. This is crazy. People are that brainwashed, they can't even understand that their body is the most advanced piece of technology. Your body is so advanced, the computers that you use are mimicked of the body. Everything they create is mimicking nature, but they don't show you how intelligent nature is because they don't want you to understand you're in an intelligent design. So anyways, let's get back on track. There is a crossover in the brain, and this is why they teach you to write with your right hand. And I was speaking to someone who's in a nunnery, or whatever you want to call it. They were a nun, or they knew someone who was who was a nun, and they forced these people, these nuns, to write with their right hand. You had to write with your right hand. This is why, I'd say at least 70% of the world, or 80%, is right-handed and right-legged, because they taught us this to activate the left hemisphere more because of this crossover that happens in the body. So when we are using this right side more, we are using that left hemisphere more. Why? Why are they doing this? Well, they also called it writing. Writing is a spell, to cast a spell on you to use that right side of the body so that you use this left hemisphere, because they want you to see the world as a divided perception. They don't want you using the right hemisphere, using that left side of the body to activate the right hemisphere to see the bigger picture and see how everything is all one and everything is created. This left hemisphere domination keeps you from seeing the connections between everything, because that left hemisphere analyzes, it breaks things down. So when we are left hemisphere dominated by using the right side of the body, we are essentially seeing everything as divided. And this is why so many people will not understand my work, because my work connects dots and connects fields of knowledge, and makes you see the bigger picture. So people who are left hemisphere dominated will see my work and think this guy's crazy. But everything, it's all about activating that right hemisphere. So they called it writing because every word you say is molding your mind in some sort of way. The things you see is molding your mind. Everything you take in through the five senses is molding your mind. And language is a massive spell, especially the English language. They called it writing so that you use that right side. It's a spell because your subconscious mind picks up everything you say. And 90% of your daily basis behavior and thought patterns is produced by these subconscious programs within the subconscious mind. Essentially, your conscious mind is only the 10% of you. The conscious mind is just what you're aware of, what you're wearing, how you're feeling, what you're thinking. That's your conscious mind. The subconscious mind is controlling every system in your body. It's telling your heart to beat without you being conscious of it. So essentially, this is what they're programming. They're programming this system in the back of the mind, which is controlling everything through the words. And this is what spells are, because it's all about creating perception in the subconscious. So they want you to use that right side more. I truly believe the ancients, they were balanced. They used the left and the right side of the body. They didn't have a stronger side because they understood this science of the body and how the body works. So this is actually called phonetics. It's not etymology. Etymology is the study of root words. Phonetics is the study of how words sound similar. The way words are spoken. So phonetics, phone, is why we call them a phone. Because you speak into a phone. So this is right and writing, to use that right side to activate the left hemisphere more. So your hands are a manifestation of your brain. The left hand is the right brain, the right hand is the left brain. And as a child, we were always taught that when you place your hands together like this is the size of your brain, which is true because your hands are a part of your brain. They're an extension of your brain. Every part of your body other than your brain is an extension of the brain. Everything's working and feeding back information to the brain because you're experiencing the brain. So another trick that you can do, or another exercise, is looking in the mirror and closing one eye at a time. If you close your right eye, if you take your top off, for example, you'll analyze your body if you close your right eye because you're using that left hemisphere. Sorry, other way around. If you look at yourself through your right eye, you'll use that left hemisphere, which will analyze yourself. You'll see individual body parts. If you close the right eye and use the left eye, you'll see your body as a whole. You won't really analyze it. This is how you can analyze yourself using these two hemispheres. So this whole system is created to keep you thinking logically and to restrict you from creating and restrict you from understanding symbolism, allegories, metaphors, and teamwork. They want you stuck in a logical way of thinking and a logical way of seeing the world. This is why when you go to school, you are told exactly what to do. You're told to think this way and no other way. You're told to do orders, do this. It's a very left-brained system because if we all started to open up this right hemisphere, we'd all see, wow, everything is all one, everything's all connected. And this is what my work is doing. I'm showing you everything is one. The physical world is an illusion of duality, but everything comes from the one source, the one mind. The universe is a giant mind. I am mind, you express mind. We all possess mind. Behind the physical body is the same mind consciousness. And we are all expressions and fractals of this infinite consciousness called mind. And this is what they don't want us to figure out, is that we are all just one consciousness expressed. It's an infinite consciousness. It's even in the squirrel, it's in the dog. All of these different animals, they're just different bodies, but behind the bodies is the same consciousness, which is mind. That's what the pineal gland is. The pineal gland is not the mind, and it's not the third eye. The third eye is your mind. If you have a closed third eye, it just means you have a closed mind. If you have an open third eye, it just means your mind has expanded from beyond physical things through astral projection and mystical experiences. This is how you gain an open third eye. It's just an open mind. A mind that has astral traveled, has explored the realities within the mind. So everything they do is to keep us in a divided state. Divide and conquer, right? That's their motto. All to keep you thinking how everything is divided. Everything they've done is division. Postcodes, countries, everything is divided. Like football teams and all this stuff. It's also a natural process when you grow up, because as you grow up, your brain is constantly analyzing the world. So this is sort of a natural process of how you become more left hemisphere dominated, because your brain is always analyzing. And unless something awakens you, you can awaken that right hemisphere where you can start to see the bigger picture. Even the music, all tuned to 440 hertz, shuts down the right hemisphere of the brain. 440 hertz, Spotify, Apple Music, the radio. Every time you turn on the radio, it's tuned to 440 hertz. This was specifically tuned. It never used to be tuned to this. It was in the 1950s. It was changed. The standard music tuning was changed to 440 hertz because it shuts down that right hemisphere of the brain. They don't want you thinking, seeing the world in this way and perceiving things as one. And I'm going to show you. It tells you this in the Bible. Cast the net onto the right-hand side of the boat and you will find the fish. What was Jesus saying? This is, you see, people read the Bible and they don't understand it. If the Bible is not talking about you, then it has no meaning. The Bible, everything you read in the Bible is about you and how it can better your life. It occurs to you. So if Jesus says, cast the net onto the right hand side of the boat, this is an allegory. The boat is your body. Cast the net. It's the awareness, the perception onto the right hemisphere of the brain, and you will find the fish. What's fish? What do fish do? They swim deep in the ocean. It represents the knowledge, deep knowledge. Cast the net onto the right hand side of the boat, and you will find fish. You will find the wisdom. You'll gain understanding when you cast that your awareness into that right hemisphere. You will see that I am you and you are me. We are all one consciousness. You will see everything. You'll see that the trees are the same patterns as the nerves in your body. You'll see everything is connected. Everything is a fractal of the one infinite consciousness. And how many fish did they catch? 153. That adds up to 9. This is now numerology. The Bible's filled with numerology. Adds up to 9. What's 9? Human consciousness. It represents consciousness. You're in the womb for 9 months. Feminine. It's all about consciousness. And in Revelation 14, and I looked, and behold, the Lamb standing on Mount Zion. That's the spines, the mountain. With him, 144,000. 144 adds up to 9. It represents consciousness on top of the spine. You see? And he had his name the name of his Father written on the forehead. What's the Father? The higher mind, the higher consciousness within you. Where is that? In the forehead, the pineal gland. The pineal gland is the radio receiver for the higher consciousness. Because every body part of the body has consciousness. Your heart has consciousness. Your gut has consciousness. You are thinking with these different consciousnesses. You think with the gut. You think with your penis. You are thinking with all these consciousness. And it's about raising your consciousness to the higher consciousness, which is the Father, the mind, in the head. Don't think with the lower parts of the body, because that is your animal nature. Think with the higher parts of the body. It's all representing consciousness. How to activate the right hemisphere of the brain? Well, it's all to do with non-verbal things. So music will activate the right hemisphere. Make sure it's tuned to the right frequency though. 432 hertz, 528 hertz. Any frequency that adds up to 3, 6, or 9 is good for you. Meditation, turning off the thoughts, and you raise yourself to the higher brain. Symbolism. Symbolism is all right hemisphered. Reading between lines, metaphors, determining the Bible, it's all right hemisphered. Seeing the bigger picture, it's reading between the lines. So tithing in the Bible. These people in the churches are giving 10% of their money to the church. It's nothing but a scam. What these people have done is they have externalized the Bible. They have taken the Bible and literalized it so that they can make a business out of it. So what they're doing is 1/10 of the produce of what it says in the Bible, 1/10 of the produce of the land, whether grain or fruit, is the Lord's and is holy. So what's that saying? The 10th of it's basically saying give the 10% to the Lord, to God. What does that mean? Well, what's the land and the fruit? This represents physical things, the physical things that you have. The 10th of the physical things that you have. What's that? That's your ego. All the physical things that you have is all to do with your ego. That's the lower self. The ego, what is the ego? It's the mind's perception of the physical self. You had no ego when you were a child. Okay, when you were a child, you had no ego. As you grew older, you created the ego. But the ego is the full self. It's the echo. Ego, echo. It's the echo of the full self. So it's saying, give the ego over. Take away the animal self. In that left hemisphere, that's all to do with the left hemisphere. That left hemisphere sees the ego. It sees individuality. It's divided. So it's saying, give that 10%. Give that 10% of you over to the right hemisphere. the 90%. The 90% of you is in that right hemisphere, the higher self. Now, I'm not saying the left hemisphere is bad. Okay, I'm not saying that at all. But it sees it sees things divided. It's like I said, the left, the hands are manifestations of the brain. So when these Christians are praying, they're putting their hands together. What are they doing? They're syncing the brain hemispheres. What you're doing, because everything's an extension of your brain. So if you put your hands together, you're putting the two hemispheres together. And what's happening when you place the hands together? All the electricity in the body is now running in a circuit. Once you connect these two hands, the electrical energy is now running in a circuit, and energy can move around the body quicker and more efficiently. So when you pray, when these people are praying, they don't realize that they're engaging in ancient forms of meditation, of balancing the two hemispheres. So now we're talking about balancing the hemispheres, not the right hemisphere. This is what Israel is. Look at the symbol for Israel, the up triangle and the downward triangle. What's that? The up triangle represents male. The downward triangle represents female. Okay? This is talking about the brains. Israel is Ra. Isis, which is female, the Egyptian god. Ra, El. El means God. Electricity. That's the force of the physical world. It's the force that runs this world, electricity. It's the force of God. El, consciousness. It means God. Is Ra, El. Isis, Ra, and El. It's the two hemispheres of the brain, the holy land of Israel. It's the holy land, it's the brain. Once these two hemispheres are synced, this is how you unlock your consciousness. This is the easiest way of astral projecting. Hemisphering, I forgot the word for it. Hemisphere syncretization, something like that. It's about syncing the hemispheres. This is how you unlock your consciousness. Once the brain is running as one electrical system, this is how you balance the two masculine and male opposing energies. Once these opposing energies are no longer in war with each other, the brain, they come together to work as one. You unlock your consciousness. You are born again. What happens when a male and female have sex? It creates a new child. It becomes one. You are born again. Once the two hemispheres of the brain, you are born again. You can then have an out-of-body experiences. So this is why the symbol of the Holy Land, Israel, is the up and down triangle back combined together, because it represents unification of the male and female, unification of the hemispheres. You're born again. You unlock consciousness. And you can get this for free. It's called the Gateway Tapes on my website. Basically, it's a audio track from the government, and they did this in the Gateway Experience. It's a CIA document, and what they do is there are different forms of meditations you go through. I think there's about 5 waves of meditations you do, half an hour each one, and it will teach you. It will sync your hemisphere, because what does it do? They understood that playing one frequency into one ear and another frequency into the other, they understood that the right ear is connected to the left hemisphere, the left ear is connected to the right hemisphere. So when you play 2 different frequencies into both ears, what happens? The brain picks this up, the 2 hemispheres of the brain picks this up, and it syncs it. It syncs these 2 hemispheres, these 2 frequencies together. So now the brain is working as one to sync this frequency. So this is how you can sync your hemispheres, through listening to these frequencies. Okay, you can get them for free and do the meditations yourself. This will definitely help you. This is an easy way to astral project. So it's all about syncing the hemisphere and seeing reality from a unified perception. We should all aim to get out of that left hemisphere. I'm not saying don't use it, but we should now start to see. We should now start to read between the lines of the Bible, read between the lines of the symbolism they're showing, study symbolism, study allegories, in myths? What are they trying to tell us through these allegories? And, this is how we start seeing things in a better way. Once we understand that we are all microcosms of an infinite consciousness, we can all come to one, because love is the unifying force of this infinite consciousness. We are all divided. We are all disconnected from our hearts. Once we all connect with our hearts and see that everything is one, we can all start to love and come together as one, because love is the unifying force of consciousness. So if you haven't already seen, I now have launched the Ethereal University. I will be doing lectures like this one, but even better, deeper, and even releasing knowledge that I can't talk about online as they are censored. I'll be doing lectures every single week. I'll be doing live calls every single week. You also gain access to my library, which is filled with over 45 occult books, filled with knowledge. Okay, I'll show you now. Plus, you get my book, The Book of Wisdom, PDF form, and the Human Health Guide, PDF form. You also get all of this stuff, the health section, Q&As, Ethereum meditations. We've got some celestial studies, cosmology, numerology coming soon. You also get the brand new Manifestation Mastery course, plus the library. And there'll be new books, new lectures, new live calls every single week. Or you can get the Book of Wisdom, use the code WISDOM in all capital letters to gain 40% off. This sale will be ending very, very soon. So if you're watching this, be very quick to get yourself a physical version or a PDF of my book. You can get it in all these languages. Hope you enjoyed this video, people. I'll see you inside the Ethereal University, the real university. Have an amazing day. What if I told you you don't have one body? You in fact have four. There's a secret hidden right in front of you, and most of you overlook it. And by learning these teachings today, this will change your perspective on life, on yourself, and completely change the conception of yourself. This is the key to your highest potential. If you stay with me today, you will find secrets about yourself that will change your life. But I warn you, once you step this path of esoteric knowledge, there's no going back. Once you see, you can't unsee. So stay with me, and we will discuss the four bodies of your soul and how you can master yourself to reach your highest potential. The first thing we must understand is that there is a sun. And just like the sun gives life to the earth, there is this life force within the sun that gives life to all matter. We must understand that matter itself is dead. It has no life potential. It has no ability to create or destruct anything. All of the life comes from above, from the sun, from the life-giving power of this infinite energy source we call the sun. No matter what model you believe, the sun still gives power to this physical realm, giving life to all of the crops, giving life to animals, giving life and growth to all things that the rays come in contact with. This is a macrocosm process. We must understand the teachings of as above, so below. This means that the macrocosm repeats itself in a microcosm form. Now, what do I mean? Humans are made in the image and likeness of God. You are a miniature version of God, a spark of the divine consciousness made in human form, in physical form. Just like the sun gives life to all physical matter and growth to all crops on the earth, your soul is a miniature sun. And your soul is giving life to the body. Your body is a miniature earth, which also goes through the cycles of the 4 seasons of the sun. We feel different in each one of these seasons. It's because our body does not only go through these cycles externally, but these cycles happen within ourselves, within consciousness. Your soul is the sun. the sun you see in the sky is an externalization of your soul. Your soul is the life force. You are the soul, not the body. And like the sun gives power to the earth, the soul gives power to your body. So first, let's look at the etymology of the word sun. The word sun comes from it's a Latin word solis or sol, which means the sun. Sol then became soul, sun, soul. And in fact, S-O-N and S-U-N in the old etymology dictionary mean the exact same thing. They are interchangeable. So when we look at the symbol of the sun, we look at a circle and a cross, which represent the four aspects of the sun, the four seasons of the sun: summer, winter, spring, and autumn. These are the four states of the sun. Like we said, this is why we get this symbol. You have the four states of the sun, which represent the four bodies of the soul. Now, this is where we get deep. Like I said, the sun you see in the sky is a macrocosm of your soul, an externalization of your soul. Just like your sun has four seasons, the four seasons within us are the four bodies. Our soul is incarnated and split into four sections. We have a mind, we have a physical body, emotions, and spirit. These are all interchangeable and they are all linked. In ancient alchemy, we have the exact same symbolism of the four stages of alchemy. But in this case, they're symbolized as the four elements: earth, water, air, fire. In this ancient alchemical symbol, we have the pentagram, with the top one representing the soul, ether. Our soul then has the four bodies, with the human here. We have the man, the eagle, the bull, and the lion. We see this on the tarot card, the Wheel of Fortune. The man, the eagle, the bull, the lion. We see this in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. The lion, the bull, the man, and the eagle. We see this with depictions of Jesus. Jesus, the man, the bull, the lion, and the eagle. These represent the four fixed signs of the zodiac: Taurus, the bull; Scorpio, the eagle. Scorpio was symbolized as an eagle. It's an ancient symbol. Now it's been changed to a scorpion, of course. Leo, the lion; Aquarius, the man. These represent the four fixed signs, which are four different elements. Taurus is an earth sign. Scorpio, a water sign. Leo, a fire sign. Aquarius, an air sign. Taurus is the earth. As above, so below. The earth is the physical body. Leo is fire. Fire is the spirit. Scorpio is water, which is the emotions. Aquarius is the mind, which is an air symbol. Air is the mind. That's why we call people airheads. Okay? So what we're actually looking at here are the four aspects of our soul. We have the sun in the middle and the four bodies of the soul. This is what Jesus is symbolizing. Jesus represents you. God made flesh with the four aspects of the soul. The four gospels are all depicting Jesus in four different ways according to the different body of consciousness. The Wheel of Fortune are representing the four bodies of the soul. This represents the four bodies. Now, how are they four bodies? They are four dimensions of consciousness. The mind is not made of the same substance of the emotion. The emotion is not made of the same substance of the physical body. The spirit is not made of the same substance as the physical body also. They exist in four dimensions of consciousness. They are four bodies of our soul. And the most important teaching here is what I'm actually getting to, is the powerful one. This is what gives you power. Most of us live in chaos. Our mind is thinking of doing something. Our emotions are feeling something else. Our body is lusting and wanting to do something else. And our spirit's energy is completely off. Most people live in unbalance. None of these four bodies are working together. This is why we produce chaos in our lives. When these bodies are in balance, are not working together. So in alchemy, they symbolize the four elements, which are the four bodies of consciousness. These are the furnaces with the fire. They represent transmutation of each body. We have to sync these bodies. We have to sync the mind with our emotions, and our emotions with our actions, the physical body, and with our spirit. These four key bodies need to be in line in order for us to create consciously in our life. Because each one of us is a creator, a miniature version of God, creating our own earth, creating our own material reality. And in order for us to create consciously and with effect and power, we must have these bodies unified so that we can create consciously and not create chaos. So this is very, very important. And this is a secret teaching found in all ancient societies. But this is what the hidden symbolism of astrology actually is. The sun is our soul, and the 12 zodiacs are 12 aspects of our soul. And we have the 4 aspects of the 4 main bodies. This is what we're looking at. We're not looking at the sky. We're actually looking at aspects of ourselves, aspects of our soul that we must master and transmute in order to become our highest potential. So I hope this makes sense. And it may take a while for you to fully understand this, but the key knowledge in order for you to understand any of these teachings that I've gone through today is the major teaching of as above, so below. What is above is below. What is within is without. Your inner reality projects the outer reality. What is inside of you is outside of you in some form or way. Whatever roots that go down will always shoot up. When you throw a bouncing ball, you shoot it down, it will go up. As above, so below. As within, so without. God did not make a creation separate from himself. We are all extensions of the divine made in physical form. And we are incarnated into 4 sections. Our soul is separated into 4 sections. These are the 4 corners of reality. These are the 4 pillars of reality that we must control. So in order to access our soul in meditation, we must turn off these 4 things. Turn off the mind, the emotion, the spirit, and the body. And then we access the soul. So I hope this video helps today. And you can learn all about this in the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. This book is a revolution in consciousness. I do not recommend everyone reads this book. This book is only for people who are serious and want to transform their lives. This book is a book that will change the scope you see reality. It will change your perspective on yourself because you will resonate with this. This book does not just give you information. It gives you a sense of well-being. It gives you truth, and you will find your power from this information. This information is not just information, it's a key to your path of enlightenment and transformation. So you can find this book in the description of this video. And if you are part of the university, I will see you on the live calls. Thank you, everyone. Please leave a like, subscribe, and a comment, and let me know whatever videos you want me to make next. Anything that you fail to understand or have any confusion with, I can make a video on it. So let me know in the comment section any reviews or anything I should do. Thank you all, people. Have a great day. Neo is plugged into the matrix on the back of his neck. And if we look at the human brain,
The back of the neck is the reptilian brainstem. And when one operates their life out of the reptilian brainstem, they are unaware, unconscious. They are consciously dead because the reptilian brain does not really critically think. It acts on instinct, fight or flight mode. This is considered in the occult spiritually dead. When one is taking actions without intention, simply very reactive to life. They're not living, they're simply experiencing. When you're walking down the street and you see someone, and in your mind you think me versus them versus me, that is an animalistic way of thinking. I used to be trapped in this way of thinking, always thinking of fight or flight, always judging people, always reacting to the world, never consciously creating and commanding with intention in the world. This could be considered the matrix, when one lives unconsciously, simply surviving in the world. Another symptom of living in the reptilian brain could be obsession, a constant need to assert your power over others to feel safe or superior. Views relationships as power hierarchies, not as mutual connections. It could be a conquest for sex, lust, seeking validation through sexual activity. Sex becomes a tool for dominance, escape, and self-worth. Intimacy is avoided. Pleasure is pursued without emotional depth. Seeking pleasure all the time. This is all to do with the reptilian brain. Seeking safety. It could be compulsive eating or food hoarding, driven by craving and not actual hunger. Eats to soothe fear or emotional discomfort, often unconsciously. This is the unconscious. Fear-based decision-making. Every choice is shaped by perceived threat or insecurity or fear within the subconscious mind. Long-term vision is sacrificed for immediate safety and gratification. All the reptilian brain. Territorial behavior overacts when personal space, possessions, or status is threatened. Acts as though survival depends on ownership or status. Addiction repeats patterns to feel safe, even if they are harmful. Avoids anything unfamiliar or unpredictable. Low empathy. No empathy or emotional care for one another and for fellow beings in the world. Sees people as threats, tools, or competitors. This is all to do with the reptilian brain. Intense jealousy or possessiveness. Sees others as rivals or objects to control. Cannot tolerate perceived threats to loyalty or status. Quick to be angry. Slow to reflect. Reacts with rage, withdrawal when challenged. Lacks emotional regulation or deep self-awareness. So this is considered, this brain could be considered the matrix, hence why Neo is plugged into this brain. He's operating the life out of this brain, unconscious, simply navigating life like an animal. I was in this state, and you can only really realize this when you come out of this brain and you start to function from the higher regions of the brain, which we will discuss very soon. And my life was chaos because there was chaos operating internally. I was never thinking about the future. I was always operating life out of fear, out of lack, never had care for another person. When you operate life out of this brain, the matrix, things outside you, can easily control you. This is why they keep us in a constant state of fear. So we operate life out of this. So we never gain full control over our reality, over our actions, over our thoughts. So Neo is called Neo, and he works at a place called meta cortex, very symbolic of the neocortex, the higher region of the brain. Now, this brain makes you human. It ultimately allows you to hold control over the animal urges. Okay, the neocortex is the brain that allows you to have self-mastery, that allows you to control your urges, your instinctual survival urges. So humans can overcome their reptilian animalistic state and start to operate their life in a conscious mastery state. And Neo is plugged out of the reptilian brain, and he starts to use his neocortex, the human brain. This allows one to learn to have self-control, allows one to create, allows one to think about others. It allows one to critically think deeply. It allows one to be self-aware. Who am I? Where did I come from? And where am I going? This is ultimately the brain that has shaped the world. We look at humans. We built technology. We built all of these amazing things. They all come from the neocortex. This is the higher region of the brain that allows consciousness to function on a higher degree. It allows you to truly become a creator and have self-control instead of living in a reactive animal state. You see, animals are only aware of their five senses. They're only aware of surviving. If you notice, look at animals, they're always looking around. Even in their home, they're always looking around, sniffing around. That's because they operate in an animalistic brain. Humans have the neocortex. This is a higher region of the brain, which well, if you wish to master yourself, this is the brain that you will be using. This allows you to operate life on a higher degree. We see this reptilian brain symbolized everywhere. See it as reptiles. Reptiles are symbols of this brain. We see the Egyptian god Osiris with the green skin representing a reptile, a crocodile. Sometimes we see Osiris depicted in Egyptian artwork with crocodiles or reptiles, if you do a little bit of research on that. And also, if we look at the overall symbolism of Osiris and his story, we notice that he is the god of the dead or the underworld. This is not literal, but the dead or the god of the death, the god of the death of self, the dead of consciousness, because you are a divine being with limitless potential to create. And ultimately, to create, we have to master our reptilian brain. But when we function from this reptilian brain, we are dead to our higher powers of creation, of imagination, of actually gaining control and operating life from the higher mind, operating life as the divine being as you are. But if you operate life in Osiris, he is the god of dead. You are spiritually and consciously dead. You act unconsciously. You are dead, not physically, but mentally and spiritually. So what we're looking at here in the Egyptian artwork is the reptilian brainstem. We have the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere of the brain. Notice a curve. The feminine body is very curvy. This represents feminine. The masculine body is very liney. So if we study geometry, we know that lines are masculine, hence why the word masculine, line, and the feminine body is, in geometry, feminine is represented as curves. So this is the left masculine brain on the left side, and this is the right feminine brain on the right side, with Osiris, the reptilian brainstem, in the middle. So we're going to go deeper into some Mesopotamian artwork now. Now let's have a look at this. We're looking at the reptile on the very bottom. We see the left brain and the right brain, the Eye of Ra and the Eye of Horus on the left and right. In Freemasonry, we still see the symbolism of the two pillars, Yakin and Boaz in Freemasonry, with the two pillars symbolizing masculine, feminine forces of consciousness, also representing the masculine left brain and the feminine right brain, with the reptile down here. But if we have a little look here, right, we have a little look at these reptiles. This person is standing on top of the reptiles. When you are on top of something, you have power over the below. You are standing atop of something. You have mastery over it. You have control over it, symbolizing gaining control over the reptilian brain, the reactive actions, the sexual urges, the addictions, the territorial behavior, the fear-based decisions, constant internal tension, never being able to focus. It's symbolizing gaining control over these internal qualities that happen within us, in our mind, because the universe is mental. And if we do not gain control over this brain, it will dominate our mind, which will ultimately dominate our actions and destroy our life and live in an unconscious state. So this is basically instructions in this ancient Mesopotamian artwork of becoming self-mastery, to operate on a God consciousness level. So we have a person symbolizing your awareness, the internal you, having mastery over the reptilian urges, the reptilian brain, the reptile thinking. We have a person, a face in between, and it's standing in between these pillars, symbolizing balance of the brain hemispheres. Because the face, we see the eyes in the middle, we see the person is you, your consciousness, standing in the middle pillar. So representing seeing reality as neutral. Everything in the world is neutral. It's the mind's perception that gives it a positive or negative charge. When we adapt this mindset, this view of reality, this knowingness of reality, we see the world for what it truly is. And if you see things as neutral, it allows one to transform the situations in your life accordingly instead of simply choosing a side. This is a major problem in society, and this was a problem within myself also. We like to choose sides, and choosing sides can keep your consciousness locked in a certain mindset, in a certain belief. And belief is what is ultimately destroying humanity. It's about knowingness. And knowingness is in the middle. We want to seek to know things. Knowing things allows you to go out there, directly experience it, and know it for yourself. For example, I know I'm not on a spinning global ball flying through space. Why? Because my senses tell me I'm not doing that. My senses tell me I'm not going 1,000 miles per hour and 360,000 miles per hour through space while spinning around the sun. I know that because I know myself. I know I'm not my body because I've had direct mystical experiences beyond the physical body. So we should seek to know things, and that's what we call gnosis. Direct knowledge obtained through direct experience, knowingness. And that is a middle pillar quality. So in Freemasonry, we see the middle pillar. The matrix is designed to give you two wings all the time. Democrats, Republicans, feminism, and then there's another side. There's always two sides that they're giving you because they want you locked in either way, which is seek the middle pillar, seeing things as neutral, seeing things as the middle pillar, seeking direct experience, gnosis. And this aligns with the brain because the brain gives us these two perceptions also. The right brain sees the woods, the whole woods, but the left brain sees the individual trees and branches and leaves. If we're too left hemisphered, we're going to see everything as divided. If you're too left hemisphered, you're only going to see yourself. You're only going to think about me, myself, my ego, my consciousness, my life. And I'm only going to operate in the world, take actions only towards me without considering the collective, which is the right hemisphere quality. The right hemisphere allows you to see the bigger picture, how we're all connected. We're all one family of consciousness. We're all one being separated in different bodies, one consciousness operating in different bodies. So it's about aligning these perceptions of the brain and standing in the middle and also conquering the reptilian brain. This allows us to operate in the world and see the world for what it truly is and operate from a place of balance. We also see some more symbolism in Egypt of the Ram Sphinx in Egypt. Ram Sphinx. Please leave a comment and please leave a like and a subscribe onto the YouTube if you like my content. Smash that like button and we'll get straight to this. So this is the Ram Sphinx in Egypt, also symbolizing the brain. This is my research. These are my conclusions. You can take this with a pinch of salt and go out and do your own research. This is what makes sense to me based off my information I've gained, my symbolism that I can read. So take what you can from it. I'm not here to obstruct anything. I'm not here to place anything in your mind. I'm simply here expressing my research. Never take anything off anyone as solid truth. I've never have said everything I say is solid truth. This is my research. If the research aligns with you, that's great. Maybe it doesn't with some people, that's fine. Simply take things with a pinch of salt, go out and collect as much research and information from many different sources and place together your own understanding of symbolism and your own perspective on reality. But like I say, seek to know and not believe. So this is the Ram Sphinx in Egypt. This is a more powerful symbolism of the brain. We have Osiris here, the god of the dead, which is the reptilian brain, and an Aries symbol here symbolizing the hippocampus in the brain. So this is the reptilian brain stem, heavily aligned with the reptilian brain stem here. We can see the connections if we look closely. So this represents the dead of consciousness. This is the dead of self, living in impulsive animalistic state, the symptoms that I listed earlier. I'm not going to go over the symptoms again. And Aries symbolizes the hippocampus in the middle of the brain. This is the hippocampus. And Aries is a symbol of a state of being. Why? You see, ancients and the ancient Egyptians, according to my research, Freemasons still use this symbolism today. So what they do is they use the path of the sun to symbolize a state of consciousness or a journey in consciousness. So what do I mean? So Aries here is the transition from the winter arc. So this is the winter arc from Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. This is when the sun is dead. This is when the electromagnetic electromagnetic waves of the sun are not very present. This is the winter. This is when there's more darkness in the world. However, from Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, and well, to Libra, this is when the sun is giving more electromagnetic rays. Everything grows. Everything is reborn again. Everything's growing. There's more light. There's more warmth. You can grow crops. So this is very symbolic as a state of consciousness. Aries is used heavily to represent the rebirth of the sun, but internally as an esoteric interpretation of Aries, it symbolizes the resurrection of awakening of the self. It is the rebirth of the sun, of the soul, the rebirth of becoming aware out of the darkness into the light, living in the reptilian unconscious state, the unconscious, not being aware that I possess consciousness, not being aware of my thought, emotion, actions. And Aries is that symbol, is of the rebirth of the spirit, the rebirth of the self, becoming self-aware. So that's what we're looking at here with the Ram Sphinx. We're looking at Osiris, dead, the reptilian brain, operating life in an unconscious state, not really thinking, not self-aware of thought, emotion, actions, not aware of the soul, not aware of good and evil, not aware of the laws that are in the heart of love, not aware that there's always an intelligence in the heart telling us what's the right thing to do at all times, not aware of anything, just simply reacting to the world. But then we have a symbol of Aries above, which is the resurrection of self. So again, this is symbolizing by the Egyptians to me and my research, going from darkness to light. This is the resurrection of consciousness when we start to deepen our self-awareness, which is ultimately what I'm doing to you in these videos. Hopefully I can awaken some people's minds and make people think deeper. And that process of internally what's happening within you that's what Aries represents when you're starting to say, wow, my mind's going deeper and deeper into the self, and I'm realizing more. That is what Aries symbolizes. When the sun returns, it's also a symbol of a sacrifice, because obviously when the sun returns back to Aries, we're sacrificing the winter, when we're transitioning, and all transitions require sacrifice. So in Aries, the Jews celebrate the Passover. It's the Passover of the sun, and what do? They eat lambs in the Passover Aries, because it's all symbolic of this internal process. In Aries, Christians celebrate with the Easter, which is the resurrection of Jesus, the resurrection of the sun. Remember, it goes deeper. There's deeper layers to this. It's the resurrection of the self and the mind deepening into a deeper awakening. So again, we're going from the lower regions of the brain, and when we start to critically think and become self-aware, we're starting to use the mid part of the brain, and the mid part of the brain then expands into the neocortex, which is the resurrection of the self. The mind is no longer functioning in just the reptilian brain, but then it's going into the light of the higher brain, the neocortex, and this is the reptilian brain. This is the midbrain, what we're looking at here with the Ram Sphinx. Yeah. So this is the resurrection. It's the transition point of going from the reptilian brain into the midbrain, into the neocortex. We're now resurrecting ourselves. Now, this is not putting anything negative on the reptilian brain. Without the reptilian brain, we wouldn't be able to live. We need the reptilian brain, but it's an abuse of the reptilian brain that can keep us in a very low state. It keeps us stuck in an unconscious state. But the reptilian brain is what's allowing you to breathe, to eat, to scan the environment for any threats. If there are threats, we do need the reptilian brain. That's not to say it's evil, but what I'm saying is an abuse of this brain, which is what most people are stuck in. They're operating their life out of this brain. And this is what the Egyptians, I think, are symbolizing, trying to tell us, to resurrect ourselves, to become self-mastered, to become the highest version of yourself, to actively create in the world. Because when we are only operating from this brain, we're unconscious, well, then other people can use you as a vessel to create their reality. This is how the world is at the moment. The ones who know how to use the mind are controlling the other ones who do not know how to control the mind. So I hope this makes sense to you. Let me know if you have any video recommendations, and I'll see you inside Ethereum University. If you wish to take your research to the next level, I have things inside of there that are very powerful. We happily invite you. I'll see you inside of Join. If not, I'll see you in the next YouTube video.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
What is good, people? Is Revival of Wisdom. We're back with another video. Today we're going to be talking about the importance of Saturn and the occult. Let's jump straight into this. So Saturn is the god of the earth, right? It's the time of God, change, destruction, physical matter. He creates and destroys. because the energy of Saturn is the key to crystallization. It wraps things in physical matter, right? He creates everything, all life forms, and he takes things back, because the day that you're born, that's the day that your expiry date is coming. The time is ticking until Saturn takes your life. This is why he's known as the Reaper. Okay, as he's personified as eating his child here in this ancient Roman painting. As you can see, he's eating the child. We are all children of Saturn, right? He creates physical matter, our physical bodies, right? He's the god of time because he's the slowest moving celestial body. He's the Lord of the Rings, as you can see here. He's the last one on the ring. He's the slowest one moving, okay? So he is the Lord of time, destruction and creation, okay? This is why his name is Satan. He's the devil, okay? But I'm not saying Saturn's evil, guys. It's a part of life. Everything lives and dies, right? He's the key to crystallization. Now, as we have the clock here, our god Saturn, or Chronos in Greek, just means time. He's also the god of time, as I've already said. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day. Add 2 plus 4 equals 6. 60 seconds, 60 minutes, 2 plus 4 equals 6. That's 666. Okay? And as you see on the clock, 6 take away 12 equals 6. 7 take away 1 equals 6. 9 take away 3 equals 6. 6 is the number of Saturn. It's associated with Saturn, right? He's the god of time, of justice. Everything goes back to the Reaper in the end. Everything lives and dies. Now, the artwork of him, he's always got the Reaper staff. You see, it's personifying death. Now, when you see this, the Romans were not saying Saturn was a real person, a real god in human form. No, this is personification. This is what the ancients always did. They personified, just like the Bible. It's all personification. So the personifying Saturn eating its children because it eats, it's the Reaper. No one can escape the Reaper. No one can escape death. Now, Saturn is 666, which is in the Bible, the number of the beast, right? The number of the beast, Satan, 666, right? So on the North Pole of Saturn, you have a hexagon, which makes a cube, right? Now this hexagon, when you join up all the corners, creates the 6-pointed star known as the Star of David, right? In the Jewish religion. Now, as you can see, the 6-pointed star has 6 points, 6 mini triangles, and a 6-sided hexagon. That makes 666. And also, you have Saturday is named after Saturn, the 6th planet, the 6th day of the week, and has a 6-sided polygon on its North Pole. That's also 666. Now, this Star of David, this symbol goes back thousands of years, and it originates from Saturn. It's not the Star of David, right? It originates from Saturn. It symbolizes the physical and spiritual aspect combined into one, which makes us humans, right? Also symbolizes the male and female combined into one. These two sacred energies create the human. We consist of both male and female energy, also known as the Seal of Solomon. And we all know if Solomon was a real person, he talks about communicating with 72 demons. He could apparently in the text, he could communicate with 72 demons, and this is sorcery. This is black magic. Now, this symbol is associated with hexing people. When you place a hex on someone, that is a form of witchcraft, which a hex is just a curse. When you're cursing someone, this is black magic. Now, the black magician would stand in the middle of the symbol and cast his spells onto other people. Now, this symbol is obviously on the $1 bill, twice on the $1 bill. And it's very, very ancient symbol. And it originates from Saturn. And let's keep going. So the cube. So I've just said how you see the cube on the North Pole of Saturn, right? The cube is limited. It's a 3D shape. It symbolizes limitations to the physical 3D dimension, the third dimension, the physical realm which we are in. Now, as you can see, the color associated with Saturn is black, right? Black is infinite potential. Black is the creation of all things before there was light. Light is born out of blackness, darkness, okay? Now, black is physical matter. And as you can see, the black cube, black symbolizing physical matter, the cube being limited, as the physical realm that we are in is limited. It's not like the fourth dimension where everything can exist in a thought. The third dimension is limited, right? And this is what Saturn is. It limits you to the 3D 666. Your body limits you to your physical body. Now, these black cubes are placed everywhere. As you can see, Australia, Denmark, Manhattan. There's one in New York. As you can see, the Apple have a cube. The Nintendo GameCube. Trump Tower is a black cube. This is worshipping the energy of Saturn, the god Saturn. Okay, it's not a god, it's a celestial energy. However, it rules over Earth because it pretty much created the physical realm. Now, as you see, when you go to a funeral, you wear black, a black suit symbolizing Saturn, which is the color associated, black. And as you see in Mecca, they walk around the black cube in rings. As you can see here, they're stood around in rings, like the Saturn, the rings of Saturn. The Mercedes symbol. You probably wouldn't notice that, but yes, it's Saturn. And when you graduate from university, you wear a black cube on your head. This is all symbolizing Saturn. Okay. Now, as you can see, the Jews here have a black cube on their third eye whilst they pray. Notice how he's shutting his eyes into blackness, darkness, and he's wrapped around a black strap around his arm. This is symbolizing the wrapping of physical matter, of how physical matter wraps things into existence. And as we all know, the Star of David is a Jewish symbol. So he has the black cube and the Star of David, right? So all of these religions are secretly worshipping Saturn. Okay, this is all Saturn worship, Kronos, the god of time and destruction, the physical reality. Now, as you can see, it's symbolized everywhere in all major corporations. Pepsi, internet, that's obvious. NASA, of course, NASA. NASA means to deceive in Hebrew. Universal, Walkers, that one's so obvious. Nike, Toyota. So many different ways they symbolize it. You either see the rings of Saturn or the black cube, as I just showed you here, the Nintendo and the Mercedes, right? It's absolutely everywhere. Now, they also use 666 to symbolize it, as I've just broken it down to you. 666, the World Economic Forum. We all know how they're trying to enslave us into this new world agenda. Google Chrome, CERN, Disney, Coca-Cola, Cadbury's, all of these have 666. Now, every UPS barcode has 666. And even www. Is Hebrew for 666, as you can see here. Monster. It's the same Hebrew letter that means 666. Drake, 6 God. That's his God, Saturn. Why? Because they love physical realm. They love the physical dimension, the third dimension. Because they can rule here through riches. They can build an empire here. It's not like the fourth dimension. They don't want to ascend. They want to stay down here in the physical realm. Okay? Now, this is why they're cloning. They can move their consciousness into other clones to live forever. This technology exists. This is why they love the third dimension. As you can see, all of these sellouts here, Drake, Leonardo DiCaprio, all of these people doing 666 because this is their God. This is their God. They love the physical realm. They sold their souls for wealth and fame in this physical realm. So why would they leave? You see? Now, this isn't all just evil, okay? So you have 7 chakras, right? You have 7 days of the week, 7 solfeggio scale notes. These are frequencies, the solfeggio scale. Now, it's called the Saturn moon matrix because the moon symbolizes your mind, because you're created out of the Holy Trinity, which is body, mind, and spirit, right? That's the triangle, the equal triangle, body, mind, and spirit. Now, the 3 main celestial bodies are Earth, Moon, and Sun. The Earth being your physical body, the Moon being your mind, and the Sun is your soul, hence why it's called solar. It's a solar soul. Now, these symbols are alchemical symbols. So when you're doing alchemy, you use these symbols to obviously symbolize what we're talking about. Now, as you can see, these are all the symbols of the planets. Of Saturn is created out of the moon on top, the moon on the bottom, and the Earth on top, as you can see here. You see? And this creates the number 5. Now, with the moon being your mind and the Earth being your physical body, this is mind over matter, because the Earth is your body's matter. This is matter over mind. You don't want to be matter over mind. This is low states of consciousness. You won't be mind over matter. You see, to manipulate matter, to create your own reality. Now, obviously, we all know Saturn is associated with the lowest chakra, which is the root chakra. This is to deal with your animal instincts. When you're down here, you identify as the physical body. You don't know anything spiritual. You're pure you have a pure physical mind. You don't believe in anything spiritual. This is survival mode, consumption. They want you trapped down here, which is matter over mind. They don't want you to create your own reality, which is mind over matter. You see? Now, that's what Jupiter is. Saturn is the moon on the bottom and the Earth on top. But Jupiter is the moon on top with the Earth on the bottom. That's mind over matter, you see? So these chakras are an ascension process from matter, physical matter to spiritual. This is the ascension. This is the stairway to heaven. This is Jacob's ladder. You see? Now, the number 5, which is obviously associated with Saturn as well, which creates the symbol for Saturn, created the number 5. You have 5 senses, 5 elements, 5 physical elements. As we all know, Saturn crystallizes everything into physical matter out of the 4 elements. 5 fingers and toes, 5 points of man. Okay, the number 5 is the number of justice. Saturn holds things back. He restrains things from you, makes you learn the lesson. Now, 666 is not all evil. 666 is the atomic structure of the carbon atom. 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, right? We are carbon-based life forms. All life forms are based on the bonding properties of the element carbon. Because Saturn crystallizes everything into physical matter. Now, the Masons symbolize this with the checkered boards. They have the black square, which is obviously matter, as I just said, the black cube, and spirit is the white square, because white is eternal light. White and light, you see. Black is physical matter. Now, this is what we are. The point of our soul is to transmute from matter to spirit, but these are interchangeable. This is the constant cycle between spirit and matter, spirit and matter. High vibrational matter turns into spirit. Low vibrational spirit turns into physical matter. You see? Now, we are carbon-based life forms. This is what 666 is, the number of the beast. When I say we, the physical body is the beast. It's the animal. It's the carbon suit to operate in this physical dimension, in this physical realm. See? It's the vehicle used to operate in this physical realm. But your mind isn't from this physical realm, you see? The brain is the physical manifestation of the soul. Okay? So, as you can see here, the spine is an extension of the brain. Everything goes back to the brain. This is literally what your physical body is. You see, this is the nervous system, and everything reports back to the brain, and everything's controlled from this control center. And this spinal column, at the top of the spinal column, is your third eye, which is known as the pineal gland. And this is the seat of consciousness. It's the center of consciousness. That is your true self, pure consciousness. This body is just a physical body. This body is mortal. This body runs out, but your consciousness lives forever. They don't want you knowing this. This is why they keep you down here in your lower chakra. They want you to believe everything is just physical. They don't want you to believe in the spiritual side of reality. Because this way they can manipulate you, right? They want you matter over mind because they know your mind creates reality. They know your mind is the root cause of reality. You manifest your own reality from the inside out. So this is why they control your perception of reality. They control your information in order to manifest their new world order. You, who are ignorant to knowledge and wisdom, you who are ignorant are manifesting their agenda because you accept their information and their perception of this reality. Now, this is why they tell you the globe model, the heliocentric model, to trap you into physical matter. Now, if you understood about this true form of this realm, you'd understand that there's a spiritual side behind everything. The spiritual side, something has to exist. The root cause of reality is higher planes of existence. It happens in the mind before it happens on the physical plane. You see? They don't want you knowing this. They want you matter over mind, which is the symbol for Saturn. Moon over Earth, the Holy Trinity. Now, as you can see, the cube also makes IXXI. This is Roman numerals. This is Roman numerals, and when it's translated from 9/11. Yes, 9/11. This is the secret code of the One World Order. The two twin towers, when the two become one. Okay, when the two become one, this is how you reach the higher states of consciousness, the physical and spiritual. Now, as you can see, the 9/11 memorial are two black cubes. It's two black cubes. This is all Saturn worship. Now, I'm not saying that Saturn is an evil celestial body, right? No, everything has a good side and a bad side, right? It's duality. The spirits of Saturn on the dark side are the most evil demonic spirits. Now, these are the spirits that these are invoking through these rituals, right? Yes, 9/11 was a massive ritual. It's a satanic ritual, okay? Now, we all know Elon Musk. Elon Musk is coming with the mark of the beast. In English gematria, this equals 666, right? 666, as I said, is the number of the beast. You are the beast, your physical body. You see how the Bible twisted things up to make things more confusing, right? But it's there. You just have to have the knowledge to be able to read the Bible properly. As we all know, we had this virus. I'm not going to say the name because I'll get flagged. This virus adds up to 666 because this is all part of the New World Order. It's all part of keeping you in this physical dimension. Okay? Now, as you can see here, Novus Ordo Seclorum on the back of his shirt, on Elon Musk's shirt, this is also on the $1 bill, Novus Ordo Seclorum. This means New World Order. Yes, New World Order. This is on the back of Elon Musk's shirt. And as you can see here, he owns Neuralink, which is the brain chip, which they're going to be putting into implanting this onto your brain. This is the New World Order to connect you and merge your consciousness with AI. Neuralink and Meta, he owns Meta as well, which is the metaverse. These are going to be linked in, hence why they have the same symbol, but just in a different format. It's the infinity symbol. And the infinity symbol comes from the torus field, as you can see here, your electromagnetic field from around your body. Now, the end goal is for this New World Order is to trap your consciousness inside of an alternative reality being projected from the metaverse. Because the metaverse will be the reality. Neuralink will be the brain chip inside of your brain, projecting your consciousness into an alternative reality while they harness your energy of your physical 666 body. Now, this stuff gets real deep, people. Now, this is the end goal of the New World Order, is to connect you with AI. This is why they're trapping you and keeping you in these lower states of consciousness in the Saturn-associated root chakra, so you don't find out about the spiritual side of reality. Because if you knew the truth of this reality, you wouldn't connect to AI.
You see, you have the power within you to travel to other worlds, the astral plane, for example. You travel to different worlds when you are sleeping. Okay? They want you to know it's just a dream. However, their end goal is to trap your consciousness and feed off your energy, spiritually and physically. Okay? I don't know why these people are just pure evil. As I said, evil love bondage. They love the physical dimension. They don't want to ascend to other realms. These evil love the third dimension. This is why evil spirits will inhabit bodies, exorcisms, because they miss being in the physical realm. They miss it. Evil love bondage. So this is why they're cloning and putting their consciousness in clones to stay in this third dimension, to stay as further away from the source as possible. Okay? This is why they're doing it. And this is how it's all linked in. So I hope you all enjoyed this video. Hope you gained some wisdom. Please feel free to join the Telegram. And please leave a like and a subscribe. Thank you all, people. God bless.
What is the difference between higher consciousness and lower consciousness? In this video, I'm going to be breaking this down in great detail so you can understand what higher consciousness actually is, because this word is thrown around a lot in the spiritual community. So I'd love to break this down and make this clear to you. My name is Harry B. Joseph, also known as Revival of Wisdom. I am the author of the Book of Wisdom, Volume 1 and 2. I've been studying the occult for the past 4 to 5 years and have personally been using the occult esoteric knowledge on myself and implementing it in my life. When I say the word occult simply means hidden. It comes from the Latin word oculus, which means eye. It simply means hidden from the visible eye, what you cannot see. So we're studying things of the human psyche, the things that we cannot see, such as thought, emotion, desire, the astral forces, imagination. We're studying the things that cannot be visibly seen, but they affect what can be seen in the material world. The most important thing that helped me understand life is that life is a mental game. It's a mental universe. Every object you see was first thought in the mind before it came a physical reality, which means mind and matter are not separate. They are one. Matter is the crystallization and the expression of mind. Therefore, higher consciousness corresponds to the mind of the individual. First, let's start off with lower consciousness. The external world is the effect. The cause is the mind. The internal world expresses the external world. Reality is created from the inside out. Lower consciousness simply means they're not aware of their internal world. They have no connection with their internal world. They act unconsciously. They are unconscious to their thoughts, what's going on inside their mind. They are unconscious of their hidden desires that drive their physical actions. They are unconscious. This is what in the occult they say spiritually dead, symbolized as a grave or a casket. Someone who is not aware of their internal world and they exist within the darkness. They think, feel, and act unconsciously. They have no awareness of their internal self. They think imagination is just a fantasy, which I don't blame them, because imagination in the modern world is painted to be some fantasy thing. Oh, you're just imagining things. But in the occult, this is a very powerful faculty of the mind. The imagination is the dimension that sits just above the physical plane, that pretty much all thoughts manifest there before it materializes in the material reality. Low consciousness simply means they are in reactive consciousness. The individual reacts to the effects that they have created through the cause of their mind, thoughts, emotions, and actions. If something bad happens in their external reality, their mind starts to think about reacting, complaining, which ultimately creates a negative cycle of manifestation. They're simply blaming the effects outside of them that are the causes arises of the individual's mind. They are in reactive consciousness, which pretty much has no personal power. A low consciousness also means you are emotional, reactive. You are easily triggered by situations or people. Anger, fear, defensiveness arises quickly, often before conscious thought. This is associated with the reptilian brain. The reptilian brain does not think, and it is the modality of consciousness that keeps the individual not critically thinking, simply just reacting to the world. They make decisions based on instinct. They make decisions based on fear. This is a low consciousness. Another symptom of low consciousness is that the individual only thinks in reaction to their five senses. They only think in the terms of their five senses. They sense something in their five senses and they simply just react and they think around the five senses. They do not use their spiritual faculties such as imagination, willpower. Low consciousness people are mainly stuck in their ego. The ego inside of the occult and esoteric teachings needs to be overcome. We have to face our ego because the ego tells us we already know everything. I don't need to know anything else. I have my belief system. I'm happy with believing whatever. Everything else is just a fantasy. I believe everything that's already told me within school. And the ego stops them from expanding their mind into the esoteric teachings or more things about life. They're ignorant to gaining more knowledge because they think they already know everything that has been given to them within institutions such as schools. In the occult, we have to face our ego and submit to it and say, we do not know everything. There is so much more that we need to learn about ourselves to expand as an individual. A low consciousness person or individual is reactive. Their thinking dwells in the past or worries about the future. The now is rarely accepted as it is. They're never in the now. They're either thinking about the past or the future. A low consciousness is also attachments to self-image, beliefs, opinions, roles, history, and is mentally rigid. Their mind doesn't want to expand. They're stuck on a certain belief, a certain thing, and they're not open to accept anything else inside their mind. And a challenge to them feels like a personal threat. And instead of being self-aware and responsible, they see others as the cause of their unhappiness and the negative things that they are manifesting in their reality. A low consciousness also seeks for validation outside of themselves. They try to cover things up with materialism or whatever it is. But now let's move on to a higher consciousness. This is what we call causal consciousness. Causal consciousness is a state where the mind of the individual is mastered. Their mind does not dwell on the effects of the external world because the individual who has a higher consciousness understands that the world outside of them is the effect. It is the world of form. Force and form are two dualities within the occult that are very important. Everything outside of you is form. Everything inside of you is force. The forces inside of you create the form outside of you. The person with a low consciousness simply just reacts to the external world, creating a constant cycle of negativity. But the person with a higher consciousness understands that whatever happens outside of them cannot be changed. It is already manifested. Therefore, there is no point in complaining. If the person with a higher consciousness understands if they don't like something, they can change it internally. If they can't change it, then they change their mental attitude towards it. This is the law of polarity. Light and darkness are the same thing, but just different degrees of light, which means we have the ability to shift our mindset and perception towards things to make sure it's positive. The person with a higher consciousness, even though something bad may happen to them in the world of effect, they can change their mindset towards it and ultimately change their actions to change that reality. There's no point reacting. It's simply what we do to create the change. A higher consciousness means their mind is ordered and disciplined. They do not think random thoughts. The person with a higher consciousness and a trained mind in the occult has a mind of a powerhouse of control. They understand that the mind is the cause of all things, therefore we have to gain mastery and control over the mind, or else it will produce constant chaos. Their mind is ordered and disciplined. The person with a higher consciousness is always self-aware. This is very important. The person with a lower consciousness never is self-aware. They give attention to random thoughts. They give attention to negative thoughts. They give attention to negative imaginations. They start daydreaming about worrying about the future or the things that happened to them in the past. This is all useless, you're using the creative powers of consciousness for the negative. The person who is trained in the occult and has a trained mind with a higher consciousness understands that their mind is the cause, and they are always aware of the thoughts that they are entertaining inside their mind. There is a level of mastery where one can achieve the conscious awareness of every single thought in their mind every single day. Now, this is very difficult to achieve, but this is one of my goals personally. It is the thought that it is the seed of creation. And if we give random thoughts attention, these seeds can be planted in our subconscious and ultimately drive that effect into our reality. The trained mind, thought and intention manifest more effectively because they arise from unity, not fragmentation. You become the conscious creator rather than the unconscious reactor. Higher consciousness also means that you know what to do to produce a change in your reality. If there's something bad happening in my reality, I know that there's some sort of change that needs to happen within me. For example, if I start a cycle of negative thoughts, I know that there needs to be some mental work constructed on my mind. This will happen. On your path of self-mastery, you will fall back into old thinking patterns or something that happened to you in the past. These little patterns will show up again. But when you have a higher consciousness, you know exactly what to do to execute on changing that part of yourself. For example, if I catch myself thinking negatively for the past 2 days, I know I need to do affirmations and to reprogram my mind to counteract them negative thoughts. Or if I start overthinking and I start to lose control over my mind, then I know I need to do a meditation of stillness where I think about nothingness and develop my willpower. A higher consciousness knows where these things are coming from because they understand themselves. Higher consciousness also means they have unity consciousness. This is what the triangle is. Unity consciousness. The I within the triangle. The I in the triangle is the number 1. The triangle is the number 3. These are the 3 expressions of consciousness: thinking, feeling, and acting. And they are one force. If they have a goal in mind that they want to create, a desire in their heart to manifest, they unify all 3 forces of consciousness towards that goal. They think, feel, and act. A person with low consciousness is divided within their own consciousness. They think about creating a business, they feel like they're hungry, and they act scrolling on TikTok. This is what you call divided consciousness. And this is what creates chaos in reality. Their 3 forces and 3 expressions of consciousness are not working together. When we align thinking, feeling, and acting all towards one thing, you can quickly start to generate realities and create worlds. So a person with a higher consciousness will be working. They may get the thought of playing video games, but then they remind themselves of think, feeling, and acting and get back focused on whatever they're trying to create. A person with a higher consciousness will pause before reacting. There is a stillness between stimulus and action where awareness chooses rather than reflex responds. A person with a higher consciousness has no fear inside their consciousness, inside their mind, because they understand that fear is the mind killer. It kills the creative powers and forces of the mind. Fear is an illusion. And again, going back to the law of polarity, the person with a higher consciousness understands the laws. That if there is fear, then there is ultimately an opposite of that, which they can transmute their mind from fear into the opposite, which would be strength. They start to fear something, they instantly shift their consciousness into the polar opposite of that, instead of dwelling on fear, which destroys the creative power of the mind. A person with higher consciousness understands they will never die because they have truly access to mystical experiences, which proves to them that they will not die. The person with the higher consciousness does not identify with the ego, the name, the job, the reputation, because they understand these are constructs of the mind. When you turn off the mind, you are left with the observer. You are no longer the mind, you are the observer of the mind. The person with the higher consciousness seeks to be the observer of their life, looking over their thoughts, emotions, and never dwelling in them too much, because when you get caught up in your emotions, you will be moved by the wind of the emotions. They are the observer of them, and they are connected with their soul. They are connected with the observer. The person who has low consciousness is constantly in battle with their thoughts, emotions, and the things that are happening outside of them. Their emotions blow them away like the wind or the seas of the ocean. But the person with the higher consciousness understands they are the observer. They can watch over them. They are like a bird looking over the earth. Now, I'm not saying this is easy to gain this level of mastery, but now you can start to understand the mind of a person who has a higher consciousness and aim to become this person to ultimately live a better life. Higher consciousness is not this mystical, magical thing with, most spiritual teachers will paint in your mind. It's simply just self-control. And when you have control of yourself, life becomes a lot better. Instead of being caught up within the battlefield within your own mind and emotions, living in reaction and complaining in a negative state of mind, the person with the higher consciousness also understands that their dreams are showing them messages from their subconscious mind. Every person, every event, everything that was said, everything that happens in your dream is a materialization of something that's going on inside your subconscious mind. If there is a person chasing you in your dream and you are in fear running away, this means that the subconscious is showing you something through the allegory or symbol of that person chasing you. There's something inside of you that you are maybe running away from, and you need to identify that and change it. So I hope this video gives you some great insight and a bit of an idea what higher consciousness is. Again, higher consciousness is about having faith, because when you were in the lower consciousness like myself before all of this, I didn't know what higher consciousness is. Therefore, you have to have faith that it's going to lead you somewhere, that the work that you are doing to try achieve self-mastery is going to take you to another level. You have to have faith in yourself that higher consciousness is going to be better for you. If you do not have faith or the desire in your heart to generate that higher consciousness, it's not going to happen. Keep your eyes on the light, keep your desire on the light, and keep faith in your heart to generate this higher version of yourself. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you in the next video.
You don't just have a physical body. You have a physical, mental, spiritual, and emotional body. Each one of these aspects are a body of its own. Body does not just refer to a physical substance. You have a mental body for thinking, an emotional body for your emotions, a spiritual body for your energy in your astral form, and a physical body to encapsulate all of these. Each four of these aspects are essential for the human experience and essential to balance. Now, today we're going to be syncing the four aspects of your consciousness with the four seasons and the four elements and how this ties into the Bible. So we have four physical elements. We have 5 elements in total, spirit being the most important. But spirit is pure invisible. We have 4 physical elements. We have air, fire, earth, water. Earth and water are feminine. Air and fire are masculine. Air and fire are active. Water and earth are passive. The air corresponds with the mental body of consciousness. This is where your intellect, this is where your communication, this is where your thoughts, intuition all comes from. This is the mental body of consciousness that allows you to think, allows you to process, figure things out, and have intellect and gain knowledge. This is your intellectual aspect of your consciousness, located in the head region. We have a fire nature, a spiritual nature. This is our astral body. Our astral body is all to do with the subconscious realms, the higher realms of consciousness. This is the body that allows us to be free from the physical body. Our spirit is more of our energy. Water is our emotional body. This is what allows us to feel things, that allows us to gain intuitive feelings of conscience. So emotion allows us to understand what is right and what is wrong. When we feel something bad, we know that this is wrong. When we feel something good, we know that we are doing good. Emotions are a creational force that allows us to feel certain things to bring them into existence. Our emotional body is a creational force and should not be reactive, and they should be controlled. Most actions are stemmed from emotions. Actions bring thought into physical existence. Emotions are the driving power. They are what drives your actions. The thought, then the emotion, then the action. Earth is your physical body. This is your physical state that allows you to take mind and emotion into action, into fruition, into physical matter. This is what your physical body allows your consciousness, your soul, to interact with the physical world and bring things into physical existence. The physical body, the physical world, is an outcome and an effect of the thinking mind. All physical substance comes from the thinking mind. The pen, the phone you're holding, the microphone I'm speaking into, all began as a thought in the thinking mind, then it was brought into physical reality. Earth is the most dense. So it goes in this order: body, emotions, spirit, mind. The higher you go up, the more lucid and fluidic it becomes. The lower you go down, the more dense and dull it becomes. Air is the mind, fire is the spirit, water is the emotion, earth is the physical body. So this is why you are a microcosm. You have these four things within you. You contain of these four elements, which correspond to the four bodies of your consciousness, the four bodies of the soul. You are the soul. You are the spirit. So this is why in Theologians 4:17 it says, caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. You don't meet God or the Lord in the physical air, in the clouds. This is clearly a parable. A human being cannot go up to the clouds and meet a mystical man in the clouds. This is obviously a parable, a metaphor. The air is your mind. You must raise your consciousness beyond the body, beyond the emotions, beyond the spirit, and enter in the mind during meditation, turning the mind inward to connect with the Lord. The Lord is the highest aspect of your consciousness, the one that exists beyond the physical body, beyond your emotions, beyond the thought. So you meet the Lord in the air, in the mind. The mind represents the air. This is why in America there's a saying called an airhead. You're an airhead. This means that you are stupid, or you don't think, or you have nothing in your mind. You have nothing in your head. When someone's very stupid, you call them an airhead, because air represents the mind. The air is elevated. The air is invisible. The mind is totally invisible to the human eyes. It is a metaphysical substance. In fact, it's not a substance at all. It's so fluidic. It's everywhere. The mind can be everywhere at all times. It can be anything. Nothing is impossible within the mind. Now, this is synced with the four seasons. The four seasons represent the four aspects of human consciousness, the four bodies of your consciousness, the four bodies of your soul. The sun is your soul, okay? And the sun travels around four seasons. Summer, when the sun is the most hottest point. Autumn, when the sun starts to move away from the hottest point. Things start to die. Then it goes to winter. This is when everything dies. This is when things enter in within itself. This is when darkness occurs. Then spring. This is the reignition of the sun. This is when the sun starts to bring back the warmth back to the summer. You have four seasons which correspond to the four bodies of consciousness. Fire is the spirit. This is when you are passionate. This is when you are taking action. This is when you are fiery. The sun is blazing. You're taking action. You're very passionate. You're very spirit. You're in the spirit. Autumn is water, emotion. This is when you start to become very reflecting. This is when you start to feel emotional, because in autumn there's lots of water. This represents the emotional body of consciousness. Winter is the mind. This is air. Winter, what happens in winter? Everything enters within itself. The leaves die, the trees die, everything dies and goes within. This is the mind. The mind is the darkness, remember. You close your eyes to enter within the mind. The winter represents meditation. In the winter, what do people do? They stay inside of their house. They research more. They read more books. They become more intellectual. They think more in the winter because we are so we're stuck inside. So we're more reflective. We're thinking more. We're more communicative. We're more intellectual. In the spring, This represents the earth, the body. This is when we start to come out of the mind and we awaken to the body, and things start to grow again. The plants start to grow. The earth is growing again and reborn again. This is the body. This is when you become more active in the spring. And then the summer, back to the summer, we then take action on these thoughts and these thoughts that we gained over the winter. Essentially, this is just a massive cycle. And this is a daily cycle also. The nighttime is the winter. The morning is the spring. The midday is the summer. And the evening time is the autumn. This is a microcosm. We have 4 bodies of consciousness. You are the sun, you are the soul, and the soul has 4 bodies: summer, autumn, winter, spring. Emotion, air, body, spirit. Sorry, emotion, mind, body, spirit. So you are the soul. You are the pure essence of consciousness. The sun is your soul in the heart. And the seasons are inside of you because you are a microcosm. Okay? You are a microcosm. The word sun is son. The Latin word for sun is sol, which is soul or solo, because the sun is solo. It's on its own. You are the soul, and the soul has the 4 different bodies of consciousness. So before we move on any further, if I've blown your mind, please, if you can, leave a like, a comment, a share, and a subscribe. Let me know what videos you want me to make in the future. Please drop a like. It definitely will help me. You are a microcosm of the macrocosm. Man is a miniature universe that goes through its own cycles. The seasons of the summer, winter, spring, and autumn do not occur merely outside of him, but within him as well. The summer is within you. You feel different in the summer. You feel different in the winter. You feel, depending on the body of consciousness, it's your soul's interacting with. So the sun in the sky is your soul inside, and the sun goes through these cycles, which is affecting your bodies of consciousness, because the cycles represent your bodies of consciousness. Now, this ties in with the Bible. This is why we have 4 Gospels. This is why Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John are always seen with the 4 different zodiac sign animals or symbols. So you always see each one of the Gospels. If you just type in on Google Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, type in ancient pictures, paintings, or pictures of them, and you will find these 4 zodiac signs are always standing with each one. Taurus, the bull; Leo, the lion; Scorpio, the eagle. An old symbol for Scorpio was the eagle, and a man for Aquarius. Here you see very, very ancient paintings and artwork. Here we see Matthew, the man, Aquarius. Here we see John, the Scorpio. Same here. We also see it on the tarot cards, on the world card. We see the 4 fixed zodiac signs. Here we see it as well. These are called the 4 fixed zodiac signs. Now, when we look at the zodiac, we're no longer looking at the sky, because what you must understand is as above, so below. What is above you is inside of you. What is above is what is below. What is outside of you is within you. The zodiac is inside of you. The zodiac revolves around the sun. The sun is your soul. These are different energies of your soul. Like I said earlier, the 4 seasons are the 4 bodies of your consciousness. And in each body of consciousness, you have these different energetic energies that you can work with. Okay, so this is the true astrology. This is the true astrology, the internal esoteric astrology. You can't find much information on this at all. Very hard to find. So what we're looking at are the 4 bodies of consciousness. Obviously, when you look in the middle of each, season, spring, the middle of spring is Taurus. The middle of winter is Aquarius. The middle of autumn is Scorpio. The middle of summer is Leo. These 4 signs are known as the 4 fixed signs. Okay, Scorpio is fixed. It's the middle of autumn. Scorpio is a water sign, emotion. Aquarius is the air sign, the mind. Taurus is an earth sign, the body. Leo is a fire sign, the spirit. This is why we see Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John with the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac, which represent the 4 bodies of consciousness. Leo, the spirit, fire. Luke, Taurus, earth, body. Matthew, Aquarius, air, mind. John, Scorpio, water, emotion. Each gospel is depicting Jesus and showing Jesus in each gospel. Each one of these gospels is showing and depicting Jesus according to the different body of consciousness. In John, this is when Jesus starts to turn water into wine. Water is emotion, wine is transmuted emotion. This is when he does miracles with his emotions, water into wine. Aquarius, which is Matthew, air, the mind. Inside of the Gospel of Matthew, this depicts Jesus as an intellectual person, a person who's communicating and using his mind, his mental body a lot inside of the Gospel of Matthew. Go and read it, and you will see this. Luke, Taurus, earth, the body. Luke shows and depicts Jesus according to the body of consciousness, the physical body. He shows Jesus as a human, being a human being, helping people physically and helping people's physical needs, like giving away food and doing all sorts of good things for other people. Leo, Mark, inside of the Gospel of Mark, this shows Jesus as a spiritual teacher, a passionate person who is taking action. Each gospel is showing Jesus according to the different body of consciousness, and Jesus represents you, the Son. That's why it's called the Son of God, the light of the world. Jesus represents your soul, and your soul has these 4 gospels, the 4 bodies of consciousness, the 4 fixed signs, the 4 elements, and the 4 seasons. These things all correspond to your consciousness. So this is Leonardo da Vinci showing you the exact same thing. Jesus is the I am, the Son, the soul, in the middle, on his own. Luke, spring, earth, body. There are 3 people in each group. There are 4 groups, and there are 3 people in each group. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Fall, winter, summer, spring. These are according to the 4 bodies of consciousness. Here we see Aries, which rules the head region. He's on the head of the table. Gemini, he's holding up the 2 hands because Gemini rules the 2 hands, the 2 arms. Gemini is the 2 twins, which is the 2 arms and 2 hands, and the 2 lungs. Here we see the beginning of summer, which is Cancer. You see the big knife here. Cancer, him here, this gray-haired guy, holding a knife for the crab. Cancer, they pinch. You have a knife, symbolizing the crab. Leo, the middle of summer, showing dominance. The sun is very dominant. He's got his elbow on the table, showing dominance. Virgo has no Adam's apple. Cancer here is pointing at this woman's neck, saying there's no Adam's apple. This is Virgo, the virgin, the only woman. Jesus, the sun. This is Libra, the balancing. He's holding his arms out, balanced, showing the balancing of the sun, because when the sun enters Libra, the sun is balanced between winter and summer. So it's balanced. This is all astrology, but this is internal. Okay? This is Ezekiel's vision. Ezekiel had a vision in the Bible, and he saw the face of a man, the face of a lion, the face of an ox, and the face of an eagle. The eagle, Scorpio, the ox is Taurus, The lion is Leo and the man is Aquarius. He saw the throne of God and he saw the different bodies of consciousness. This is all symbolic for the different bodies of your soul. So when we look at the zodiac, we are actually looking at a map and the energies of our soul and the energies of our bodies and the energies of our consciousness. This is what we are looking at. Each zodiac is an aspect of our consciousness and an energy that we can work with and that we must purify. Balance and purification is essential. Imagine playing a brand new video game. Let's say a brand new video game came out and you had to play it. What happens when you play that game? You don't know the controls. You cause chaos in that game. You can't really run properly. You can't do anything properly. You're getting destroyed by other people who are playing that game. It's the same with your physical body. When you are born, you must learn how to play the game. You must learn how to balance the mind, learn how to balance the spirit, the emotions, and the physical body. We must balance and purify each body of our consciousness. We must look after our physical body with our physical health by eating physical, electrical food like fruits and veg. We must look after our minds by being conscious of what enters our eyes, enters our ears, enters everything. Whatever enters our five senses is affecting our mind, our mental health, our environment, mental. We need to look after our thoughts, control our thoughts by purifying our thoughts, only positive thoughts. Then we must purify our emotions, feeling only gratitude and love and not feeling these negative, dull emotions. Then we must look after our spiritual body through meditation and looking after our spirit. But remember, when we look after our mind, it all begins in the mind. Each body of consciousness is interlocked with the other. If you have if you have an unhealthy body, you have an unhealthy mind, spirit, and emotions. If you have an unhealthy mind, you have an unhealthy body, spirit, and emotions. If you have an unhealthy emotions, you have an unhealthy spirit, mind, and physical body. They're all interlocked. You must balance each one of them. Look after your physical body, look after your thoughts, look after your emotions, look after your spirit. But remember, the mind is the most powerful one. It's mind over matter. Once we look after the mind, because once we start to control our minds and control every thought we think, this will then turn into discipline in our physical body. Because once we learn how to discipline the mind, we learn how to discipline what we eat, we learn how to discipline what we feel, we learn how to discipline our spirit. This is all interlocked, but work on the mind first. Work on the mind first. All of this knowledge is inside of the brand new Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. This is a revolution of human consciousness. If you've read it, please leave a review down below. If you've read Volume 1, leave a review down below. This is the next revolution. I don't see this information anywhere. This is the next revolution of human consciousness. And of course, if you are serious about this and you truly want to gain enlightenment and join an amazing community where you can connect with me on live calls, lectures, the Manifestation Mastery course, you can gain access to my library with over 45 PDFs plus my books. And if you do join the university, you can order a Volume 2 free of charge. All you have to do is to pay for shipping. If you truly take your knowledge serious and you want to take advantage of life, join the university. This is where truth seekers belong. Just want to say thank you all. Please leave a comment. Please leave a like. It's going to help me a lot spread this knowledge to the world. And yeah, share this with a friend and subscribe. Thank you all. Geometry. This is the study of nature, of the codes, the mathematical codes behind physical reality. So today we're going to be going deep into geometry and the true esoteric internal geometry, the geometry that no one really talks about, and how geometry relates to human consciousness. So essentially, what we must understand when it comes to geometry, the basics of geometry is everything is vibration. And this vibration is vibrating on a certain frequency. And this certain frequency creates a geometric shape, which is why in nature we see all of these different geometric shapes. All matter takes form in shapes. So if we put sand on a plate and we vibrate the plate on a specific frequency, we see that the sand goes into specific geometric shapes and patterns. So essentially, matter is energy condensed. It's energy vibrating on a low frequency, vibrating at a certain frequency. So matter is condensed energy. And each geometric shape is manifesting and showing a specific energy. Some shapes carry more energies than others. For example, the cube is what traps energy. A square is what traps energy. So geometry and the flowers are basically how energy manifests itself into physical matter. We are in a world made out of energy or light. Light is energy. So everything is vibration, everything is frequency, and everything is energy. Even the words, each atom in our body, everything. So everything in nature has these mathematical energetic codes. So geometry is basically the study of nature and the shapes that are in nature and their energetic principles. Because like I said, matter is energy. So this is what we call cymatics, when we place water in a petri dish and we shine light on top and we vibrate the water. And we can capture, this creates certain patterns. Each frequency, like you see here, has its own pattern. So what we are seeing here in the physical plane is essentially energy condensed into physical reality. We see it in the turtle. We see it in every single form in nature. Now, external geometry and normal geometry, we normally get taught that this is God's way of creating physical reality, which is essentially true. However, it's far more deeper than that. Far, far, far more deeper. Okay, so what geometry truly is, it's not God's codes to reality. What we must understand is what the brain truly is. And what we must understand is that we are not in the world. We are not in the universe. The universe is us ourselves, and the world is produced by our brain itself. Okay? So the way you must understand how the brain works, so what you visually see, so geometry is to do with what we visually see. And what we visually see is heavily connected with our eyes, which are an extension of the brain. The eyes are the brain. And essentially how we see is energy enters the eyes, and each eye goes to the optic nerve. And this energy is transferred into electricity, which travels to the back of the brain, to the visual cortex of our brain. And this is where the image is produced, what we see. Therefore, the world outside of us is truly inside of us. It's a projection from within the brain. The brain is an energy condenser, a decelerator, an energy decelerator. Everything outside of us is basically formless energy. It is formless energy vibrating at a certain frequency. So what the brain is, it's sucking in this energy, this light, and turning that frequency, that code, that light code, into a physical reality. It's condensing the energy and turning it into a visual image inside of the brain. Therefore, everything outside of you is not what it looks like. Everything outside of you is basically energy, infinite energy. And our brain is condensing this into a physical reality and projecting it outwardly, which you experience your visual field. Okay? And the ancients knew this. So this is basically called the sigil of Lucifer. Lucifer is known as the light bringer. Lucifer in Latin means to bring the light. This is the sigil of Lucifer, which shows the visual field and the brain. We also see this in the Google Play symbol. It's a powerful symbol showing you the visual field, which is basically a symbol that tells you that reality is inside of the brain. The brain is what produces reality, but consciousness is not produced in the brain. The brain is essentially a consciousness downloader. It's a computer and it's a reality simulator. The body is a simulation of physical reality. You are inside of the body experiencing the body simulation. The body produces this reality. It's a piece of technology. So Lucifer is to bring the light. Lucifer is the light being produced in our brains. Okay? So this is why they say Lucifer can tempt you. Lucifer can be the devil because it represents physicality. It represents the false light. Lucifer can trick you because it represents the physical world can trick who you truly are. So now that you understand how the brain is basically an energy decelerator and it creates and simulates a reality to your consciousness, you are no longer a person in a universe. You are the universe itself experiencing itself. Therefore, geometry is heavily linked in with the brain. Geometry is essentially how your brain and how your eyes decode energy. So what you are seeing is the mathematical codes of your brain creating reality. So what they teach you is the external is that geometry is God's way of creating this world, and these are the mathematical codes God's created. But now I'm telling you the internal. This is the truth. Geometry is how your brain mathematically condenses energy and light into a physical reality. So therefore, your brain is a computer program. So now geometry is nothing outside of you. Geometry is not something created by something else. It's created by your brain. Your brain produces these patterns through mathematical codes by breaking down energy into physical reality. And this is why you see geometry in everything around you. This completely changes your view on geometry. It's in your ear, it's in your face, it's in everything. Geometry is everything. Okay? So now that you understand this, now, as we were talking about the visual field earlier, the ancients knew about this. The ancient Egyptians knew about this. We can see this symbolism inside of the casket, the Egyptian casket. See, this crossover represents the visual field. This represents the back of the brain. This is the left hemisphere, the right hemisphere. And now some of the most simplest teachings in geometry is that straight lines are masculine and curved lines are feminine. And we even see this in the human body. The feminine human body is curvy and the masculine human body is liney. And even with the genital reproductive area, we have a line and a curve, 0 and 1, the binary code of all creation, 0 and 1, because that's basically all that exists. Nothingness and one, nothingness and God, nothingness and consciousness. That's all that exists. Now that I've told you that, the basics of geometry and the line and the curve and the feminine and the masculine, what do we have here? You see this stick here? This is a curve. And what's the right hemisphere? The right hemisphere is the feminine, the feminine energy, the feminine aspect of our brain. Then we have a straight line. This is straight lines. Now this represents the left brain. So the Egyptians are showing you the left masculine brain and the right feminine brain because of the curve and the straight line. And this is the visual field, the crossover. So there's a crossover in the brain. The left eye is connected to the right brain. The right eye is connected to the left brain. Okay, so the left eye is connected to the right brain. The right eye is connected to the left brain. The solar and the lunar. So, like I said, everything outside of you is basically energy. Your body is basically a holographic avatar, condensed energy produced by your brain. There's nothing actually outside of you. Your five senses are electrical threads of light. And when you touch something, this is basically electrical signals in your nervous system, which are reporting back to the brain. Therefore, what you touch is actually, you're not touching. The feeling that you feel when you touch something is not the true feeling. That's your nervous system you're feeling. You're feeling your nervous system in the brain. It's electrical signals to your brain. So the five senses do not decode, well, what you're experiencing as the five senses is not outside of you. This is your brain interpreting electrical signals. You don't experience the world, you experience your nervous system and your brain. The nervous system is an extension of the brain. So this is the truth. This is not woo-woo spirituality. This is true consciousness science. But I'm teaching you here. Okay? So nothing is truly outside of you. It is a universe. You yourself are the universe, the fabric of the universe itself. The only thing that exists outside of you is essentially energy. That is it. And your body and your brain condenses this energy into reality. So when we look into architecture, why is architecture, the ancient architecture, so important? Because what did I tell you at the beginning? Shapes and physical matter is condensed energy. Each shape holds specific energy. Some shapes hold more energy, emit more energy. Some shapes condense energy. Some shapes transfer energy. Each shape, each geometric shape has an energetic principle because matter is essentially energy. So when we look into cathedrals and the ancient buildings, they were filled with geometric patterns, geometric shapes, because they understood the energy principle. Architecture is basically solid energy. It's physical energy. If we create this pattern here is an energy code. And if you stand next to it, you're going to gain that energy. It's going to be imprinted on your body. So essentially, they filled their buildings with high energy geometric shapes. Points, triangles, pyramids are very, very energetic. This is why you have crystal pyramids made, organite pyramids. They're always in pyramid shapes. That's why the Egyptians built in pyramids, because pyramids hold high energy. They emit high energy. So this is why you see all these different geometric patterns. Okay. So in the real reality, in the energetic plane, this building would basically look like this: lines and grids of energy. Okay. This is what it would look like in the energetic plane, a blueprint of the energy body. So as you see here, these are the different frequencies in a petri dish, of water in a petri dish. And you can see they are specifically aligned up with these specific patterns. You can see geometry even within geometry. It's fractal. So essentially, when you would stand inside of these buildings, they would imprint the energy of the building in your body, because your body is healed through energy. You have an electromagnetic field around your body. So by creating buildings with geometric patterns, we are essentially increasing the energy of the building, because the building itself is energy. Okay. So when we fill it with geometric patterns, we're increasing the energy. We're giving it a certain energetic imprint. So when you stand inside of that building, you're being imprinted with that energy. Okay. So especially with these windows, these stained glass windows. Well, why are they stained glass? Well, color is frequency. So when you have all of these different colors, and not only were they just painted, some of these colors are specific gemstones, crystals, natural stones, which all hold energetic principles. Each crystal is vibrating on a certain frequency. Wood has its own frequency. Metal has its own frequency. What you must understand is that everything in nature is not just a piece of matter. It's vibrating. The atoms of wood are vibrating on a certain level, which give it a certain energetic principle. Each crystal is vibrating. The atoms of the crystal are vibrating on a certain frequency, which give it a certain energetic principle, quality. So each thing, this is why the ancients were obsessed with natural stones, natural things, crystals, natural metals, and they wore different metals, different things like copper on their bodies, because they understood the atoms of these natural things are vibrating, which give certain qualities to you if you wear them. So you're not wearing it, you're basically putting that frequency onto your body because they understood this is energy. If I put copper on my body, I'm not putting copper on the body. I'm putting the frequency and the energy of the atoms onto my skin. And that frequency of them atoms are going to vibrate my skin, that frequency, and heal my body. So this is why this is so important. So each building is an energetic code. Okay. So when you stand in these buildings, it can heal your body. This is why when people walk into these ancient churches, they feel like they've met God. They feel a certain way. They feel so amazing when they enter these churches. They feel holy, for example. It's not because God's there. It's not because these man in the sky dwells in these holy places. It's because the energy of these buildings affect our consciousness. They increase your energy. They raise your vibration. They heal your body. They heal your cells. They imprint the water in your body, especially with these stained glass windows. Like I went a bit on a tangent there, but these stained glass windows were encoded. Well, they use different gemstones, different lights, different colors. And when the sun would shine through this window, well, what's the sun? The sun is light. Light is energy. The sun's light would go through this filter of the window of the crystals and the different gemstones and the different colors, and the sun's light would be encoded, imprinted with these crystals, with these colors and these natural glasses, which have healing energetic principles. And when you are inside that building, the sun's encoded energy of the window would be imprinted into your body, into your energy field, and it will heal your energy field, and it would heal your body, your cells on a cellular level. Because your body is what? 60 to 70 to 80, some people say 80% water. And water is encoded with vibration. If you say certain things into water, it gives it a specific geometric pattern, like I broke down in the beginning. If you say love to a water and then freeze it, it will go to this. If you say hate, it will go to a distorted pattern. So when you are in these buildings, you're being imprinted by the energetic codes of these buildings, the energetic principles of the windows, of the structure itself. The ancients never used to build in squares. Their buildings, their insides were never square rooms because they understood squares trap energy. They always had pointed roofs so energy can escape. So there's many little things that we need to look into geometry. For example, when you see magicians, when you look at ancient magic, why do they stand in circles with different geometric patterns? They use different geometric shapes. Why? Because shapes are energy. They hold specific energy. So when the magician stands in a circle with a pentacle, they're working with the energy of that pentacle. You can work with different energies based upon the different geometric shapes that you draw. And you can use this in your structure, in your architecture, in your work, and it can influence everything. So this is the true geometry. I hope you gained a deeper understanding on geometry and how it relates with you and your consciousness. Like I said earlier, your brain produces geometry. It's basically how your brain decodes energy. It's not God, how God creates this reality. And no, you're in this reality. You are the reality itself. Your body produces the reality. Therefore, geometry is one with you. So therefore, if I play with the geometry of the buildings, for example, like the government have, everything's in squares. If you look outside, everything's a square, everything's a rectangle. You go to a city, every window is a rectangle, every building is a rectangle. You live in a box room, everything is boxed and squared off in this reality, in this modern society. Why? Because they're trapping energy. The cube is the most simple geometric shape, which basically condenses energy and it traps energy. And if you subconsciously see squares all the time, your phone's a square, your TV screen, everything's a square, your keyboard, your desk. Go and look at the ancients. They never used to build in squares and cubes. And if you go into nature, you'll never see squares and cubes. Nature doesn't create squares and cubes. Everything in the modern society is squares and cubes to simple your consciousness down, to dumb your brain down. So the ancients built very, very complex structures. Why? Because they understood what we see affects our brains, because our brains decodes reality and creates reality. If you see a sophisticated building, this is going to give you a sophisticated mind and raise your IQ levels over time, subconsciously. I'm not saying if you look at this building, you're going to become smart. I'm saying if every single building in your environment, ment is mind, mental, every single building in your environment was this complex and complicated, it would increase your IQ on a subconscious level. It'd make you more complex, make you more intelligent. So they've dumbed everything down. They've dulled everything down. Look at everything. Everything is being dulled down. So anyways, I hope you all gained a better understanding on this. If you want to gain more occult knowledge and esoteric knowledge, make sure to read the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. If you're inside the university, you can get this book for free. Go to the general chat area and follow the instructions and you can order yours for free. Truly life-changing stuff, because the issue is with the world is that no one really understands who they are, what they are, and why we are here. That is the issue for people's depression, for people's wrongdoings. They don't understand who they are, what their emotions are, what their mind is, what their body is, what reality is. This book gives you that. This book gives you the sense of understanding, the sense of well-being that will give you a better life because you understand life and what life is. And if you truly want to take your studies to the next level, we have the Ethereal University. This is the place for truth seekers where you can connect with like-minded people so you don't have to feel insane, because not many people think this way. I've been there when you wake up and not many people around you are thinking the same way and you start to feel a bit insane and you can't really talk to people about these things. That's why I created this, so you can connect with people and learn at the same time and become the best version of yourself by understanding truth and knowledge. If you join, you'll gain access to free live calls every single week, every single Saturday morning. We do live calls. You can ask me questions and all sorts. So make sure to leave a like and a comment. And thank you all for tapping in.
എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. എന്റെ പേര് ഹാരി ബി ജോസഫ്, റിവൈവൽ ഓഫ് വിസ്ഡം എന്നും അറിയപ്പെടുന്നു. വിസ്ഡം വാല്യം 1ഉം 2ഉം എഴുതിയത്. ഈ വീഡിയോയിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇന്ന് ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങാവുന്ന ഏറ്റവും അടിസ്ഥാന ധ്യാന സാങ്കേതികതയെക്കുറിച്ച് നമ്മൾ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യാൻ പോകുന്നു. ഈ ധ്യാന സാങ്കേതികത എന്റെ യാത്രയിൽ എന്നെ വളരെയധികം സഹായിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആത്മീയമായി പരിണമിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങിയപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ആദ്യം ഉപയോഗിച്ചത് ഇതാണ്. ക്രമേണ എന്നെത്തന്നെ നിയന്ത്രിക്കാൻ ശ്രമിച്ചു, കാരണം ആത്യന്തികമായി ഇതെല്ലാം ഇതാണ്. നിങ്ങളുടെ യാഥാർത്ഥ്യത്തെ നിയന്ത്രിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന തരത്തിൽ സ്വയം നിയന്ത്രിക്കുക. അതിനാൽ ഏറ്റവും അടിസ്ഥാനപരമായ ധ്യാനം എന്നത് നിശബ്ദ ധ്യാനം എന്ന് ഞാൻ വിളിക്കാൻ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നതാണ്. ഇത് ഏറ്റവും എളുപ്പമുള്ളതാണ്. തുടർന്ന് ധ്യാനത്തിന്റെ മറ്റ് മേഖലകളിലേക്ക് നീങ്ങാൻ ആവശ്യമായ കഴിവുകൾ ഇത് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നൽകുന്നു. ഇത് ധ്യാനത്തെക്കുറിച്ചുള്ള ഒരേയൊരു വീഡിയോ മാത്രമല്ല. ഇത് ഏറ്റവും അടിസ്ഥാനപരമായ ഒന്ന് മാത്രമാണ്. മറ്റ് വീഡിയോകളിൽ നിഗൂഢ അനുഭവങ്ങൾ നേടുന്നതിനുള്ള കൂടുതൽ നൂതന സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യകളിലേക്ക് ഞാൻ പോകും. എന്നാൽ ആത്യന്തികമായി ഇന്ന് നമ്മൾ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുന്ന ഈ ധ്യാനം നിങ്ങളുടെ യാത്ര ആരംഭിക്കുക എന്നതാണ്. ഈ ധ്യാനം ചെയ്യുന്നതിന്റെ ചില ഗുണങ്ങൾ ഞാൻ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നൽകാൻ പോകുന്നു. ഈ രീതി എന്റെ ജീവിതത്തെ എങ്ങനെ മാറ്റിമറിച്ചുവെന്നും എനിക്ക് സ്വയം നിയന്ത്രിക്കാൻ സഹായിച്ചുവെന്നും ഞാൻ കണ്ടെത്തി. വ്യക്തിപരമായി പറഞ്ഞാൽ എന്റെ ആത്മീയ പ്രക്രിയയിലോ ഉണർവിലോ 4 വർഷമായി. ഞാൻ എല്ലായ്പ്പോഴും വ്യത്യസ്ത സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യകൾ ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നതിനാൽ ഞാൻ അമിതമായി ചിന്തിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് ഈ ധ്യാനം ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ ഞാൻ ഇഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നു. ഞാൻ ഒരു ദിവസം മാത്രം ധ്യാനിക്കുകയോ എല്ലാ ദിവസവും ഒരേ കാര്യം ചെയ്യുകയോ ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല. എന്റെ ബോധത്തെയും ഞാൻ എന്നെത്തന്നെ എങ്ങനെ നിരീക്ഷിക്കുന്നു എന്നതിനെയും ആശ്രയിച്ച് ഞാൻ വ്യത്യസ്ത സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യകൾ ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഞാൻ എന്തെങ്കിലും സൃഷ്ടിക്കാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ധ്യാനത്തേക്കാൾ ദൃശ്യവൽക്കരണത്തിലാണ് ഞാൻ കൂടുതൽ ശ്രദ്ധ കേന്ദ്രീകരിക്കുന്നത്. എന്നാൽ എന്റെ ചിന്തകളുടെ നിയന്ത്രണം നഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നതായി എനിക്ക് തോന്നാൻ തുടങ്ങിയാൽ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ നെഗറ്റീവായി ചിന്തിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങിയാൽ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ വർത്തമാന നിമിഷത്തിൽ വളരെ സന്നിഹിതനല്ലെങ്കിൽ വർത്തമാന നിമിഷത്തിലേക്ക് എന്നെത്തന്നെ തിരികെ എത്തിക്കാൻ ഞാൻ ഈ ധ്യാനം ചെയ്യും. ഈ ധ്യാനത്തിന്റെ പ്രധാന നേട്ടങ്ങളിലൊന്ന് അതാണ്. നിങ്ങളുടെ മനസ്സ് ഏറ്റവും ശക്തമായ കേന്ദ്രത്തിൽ നങ്കൂരമിടാൻ, വർത്തമാന നിമിഷത്തിൽ നിങ്ങളെത്തന്നെ നങ്കൂരമിടാൻ സഹായിക്കുക എന്നതാണ്. ഭൂതകാലത്തെക്കുറിച്ചോ ഭാവിയെക്കുറിച്ചോ അമിതമായി ചിന്തിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ മനസ്സ് ശക്തമല്ല. അതെ, നമ്മുടെ ഭൂതകാലത്തിൽ മോശം ഫലങ്ങൾ സൃഷ്ടിച്ച നമ്മുടെ ചിന്ത, വികാരങ്ങൾ, പ്രവൃത്തികൾ എന്നിവ മാറ്റാൻ കഴിയുന്ന തരത്തിൽ ഏതൊക്കെ ചിന്തകൾ, വികാരങ്ങൾ, പ്രവൃത്തികൾ എന്നിവ നമ്മെ ഈ ഘട്ടത്തിലേക്ക് നയിച്ചുവെന്ന് കാണാൻ കാര്യങ്ങളെക്കുറിച്ച് ചിന്തിക്കുന്നത് നല്ലതാണ്. വർത്തമാനകാലത്ത് നമുക്ക് അവയെ മാറ്റാൻ കഴിയും. അങ്ങനെ ഭാവിയിൽ മികച്ച ഫലങ്ങൾ സൃഷ്ടിക്കാൻ കഴിയും. അതെ, അത് നല്ലതാണ്. നിങ്ങളുടെ ഭാവി ദൃശ്യവൽക്കരിക്കുന്നത് അത്ഭുതകരമാണ്. കാരണം ദൃശ്യവൽക്കരണം എന്നത് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഭാവിയെ രൂപപ്പെടുത്താനും ബോധത്തിന്റെ ഉയർന്ന തലങ്ങളെ ഭൗതികത്തിലേക്ക് താഴ്ത്താനും നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നൽകിയിരിക്കുന്ന ശക്തിയാണ്. എന്നാൽ ഇന്നത്തെ ഈ ധ്യാനം വെറും നിശബ്ദ ധ്യാനം മാത്രമാണ്. ധ്യാനിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങുന്ന ഒരാളായി നിങ്ങളുടെ യാത്ര ആരംഭിക്കാൻ ഇത് നിങ്ങളെ സഹായിക്കും. ഈ ധ്യാനം വളരെ ലളിതമാണ്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒരു ദിവസം 5 മിനിറ്റ് പോലും ഇത് ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങാം. നിങ്ങൾ 5 മിനിറ്റ് ചെയ്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് 10 മിനിറ്റിലേക്ക് പോകാം. തുടർന്ന് ഈ ധ്യാനത്തിന്റെ അടിസ്ഥാന കാര്യങ്ങളിൽ പ്രാവീണ്യം നേടാൻ തുടങ്ങിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ 30 മിനിറ്റ്. എന്റെ യാത്ര ആരംഭിച്ചപ്പോൾ ഈ ധ്യാനം ചെയ്യുന്നതിലൂടെ ഞാൻ അനുഭവിച്ച പ്രധാന നേട്ടങ്ങളിലൊന്ന് ബാഹ്യകാര്യങ്ങളുടെ സ്വാധീനം കുറവായിരുന്നു എന്നതാണ്. പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്നതിനു മുമ്പ് ചിന്തിക്കാൻ ഇത് എന്നെ പഠിപ്പിച്ചു. മിക്ക ആളുകളും ധ്യാനിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങുന്നതിനു മുമ്പ് അവർ വളരെ പ്രതികരണശേഷിയുള്ളവരാണ്. ഞാൻ ഇങ്ങനെയായിരുന്നു. എന്നാൽ ധ്യാനം നിങ്ങളെ മനസ്സിനെ നിശബ്ദമാക്കാനും മനസ്സിന് മുകളിൽ ഉയരാനും അനുവദിക്കുന്നു. നമ്മൾ നമ്മുടെ വികാരങ്ങളെയും ചിന്തകളെയും പ്രവൃത്തികളെയും ഓഫ് ചെയ്യുകയാണ്. നമ്മൾ നിരീക്ഷകനുമായി ബന്ധം നേടുന്നു. ചിന്ത അനുഭവിക്കുകയും വികാരങ്ങൾ അനുഭവിക്കുകയും നിങ്ങളുടെ പ്രവൃത്തികൾ അനുഭവിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്ന നിരീക്ഷകൻ. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ മുമ്പ് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളത്, വിഷാദം നിലവിലില്ല. സാങ്കേതികമായി അതില്ല. നിങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിനെ ഓഫ് ചെയ്യാൻ പഠിച്ചാൽ ചിന്ത ഓഫാക്കുക, വിഷാദം വിൻഡോയിലൂടെ പുറത്തേക്ക് പോകുന്നു. നെഗറ്റീവ് ചിന്തകൾ വിൻഡോയിലൂടെ പുറത്തേക്ക് പോകുന്നു. നമ്മുടെ മനസ്സിനെ നിയന്ത്രിക്കാൻ നമ്മൾ പഠിക്കുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ അതിന്റെ നിയന്ത്രണം നേടിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഏതെങ്കിലും നെഗറ്റീവ് വിഷാദത്തിൽ നിന്നോ ഉത്കണ്ഠയിൽ നിന്നോ പ്രതിരോധശേഷി ലഭിക്കും. ഞാൻ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നൽകുന്ന ഈ ധ്യാനത്തിന്റെ മറ്റൊരു നേട്ടം നിങ്ങളുടെ ചിന്തകളെ നിയന്ത്രിക്കാൻ ഇത് നിങ്ങളെ അനുവദിക്കുന്നു എന്നതാണ്. ചിന്തകൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ മാനസിക ബോധമണ്ഡലത്തിലേക്ക് പ്രവേശിച്ച് തുളച്ചുകയറാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ മാത്രമാണെന്ന് ഈ ധ്യാനത്തിലൂടെ നിങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നു. ചിന്തയെ നിശബ്ദമാക്കാൻ നിങ്ങൾ പഠിക്കുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാ നെഗറ്റീവ് ചിന്തകളെയും ഫിൽട്ടർ ചെയ്യാനും നിങ്ങളുടെ എല്ലാ ശ്രദ്ധയും നല്ല ചിന്തകളിലേക്കും നിങ്ങളുടെ ശാരീരിക യാഥാർത്ഥ്യത്തിലേക്ക് സൃഷ്ടിക്കാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്ന ചിന്തകളിലേക്കും നയിക്കാനും കഴിയും. അതിനാൽ ഈ ധ്യാനം ചെയ്യുന്നതിനുള്ള ആദ്യ പടി വളരെ ലളിതമാണ്. നിങ്ങളുടെ മുറിയിലോ വീട്ടിലോ നിങ്ങൾ എവിടെയായിരുന്നാലും ശാന്തമായ ഒരു സ്ഥലം കണ്ടെത്തുക. നിങ്ങൾ ഒരു തുടക്കക്കാരനാണെങ്കിൽ തീർച്ചയായും ഇത് വീടിനുള്ളിൽ ചെയ്യുക. കാരണം അത് കൂടുതൽ നിശബ്ദവും ബാഹ്യമായ ശ്രദ്ധാശൈഥില്യങ്ങൾ കുറവുമാണ്. നിങ്ങൾ കൂടുതൽ പുരോഗമിക്കുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പുറത്തോ എവിടെയെങ്കിലുമോ ഇതെല്ലാം ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങാം. കാരണം എല്ലാം അടച്ചുപൂട്ടാൻ നിങ്ങൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ മനസ്സിനെ പരിശീലിപ്പിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സുഖമായി ഇരിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന ഒരു നല്ല ശാന്തമായ സ്ഥലം കണ്ടെത്തിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇരിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങാം. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇത് കിടന്നുകൊണ്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയും. ധ്യാനാത്മകമായ ഇരിപ്പ് പോസ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇത് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയും. ഇത് പൂർണ്ണമായും നിങ്ങളുടെ ഇഷ്ടമാണ്. വ്യക്തിപരമായി ഞാൻ ഇരിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി, പക്ഷേ ഇപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ കിടക്കുകയാണ്. ഇത് പൂർണ്ണമായും നിങ്ങളുടെ ഇഷ്ടമാണ്. ഇതിന് നിയമങ്ങളൊന്നുമില്ല. ഇത് വെറും ആത്മീയ തമാശയല്ല. ഞാൻ നിങ്ങളെ പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നില്ല. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഈ നിഗൂഢാനുഭവം ലഭിക്കും. ഈ ധ്യാനം വളരെ ലളിതമാണ്. നിങ്ങളുടെ മനസ്സിനെ നിയന്ത്രിക്കാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്നു. നിങ്ങളുടെ ചിന്തകളുടെ മേൽ നിയന്ത്രണം നേടുന്നതിനുള്ള ആദ്യപടിയാണിത്. പല കാര്യങ്ങൾക്കും നിങ്ങളെ വ്യതിചലിപ്പിക്കാൻ കഴിയാത്ത ശാന്തമായ ഒരു സ്ഥലത്ത് നിങ്ങൾ ഇരുന്നുകഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നിങ്ങൾ ലൈറ്റുകൾ ഓഫ് ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ് നല്ലത്. രാവിലെ ഉണരുമ്പോൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഉറങ്ങാൻ പോകുന്നതിന് തൊട്ടുമുമ്പ് ഇത് ചെയ്യാൻ ഞാൻ വ്യക്തിപരമായി ശുപാർശ ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഞാൻ ഇത് പറയാൻ കാരണം ഈ സമയങ്ങളിൽ തലച്ചോറിന്റെ തരംഗങ്ങളും തലച്ചോറിന്റെ പ്രവർത്തനവും കുറയുന്നു എന്നതാണ്. സൂര്യൻ അകലെയായിരിക്കുകയും ചന്ദ്രൻ അസ്തമിക്കുകയും ഇരുട്ടാകുകയും ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ സൂര്യന്റെ വൈദ്യുതകാന്തിക രശ്മികൾ തലച്ചോറിൽ സ്വാധീനം കുറയ്ക്കുകയും തലച്ചോറിന്റെ തരംഗ പ്രവർത്തനം കുറയുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നു. നാഡീവ്യൂഹം വിശ്രമിക്കുന്നു. നിങ്ങളുടെ മുറിയിലെ ഏതെങ്കിലും ലൈറ്റുകൾ ഓഫ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ തലച്ചോറിൽ ബാഹ്യ സ്വാധീനം കുറയുകയും നിങ്ങളുടെ തലച്ചോറ് അത്ര ഡീകോഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല. ലൈറ്റുകൾ ഓണാണെങ്കിൽ ഇവ മസ്തിഷ്ക തരംഗങ്ങളെ ബാധിക്കുകയും തലച്ചോറ് ഉൾക്കൊള്ളാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്നത് വർദ്ധിപ്പിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യും. ഇതെല്ലാം തലച്ചോറിനെ പരമാവധി ഓഫ് ചെയ്യുക എന്നതാണ്. നിങ്ങളുടെ പഞ്ചേന്ദ്രിയങ്ങൾ അങ്ങനെയായതിനാൽ കഴിയുന്നത്ര നാഡീവ്യവസ്ഥ ഓഫ് ചെയ്യുക. നിങ്ങളുടെ പഞ്ചേന്ദ്രിയങ്ങൾ അക്ഷരാർത്ഥത്തിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ നാഡീവ്യവസ്ഥയിലെ അസന്തുലിതാവസ്ഥയാണ്. നിങ്ങളുടെ നാഡീവ്യവസ്ഥയിൽ ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു അസന്തുലിതാവസ്ഥയായി മാറിയ എന്തെങ്കിലും നിങ്ങൾ സ്പർശിക്കുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ നാഡീവ്യൂഹം അത് കണ്ടെത്തി നിങ്ങളുടെ തലച്ചോറിലേക്ക് അയക്കുന്നു. നിങ്ങളുടെ മസ്തിഷ്കം അതിനെ ഒരു ഇന്ദ്രിയമോ സ്പർശനമോ ആയി വ്യാഖ്യാനിക്കുന്നു. നമ്മളെല്ലാം ഓഫ് ചെയ്യാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുകയാണ്. അതിനാൽ നിങ്ങൾ ഒരു ശാന്തമായ സ്ഥലത്ത് എത്തിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ലൈറ്റുകൾ ഓഫ് ആകും. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒരുതരം ഉറക്കം വരുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ കണ്ണുകൾ അടയ്ക്കുക. ഞാനിപ്പോൾ ഒന്നും ദൃശ്യവൽക്കരിക്കാൻ നിങ്ങളെ പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നില്ല, പക്ഷേ നിങ്ങൾ ആദ്യം ചെയ്യേണ്ടത് വളരെ ലളിതമാണ്. നിങ്ങളുടെ ചിന്തകളെ നിരീക്ഷിക്കുക. ഒരു ചിന്ത നിങ്ങളുടെ മനസ്സിൽ പ്രവേശിക്കും. അത് നിരീക്ഷിക്കുക, തുടർന്ന് അത് ഓഫ് ചെയ്യുക. ഒരു ചിന്തയും ഇല്ലാത്ത ഒരു ചെറിയ ഇടവേള, ഒരുപക്ഷെ 1 സെക്കൻഡ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അര സെക്കൻഡ് ഇടവേള ഉണ്ടാകും. മനസ്സിൽ പ്രവേശിക്കുന്ന ആദ്യ ചിന്ത നിങ്ങൾ ഓഫ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ മറ്റേ ചിന്ത നിങ്ങളുടെ മനസ്സിൽ പ്രവേശിക്കുന്നതിന് തൊട്ടുമുമ്പ് ഒരു ചെറിയ വിടവ് ഉണ്ടാകും. ആ വിടവാണ് നിങ്ങൾ നിരീക്ഷിക്കേണ്ടത്. അപ്പോൾ മറ്റൊരു ചിന്ത വരും. ആ ചെറിയ വിടവിലേക്ക് നിങ്ങളുടെ ശ്രദ്ധ ഒന്നുമില്ലായ്മയിലേക്ക് തിരിച്ചുവിടുക. മറ്റൊരു ചിന്ത വരും. ഈ പ്രക്രിയ തുടരുക. നിങ്ങളുടെ മനസ്സിനെ നിരീക്ഷകനിലേക്ക് തിരിച്ചുവിടുക. നിരീക്ഷകനാകുക. നിങ്ങൾ ക്രമേണ പുരോഗമിക്കുമ്പോൾ, നിങ്ങൾ ഈ ധ്യാനം തുടരുമ്പോൾ, ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ അര സെക്കൻഡ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 1 സെക്കൻഡ് ദൈർഘ്യമുള്ള ഈ വിടവ് പതുക്കെ വികസിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങുകയും വലുതായിത്തീരുകയും ചെയ്യും. നിങ്ങളുടെ ധ്യാനത്തിലേക്ക് 10 മിനിറ്റ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഈ വിടവ് വലുതും വലുതുമായി മാറും. ഒരു ചിന്ത നിങ്ങളുടെ മനസ്സിൽ പ്രവേശിക്കും. ഒരുപക്ഷെ 10 മുതൽ 15 മിനിറ്റ് വരെ ധ്യാനത്തിലേക്ക് കടക്കാം. മറ്റൊരു ചിന്ത നിങ്ങളുടെ മനസ്സിൽ പ്രവേശിക്കാൻ 1 മിനിറ്റ് എടുത്തേക്കാം. ഇതിൽ നിങ്ങൾ കൂടുതൽ പുരോഗമിക്കുന്തോറും കൂടുതൽ പരിശീലിക്കുക, നിങ്ങളുടെ മനസ്സിനെ കൂടുതൽ പരിശീലിപ്പിക്കുക. ഈ വിടവ് വലുതായിത്തീരുകയും നിങ്ങളുടെ ചിന്തകളിലും വികാരങ്ങളിലും പ്രവൃത്തികളിലും നിരീക്ഷകനാകാൻ പഠിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നു. നിങ്ങളുടെ ശ്വാസത്തിൽ ശ്രദ്ധ കേന്ദ്രീകരിക്കരുത്. ഒന്നിലും ശ്രദ്ധ കേന്ദ്രീകരിക്കരുത്. വെറുതെ നിരീക്ഷകനാകാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുക. ധ്യാനത്തിലെ നിങ്ങളുടെ ആദ്യപടിയാണിത്. നിങ്ങൾ ഇത് തുടർന്നാൽ നിങ്ങൾ ഉറക്കത്തിലേക്ക് പ്രവേശിച്ചേക്കാം. ധ്യാനാവസ്ഥ എന്ന് വിളിക്കുന്ന അവസ്ഥയിലേക്ക് നിങ്ങൾ ഒരു ചിന്തയുമില്ലാത്ത ഒന്നുമില്ലായ്മയിലാണ്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇത് ആദ്യമായി നേടാനായേക്കില്ല, പക്ഷേ നിങ്ങളുടെ 5ാമത്തെയോ 6ാമത്തെയോ 7ാമത്തെയോ 10ാമത്തെയോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അതിലും കൂടുതലോ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഈ ധ്യാനാവസ്ഥയിലേക്ക് വേഗത്തിൽ എത്താൻ കഴിയുന്നിടത്ത് നിങ്ങൾ ഇത് നേടും. അവിടെ നിങ്ങൾ ഈ ആഴത്തിലുള്ള വിശ്രമാവസ്ഥയിലാണ്. അതിനാൽ അത് വളരെ വ്യക്തമല്ലെന്ന് എനിക്കറിയാം, കാരണം ഞാൻ വീണ്ടും ഘട്ടങ്ങളിലൂടെ കടന്നുപോകും. നിങ്ങളുടെ വീട്ടിലോ നിങ്ങൾ എവിടെയായിരുന്നാലും ശാന്തമായ ഒരു സ്ഥലം കണ്ടെത്തുക. എല്ലാ ലൈറ്റുകളും ഓഫ് ചെയ്യുക. സുഖമായിരിക്കുക, ഇരിക്കുക അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കിടക്കുക, പൂർണ്ണമായും നിങ്ങളുടെ ഇഷ്ടപ്രകാരം. നിങ്ങളുടെ കണ്ണുകൾ അടച്ച് നിങ്ങളുടെ മനസ്സിൽ പ്രവേശിക്കുന്ന ഓരോ ചിന്തയ്ക്കുമിടയിലുള്ള വിടവ് നിരീക്ഷിക്കുക. നിങ്ങളുടെ മനസ്സിൽ ഒരു ചിന്ത വരുമ്പോഴെല്ലാം അതിനെ ഒന്നുമില്ലായ്മയിലേക്ക് തിരിച്ചുവിടുക. പിന്നീട് വീണ്ടും ഒരു ചിന്ത വരും. അതിനെ ഒന്നുമില്ലായ്മയിലേക്ക് തിരിച്ചുവിടുക. ഒന്നുമില്ലായ്മയിൽ ശ്രദ്ധ കേന്ദ്രീകരിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക. നിങ്ങളുടെ മനസ്സിലേക്ക് വരുന്ന ചിന്തകളുടെ വ്യത്യസ്ത ശാഖകളിൽ മുഴുകിപ്പോകരുത്. ഇത് ചെയ്ത് 1-2 ആഴ്ചകൾ കഴിയുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കുറച്ച് പുരോഗതി കാണാൻ കഴിയും. നിങ്ങൾ ധ്യാനത്തിന്റെ ആഴത്തിലുള്ള അവസ്ഥകളിലേക്ക് പ്രവേശിക്കുന്നത് നിങ്ങൾ കാണും. ഇതിന്റെ ഗുണങ്ങൾ ആദ്യമായി സംഭവിക്കുന്നില്ല. ചില ആളുകൾക്ക് ഇത് സംഭവിച്ചേക്കാം. എന്റെ ഉള്ളിലെ ചില മാറ്റങ്ങൾ കാണാനും ശ്രദ്ധിക്കാനും എനിക്ക് 1 ആഴ്ചയോളം എടുത്തു. എന്റെ ബോധം, എന്റെ ശ്രദ്ധ വർത്തമാനകാലത്തിൽ കേന്ദ്രീകരിച്ചതിനാൽ ഞാൻ എന്റെ ഭൂതകാലത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് വിഷമിക്കുന്നില്ലെന്ന് ഞാൻ ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചു. എനിക്ക് പ്രതികരണശേഷി കുറഞ്ഞു. എന്റെ ചിന്തകളെ ഫിൽട്ടർ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള കഴിവ് എനിക്ക് ലഭിച്ചു. നിങ്ങൾ മനസ്സല്ലെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നു. ഇത് വളരെ പ്രധാനമാണ്. ഇതിനുശേഷം നിങ്ങൾ ഇതിന്റെ നിരീക്ഷകനാണെന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നു. നിങ്ങൾ എല്ലാ ദിവസവും ഈ നിരീക്ഷകനുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെടുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ ചിന്തകളെയും വികാരങ്ങളെയും പ്രവൃത്തികളെയും നിരീക്ഷിക്കുന്നത് നിങ്ങളാണെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുന്നു. അവയുടെ മുകളിൽ നിൽക്കുന്നത് നല്ലതാണ്. നിങ്ങളുടെ ചിന്തകളുടെയും വികാരങ്ങളുടെയും പ്രവൃത്തികളുടെയും മുകളിൽ നിൽക്കുന്നത് ഭൂമിക്കു മുകളിൽ താഴേക്ക് നോക്കുന്ന ഒരു കഴുകനെ പോലെ. ഇതാണ് നമ്മൾ ലക്ഷ്യമിടേണ്ടത്. മിഥ്യാധാരണകളിൽ മുഴുകിപ്പോകുന്നതിനാൽ നമ്മുടെ മനസ്സിൽ വളരെയധികം ബന്ധിതരാകാൻ നമ്മൾ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നില്ല. വികാരങ്ങളുടെ കാറ്റും പ്രക്ഷുബ്ധയും ജീവിതത്തിലെ കാറ്റും ജീവിതത്തിലെ വെല്ലുവിളികളും നമ്മെ എളുപ്പത്തിൽ സ്വാധീനിക്കുമെന്നതിനാൽ നമ്മുടെ വികാരങ്ങളിൽ വളരെയധികം ബന്ധിതരാകാൻ നമ്മൾ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നില്ല. നിങ്ങൾ പ്രതികരിക്കുന്നതിനു മുമ്പ്, തൽക്ഷണം പ്രതികരിക്കുന്നതിനു മുമ്പ് ചിന്തിക്കാൻ ഇത് നിങ്ങളെ അനുവദിക്കുകയും നിങ്ങളെ പഠിപ്പിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നു. നിങ്ങളുടെ മാനസിക ശരീരത്തിന്റെ ബോധത്തിന്റെ നിയന്ത്രണം നേടുന്നതിനുള്ള ആദ്യപടിയാണിത്. വീണ്ടും ഇത് വളരെ അടിസ്ഥാനപരമായ ഒരു ധ്യാനമായിരുന്നു. ആഴത്തിലുള്ള ധ്യാനങ്ങൾ, ശ്വസന വ്യായാമ ധ്യാനങ്ങൾ, എല്ലാത്തരം എന്നിവയെക്കുറിച്ചും ഞാൻ കൂടുതൽ വീഡിയോകൾ നിർമ്മിക്കും. പക്ഷേ ഈ വീഡിയോ ധ്യാനം ആരംഭിക്കാൻ മാത്രമുള്ളതായിരുന്നു. നിങ്ങളുടെ ശ്വാസത്തിൽ ശ്രദ്ധ കേന്ദ്രീകരിക്കരുത്. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒന്നിലും ശ്രദ്ധ കേന്ദ്രീകരിക്കരുത്. നിങ്ങളുടെ ചിന്തകളെ നിരീക്ഷിച്ചാൽ മതി. ഇതിൽ പ്രാവീണ്യം നേടിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ശ്വസന പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളിലേക്കും ദൃശ്യവൽക്കരണങ്ങളിലേക്കും മറ്റെല്ലാ ട്രാൻസ്ലൈക്ക് ധ്യാനങ്ങളിലേക്കും അതീന്ദ്രിയ ധ്യാനങ്ങളിലേക്കും പോകാം. തുടർന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഈ കൂടുതൽ നൂതനമായ കാര്യങ്ങളിലേക്ക് പോകാം. അതിനാൽ ആശ്ചര്യപ്പെടുന്ന ആർക്കും ഈ വീഡിയോ സഹായകരമായിരിക്കുമെന്ന് ഞാൻ പ്രതീക്ഷിക്കുന്നു. എന്റെ 3ാമത്തെ പുസ്തകമായ സിംബോളിസത്തിന്റെ പുസ്തകം വളരെ വേഗം ലഭ്യമാകും. ഇതിനകം തന്നെ വെയിറ്റിംഗ് ലിസ്റ്റിൽ ധാരാളം ആളുകളുണ്ട്. വെയിറ്റിംഗ് ലിസ്റ്റിൽ ഒപ്പിടാൻ ഞാൻ വിവരണത്തിൽ ഒരു ലിങ്ക് ഇടാം.
Religions were made to hide the truth about yourself, God, and the universe. You see, religion teaches there is a God separate from you. He created the universe separate from himself. They did this to truly disconnect you from consciousness, from God, and from yourself. Now let me explain. It's going to be very difficult to understand this from a left hemisphere dominated perception. The left hemisphere sees everything individual. The right hemisphere sees the whole. For example, if you're walking through a woods, the left hemisphere sees individual trees, leaves, twigs, and branches. The right hemisphere sees the interconnectedness of the whole woods. We've been trained our whole life to be trapped in the left hemisphere, to think logically, scientifically, with evidence. This way of thinking traps you in illusion, division, and separateness from everything. Plus, in science, they teach you the universe exists outside of you. You exist in a universe, and the universe exists whether you exist or not. This is completely false. You are the universe experiencing itself. There is only one person in the universe. There is only one awareness in the universe, and that is God. That is your consciousness. Not your name, your job, your reputation, your thoughts, your beliefs. That is not God. God is the infinite awareness that you are, the alertness, the essence of life. You are an individual. You have a dual nature, an inner world, consciousness, and an outer world, this physical body. The inner world is the immortal, consciousness, awareness. This physical reality is for the immortal within us to experience and enjoy. And the immortal consciousness, the immortal self, the individualized expression of the only thing that is truly real, which is God, consciousness, is seeking a way to understand itself through infinite vantage points. The same consciousness inside of you, inside of the dog, the squirrel, the plants, the stars, the same awareness is in absolutely everything. Only the right hemisphere can see this connection. The universe is one mind separated into the infinite bodies and life forms. This is why scientists tell you that the universe is forever expanding. It's truth in plain sight, because the universe is the mind, and the mind is always seeking more vantage points to understand itself. And the mind is always expanding into new realms of thought. The mind cannot be filled up. It does not exist in space. However, human awareness, human consciousness is very sacred. And the reason why I say that is because humans possess a two-way consciousness, unlike a dog, an animal, or a squirrel, for example. The dog looks in the mirror. It is not aware of itself. It doesn't look in the mirror and see that it needs to improve something. However, humans, we can look in the mirror and say, who am I? Where do I come from? And I need to change this aspect of me. I'm lacking in this area. Dogs do not have this awareness. They function only on their immediate surroundings, on survival and instinct. Human awareness is special because we have the ability to reflect on the self. We can question our consciousness. We can question, who am I? Where do I come from? And where am I going after this? The human mind has no limitation. We can surpass our animal nature and rise to a godly nature. This is the whole purpose of reaching Christ consciousness, which is just an ideal consciousness where we have control over self and we know who we truly are. Humans have been given the tools to awaken. Our five senses are locked only to perceive the physical world. But the mind holds the gateway to understand the unseen aspects of reality. The mind holds the secrets to the universe and consciousness. We just have to study ourselves to understand God. We are all individualized aspects of consciousness. There is only one pure consciousness in the universe, but we're fractaled into infinite life forms, experiencing this consciousness in a different form, molding this consciousness into individual egos and individualized consciousness. Me and you are made of the same fabric. However, I have thought different things, believed different things, experienced different things, which has conditioned my consciousness to be my own individualized aspect of God. And that's what makes me, me, and you, you. God is the creative power within us to turn thoughts into physical reality, to create things. We are a creator. Each one of us is a miniature earth, creating and building in this physical 3D reality. Our consciousness holds power over the 3D reality. We can mold it and create anything we wish. However, we have been conditioned to live like an animal, living in our animal nature, eating, surviving, lusting, and these low-level desires keep us trapped from figuring out our creative power. This is why the ancients always depicted God inside of the brain. Even in ancient Christian artwork, William Blake, Anton Raphael, all depict God inside of the brain. Why is this? Because God is our creative power. The spinal column acts as a type of ladder of consciousness. If you just think about sex and act on sex, eating, consuming, and living in a survival animalistic state, then your consciousness is functioning on the lower end of the spinal column, where your reproductive organs are and your gut organs are to consume food. In order to activate the God within us and to us to truly know God, we have to be aligned with the God consciousness. We have to unlock the God within us so we can truly actually experience God and understand it. However, God exists beyond our personal consciousness, beyond our human identity. In secret societies, satanic rituals and satanic societies, they are seeking a way to escape the human identity through ritual work, meditation, and trance-like states. A trance-like state is like the state that you enter just before you fall asleep, where there is no thought present in your mind, because you are not the mind, you are the observer, you experience the thoughts. And when we escape the human identity through rituals, meditation, or trance-like states, we can actually experience beyond the veil of this material world. However, satanic rituals do this in a negative way. Satanic rituals include ways to make the human mind tap out by pushing the human minds to the limit through pain, suffering, and even torture, to allow the mind to pass out so you can temporarily pass on the veil of the physical world and escape the limitations of the human identity and the human thinking mind. Now, you do not have to do it this way. You can experience the divine and beyond your human identity through many different ways, such as deep meditation, rising above your thoughts, and setting 3 alarms, one for 6 a.m., one for 6:30, and one for 7:30. And when you wake up at these times, what you need to do each time you wake up is allow your mind to stay awake but your body to fall asleep. And you will enter this trance-like state. And you can gain ideas, experience lucid dreams, and maybe even astral project. All of these rituals in secret societies and satanic societies is all about escaping the human identity and experiencing the divine planes beyond the physical. To wrap all of this up, this is all about consciousness. Consciousness is the infinite awareness of the universe, just fractaled into separate bodies. And this consciousness is seeking a way to understand itself in infinite angles and vantage points. And religion was made to cut off your connection to the divine planes beyond this world and beyond your self-identity. Therefore, if you want to know God, you have to study the attributes and qualities of God, such as geometry, numbers, consciousness, the mind, the subconscious, human anatomy. All of these things are aspects of God. We have to study ourselves and study nature so we can see God. God is the infinite awareness of the universe. If you love this video, please leave a like and share it with a friend. I'll leave a link in the description for the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2.
Welcome back everyone to another video. Today we're going to cover everything that you need to know about the mind, starting with the 2 aspects of the mind, the conscious and the subconscious. The male aspect of your mind is the conscious. This is the 10% of your mind. The conscious part of your mind is only aware of everything around you, your vision, your sight, your smell, your taste, your hearing, and your current state of emotion and thought. Every thought that you consciously think about has an emotion directly attached to it. That emotion is then impressed onto the subconscious part of the mind. The subconscious part of the mind is the female aspect of your mind. It is also a whopping 90% of your mind. Subconscious mind is controlling all of the subconscious processes which happen within your body. For example, your subconscious mind is controlling your heartbeat, your digestion of food, and all of the things that you do not have to tell the body to do. It is the hidden part of our mind which is controlling all of the hidden things. The subconscious mind is like a recording supercomputer. Everything that you have experienced in your life is all recorded and stored within the subconscious mind. One of the most important things about your subconscious mind is that it stores your mental programs. Everything in the subconscious mind manifests into behavior and actions within the body. Your daily basis routine and habits are all mental programs within your subconscious mind. These mental programs are created by mainly two ways. 1, repetition, and 2, emotional impact. The repetition is fairly simple to understand. The more you do something, the more it impresses onto your subconscious mind and becomes a program. That program will then manifest into your behavior. However, with the emotional programs, they work a bit different. The stronger that you feel an emotion, the stronger it is impressed onto the subconscious mind. And then that emotion becomes a program. For example, you had a very traumatic moment happen when you were a young child. The emotion that you felt was so strong in that moment that it impressed into your subconscious mind so hard that you can recall that moment like it was yesterday. That traumatic event that happened to you when you were young will still manifest into your daily basis behavior even to this day. However, it manifests subconsciously. For example, if you were in a car crash, you will be wary to enter cars with certain people. All because of that traumatic emotion that you felt and impressed onto your subconscious mind. Another example of the subconscious manifesting into our behavior is posting on Instagram. Most of the time, the reason why you post is because your subconscious mind is seeking gratification. So before you actually do something, question yourself and find out the root cause of why you are doing this. Another thing that you need to understand about the subconscious mind is that it takes everything you say and hear literally. So for example, if you go and say, "You are an idiot" to someone, your subconscious mind will only pick up the word idiot. It only knows yourself. It doesn't know anyone else. You are casting a spell on yourself just by saying that to someone else. This is why the golden rule is to treat others like you'd like to be treated. Now, you can rewrite these programs which are already in your subconscious mind. However, it does take consistency. You have to change these programs which have been running for years. And by changing these programs, you change your behavior, because these programs manifest into your behavior. The best way to do this, personally, is to listen to affirmations first thing when you wake up in the morning, and do this for 10 minutes every single morning. Then at night time, you want to think and feel that you are becoming the reality that you desire. The more that you feel this reality, the more it will become a program and impress your subconscious mind. For example, you're trying to gain financial freedom. If you trick your subconscious mind into creating a program saying that you are financially free, this will manifest into your behavior. You will start doing more work. You will start looking for ways to make money. Your mind will be set on the frequency of money and financial freedom. Therefore, you will receive thoughts based around this program. If you take enough action, your life will dramatically change because of this program that you created in the mind. This is why we call it a mindset, because your mind is a frequency tuner which sets its frequency onto different thoughts, because thoughts are frequency. If you fill your mind with a specific frequency, you will gain thoughts and ideas based around that frequency. To create a stable mind, you need to master your emotions. You need to change your mindset. Everything that you experience is neutral. Based upon the mindset that you see it, you either give it a positive or negative charge. By understanding this deeply, you will then control your emotions. I hope you gained some wisdom and enjoyed this video. Please, if you can, leave a comment and a like, and subscribe to the channel if you like this content. Love and light to you all.
living in 4 planes of existence right now, but most people are only aware of one. And that's why they feel lost, disconnected, and stuck in cycles they can't explain. If you don't understand the blueprint of reality, you'll keep trying to fix the physical, while the real causes lie in the unseen dimensions that you have direct access to. You must understand that the universe only exists in the mind. Everything is a projection of consciousness. Therefore, consciousness produces everything. Our internal world is consciousness. Our external world is this physical body, physical world. Everything is an externalization of consciousness. For example, this was a thought. Now it's made physical. But before this was invented, it was existing in someone's mind, in consciousness, invisible. Then it was made manifest, made physical. So everything in this physical plane is the effect. The cause is consciousness, mind, the mental plane. So now I'm going to explain these different dimensions of consciousness. You don't just exist in this physical plane. The physical plane, in fact, is the lowest plane there is. It's the illusionary plane. So first of all, we have the Buddhic plane. This is the nothingness. So think of it like this. Absolute nothingness. If you turn off thoughts, there is nothingness. This is the void. And out of the void springs infinite potential, which is the mental plane. Now, your mind has no limitation. It can think anything, be anywhere, anytime, any place. In the whole world, there is no limitation with the mind. This is the realm of infinite possibilities. This is the realm of thought. Thought is a dimension, information and thought. To go a little bit deeper on this, there are pockets of thoughts, what we call in the occult fields of thoughts. Your mind does not think thoughts, it receives them. Your mind is like a radio. Whatever the mind is tuning into, setting its mindset, setting your frequency or setting your mind, you will receive thoughts based on that set, whatever you set your mind to. So there are pockets of thoughts that we penetrate in the mental plane. The mind is the mental plane, the infinite possibilities. This is the spark of creation. This is where all things begin to manifest as an idea in the mind as a thought. So if you want to gain certain information, you need to meditate or do thought exercises where you are penetrating that dimension of thought, that pocket of thought. For example, if you want to find a way on how to make financial wealth, you would use your mind, set your mind on wealth and money and think, close your eyes and think about that specific topic and see where your mind takes you. And you will expand your mind into different pockets of thought and gain information. So this is the mental plane. This is how you can use the mental plane. You can use the mental plane to do this. Then we have the astral plane. We have higher, middle, and lower astral plane. The astral plane is the body for thought. So every dimension, physical, etheric, astral, mental, Buddhic, is a body for a dimension above. Each dimension below is a product of the dimension above. So for example, the astral plane is imagination. This is the lucidic realm of imagination. This is where thoughts begin to manifest into some sort of form. It's not a physical form because this is physical, but imagination is a lucidic form. It's not really physical, but it's there. It's a projection of light. It's astral matter condensed by the willpower of the mind. So depending on the vibration of that thought will depend whether it manifests in the higher astral plane, middle astral plane, and lower astral plane. If you think about more material things and visualize material things, this will manifest on the lower astral plane because material matter is low vibration. Now, that does not mean it's evil. That does not mean it's bad. Okay? It just means low vibration just means more material. But if you think and imagine more spiritual things, this manifests on the higher astral plane. So the astral plane is the screen in your mind that allows you to vision an apple. that allows you to vision anything. It's that mental projection that's inside of your mind. Now, this is what we call the third eye. It's an eye because the eye is the mind, and the mind can see into the astral plane. It perceives this spiritual world, this lucidic realm that we have access to. This is where also infinite potential takes place. This is the realm of spirits, demons, jinns, whatever you want to call them. Spiritual entities exist in this because this is where thought forms manifest into form. This is where thoughts create bodies. Think of it like this. The mental plane is a thought of a chair. The astral plane is the imagination of that chair and all of the different possible chairs that could possibly be. The etheric plane is the energy double of that chair. And the physical plane is the physical chair. So as you can see, the higher we go up, the more formless and lucidic it is. The lower we go down planes, the more dense it becomes. This is formless and this is form. Everything manifests through this process. This highlighter is down here in the physical plane, but the idea began in the mental plane. Everything begins in consciousness before it creates a physical body. It goes through this process. Therefore, if you want to start to mold and create your own reality and create things in your world, you can use these planes to your advantage. You can use your mind to do mental thinking exercises by closing your eyes and expanding your mind into a different pocket of thought to gain wisdom, gain information, gain downloads. The way you do that is simply get into a meditative state, close your eyes, pick a topic that you want to think about and see where your mind takes you, but always remain centered on that topic. And you can do this for maybe an hour or two or half an hour, and your mind will take you places where you will unlock information. You can even use this to make decisions in your life. Think of the topic and see where your mind takes you. You'll gain information. This is how you use the mental plane for ideas. The astral plane is imagination. You have to reconnect with your imagination very vividly. Your imagination, your consciousness is infinite. It's not a three-dimensional plane. It's an infinite plane. You can think and make form anything in your consciousness, in your imagination. You can think anything and you can imagine anything in the most vast details. You just have to reconnect with your imagination. I have a free book on my website. I'll leave the link in the description. It's an ebook. It's called Activating the Inner Eye. This is going to help you reconnect with your imagination. It's a practical guide on how to imagine. So once you know how to use the mental plane and astral plane, thought and imagination, you pretty much need to use the physical plane to take physical action with this physical body that you have and start to manifest these desires you have in the higher planes. Now, it's very important that we master the mind because the mind is the very fabric of reality. We become what we think about. Your life is a product of every thought you thought in the past. It is the mind that directs the flow of consciousness. And wherever this consciousness is flowing is what you will create in your life. Consciousness is the most potent force in the universe, and the mind is pretty much the universe in a microcosm form. It is infinite potential, and your mind will continue to expand into new realms of thought forever and ever and ever. You are eternal. You are not this physical body down here. You are consciousness, literally dreaming that you are in this physical body. So everything begins with the mind. We need to be conscious of the thoughts that enter our mental field of consciousness. There is a level of self-awareness that you can reach where you can become conscious of pretty much every single thought that enters your mental field. Now, we have over 7,000 thoughts a day. You can gain such mastery over your mind where you can become conscious of every thought you think. And that is when you gain superior power. Because when the mind is fully under control of self, you can direct the mind's potent force into a specific goal. Most people's minds are dualistic. They want something, but their mind is thinking something else. They have limiting belief systems. They have the little voice that comes in and says, you can't do this, you're a failure. That is a fractaled mind. The mind needs to be singular. It needs to be on your team and not an enemy. Do not let your own mind take away your power. Your mind should be on your team, giving you power, giving you the best possible thoughts and the best possible beliefs. When the mind is in this condition and on your team and not taking away your power through the destructive thoughts, it becomes a potent, powerful force used for manifestation to create anything. And the way we get the mind on your team is through constant meditation to learn how to control the mind and turn it on and off. Subconscious reprogramming through visualization, affirmations, cultivating emotions associated with your goal. All these three ways we can reprogram the mind slowly over time so that it becomes powerful and becomes on your team and doesn't give you negative contradicting thoughts. When the mind is fully aligned on one thing, it can create massive empires and things in your physical reality. So I hope this video helps, and I'll see you in the next one.
In this video, we're going to be talking about the evolution of consciousness. You are born human, however, you possess consciousness, which is the awareness behind your being, the awareness behind your thoughts, the experiencer behind your five senses, the experiencer, the observer behind your thought, emotions, and senses. You are an eye, an invisible consciousness looking through a lens which is your body. Your body produces this physical world that you experience. Your brain produces this world. Your brain and body is a technological computer. However, you are an infinite, ever-expanding consciousness behind this physical body. And there is an evolution of consciousness, a cosmic journey of expansion. And this is why we see so much pyramid symbolism in the occult and esoteric world, and especially within Freemasonry. Because the pyramid represents climbing, an evolution, a raising state of consciousness, a journey. Steps symbolize a journey upwards. This is the raising and the evolution of consciousness, our inner world. The transmutation of our inner selves, of our souls and consciousness and our minds. So when we see this pyramid, we're seeing a evolution, a way up to source consciousness. And the eye in the pyramid represents your source consciousness. It represents illumination. It represents divine guidance through this evolution of consciousness. This is why we see the ladder. Consciousness is ever expanding on an infinite journey of evolution. Each individual is a part of this cosmic process, contributing towards the ongoing expansion of both mind and awareness. As we evolve, we collectively explore deeper levels of existence, expanding the boundaries of thought and consciousness. The mind has the ability to expand infinitely into new realms of thought, into new dimensions of mind. The mind cannot be filled up. It is not a physical substance. The body can be filled up because it is a physical thing, but you cannot fill the mind. Therefore, the mind is constantly expanding, ever expanding into new fields of thought. So what we see in Freemasonry, the ladder, is again a journey, an elevation of consciousness. When we are born with an infant consciousness, and as we gain older, we gain an adult consciousness. Our inner world, our inner mind, and our emotional intellect changes and evolves. We are significantly different from when we were very young as an infant. It's because our consciousness evolutes, it changes, it alters like water. So just like this evolution of your own consciousness as growing up, there is consciousness of beings existing in cycles beyond our own. And their consciousness is unimaginably different from ours. They operate on a higher level of understanding and knowing, experiencing reality in ways that transcend our current comprehension. Our minds right now cannot comprehend the highest states of consciousness. There are entities, there are beings beyond our own, existing in higher dimensions of consciousness that we cannot comprehend because they have expanded. They are on a further way up the ladder of consciousness. However, we are all on the same journey. None of us can take the same journey. There is one ultimate goal, reaching source consciousness. However, this is always ever expanding. However, we are all on a different journey. There is one truth, one source, one goal. However, there are billions in different ways of reaching it, and we are all on these different paths to source consciousness, to this ladder, this evolution of universal evolution. Okay? Their awareness is attuned to new dimensions of existence, reflecting a more advanced stage in the cosmic journey of consciousness evolution. So when you take DMT, you are shot into these higher realms of consciousness where you meet these beings who look similar to these images. They are not speaking to you physically. They don't speak to you three-dimensionally through vibration and words. They speak to you mentally. If you have done DMT, then you know this. And if you have met these beings, then you know this. You might have even met some of these types of beings on mushrooms or any psychedelic drugs. Because ultimately, when you take these mind-altering substances, it's altering your consciousness. It's merging your consciousness with the spirit of that substance. And you are essentially attuning your mind to higher dimensions of consciousness. That's why we say we're getting high when we take these substances. Therefore, when you meet these beings on DMT, you are essentially meeting beings who are attuned to higher dimensions of consciousness, and they speak to you mentally. They speak to you telepathically through thought, because the universe is mental. Everything exists within the mind. The way you are now, your physical existence, is a state of mind. Mind, thought creates matter. Spirit and matter are two opposing ways of thinking. If we have a very spiritual mind, we have an expanded mind, we are a spiritual person through the mind. However, if we have a very low state of consciousness where we think about food, sex, lust, and all physical things, then we have a physical consciousness. Matter and spirit are two opposing forces, two ways of thinking. The mind attunes itself to different levels of understanding in different dimensions. So, essentially, this is what we're looking at. The body is a vessel for the fluidic, formless consciousness, a temple that houses the essence of our awareness. While the five senses are limited to perceiving only the physical plane, the mind transcends these limitations, capable of perceiving the full scope of reality. It is through the mind that we access deeper truths beyond the material, tapping into boundless nature of existence. Physical existence is a thin band, a thin layer of reality. It's like 0.001% of reality. And your five senses are only tuned into this layer of reality. But the five senses are, by design, only allowed to perceive physicality. But the mind has the power to expand beyond this physical five sense state. The mind has the power to expand and evolute. It is a conscious decision whether you want to take this path or not. You can stay in a three-dimensional way of thinking, or you can expand your consciousness from within. It's not an external journey. There is no God going to save you. You must save yourself. Therefore, behind every single one of these eyes is the same source consciousness. However, we are all different cells in a different journey. The organs in your body, the cells in your body are all alive. They all possess same consciousness, universal consciousness. However, we are all on a different journey of evolution. As above, so below. As the baby is in the mother's womb, When the baby becomes conscious, there is a world outside of its mother. What does it do? It presses and seeks a way out to be born in the other world outside of its mother. It is the same with your consciousness, your mind. When your mind becomes aware that there is realities beyond the immediate surroundings, it seeks a way out. And this is exactly what I'm doing to you now. I am now expanding your mind and telling you there is other ways of reality. There is other dimensions of consciousness which you can access through inner transmutation, through different ways of thinking, spiritualism, and meditating and connecting with yourself and detaching from external things. We can upgrade our consciousness. Your body is a womb. Why Jesus says you must be born again to see the kingdom of God, because you are born physically and then you must be born again spiritually, awakening your inner consciousness. So like I said, as the baby is in the womb, it's the same principle. As above, so below. You were a baby, you were in your mother's womb, and you figured out there is a world outside of your mother, so you seek to way out your mother to be born in another world. It's the same now. You must do this now. This is your spiritual evolution. This is the evolution of consciousness. It's ever expanding. When you die, this is a transition. You must learn to not fear death. This is another part of your spiritual journey. You must master death. Therefore, like I said before, the mind has limitless capacity to expand into new realms of thought, continuously exploring uncharted ideas and concepts without boundaries. The mind can ever expand. It can never be filled. It can never ever know everything. There is infinite fields of knowledge, infinite fields of thought. Your current state is just one stage on an infinite pathway. You won't remain human forever. The human experience is a crucial phase where we learn to balance polarities, master the fundamental laws of the cosmos. It is a period of growth and transformation, preparing us for the next stages in our cosmic evolution. The goal is to strive for perfection, yet the true perfection is unattainable. It's like a tunnel, and there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And as you walk through this tunnel, the light is ever moving backwards. You should forever seek to meet that light, but you will never meet that light because consciousness is ever expanding. You should strive for perfection, yet knowing that perfection is forever unattainable. The journey is endless, with each step revealing deeper layers of understanding and experience. The pursuit of growth and expansion is itself the essence of our evolution. You can find all of this knowledge in the amazing book that I have read for years. I have read this book, The Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Atlantean, by M. Dorial, translated by M. Dorial. I'm telling you now, this book, now that I've told you this, you have some context on the book. The whole book is about evolution of consciousness. He's talking about higher dimensions beings. He's talking about how you can transcend this physical plane. It is truly the most amazing book you will probably read. One of the best spiritual texts you'll see. It's hard to understand, so you must read it over and over again. And the more your mind progresses, like for me, I read this every couple months. And the more I learn about consciousness, the more I expand my own consciousness. And every time I read this book, I pick out something new that just completely blows my mind. Because you can only understand this book to your level of consciousness, to your level of understanding. So now that I've told you all this information, go and read this book and it will absolutely blow your mind. And so will the Book of Wisdom Volume 2, which is now available. I released it the other day. I'm just going to read a page out now. This page is called Spirit and Matter. The Earth is not merely a dense, lifeless rock drifting through space. It possesses spirit, a living essence that animates its form. But what do we mean by spirit? Spirit in esoteric terms refers to the energy, the life force, animating the principles infused in matter. So essentially, what this page is talking about is how everything has spirit, consciousness within it. You are the middle, you are spirit and matter. You have the ability to expand your mind to the God self and raise above our animal instinct, our material self, and know the divine and expand. Animals cannot do this. Animals are not self-aware. Humans possess self-awareness. We can observe our consciousness. We can say, why do I exist? We can look in the mirror and know that we need growth. And this is what Anunnaki means. Anu means above. Anu was the supreme god of the sky, which is a metaphor. He represents spirit above, heaven. Anu came down to earth and married Ki, the goddess of the earth, which represents matter. It's a myth, it's an allegory. Anu married Ki and gave birth to the Anunnaki. Spirit came down and infused with matter and gave birth to the human, which is you. You are spirit infused in matter, Anu and Ki, Anunnaki. You are the Anunnaki. And this is just one of the teachings in my book. Honestly, this book is absolutely amazing. If you truly, truly want to expand your consciousness, give this book a read. And obviously, if you're inside the university, I give you this book for free. A paperback version. If you join the university, follow the steps inside of the general chat, you'll be able to download this book. Sorry, not download it. Order a paperback for free. All you have to do is pay for the shipping. You'll also gain amazing knowledge inside of my library, where your mind will just be overblown with the amount of esoteric books. There's over 45 rare occult books, plus you get a PDF of the Volume 1 and Human Health Guide. You get reoccurring updates where I expand on symbolism, occultism, where you will just feel absolutely amazing once you understand esotericism in yourself. You'll also learn how to create the dream reality that you want with the Manifestation Mastery course, where I teach you how your consciousness creates reality. You'll have a real lectures where I post lectures on symbolism, occultism, esotericism. There's a conscious community and live calls and Q&A where you can ask me questions and I'll answer your questions. I just want to say thank you to everyone who has joined the university. Thank you for even liking and watching this video. Any support I just appreciate every single one of you. Please, if you can, leave a comment and a like on this video and let me know any videos you want me to make in the future. And I will start uploading a lot more to the YouTube. So yeah, thank you all for tuning in today. Have an amazing day. Is that you are eternal. You will never ever die. So when you close your eyes, you have an internal world. Internal world is mortal. It will never die. The inner voice, the inner thoughts, the inner emotions will never die. But the external world will die. So you have an inner and outer world. And the inner world is infinite. It's limitless. It can think anything, be anywhere in the world, be anyone. Imagination, thought, there's no infinite potential. In order to gain in order to live a happy life, to gain the best experience in this temporary life, you have to master yourself, because you are a creator. That's what you are. You are literally God made human form. You are a creator. And if you are not creating, then you are living in an animal state. Okay? So in order to live this life to the fullest, you need to master yourself, not let the external world control your internal world, but let the internal world be commands and not reactions. So it's all about controlling the self, mastering the mind, learning truth, so you can actually gain the most out of this life. If you worship Jesus, but you don't work on your mind, you don't work on your emotions, you are nowhere near God. I'm sorry, I have to put that out there. You know, a lot of people think I can worship Jesus and I'll be close to God. You have to align your mind with God, with the God self. You have to align yourself with the God consciousness, the God frequency.
So, the Freemasons always use the all-seeing eye. The all-seeing eye. The eye needs light to see. The eye needs light to see. How? I'll go over how in a second for you. Sorry about that. The eyes need light to see. So we have one eye, which represents the inner eye. So when we close our eyes, we have an internal eye, internal thoughts, internal vision, imagination. We have an internal vision. We have an internal thought, internal emotions. In order for our mind to perceive the self, it needs light. What's light? Information. Information is light. Why is information light? Because when someone is very intelligent, you call them a bright person. You call them they're very bright. Because information is light and it allows the mind to see clearly. Without light, your eyes cannot see reality. You can't see anything. Without information, the mind cannot perceive the self properly. Without information, truth, you will think you are this mortal body. That's the darkness. But when you gain light, truth, information, the mind sees clearly. So this is what this represents. It represents enlightenment, represents truth in the mind. The word enlightenment means light in the ment. Ment means mind. So the all-seeing eye represents light, information, truth in the mind to see clearly, to perceive reality and the self clearly. Because without this information, you will know you're in the darkness. The mind is in the ignorance. The mind is in the darkness. Does that make sense? Keep tapping the live, everyone. Let's get this to 50k likes. That'd be amazing. Let's get this to 50k likes. And thank you to anyone who purchased the book. I have seen your orders. Okay, but how? How? Everyone's asking, how do I... First of all, you have to address every single addiction you have. So the best thing to do, to just start doing, is just do a spirit... No, I don't like saying spiritual. I don't like the word. It's more mental than anything, because the universe is mental. Do a meditation every day. Just literally sit there and dwell inside yourself. Turn off the mind and rise above thoughts. That's the Holy Land of Israel. The Holy Land of Israel is inside yourself. The Bible talks about the Holy Land of Israel, right? Well, it's a place inside your own consciousness. Israel. Isis, Ra, and El. How do you get to El? This is the Holy Land. The Holy Land symbol is an upward triangle and a downward triangle. The feminine downward triangle, the male upward triangle, combined. The combination of the two brains, the combination of the masculine and feminine. The way you align your brain hemispheres is how you reach the Holy Land. And you simply literally just do this by meditating. But when you meditate, you can literally just align your brain hemispheres. And you can also do this in various other ways. You can listen to 2 different frequencies at once. Because this ear is connected to this brain, this ear is connected to that brain. And when you place 2 different frequencies, the 2 brains work together to harmonize the frequency. So you actually sync the brain hemispheres. So you can actually do this by just holding your hands. This is why we pray. Okay, a lot of people in, Christianity, they do this. They pray to God. But what they're actually engaging in right here is an ancient form of meditation, of placing their hands together Because when we place the hands together, the brain hemispheres are coming together now, and it's working as one system. See, so, and when we do this, when the brain hemispheres are not fighting each other, but coming together, we unlock L. We unlock the Holy Land. That's a place inside of our own consciousness that we can reach. So when you meditate, you need to turn off the activity of the five senses. Your five senses, your thought, emotion. Then you have your observation, you. You are the observer. The observer is you. This is the one who experiences your thoughts, who experiences, who is the one experiencing, when you're a bit depressed sometimes and we have these negative thoughts and we're a bit down, who's the one suffering? The body's not suffering, the mind is not suffering, because the mind's what's producing the thoughts. That's the soul. The soul is what suffers. You are the soul, not this body. When you are suffering from a mental illness, who is the one suffering? Does that make sense? Does that resonate with you now? Have you really felt what the soul is? Because that is the best way for me to describe what the soul is. Yeah. That is the best way. Yeah. So the soul is the one who suffers from the mental illness, or from the good. When you have good thoughts, the soul is what feels good. That's you. You are the invisible soul, right? So when you turn off the activity of the senses and the thoughts and the emotion, you would dwell in a place of just soul, of just pure awareness. And that is the Holy Land of Israel. So the Holy Land of Israel is not a real place on the land, but a place inside your own mind that you can go to by turning off everything. When your thoughts are racing, when you're stressed about bills, when you do all this and that, just turn it all off and dwell in the Holy Land, where pure love and pure peace is. So you can literally go there yourself. It's a holy land within your own mind, within your own skull. There's a beautiful place. A beautiful place you can go where there is no problems. And you can go in there every single day and every single night. And when you connect with that more, on a daily basis, you connect with the soul, you can literally unfold your purpose. You'll gain downloads, you'll gain information. Not gain information, but you'll have realizations. And you can be easily more guided by your soul. And you're more in tune with yourself. You gain more intuition because you're in tune with yourself, with your soul. And the soul speaks to you through emotion. The soul speaks to you through emotion. Okay, so when you have negative thoughts, when you feel down, when you feel horrible, that is your soul telling you something, that something's not right. You're stagnant. I get it. When I don't make much progress, the soul is always craving progress. It always needs progress, and always not progress, but learning. The soul doesn't want to be stagnant. It has to learn. It has to evolve. That's why it comes here. That's why the soul joins this world, to evolve. And when we become stagnant, this is when the soul cries out. This is why a lot of people suffer. This is why I suffered. We all suffer from this when we're very stagnant, when we don't make much progress in anything. You know? We're nearly on 50k, 34k, 15k off. Keep tapping the screen. What is the best frequency? There's many different frequencies for different things. How
how to listen to my soul, listen to your emotions. The book is the book that I've wrote myself. The book that has changed thousands of people's lives. You can find it in the bio if you want to learn more about consciousness, about yourself. But wait until we hit 50k, because when we hit 50k, I'll release 5 codes for people to use, and you can save some matrix tokens on it. Save some money on it. Unfortunately, we're all being governed by matrix tokens. That's what I like to call them. Why is money so important? It's just a system created. It doesn't really exist. So yeah, if we get this to 50k likes, I'll drop the coupons for everyone. My second book arrived today. Oh wow. Enjoy it, Patty. Let me know what you think of it. Why can't we buy volume 1? You can. There should be... Is it not working? Let me have a look. It should be working. It's on my website. You just click there's a select button. You click the select button and click volume 1. Or you go to ebooks. You can find all the ebooks. Just click the select button. So we're 9k away. Keep tapping the screen, everyone. So how long do I need to abstain from fapping to astral project? You don't focus on astral projection just yet. You want to astral project, you got to learn how to meditate first. You got to learn how to meditate. You got to learn how to visualize. You could probably astral project, but you won't see anything. A lot of people do that. A lot happens to a lot of people. They'll leave their body. They'll feel their energy body, but they won't be able to see anything. It'll just be black. That's because you haven't worked on your imagination. And your imagination is your vision in that plane. Okay. Magnetic Mel, your books, they're just a blessing. Oh wow, thank you. Just got them. So grateful. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mel. How did you learn this stuff? Luckily, I had a lot of time, and I literally locked myself in a room for like so long, and I just researched and researched. I knew there was more to life, and I just wanted truth. That's all I cared about. And yeah, that's pretty much what happened. It's crazy. I learned a lot in like 4 years. Keep tapping the screen, everyone. Oh, we've hit 50k on one live. Okay, who wants me to drop the code? And then I'll break down astral projection for you after, for the people who are waiting for that. It'll take me 2 seconds. Let me know in the comments if you want the code. Tips to meditate. Okay. Okay, amazing. So, there are 10 codes available. Spring 30. All caps. Spring 30. All capital letters. All capital letters will give you the code. Spring 30. Click the link in the bio. It'll take you straight there. You're going to save yourself 30%, so use this chance wisely. So, the people who are asking about astral projection. Divine being divine. Amazing. Amazing. So, the people who are asking about astral projection, where's the code? The code's here. Spring 30, all caps. There's 10 available, so you'll have to use it quite quickly. So,
in order to astral project, we have to purify ourselves. Not only purify ourselves, is gain control over ourselves. Why? Because, like I mentioned before, it happened to me when I first started astral projecting. I used to astral project. I used to get out of the body. I'd enter the spirit. You can feel it. It literally feels that. That is what you feel. This buzzing, light sensation. There's no weight. You're literally just light. It's so weird. It's the weirdest feeling you'll ever feel, but it's just a surge of energy. It's literally just an energy light body. You'll feel yourself leave and gravitate upwards. However, you won't be able to see, because the imagination is the vision in the astral plane. This is what Freemasons call spirit vision. This is what we call imagination. And don't you think it's crazy how when we use our imagination, we're considered crazy in our society? People just say, oh, you're just imagining things. He's crazy, he's imagining things. Don't you think that is crazy? So, imagination is literally the vision in the astral plane, the life after death. It's inner vision. 3 codes have just been used. Thank you for Hubera, Janisha, and Khan. You all got your hands on the Book of Wisdom. And make sure to get the free book. No one thinks imagination is crazy. Yes, they do. When you say you're imagining something, they say, you're just imagining things. Obviously, not everyone says that, but a lot of people do. They think the imagination is just something random, when in fact, the imagination is what has created this whole reality. Everything in this world was pulled out of the imagination first. Why is it so hard to sometimes visualize? Good question. That is because we've been trained our whole lives to not use it. So when you don't use something, you lose it. So I have a free book on my website. It's an ebook called Activating the Inner Eye. It's a free ebook. Go and download it. It's going to teach you. It's going to give you guides step by step. It's going to give you a simple thing to imagine. Then it's going to give you a more advanced. It's like a guide. It teaches you how to activate your imagination again. It's called Activating the Inner Eye. It's on the ebook section on my website. It's for free. No catch, nothing. Completely free. So this is why a lot of people can't. So in order to astral project, we have to first learn how to meditate and keep the mind in one specific thought or one specific attention. The mind must be addressed on one thing and one thing only for long periods of time. And the reason for that is because when you astral project and then your mind wanders off, it's like when you're in a dream. When you're in a dream and your mind realizes you're in a dream, you wake back up. Or you think about a fear. As soon as you fear, you wake back up. You'll fall back into your body. So this is why you have to learn how to meditate, and you have to learn how to visualize. These are the 2 components to astral projection: meditation, visualization, and the 3rd one is stillness. You have to learn to keep the body very, very, very still. When I say still, I literally mean no movement. That's a very powerful one as well. So yeah, keep tapping the screen, everyone. Let's get some more people in here. How long do you usually meditate? Depends. Normally do half an hour, but sometimes I do less. Half an hour is a good time, but sometimes you do longer. But it just depends on what you're trying to do. You can do meditations for visualization. You can do meditations to try to leave the body. You can do meditations for manifestation, to visualize. Why the body have to be very still? Because that's how you... Because none of the senses need to be... The senses need to be turned off in order to unlock your consciousness, your light body. So the senses have to be fully off. There's just be minimal activity in your brain. That's why you close your eyes, just shut off from the light, from the eyes decoding light. The brain works less. When you're very still, the brain works less. And when the brain and the body's not working, you can unlock consciousness. The more I learn, I don't understand anything. Yeah, that is true. The more you learn, the less you know. That is very true. You're always a student. Everyone's always a student. It's crazy. But yeah, there are 2 codes left for the people who want the book. The book tells you a lot about astral projection. I teach you everything about it. So here is some artwork of it. Here's the Egyptians showing you astral projection. This is your etheric body. Etheric body is the ether. So here are Freemasons, the double-headed eagle with the crown. This is the double-headed god Janus. These are the Sumerians, double-headed. Why are they double-headed? Because they have access to their astral body and their physical body, and they can switch dimensions at will. That's when one becomes a god. One becomes teachings of how to leave the body. And so think of it like this. A fish has a body for the water. You have a body for the sky. You have a body for the sky, and that's the astral plane. The astral plane is the body for the sky. Your astral body is the body for the sky. It's a rocket ship. That's the rocket ship. You can't go to the stars with a rocket ship. You go to the stars with your astral body. That's why we say reach for the stars, or you are a star, because that's where you come from. When someone becomes very famous, you call them a star. Why? Because they are now a god. When someone's very famous, they have lots of money, they now become a god. Why? Because this stems back to the ancient times when someone had the knowledge of gaining out-of-body experiences. They became a god, a star. That was it. You were a god back then if you did that. Because the true currency of the old world was wisdom and knowledge, and esoteric knowledge, hidden knowledge. So, yeah. Who is God in your opinion? The spark of consciousness inside of you, inside of everyone. There is a God inside of everyone. That's why your head is the Holy Grail, because this is where consciousness is. It's the holy place. This is the holy place where Jesus meets his 12 disciples, the 12 cranial nerves in your brain. Your body is the temple of Solomon, the temple of Sol, O, Mon. Sol is the sun, Mon is the moon. Sun is the soul, moon is the mind, earth is the body. This is the Holy Trinity. Your body is the earth, your soul is the sun, the life force, and the moon is the mind, the psyche. You think there is an afterlife? Yes, for sure. You die every single night. There is a... So the universe, right, is fractal. Let me explain this for you. The universe is fractal. All you have to do to unlock the secrets of the universe is to study the small versions. You just study the small and you see the bigger. So if every day there is life and death, so when you go to sleep, that's death. When you wake up, that's life. But when you go to sleep, you don't die. You enter another, your consciousness shifts into your astral body. So life and death on a bigger scale, on a daily cycle, on a bigger scale, is summer and winter. So the winter time is the night time and the daytime is the summer. It's micro and macro. You just study the small and you see the bigger. As above, so below. Does that make sense? If you just study the microcosm, you see the bigger picture. This is the secrets behind research. You literally just study yourself and you will know God. Because why? Because God is in you. God is everything. You study your mind, you'll unlock the secrets. You turn your thoughts inward on themselves. Don't think about anything outside. Think about the internal. So we created ourselves. Yes, you chose to incarnate in this world. But what you must understand is that your body is the technology to experience this reality. Your body is a technology running a simulation of physical reality. Running the simulation of physical reality. The brain is what produces this reality, and you are the consciousness experiencing the brain. So everything you see and interact with right now is actually in your brain. It's an illusion produced by your brain. Okay. So, anyways. Why can't we remember? Our consciousness goes to the astral. You can sometimes when you dream. It's because you've lost this ability. Like I said, when you don't use something, you lose it. So every time you have a dream, write it down in detail and try and remember every aspect of it. And this will help remember your dreams. Teaches how to meditate. To meditate, you simply just need to place your awareness on nothingness. A thought will enter the mind, redirect the thought into the nothingness. Another thought will enter, redirect it. And over time, you'll learn how to make that gap of nothingness longer and longer. And when you can dwell in the nothingness for long periods of time, that's when you'll have mystical experiences. Keep seeing the same person in my dream. Your dream, if you're seeing that person is a symbol of your subconscious. Every person you see in your dream is a symbol representing something in your subconscious. For example, if you see someone you hate in your dream, that hate is an aspect of your subconscious. It's an emotion you're holding inside of you. And it's revealing you something that you need to heal. So nighttime is the subconscious, the moon. The daytime is the sun, the conscious and subconscious, the aware and unaware. The aware and the unaware. Does that make sense? Where can I get it? Literally, like, if you read the book, it will teach you everything I'm talking about right now. It's in the book. You can read it. But people took advantage of them lost codes. 10 of them went really quick. Does anyone want me to release another set of the codes? Teaches how to make. I've just gone over that. What exists before reincarnation. So, the nothingness. What is the nothingness? I can't explain that to you because you haven't experienced it. Like, it's like me trying to explain a color. You can't do it. I can't explain to you spirit, and I can't explain to you consciousness in words because it's beyond three-dimensional. When you go there and you turn off the mind, when there is no thought present in your mind, there is nothingness. That's what you have to try and achieve in meditation. How to explain people being possessed? They're not possessed by something external. They're possessed by their own thoughts and beliefs and emotions. A demon is a demon. Mon is moon, meaning emotion. D means negative. A demon is a negative emotion that possesses your mind, body, and spirit. Where's it gone? Let me show you. So yeah, demons are aspects of your own consciousness that you have created. Yes, you created your demons. And the reason for that is because the mind produces energy. So think of it like this. In order to visualize something, you need a thought. So the thought creates the imaginative dimension, the astral plane. Thoughts create the astral, astral creates etheric, etheric creates the physical. Everything begins in the mind, then it's manifested physically. So each dimension is a product of the above. In order to imagine something, you need a thought. In order for energy to come around, there needs to be imagination and thought. And then in order for the physical world, there needs to be ether, imagination, and thought. So think of it like this. If the whole world meditated at one time and thought nothingness, the world would not actually exist. Now, that's very difficult for you to understand, but because the universe only exists in our mind. The universe only exists in the mind. If we all thought of nothingness as a collective consciousness, the world would not exist. The physical dimension wouldn't exist. But of course, that's impossible, but until someone thought again. Exactly, so what's that tell you? So everything is a thought. You thought your way into incarnation. You think your way out. The universe only exists in your mind. Teach us how to meditate. I've already gone over that. So demon is demon. Mon is moon, meaning emotion. Okay? The more emotional attention we devote to thoughts, the stronger the astral form becomes. Take, for example, a drug addiction. This issue is not solely a matter of brain chemistry, but also an astral demon, an astral energy you have created. Every addiction we have is an astral energy. Every thought we always think about, it becomes energy in the astral. So yes, Jesus as a collective, we have all believed and give this Jesus thought form energy. So Jesus is a form of astral energy because with the collective consciousness has molded this thought form into energy and gave it emotional energy. So it feeds off emotion. This being that we have created by believing in Jesus feeds off our emotion. It's only alive because the collective consciousness thinks it into existence in the astral plane. The astral plane is the imagination. Everything is energy, yeah. So you see how now you know, if you connect the dots yourself, I'm not going to say too much, but now you know why they do worldwide scary things. Because they're trying to create forms that hold power over us in the physical. This is very, very deep. Not everyone's going to understand this. But yes, the mind molds the astral. Thought forms, yes. Anyway, that's too advanced for a lot of people. Yeah, it's deep when you think about it. What is ether? Ether is the substance that connects the physical with the astral. Ether flows through your brain. You're breathing it in. Look at the word. Look at the words, people. Breath. Ether. Earth. You have ether. Heart. Ether. Everything's ether. Everything's created it. Together. Because it joins the two worlds together. Ether. The words show you the truth. The truth is hidden in plain sight. The ether is the field of energy you're dancing in right now. You're breathing it in. You just never realized it. You're in a big field of energy, an invisible field of energy. Satanic knowledge. Okay. Moods and moon, yeah. Moods, moon, because the moon represents our internal world. So the sun represents the external, the moon represents the internal. We have two worlds. We have this physical voice I'm speaking to you in, and an internal voice. The inner and the outer. The inner and the outer. I want to say thank you to all the people that got back to me with amazing reviews. Like the reviews I get every morning, every time I wake up, of people saying how the books have changed their life. I want to say thank you to everyone who have got back to me. It really is and thank you to everyone who left a review on Trustpilot as well. Just to see that the work that I put my heart and soul into has changed people's lives it makes me so happy to see that it's changing people's lives. And I had one the other day, and he says he has gained an advantage in life. Understanding this gave him an advantage. It gives me an advantage because I know how reality works. I know what myself is. I know my connection with the world. It's so important. You gain an advantage in life. I just purchased volume 1. Amazing. Yeah, you're gonna gain the advantage. You made a good decision. Keep tapping the screen, people. Let's get this to 100k likes. That'd be crazy. Let's get this to 100k likes. Look at this is all electromagnetism. Thursday, I'll receive my second book. Love it. Wow, amazing. He's giving free game to what people charged £1,000 for. Literally, the information I give you for free, like, people charge thousands of pounds to give you this information. There are courses on everything I've just said. Like, there are people charging thousands and thousands of pounds for manifestation courses for... It's crazy. Like, don't take it for advantage what I'm telling you. Everything I'm telling you is to give you your power back. You just have to apply it to your life. It's good listening, but if you're not actually putting it into your life, it's useless. There's no point knowing it. In fact, it's probably worse knowing this and not applying it into your life, because now you see what reality is actually like, which is, the world's in a mess. The world is in a mess, and knowing the things that I know is even more of a mess, because I know the things that I know are trying to be used against me. The knowledge that I teach you is being used against you. This is why you have to learn it. They know thought forms create astral beings, and the beings hold power over the material plane. They shape the collective... You have no understanding how deep this gets. Like, these people controlling are literally wizards. They're magicians. They understand reality to the T. And if you don't understand reality, you'll have a disadvantage. A massive, massive disadvantage. And the reason why is because we are ignorant. We choose to be controlled. We choose to be in the matrix because we don't know anything else. We need to learn. We need to get out of ignorance and learn truth. Learn yourself, the mind, the astral plane, your connection, electromagnetism. You have to learn this stuff. It's essential. This is just the Kabbalion rewritten. You haven't read the book then? No, neither melanin all the way in Africa. Which planet does Saturn work the most to trap us? You see, this is a good question. However, your perspective is wrong. Like, there's nothing actually trapping you. It's you trapping yourself. I'm glad you're curious and asking that question. But there's nothing trapping you. You are trapping yourself. And because Saturn is the aspect of our consciousness that is limiting. I'll show you. I'll ask you. I'll show you. So the planets are internal. They're aspects of yourself. Mars is your... So you remember, there's two worlds, the inner and outer. You have an outer world and an inner world, right? So there's a physical world and an internal world, spiritual and matter. Mars in the external world governs anything that is protective, like a hedgehog has spiky bushes, plant defense mechanisms. That's all Mars energy. But inside of you, it's the aspect of yourself that wants to protect, that wants to destroy, that wants to conquer. That's Mars energy inside of you. Action, yes. War, ego, that's all Mars. Venus is the aspect of the world outside of you that is beautiful. The colors of trees, the smell, the scent of trees, the smell of plants, the visual aspect of reality. Lucifer, this is Lucifer, Venus. But internally, it's the aspect of yourself that wants to look good, that wants to be beautiful, that wants to dress nice. Okay, so we have these energies, these aspects of our mind, our consciousness inside that are internal. So Saturn is on the external world, roots, the foundations, roots, time, winter time. It's all ruled by Saturn. But internally, Saturn is limiting thoughts, limiting belief systems, self-contradiction, things that limit you and hold you back, discipline, yeah. So Saturn is being abused. That energy in our society is being abused because the system is very Saturnic. It limits, it gives you limiting belief systems. It gives you limiting structures, limiting houses, limiting real estate. Like, everything's limited to limit our potential. So that is what's trapping us, because when you die and your consciousness is molded to these beliefs, thoughts, emotions, and attachments to the world, that's what traps you back into reincarnation, bringing you back, because your consciousness still is attracted to the world, and it hasn't detached from material things. That right there that I've just told you is probably the one of the deepest things someone could tell you. Like that, and that's a part of the book. I teach you all of that in volume 2. But you have no clue how deep it gets. It gets real deep, and it's so important that we learn it. That's reincarnation. Yeah, so reincarnation is you attached to the world, and you reincarnate yourself because your soul is not ready to move on. It's not ready to move on. But yeah, I'm going to release 5 more codes. I'm going to release 5 more codes for 5 more people. This is your chance to get the book and to learn about yourself and gain an advantage in life. I'm going to release 5 more. Let me just set this. Okay. Where to build it? So if you click the link, there is a bundle as well. So if you get the bundle, you already get some money off, and then you add the code on top. That's a little secret. These are the books that I wrote. I poured my soul into these books. Everything I know is pretty much in here. The code is Spring 30. So there's 10 of these available. 10 people can use them. We have over 600 people watching. 10 beautiful people can use these codes. While you're at it, you may as well go get the free inner eye book, free ebook. It teaches you how to activate your third eye through imagination to reconnect with the 4th dimension. It's a free ebook. Go to the ebook section, add that onto your order. It's in the bio, revivalofwisdom.com. How can I get the book? Just go to the bio. It's right there. Repent and believe in Jesus. I'm okay. To relive the same life over and over? No. Okay. 2 of them have just been used. That was quick. So the best way to prevent reincarnation is to detach from this world while you're alive. Detach from this world. You have to detach from this world. Is the Bible a good book? Yes. So the Bible needs to be taken internally, not externally. Internally. So the story of Jesus is symbolic of a process that happens inside your own body, inside yourself. You're saying I should detach. Yes. So mentally and emotionally detach from the external world. That's occultism. Yes, the word occult just means hidden. Anything that's hidden. Your thoughts are occult. Your emotions are occult. Energy is occult. So if you've ever studied energy in science, you are an occultist. And it just means hidden. Okay? So Christ, oil. Jesus was in Nazareth. Then he goes down to Bethlehem, down the Jordan River. The Jordan River represents your spinal cord. Every religion has a sacred river, and that river is your spinal cord. Every religion. Every religion has a sacred river. The Egyptians, it's the River Nile. The Christians, it's the Jordan River. Every religion has a sacred river. Why? Because this is where the cerebrospinal fluid flows down your spine. So every single month is called cerebrospinal fluid, CSF. You can do your research on this. And it's released down your spinal cord. This is Jesus coming down the Jordan River from Nazareth to Jerusalem. Okay? So, to Bethlehem, sorry. And then Joseph and Mary are waiting for Jesus' return. Joseph and Mary, Joseph, male, Mary, female. Pineal gland and pituitary gland in your brain. Because these are the two glands in your brain that secrete this fluid and push the fluid down the spine. So Joseph and Mary are waiting in Nazareth at the top of the Jordan River. And when Jesus comes back up the Jordan River, back to Nazareth, back to Joseph and Mary, what happens? He's crucified in a place called Golgotha, which translates to a place in the skull. So it's all about raising the cerebrospinal fluid down the spine and raising it back up through Kundalini awakening. You raise it up the 33 vertebrae on the back of your spine. This is why Jesus dies at 33. John 3:3. This is not a coincidence. Unless you are born again, you cannot see the kingdom of God. You're born again when you activate these brain cells in your brain. It feels like light entering your brain. I'm sure some people have had a Kundalini awakening. Okay? This is why the Freemasons have 33 degrees, because there are 33 vertebrae on the back of your spine. You have to raise the oil to your brain. To your brain. Okay. This is also found in Jacob's ladder. Jacob places his head on a rock and he sees a ladder up to heaven. He took a rock and he's laid his head on it. Jacob had a dream. He dreamt there was a ladder on the ground that reached up to heaven. The ladder is your spinal cord. He saw the angels of God going up and down the ladder. That's your spinal. There's electricity. Electricity is an angel that helps God. God is your consciousness in your brain. The angels are helpers of God. Electricity up and down the spinal cord. Your nervous system. So you have three wise men in the Bible. The three wise men from the East. And like I said, the Freemasons, if I show you here, they always place the East at the top and the West at the bottom. So the East is at the top, the West at the bottom. Because the East is where the sun rises, the West is where the sun sets. So the East represents the light. Where's the light of your body? The Bible tells you. The Bible tells you. Where is it gone? It's here somewhere. I'm sure it is. But the Bible says, the light of the body is the eye. And if thy eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. Just trying to find the verse for you. It's here somewhere. I just can't figure out where it is. The light of the body is the eye, and if thy eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. So the east is where the light is, the eye, the mind, the mind's eye, the third eye, whatever you want to call it. The three wise men from the east are the three glands in your brain. You have the pineal gland, the pituitary gland, and the thalamus. Thalamus produces dopamine. The pineal gland produces melatonin, a hormone that rejuvenates red blood cells, slows aging, prevents systems from failure within the body. Pituitary gland releases serotonin, a natural mood stabilizer. These are the three wise men from the east who give presents to Jesus. They give presents to Jesus. So the Bible is speaking metaphorically about human anatomy and about your body. It's very, very powerful. Even Santa going up and down the spinal cord, Santa bringing the presents down the chimneys, your spine, in the Christ oil, the CFS, and you bring it back up. It's all symbolic of human anatomy and processes that happen in your body. How amazing is that? It's absolutely amazing when you look at it. But yeah, this is why Santa goes up and down a chimney, because the cerebrospinal fluid goes up and down your chimney, your spinal cord. Can you describe the Last Supper on this book? Of course. It's astrology. It's astrology. Jesus, the sun. Aries rules the head. Taurus, Gemini. So 1, 2, 3, that's a group. 1, 2, 3, that's a group. 1, 2, 3, group. There are 4 groups of 3. Spring, summer, fall, winter. Aries, Taurus, Gemini. I could describe all this, but a lot of people in the live have already seen this many times. Like literally the whole thing is symbolic of astrology, numerology, human anatomy, and human psychology. That is what the Bible is about. It's about you. Not Jesus, it's about you. What's going on inside this body of yours and that mind. Why would it matter anything else? If something's not benefiting your understanding of this life, you know, first time here, wow, yeah, you've just heard a lot of information. Welcome. Welcome. So yeah, this is the astrology. Because if I show you this, let's show you yeah. So your body, this is the stars, these are the constellations in your body. So the 12 zodiac create the human body. Here you have it. So Aries rules the head. He's on the head of the table. Taurus rules the neck. If you look very, very closely, this person has a very, very thick neck. An abnormally thick neck. Gemini rules the arms, the 2 twins. These are the 2 twins of Gemini. Your arms. This is Gemini. That's why he's holding his hands up. Look. You see he's holding his hands up? Holding his hands up. Then you have Cancer. If you look very, very closely, he has a knife in his hand, holding it backwards. It's like this. Very closely, he's got a knife there. Because Cancer's a crab. And they pinch. They cut you. Then you have Leo, the lion, showing dominance when your elbow and you have a clenched fist, showing dominance. Leo's the lion, dominance. Virgo, he's pointing very closely. He's pointing at her neck. That there's no Adam's apple. This is a woman. It's pointing, saying, this is a woman, there's no Adam's apple. It's Virgo, the virgin. Then you have the sun. Jesus gives and takes, one hand down, one hand open. Red and blue for opposites. Red tap, blue tap. Roses are red, violets are blue. A red siren and a blue siren on your police car. Everything's red and blue to do with opposites. Democrats and Republicans, red and blue. Then you have fall. This is Libra. Libra rules the balancing core, your abs. Core, this is the center of gravity in your body. All to do with balance, and this is the balancing of the sun. This is why he's holding his arms out, balanced like this. He's holding his arms out. Balancing of the sun and the balancing of your body. So this is all astrology. The whole thing. You know, this is a very, very symbolic of astrology. Jesus is the sun. That's why he has the sun on his head. But yeah, it's very powerful when you learn about this stuff. Very, very, very powerful. Love, love, love your book. Thank you, Marcos. Ordered volume 1 yesterday. Amazing. Your life's going to change. The 13th. The 13th is you. Jesus is the 13th. 4. 3 plus 1 is 4. You have fourfold. Mental, emotional, physical, spiritual. 4 bodies of consciousness. Air is the mind. Earth is your body. Water is emotion. Fire is spirit. They're the 4 elements that correspond with your 4 bodies of the soul. Yep, I also love the books too. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate that. 100k likes, wow. On one of the lives. That's crazy. We are made of the Anunnaki. Yes, you are the Anunnaki. You are the Anunnaki. You. You're literally everything. Anu, the god of the sky. Ki, the god of the earth. Anu was the god of the sky, came down to Ki, and they married. And they gave birth to the Anunnaki. Spirit and matter came together to produce you. You came down from the sky. You are the sky god. This is what you need to understand. Your astral body is where you came from. You are the sky god. You came from the stars. This is why you are a star, sister and mister. Fraudster. Stir means star. You are a star. You come from above. You literally are the astral body manifested in matter. It's amazing. It really is amazing when you deep it. Truth mixed with lies. Okay. You think that. That's okay. We are divine. We are. Very divine. Yeah, it's amazing. We're just here to remember, yeah. So yeah. the number 7. 6 is the number of matter. 7 is the number of completion of creation. 7 chakras, 7 days of creation, 7 visible planets. So like I was saying earlier, you just have to study the small to see the bigger. If you study the microcosm, you've studied the macrocosm. You'll see the bigger picture. Sacred geometry, yeah. But geometry is one of the secrets about geometry. You know, we think geometry is something outside. We think geometry is something outside of us, right? But geometry is not outside of you. Geometry is your brain's codes on how to decode matter into reality. Why? Because everything you see is produced by your brain, not outside of you. Nothing is outside of you. It's what you need to understand. There is nothing outside of you. It's an illusion produced by your brain. The only thing that actually exists is the mind. And in essence, that doesn't actually exist if you turn it off. So this is why on computers you have 0 and 1. 0, nothingness. On and off. When you turn off the mind, the universe shuts off. There's nothingness. So, geometry, everything you see, is your brain's way of decoding. Geometry is not something separate from you. It is the brain's mathematical codes to decode energy into matter. You know? Yeah. Very powerful, this knowledge. But yeah, there's a third book coming. I'm in the process of writing the third book, Book of Symbolism. You're not lying, but people are ignorant to the truth. Yes, they are. Yeah, people are just ignorant. Harry, what about the masterclass? What about the masterclass? How about, can I decode chronic pain? I don't want to make comments on that stuff. I can get into trouble. Opinion on the Baphomet. The Baphomet is a symbol, like anything. Everything's a symbol. It's a symbol. Not a real figure. I just had the page somewhere. If you look at the Baphomet, right, you have fire, air, the wings, air, fish gills for water, earth, fire, air, water, earth. Water is emotion, air is the mind, fire is the spirit, earth is the body. You have the moon, represents the internal world. Is the internal world controlling you, or are you controlling it? As above, so below. Are your thoughts and emotions, are you a slave to them, or are you actually creating them? Are they reactions or commands? The internal world needs to be commands, not reactions. So this is all symbolic of that. It's a symbol. And this is the lower nature of man, the goat, the animal instinctual nature. Tells us to hate, steal, and rob. This is the higher nature, the spiritual nature. This also represents Capricorn, the goat. Capricorn represents Saturn, limitation, the lower self. But yeah, Satan does not exist. It's a character within your own mind. It's an aspect of your own consciousness. A psychological symbol that represents a psychological process of destructive thoughts, destructive emotions. Why are you sharing this information? Most would keep to themselves. Good question. Because I believe everyone should know their power. Everyone should gain their personal power. And if you think this is deep, the text you see right in front of you is a lot more deeper. Television. Yeah, so televisions tell a vision. Tele means like communication or traveling. I just don't believe he's not real. That's fine. But when you realize that no one's worshipping Satan, the Satan doesn't exist. Satan is it's just an aspect of yourself. The universe is mental. The only thing that exists is your mind. Therefore, the Satan is just an aspect of your own mind. He very much exists. He doesn't. You've never seen him. Satan does not exist. The Satan voice that tells you to do things is not Satan, it's your own mind. All Lucifer, yeah. All is mind, yeah. Aspects of the self. But yeah, it's crazy. Repressed, rejected parts of the self, Satan. Yeah, exactly. Limiting beliefs, suppressed emotions, hate, anger. This is all satanic energy, satanic thoughts, destruction. All internal. The best thing you could possibly do in life is never blame anyone for everything. For anything. Everything's your fault. Until you take 100% accountability for your life, literally it's the best thing you could possibly do. There's nothing outside of you. Everything is your fault. Don't blame anyone else for anything. Blame yourself. Even if it wasn't you. Blame yourself for being part of that thing. Blame yourself for being part of that friend who did something to you. It's all yourself. You caused the destruction. Satan did not. Don't blame don't blame Satan for the bad things in your life. We create everything in our reality. And that's like, you know, Satan's just a quick way to just deflect the negative things in your life. He contributes though. He doesn't. Who? This is the thing. Satan doesn't contribute towards anything. Satan is a symbol. It's demons. You have to, you know, everything's your mind. Your life is your mind pushed outwards. So it's just a materialization of your thoughts. But yes, I'm going to love and leave you all here today. It's been a great conversation with everyone. If you want to learn more about consciousness yourself, you want to gain the advantage in life and not be left alone, left behind without this information, get yourself these books and learn more about yourself, gain the advantage in life. These books will change your life. The books that I wrote, they're in my bio. You can get this one in PDF. It's very affordable. Even if you get the PDF version, this will change your life. But yeah, it's been an amazing talk, everyone. It's good connecting with you all. When's the symbolism book out? The symbolism book will be maybe a month or two. You wrote them. Yes, I wrote these books. My name here, right here. Harry B. Joseph. Harry B. Joseph. This book is full of symbolism. Yeah, the next book is on symbolism. Book of Symbolism. Can we pre-order? Maybe, yes, in the next few weeks, hopefully. I'm going to try and set something up. But hopefully I can... I'll keep you all updated with that. But make sure you're in the Telegram or something. Because Telegram, I can directly, you know, directly contact you. But yeah, thank you everyone. It's been amazing talking to everyone. And please, anything on Hollywood alchemism, I'm not too sure on that. Yeah, take care everyone. Use the code if you're going to get the books. Click the link in the bio. It's going to take you straight there. Telegram's in the bio. Or you can join the Discord. There's a whole Discord server. But yeah, take care everyone. Have an amazing day. Can't find your free ebook. It's on the ebook section. Click the select button. As soon as you go on the website, there's a select button. Click the select button, go to ebooks, and it will take you to the ebook section. There's a free book on how to activate your third.
Who teach Christian religious studies?
What is good, people? We're back with another video, and this is going to be talking about the connection between the micro and the macro. You know, you are the universe, everything is inside of you. So the first thing you need to understand is that the law of mentalism, we are a thought in the creator's mind, everything's being thought into existence. We have a spark of this mind, this same mind of the creator. And everything is a state of mind. Particles or atoms, whatever you want to call them, are a mental thing. They're a product of the mind. Everything's thought into existence. Thoughts influence everything. Thoughts are
energetic effects which send out waves into the quantum field around you. And your consciousness is actually the universe experiencing itself, expressing itself, and viewing itself. So we are the creator, but viewing itself in separate bodies. And this is why they call the material world the world of illusions, because everything's separate here, but we all forget that we are all one. We've all been brainwashed to think we're all separate, but we're all one. We're all the same mind, the same consciousness, everything. So everything's created out of toroidal fields. God created the toroidal field. That's the only thing that exists because the atoms are toroidal fields. And it's the basis behind all creation. As you can see it in the owl's eyes, it creates the infinity symbol. And this was the apple. That apple is a toroidal field. And the toroidal field is made out of dielectricity, which is ether. Ether is black light, and this is counter space. This is another realm. This is what creates God to be omnipresent, to be everywhere at one place at all times. He is everywhere because ether is everywhere. And ether is infinite potential. It connects everything together, and that's what energy moves through. It moves through the ether, and that's black light. Everything is light, as it says in John 4:2. God is light. Everything's a vibrational state of light. So the torus field is made out of dielectricity, ether, black light, magnetism, which is white light, which is the center of the toroidal field. And magnetism radiates, it has no vibration. And then when white light splits, it turns into electricity, which is physical material, and that has a vibration. This is the Holy Trinity, the sun, the moon, and Saturn. Saturn, the god of materialism. If you've watched my videos on Saturn, you know that Saturn is crystallizing everything into physical matter. And that's why his old name was El. The ancients called him El. And this is why we get El electricity. This is where El electricity comes from. Because El electricity is only a product of the physical world, which is redshift, blueshift, Adam and Eve. And this is what creates the redshift, blueshift is what is a product of magnetism. When magnetism, white light splits, and this gives us vibration. And this what creates the toroidal field, which is the basis of all physical creation. The sine wave is created out of the magnetic wave and the electric wave. The electric wave is the blue wave, and the magnetic wave is the straight wave, which is radiation. This is vibration frequency. So the magnetic wave is straight, and then you have longitude and amplitude, which is depth, which is dimension. You see how the electric wave has depth and a dimension. This is why you get the cross. This is the cross of Earth. This is the symbol of Earth, of bondage, of physical matter, because it consists of magnetic wave and depth, which is electric wave. And this is where you get the sun cross or the earth cross, whatever you want to call it. It's the cross of physical matter, and the ancients knew this. This is why they used that symbol. Redshift, blueshift, which is the toroidal field, is the basis of all creation, physical creation. And this is why you have the police siren is red and blue. The Matrix movie, red pill, blue pill. You have red blood and blue blood in your body. The Democrat and Republic, the two parties, red and blue. Like your taps on your taps, you have a red and blue tap. One's generative, one's destruction. Fire, destruction, water, generative. So this is the basis of all things. And electric wave has dimension, like I've already said, depth, material, and it's measured in hertz. It's measured in hertz because it hurts you. It decays because the electric wave has a vibration, and vibration always has to go back to a standstill point. This wave cannot go forever, but the magnetic wave will go forever. It's radiation. Magnetic is radiation. It radiates forever. It pulses. But the electric wave will at some point come back to a standstill point, and that's why it hurts. It decays. That's why our physical body decays, because we contain of electricity. This body is an electric body, and it will return back to stillness like a guitar string. If you vibrate a guitar string, you pull it, it will vibrate, make a sound, and then go back to a standstill point. It's the exact same with every single toroidal field within the body. It will decay, and this is why our bodies decay, and everything in creation decays. So we're born into sin. The sin of Eve. The sin of Eve is us biting into the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is the systems in the body. And the sin of Eve is biting into the sine wave. we bit into the sine wave. The sun moves in a sine wave. Our DNA is a sine wave. Time is a sine wave. Everything in this creation is a sine wave. This is why the dollar bill is a sine wave. Magnetism and electric waves in one. And this is the sun doing its sine wave, which creates, when you go bowling, it kind of creates that pin that you hit over. That's the pin of the sun. The zodiac sign is a sine wave because the zodiac sign is an expression of the toroidal field, because magnetism unfolds into 12ness. And that's why you have 12 zodiac signs, 12 systems in your body, 12 cranial nerves in your head, in your brain. So if you can imagine this, see where my pointer is. Always starts with Aries. Aries is the head. It's the first thing that's created in the womb. And this is Aries, the ram. And this is why it's called a cerebrum in your brain, which is the first thing that creates when you're in the womb. And what's the element of Aries is fire. Fire is the first element. Fire, first, because it's the first thing on the wheel, the first expression of energy. As you can see here, my pointer, this is the center of the toroidal field. It would go Aries, Virgo, Capricorn, Pisces, Scorpio, Cancer. Then we go back to Libra. Libra would be center. But you see how the toroidal field is the expression of the 12 energies. That's what the constellations are, the energy expressions of the toroidal field. So it would go outwards, starting from Aries here, all the way back to Pisces, which is beyond the bottom half. But Libra would be the center. That's why Libra is the equinox. It's the equinox. Libra is when it goes from summer over to autumn. It's the equal. It starts to transition into the winter side. Equinox, equal, which is Libra. And that's why Libra has the two scales. It's symbolized with the two scales. That's because of, the sun moving over. It's being judged. It's equal now, but then it's going to tip over into the winter. That's why Libra is here, the center of the sine wave. Like I said before, magnetic energy unfolds into 12ness. Magnesium is number 12 on the periodic table. It's the sacred number. And this is why the scientists are NASA is trying to bring in another constellation to destroy the holy science of astrology. So Aries rules the head, which is Mars. Taurus rules the neck, the lower head. Gemini, the two twins, which is your lungs, your two twins, your arms, two twins. Cancer, the breasts, or the chest area. Leo, the heart, which is the sun, which is fire, the center of the toroidal field. Virgo, the belly, which is the intestines. Libra, the kidneys, the two scales, the kidneys, balancing out everything. Scorpio, the sex organs. Sagittarius, hips and thighs. Capricorn, I've missed that out, which is the kneecaps. Capricorn, kneecap. Aries, which is the ram, which is the cerebrum in your brain. And then Aquarius, the calves and the ankles. And the Pisces, the two fish, the 2 feet. So everything corresponds, as you can see here. This is an ancient way of depicting it, of the folded human. And this is everything. Each constellation rules that part of the body, gives energy to that part of the body, makes you do certain things. So magnetic energy unfolds into 12ness, electricity unfolds into 7s. That's why when you get electric, the light spectrum that we see, it consists of 7 colors. Why we have 7 planets. The 7 planets give us our 7 metals and the 7 solfeggio scale frequencies. So the rotor, this is the rotor, and rotor is an anagram for Torah. The Torah, which is I think it's the Hebrew Bible. Don't quote me on that, but it's one of the holy books. Which is the Torah, the Taurus. Everything goes back to the Taurus field because it's the basis of all creation. So the chief cornerstone, it says in the Bible that the builders rejected the chief cornerstone. The chief cornerstone, you are the builder. You decided to incarnate into the physical world, into the electric world, El, the world of El, Saturn. When you are created in the womb, it takes you 9 months for you to be created. So for example, if you went into the womb here, it'd take you 9 months. So let's say you're born in Scorpio. So you'd go back 9 months, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You consist of all of these 9 energies because it takes 9 months or however long you took to be born. Some people are born earlier. You'd have to find out how many months you were in the womb for. But you consist of these 9 energies, and each constellation has a cell salt associated with it. And these cell salts are vital for your health, and your cells and the optimal health of your body. So the chief cornerstone that you rejected is these 3 cell salts, these 3 constellations. So you're mineral deficient in these 3 constellations. For example, fluoride, magnesium, phosphate, and potassium sulfate. So that's the chief cornerstone. And a cornerstone, people always get it rejected with the cornerstone. The cornerstone is not, it doesn't say the cornerstone in the Bible, it says the chief cornerstone. The cornerstone is a cornerstone of a building, but the chief cornerstone is the top of the pyramid. This is where we get the pyramid of the wheel. So you're mineral deficient in whatever 3 zodiac signs you're not. You were not in the womb for. This is the chief cornerstone you rejected. So the human body is the micro. It is the universe in a physical form. It consists of everything in the universe. Just like your consciousness is the universe watching itself, experiencing itself. Your body is the whole universe. 12 systems in the body, 12 zodiac signs, 7 chakras are the 7 planets. The Holy Trinity of you is your Temple of Solomon, the soul and the mind, the sun and the moon. You know, everything is in you. You consist of everything, all the energies, everything. Heaven and hell. Heaven and hell is a mind state. It's a state of the mind. Head, H-E-A, which is heaven, and the heel, the bottom of your foot, is hell. And the bottom of your foot is the soul. So they're basically saying, well, it's wordplay. They're saying that your soul is in hell because, you know, with the elites being in control. So they call the bottom of your foot the soul, trying to say that you're in hell. The Christ is in you. And this Christ is Greek for what? Christos. And Christos is Greek for the oil. And this oil is produced in the cerebrum, the Aries, the ram, the cerebrum. It goes down the pineal. Well, the pineal and the pituitary are underneath the cerebrum. Goes down the pingala and the ida. The pingala being the positive charge connected to the pineal gland, pin, and the ida connected to the pituitary. And this is the 2 serpents going down the spinal column. And this is why Jesus goes from Nazareth to Bethlehem, and then Joseph and Mary are waiting for Jesus in Nazareth. Joseph and Mary are the pineal and the pituitary gland waiting for Jesus to come back up the River Jordan, or spinal column. So this is the oil. This is the story of Santa as well. Santa comes from the North Pole. Why? Because the North Pole of the Earth is the center of the toroidal field, and the North Pole of you is your spinal column, which is the North Pole of the toroidal field. The North Pole, he comes from the North Pole. This is the North Pole. This is the South Pole of the toroidal field. Comes from the North Pole, which is your mind. And he goes down the chimney and then back up the chimney. This is the chimney. And he drops off the present, which is the Christos, the oil. And this is why Jesus is crucified at 33, because he crosses over the vagus nerve at the top of your spine. When this oil comes back up the 33 vertebrae, these are your vertebrae here. When it goes up the 33 vertebrae, it gets crucified at 33 because it crosses the vagus nerve, and he's crucified on the cross at 33. This is the story behind Jesus and Santa. The Ark of the Covenant in the Bible is the 2 hemispheres which cover the vital parts of your mind, the brain side, which is the cerebrum, the pineal, the pituitary, etc. So the 2 hemispheres are the 2 angels, the Ark of the Covenant. This is the Ark of the Covenant, covering the 2 vital parts of your brain. So these are the optic thalamus is another part, and it protects the Christ oil, which is inside at the center of the brain. See, the Bible is all a massive metaphor about yourself, because you are the universe. You are a microcosm of the universe. Your consciousness is experiencing itself, and the universe experiencing, and your body is the whole universe. Your head's heaven. So Moses crosses the Red Sea. These are the 2 hemispheres of your brain. This is the corpus callosum, the Red Sea. So he's pretty much saying that he's uniting the 2 hemispheres of your brain, because most people in this generation are stuck in the left brain, which is just logic, reasoning, science and maths, writing. You know, this is what school teaches you to do. It keeps you stuck in your left brain.
and you want to cross over to you want to cross the Red Sea, which is the corpus callosum, to the right brain, which is awareness, creativity, imagination, intuition, insight, using the higher mind, creativity, imagination. If you don't have intuition, then you can't read energy, you can't pick up on bad things. This is what Moses is symbolizing by crossing the Red Sea. And it's also the upper room where Jesus met the 12 disciples. 12 disciples are the 12 cranial nerves in your brain. It doesn't just represent the 12 zodiac signs, the 12 disciples. It symbolizes many different things. It's like I said, the universe consists of 12ness. So you have 12 cranial nerves in your brain. And that's the 12 disciples as well. And they want you stuck in your left brain, which is the five senses, materialism. So they say in the Bible that Satan blinds the mind. Satan is Saturn. If you've watched my videos, Satan is Saturn. And you consist of the whole Trinity, which is the sun, moon, and earth, the soul, moon, the soul being your sun, the solar, the moon being your mind, the earth, your physical body. And Satan blinds the mind. Why? Because we enter a soul system. This is a soul system, not a solar system. And Saturn is the Lord of the Rings, which is the outer ring. When your soul enters the soul system, your soul starts to materialize. It hits Saturn. Why? Because Saturn starts to materialize you. You take on the 7 virtues, which are the 7 planets, which are your 7 chakras. And to get out of this soul system, you must get out of your lower nature, your animal nature, which is lust, desire, greed, the number of the beast, 666, which is Saturn, Satan. So you enter the soul system, you take on the 7 energies, which you turn into physical matter. And this is your descension from heaven to say hell. And then you must raise back up from matter to spirit. They say Satan blinds the mind. Why? Because your mind gets materialized. Your soul and mind get materialized. And when you get materialized, it's an intense experience. You lose the divinity within you. You forget the divinity. So Satan, which is the first planet, the first energy you take on, the material body, he blinds the mind. He makes you forget everything, your divinity. Then you must remember, ascend up Jacob's ladder, the 33 vertebrae, to heaven. And this is a microcosm of the macro, because you will ascend back up to heaven if you do this, when you leave your physical body, when your body decays. So when it talks about in the Bible, completely destroy them, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, all the ites, this is what God says to the Israelites. It says completely destroy them. It's basically symbolizing saying destroy your lower nature. The Canaanites, cannibals. We're under a Canaanite system now, which is cannibalism. And this is flesh eating, lust, greed, all the demonic stuff, all the lower vibrational stuff, the lower nature, eating, sex, and survival, the lower 3 chakras. You must get out of these lower 3 chakras and return back to spirit, which is heaven, which is spirit, love, being holy, being truthful, being passionate. Going back to Satan blinding the mind, all of the planets are made out of these 3 symbols. Satan blinds the mind, and that's why Satan's symbol, this is the symbol for Saturn, Satan, this symbol for Saturn is the cross, which is physical matter, the earth, over the moon is your mind. So the Saturn symbol saying matter over mind, he blinds the mind, Satan blinds the mind once you enter the soul system. And you must remember, in the Bible, it talks about the Genesis, which is Eve, the sin of Eve, which is biting of the tree of knowledge, with the serpent, which wraps around the tree. It says the serpent placed himself on the tree. Well, the serpent is the spinal column. It's the serpent telling you eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is your nervous system. And eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil is doing bad things. For example, over-sexualized, overeating, eating the wrong food. That's eating from your nervous system. It's decaying you, and it's preventing you from achieving the God self, the God consciousness. This is the symbolism of, the tree on the serpent, telling you to eat from the left brain, with the left brain being the sinister
Sinister is Latin for left. That's sin. Sin is left. And left is lefty Lucy, Lucifer, right, righteousness, right, God, godly. The tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is your nervous system, because it determines good or bad. You know, that's the only thing you experience in this world is your nervous system. And then the tree of life is the cardiovascular system, and the Garden of Eden is your body. So that's it for this video, people. I hope you've got a greater understanding of how you are the universe and everything is inside of you. Just keep in mind you are the universe experience in itself, and your body is a reflection of everything. The 12 constellations, the 7 planets, everything's inside of you. This world is an expression from the inside outwards. You can't affect the outside world to manipulate reality. Everything's inside of you. I hope you got a greater understanding of this. God bless.
In this video, you're going to learn exactly what Christ consciousness truly is and how to cultivate this into your life so you can live a better life, create the things that benefit yourself and humanity, and ultimately to bring heaven on earth. This is the true way. If you're familiar with my work, you know that, I'm pretty much obsessed with symbolism. Symbolism is such a massive topic, and it unlocks profound ancient wisdom that is hidden behind these layers of symbolism of the ancient paintings, symbols, and texts. So I was going through some Christian artwork and I came across this painting. It's a well-known painting called The Sacred Heart of Jesus. And it just blew my mind what this is revealing about human consciousness and Christ consciousness, which is what Jesus represents. If you're not familiar with Christ consciousness, you should definitely do a bit of research on that. But I'm going to explain it today in detail. So when we look at this painting, we are looking at symbolism. We're looking at consciousness, a state of being, a state of living, a way of thinking, a way of feeling, and a way of acting in the world. As I've said this many times, we're all creators. We all create and generate reality. And you don't just have your personal reality, you have a collective reality. Your reality is affected by the collective consciousness. Depending on the collective consciousness's understanding of reality will also affect your life. We have a collective life and a collective experience. So Jesus in this depiction here is in a way showing us instructions to reach Christ consciousness, whether you see it yet or not. But I'm going to decode this for you. And your mind might be blown after watching this. Okay, so what is the meaning of Christ consciousness? What's the whole purpose of this? Very simple. Like I mentioned before, we have a collective experience on this world. And Christ consciousness is the natural consciousness that we all need to be functioning on to generate peace, love, and unity on the earth in this experience we call life. That's what Christ consciousness truly is. It's a state of being that we need to cultivate within our own self, within myself, others, and everyone in this life and experience, so that we can all live in peace and heaven on earth, what they like to call it, so that we can generate the best experience possible together on this thing we call earth, on this material world, this material dimension. The material dimension is simply just a physical dimension of thought. It's a physical outcome of thought, but that's a whole other lecture. So please leave a like, leave a comment if you have any topics to talk about that you wish for me to cover. And definitely leave a subscribe if you like my content and channel. So to go deeper into this, right, we've explained what Christ consciousness is and what it actually, will do to the earth and what it will do to reality and our collective experience. And it's also representing a profound understanding of self, a deep understanding of the true nature of self, the true source of self, what the self is, pure consciousness, pure God. We are all Jesus. Jesus is you, a physical manifestation of the divine made manifested physically. A physical manifestation of consciousness, okay, of spirit descended into matter. However, Jesus is a symbol that should not be worshipped, but something that we need to cultivate, maybe look up to, and cultivate within our own mind and hearts and actions. So he is someone that we should embody into our own very own being. We need to reach a level of intellect, the mind, a level of emotional understanding, and ultimately this creates Christ consciousness. Okay, and now I know that was very, very vague what I just said, but I'm going to explain it a bit more. I don't want to give it fully away yet because you need some more information, more keys. So let's observe the top end of this painting. Jesus with this circular light emanating around his head is symbolic of the mind, of our thinking aspects of consciousness, the way we generate thoughts, ideas. The mind is also good at also ruling communication. It also rules what we give attention to. Okay, so this is symbolizing the mind of every human being. The mind is a very powerful center of consciousness located in the head, of course. This is why Jesus is the head at the top with the circle around it, representing the mind. Now, to reach Christ consciousness, we need to purify our minds. Purification of the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind is the hidden aspect of our mind with all of our memories, belief systems, and everything we've ever experienced is stored within there. We have traumas there, we have bad belief systems that hold us back. So it's about reprogramming the subconscious and aligning the subconscious with higher consciousness, with higher understanding of self, removing any mental blockages from the mind. Because in today's world, most people's minds, including myself before I, purified myself, and I'm still continually purifying myself. That's not to say I'm perfect, because I'm definitely not. But what I was saying was purifying the mind so we can have a powerful mind. Because like I was saying, most people's minds are not their own friend. They let their mind control them. They let their thoughts create negative influence on them, negative emotions. They let their mind destroy their confidence, destroy themselves. We do not want a mind like this. We need a mind that is our best friend, that receives powerful thoughts, that gives someone power. We do not want our mind taking away our power. Okay, so in this specific image here of Jesus, this represents a light mind, a powerful mind, enlightenment. The word enlightenment means light and ment coming from mental or mind, light in the ment. This means a powerful mind. Light is also symbolic of knowledge, information. When someone's very intelligent, you call them a bright person. It's a bright mind. It's knowledge of self. So the mind is conscious of self. That's another thing. We need to be conscious. A lot of people are not conscious, including myself before I did this, before I woke up. Most people are not conscious of their actions. They're not conscious when they're actually awake in the day. They do things unknowingly.
Are we conscious of our thoughts, emotions, and actions, what we're giving attention to in our mind? Because ultimately this shapes our experience. There's a great quote, I think it's Julius Caesar or one of the Roman emperors, who says the quality of your life is dependent on the quality of your thoughts. Something along them lines. I don't know if I'm 100% correct there, but it's very true. Our thoughts dictate our happiness. So to cultivate Christ consciousness, we need to be conscious of our actions, conscious of our thoughts that we're giving attention to. There is a level of mastery that we can achieve within ourselves where we become conscious of every single thought that enters our mind. That sounds easy, but it's definitely not. But that's a high level of mastery that we can achieve and cultivate within ourselves. So we're looking at a powerful mind here from Jesus, a powerful mind, a purified mind. And we purify the mind through, affirmations, meditations, ritual work. Rituals are things we do every single day with an intent in our mind and an emotion in our heart to impress that state of consciousness into our subconscious, so we can slowly rewrite our consciousness and align our consciousness and sync it with higher thoughts and higher emotions with love. We can sync our consciousness with love, which is ultimately what Christ consciousness truly is. Well, now we're going to go on to that now. So we've gone over the mind. Now we go over the heart. Now notice, before we go into the heart, Jesus is revealing. He's pulling back the robe, symbolizing opening the heart, revealing the heart, revealing the soul, the light of the heart. Our authentic self lies in the heart. Our pure intentions, our love, our soul needs to be shining through our heart. And our soul is unconditional love. Now, that's not to say that we can get corrupted hearts. We surely can have corrupted hearts, for sure. We can love sick and twisted things, and that's evident in today's world. People love killing people. People love hurting people, manipulating people. People love power. Now, that's obviously an inversion of the natural state of consciousness for humans. When we're born with a natural state of love, of unconditional love for the self, for everyone else, for animals, insects, the earth. We love everything as a child. And not only do we love everything, we actually act upon this. As a child, we do not act on anything we know is not good. And I'm talking early stages of being a child, before we're indoctrinated, before the mind and heart become corrupted. We are pure. This is symbolizing this. Light represents also purification and truth, because when you shine light on something, it's the truth. You see it. You shine it through the darkness. It reveals. So light, this is symbolizing revealing the light of the soul, of love consciousness, holding love in the heart, true love, not love for sick and twisted things, but true love for the self, the body, and for everyone else and all things. Holding love in the heart. There's a famous saying of keeping the sun in your heart. Keep the sun in your heart. It's a very famous saying. What the sun is a symbol of love. What does the sun do? It gives abundantly. All it does is give light, give energy, power, light to the earth, and everything is feeding off this source. The sun expects nothing back. It just abundantly gives. It's a symbol of love. This is the love principle of creation. Now, the heart is also governing our actions. What we think about, in our mental field of consciousness, is directly corresponded and observed in our hearts. What we think about directly corresponds with what's going on and what we feel in our hearts. Thoughts produce emotions. So if we give attention to negative thoughts, there's no wonder we're having negative emotions in our hearts. So purification of the mind is also having an effect and purification on the heart. Because when we purify our thoughts and only give attention to powerful thoughts and positive thoughts that uplift yourself and humanity, then we're going to also see this change in the heart, see this emotional change in our consciousness. Okay, so this represents the purification of, a purified heart, the light emanating around the heart. Love for the self, love for one another. And you're revealing this, you're shining the heart on others. This represents, revealing your true self to everyone without suppressing aspects of self. Revealing the light, not holding back the light. Because people in darkness will look at people who are spiritual and say, oh, he's into the woo-woo stuff. It's about revealing that and not caring about others. Because when you shine a light, you're also planting seeds in other people. Now, I'm going to tie this together with the hand gesture. Now, what we're looking at here, we're looking at a hand gesture with 2 fingers up. We have the middle finger and the index finger upwards. And notice how they're crossed over. They're crossed. They're not separate. They're crossed, representing unification. Unification here. This is a unified 2 fingers. 2 represents division. Crossed over represents oneness. It's the unification of the mind and the heart. A lot of people talk about this, but not many people go into detail about it because, for many reasons. But this is the unification of thought with emotion. This is how we truly reach Christ consciousness. And ultimately, when we do gain the love in our hearts and we do slow, it's a gradual process of cultivating love for the self and everyone else in the world, because we're so programmed to be divided, but it's a slow progress. But when we do cultivate love in our hearts for the self and one another, love is a very, very nurturing and growing force. Like I said, the sun earlier, that is pure love energy. It makes everything grow on the earth. While love in your heart grows connections with people. It grows care. You go out your way to do things to people and do give people things. It's a very nurturing and growing energetic force. And me personally, I think the whole universe is built upon love. The whole thing. Without love, without the love, there is nothing. Nothing is, love is the only true emotion that truly exists. Everything else is either an opposition of love or a different degree and branch of love. Love is the only true emotion, and everything is built upon that principle. Okay, love is what guides us to a higher consciousness. When we cultivate love in our hearts, we become a vessel for light, more energy, more vibration. Our electromagnetic field expands, our biofield, when we hold love in our hearts. It's a very powerful force. And when we do cultivate a strong spiritual compass within our heart, because that's what our heart truly is, it's a spiritual compass. It tells us, well, it doesn't tell us, it knows what is right at all times. If you think something, your heart tells you whether that is right or that is wrong, whether you should act upon it or whether you should not. The heart knows what's good and evil. No one told you this as a child. As a child, you already knew this. You came into the world, you knew what was right and wrong. You knew it was wrong to hurt people. So this unification that he's doing with his hand symbolizes thinking with the love of the heart. Represents thinking with love of the heart. Thinking with love of the heart for the self and the collective. Now, ultimately, what this does is give birth to perfect action. Why? Why does this give birth to perfect action? Think about it. Every time you've taken an action, why did you take the action? You probably, you would have thought about it. You had a feeling towards it, a care energy. and you took action. Why do we go to work? We care about paying the bills and staying in our house. We go to work to earn money. We think, we care, we act. Everything you see in front of your reality, on the screen that you're seeing right now, you called your eyes. Everything is in front of you because you care. It's the heart energy that leads the body. Okay? And that's even present in the body. Have a look at the body. We have the head, thought, then emotion, then our feet is at the bottom, and our feet take action. Thought, emotion, action. Thought, emotion, action. So even the body is basically a blueprint of how creation is manifested. So we receive thoughts from the divine planes, from the higher planes of consciousness. We receive them. That's another thing that I missed. If we purify our minds, we're basically attuning our mind to a higher part of the mental plane, and we will receive higher thoughts. We will receive thoughts that are more genius, what we like to call today, or better quality thoughts. We receive good ideas when we attune our mind to a higher consciousness. Okay, so we are like a radio. We receive thoughts based on what our mind is set to. That's why we call it a mindset. So, like I was saying, we receive thoughts through the head. We feel the emotion, then our feet take action. Thought, emotion, action. So the body's a blueprint of creation. It's beautiful when you really notice this. So this unification is about thinking with the love of the heart, which gives birth to perfect action in the world. And this is the state that we need to cultivate within myself and everyone in the world, so we can give birth to heaven on earth through action. Because ultimately the world is molded through action, physical action. And them actions are molded from thoughts and emotions. Now, just to have a little announcement, I am now opening 10 more spaces inside my symbolism masterclass. We have 10 more spaces. You're going to learn about a lot more about symbolism. It's very affordable. I'll leave the link in the description if you wish, if you care about gaining more information and learning the ability to read symbols. So what is the inversion of this? What is the inversion of this consciousness? Well, that's what we call satanic consciousness. Satanism. Satanism on its true level is the opposite, the opposing the natural state of consciousness that we are born into. It's about thinking with no emotion, thinking and acting. This is what the Skull and Bones represents here. So the Skull and Bones Secret Society, this is their main logo. Again, we have the skull, which represents thought, and the bones, which represent action. The bones take action in the physical body. We're looking at thought and action with no emotion, no empathy, no love for one another, only love for the self, the inverted love. Okay? We're looking at gray. Gray is a symbol of dullness, death. There's no emotion in gray, because colors provoke emotion. When we look at a color, it invokes an emotion. Gray has no emotion. So we're looking at dullness of the emotions. I'm not going to go too deep on this subject. I'm going to create a whole new lecture for that. In fact, I think we have a great lecture inside Ethereal University on Satanism. We're going very into depth of what Satanism is and what Satanism consciousness truly is. And again, it's just the cross inverted. Satanism is just it's the invertation of, I don't know if that's a word, but it's the inverse of natural law, natural consciousness, of love consciousness that we are born into. Okay, so ultimately the message in this video was to create love in our minds, love in our hearts, think with the love of the heart, think with the care for one another, and that gives birth to perfect action. And when we align, when we do truly act out what our heart is telling us, and I know this from first-hand experience. This is what happened to me. I woke up, I started to follow my inner guidance. I always took action on it. I was saying yes to it every single time. And it led me
This is I'm getting goosebumps actually saying this. It led me to where I am. Like that action, me saying yes to my heart, to that knowingness of goodness within me, was like a domino effect. And that domino effect, every time I did it, it was just opening more and more doors, not physically, but mentally. I was receiving more information. I was receiving more opportunity physically. My work started to explode on social media. Like, when you follow your heart and truly take action on what you know is good, it's like a domino effect that leads you step by step to where you're meant to be. And it's so profound and it's so, beautiful. And I'm telling you this from firsthand experience. This is ultimately how you kind of unlock your purpose in this physical world as well. So not only is it going to create a better world, it's also unlocking your true soul form and soul purpose while you're here. It's very beautiful. So I thank you, everyone. Please leave a like, comment, and share, and subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you all inside Ethereum University if you decide to take your studies to the next level. Take care.
Hello, Seeker. Welcome to Revival of Symbolism, a channel devoted to the language of esoteric symbolism, helping you discover yourself and expand your consciousness into new realms of thought. I'm Harry B. Joseph, also known as Revival of Wisdom. In this video, we're going to be breaking down the occult and esoteric meaning of the tarot card, the Magician. This contains many layers of symbolism. Let's get straight into this. So if we look at the card of the Magician, the first thing we notice is this gesture, his hands. We have one hand up, one hand down. This corresponds to the teaching and the principle of the universe called the law of correspondence, also known as above, so below. As above, so below pretty much corresponds with everything in the whole world and life. Everything functions underneath this law. It teaches that everything below in the material plane does not exist on its own. Physical life does not create itself. It is not independent. It cannot sustain itself. Everything below in the material plane has its spiritual counterpart within the heavenly realms of higher consciousness dimensions. Everything above manifests that which is below. It's simply representing how reality is dual and you are dual. You have a self outside the mind, which is the physical body, and a self inside the mind, the spiritual self. While most people are fixated on the external self, the physical body, they never give attention to their internal self, the self inside the mind. The self inside the mind is limitless, has infinite potential, and is not bound to any true form or identity. The internal self is the immortal self, the higher self. It is the self that can turn anything, any thought, into a form within the realm of imagination. This is what we call the astral plane. The astral plane being a plane or a dimension that sits just above the physical plane, and it's the realm of imagination, emotion, and desire. Because in order for us to imagine something, we have some sort of emotion or desire to create it. Therefore, it is the astral energy, the desire and the imagination of something above in the higher realms and dimensions of consciousness that make it possible and physically created within the material realm. It is the astral forces of desire manifesting the actions of the physical body, because the physical body only moves to what we care about or we have a passion or desire. These forces, what we call passion and desire, are not just chemical reactions in your body. They are astral forces directly coming from your astral body. We think with thought. This is the beginning of all creation. We think, we imagine, we desire, then we act. It is the higher realms first, then the external realm, the material. Higher dimensions over the lower dimensions. This fits in perfect with the magician, because a magician is not someone, like Harry Potter shows you with wands casting spells. This is fantasy. The real magic is about changing consciousness at will, because consciousness above creates that which is below, the material. As within, so without. Reality is created from the inside out. So the magician understands that by changing consciousness, we change our external circumstances. You see this reflected in your life, and I've seen this reflected in my life. When you change your consciousness, for example, you start to spiritually awaken. You start to think differently, see the world differently. What happens to your external reality? Notice your friends start to say you've changed. You may not fit in with your current friendship circle. Your friends will change and you will outgrow them, and you will have to seek to find new friends that fit with your new internal state of consciousness. This is teaching that the internal world rearranges the external world. While most people stay in a cycle of trying to change the external world, not realizing that they must first change the internal. This is what magic is about. Magic is about changing consciousness at will. Because when a magician holds the ability to direct all forces of their consciousness to a specific reality within them, to create that form and reality within the internal self, they can actually start to produce change in the external reality. We have masculine forces of consciousness, feminine forces of consciousness. The feminine forces of consciousness are imagination, intuition, emotion. The active masculine forces of consciousness are willpower, actions, and intellect, thinking. When we combine the imagination, seeing the reality within our mind, forming the reality within our spiritual vision, the internal vision of the soul, because imagination is the expression of the soul. It is creating with astral light, astral vision. Freemasons, occultists call imagination spirit vision. When we see that reality with our spiritual vision, this is why we have to increase our ability to vividly see